Ouais, choque-les. Choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Welcome back to the 6th Invitational 2025 over here on the B stream. We're going into our final day of the groups, which means there's a lot of action to take in. I'm Des, this is Tim. Speaking of which, Tim, did you see social media yesterday where there's a whole thing about that clip of like, I think it was W7M drinking coffee together, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
We're coming for you, W7M.
It's the synergy that wins the major, Des.
Apparently that's what works the magic. Let's take a look at today's schedule so you can see what games are coming up over here on the... You spilled it on yourself. You twit. Well, that'll make for a great clip, I'm sure.
I spilled it.
Oh, today's schedule, we've got BDS versus PSG Talon, a really interesting game where PSG could still retain their spot going into phase 2. If BDS win, though, they are done. We've got Falcons coming up against Raza next after that. Cyclops versus Team Secret, a banger, because if Team Secret win 2-0, they stay in the tournament, or CAG.
Yeah, it's kind of winner takes all, that one.
It is.
CAG need a map. If CAG get one map, then they're safe. But yeah, it's a big one.
And then a bigger one after that, Tim. A rematch of 6th Invitational Grand Final 2024, FaZe versus Furia. That's going to be so exciting to watch. So really looking forward to that. And there's some stuff happening on the other stream if you really care about that. But B-Stream's where all the action's going to be today, Tim.
It's where
where everything is going off, and we're looking forward to it. Take a look at our standings as well, so you can see how things are currently shaping up in this group. As said, this is a pretty important one, because as you can see right at the bottom of that group is PSG Talon. They've got those 3 points, Tim. They played really well yesterday and showed quite a lot of promise. BDS haven't got to worry. They're going to be here regardless of what happens. All they're fighting for now is place. And to be fair to them, Tim, that first place, it does get you that free round bye in that upper bracket, so I don't blame them for saying, no, this is still a serious game and we need to be coming away with a 2-0.
It does. BDS are locked into the upper bracket at least, because there isn't 3 teams that can overtake them today. Dark Zero don't play, and of course Raza and Falcons play each other. So
how have you spilt that water down yourself, by the way?
When we're back on cam, you'll see it. My embarrassment will be there for all to see. My shame will be shown. But yeah, so BDS are locked into upper bracket, but there is a lot to fight for down at the bottom. Like you said, PSG Talon could muster a great escape today. If they get the win against BDS, it's a big if, don't get me wrong. But hey, they come out with a good win yesterday. Who thought that would happen? You know, they got it done. If they get it done again, it really throws it in the mix, because then they're looking at what happens with Falcons and Raza. And honestly, Raza going, stop it. I'm going to do that.
Look at him. Look at him. It was his idea, and he still manages to make this happen.
The thing is, we tried it about 7 times. We're like, right, this is what we'll
And you spilled it in one of them.
And I spilled it in the last one. It was the last one. I thought, no, that'll be fine. I've got that out of the way.
What, have you just banged on your chin, or what have you done?
I think it was probably about as bad. Yeah, it was about as bad as it could be. It was like proper slopped it down me.
It's okay. We all feel bad for Tim. He's getting a bit old now. Can't control his water anymore. BDS for our first roster. Here we go. In case you aren't aware of them, I'm sure you are by now. They had a bit of a rocky start to the tournament, Tim. I think many have seen the clip on social media of Leaky Fat being less than pleased with his team, but they are looking a lot better. Played really well over the last couple of days. You'll be pleased to know there is less shouting, less sad Leaky Fat make me happy, and the team look to be in good spirits. Up at that top of the group, again a win today, and they're locking in first place, and no one will be able to catch them.
This is it, you know, it's one. There's a lot on the line in these games. There is an awful lot on the line, and of course, you know, the players are going to be going to be right at the edge, as it were, wanting to deliver the best performance. So we'll see what we get out of BDS today. PSG Talon, they are coming in on a high, Des. Great win for them yesterday. Keeps them competing in the tournament. And, we look at it and we say, is it realistic for PSG Talon to survive today? It is still a bit of a long shot. It's
a pipe dream.
It is. Let's call it what it is. It is still a bit of a dream. Can it happen? Of course it can. Can they beat BDS? Well, you know what? They did. Back in Manchester. Let's not forget that. I know it was best of 1, not best of 3, but nobody thought they would win yesterday. It is a long shot, but it can happen. And the big thing here for PSG is that Falcons, the ones that they then need to drop points so that they can overtake, particularly, have got Raza Company today, who have played well. We know that they are a very capable team, and it wouldn't surprise me to see them take the win against Falcons. So, it really does all hang in the balance. If PSG get something here, then Falcons have to get a win.
There's a lot of magic that has to take place for PSG to make it, but maybe they can. Let's take a look, though, at our veto. PSG going to kick things off and pick out Lair. Very shocked BDS let this through. It's one of their perma bans, Tim.
Talking about the first bit of magic that needs to happen, Des.
BDS unveil a map they've been saving all this time.
A perma ban against BDS, which could be saved for a reason. Or maybe not. I'm sort of thinking BDS are already in the upper bracket. Would they let a map through that they've been trying to save? Would they want to show anything on it?
Well, they showed it against Secret about 3 months ago, so they have played it once. They lost it, and we're like, right, back in the locker it goes until we figure this one out. I think they're coming in here with a plan. They've let them go to this, because I was really surprised when I saw the border ban out of BDS. I was like, that's actually a good map to play. But I understand it's PSG's favourite map, but that Lair, I think, is going to be a really exciting one. For PSG, it's their second favourite map after Clubhouse. They'll be very happy to be going here. If they're going to get a map win to get this series going, Tim, it's going to be on Lair.
I absolutely agree. I think it could be that BDS had pulled it out and just thought, you know what? It's not our favourite map, whatever. We can go and outgun them. We can go and just beat them. We're a better team, we've got better mechanics, but let's not forget, they're up against some players that have really been around the block, players like Yas, who will go in and do a job. So, for me, I think there's a real opportunity for PSG to maybe come out with a little bit of a stun shot to begin things here and get something going against BDS. Honestly, if PSG take this first map on there, the excitement is going to be off the chart.
Problem is, Chalet for BDS, it's a 6-1 history for them on that map. They are amazing on Chalet.
PSG might get it in 2, Des.
Wouldn't that be lovely? Well, we can hope for that, and we'll see, of course, if it comes to be. Let's focus for now on Lair, our first map. A reminder again, because BDS are on the blue side and start on defense, the bans are actually switched. So Blitz was a BDS ban. These next 2 bans are PSG Talon bans.
They bring in Monte is going to be taken away, so it's the double shield ban, which has been very, very popular so far at SI. Usually a combination of Monty, Blitz and Blackbeard. 2 of those 3. We will have our first defender coming in, Azami. No surprises there. And we will have the final one coming in, which again, reminder, this is the BDS ban, not the PSG ban, because we've got the defenders starting on the blue side, so our UI is first. So it will be Mirror. No huge shocks there in the operator bans. I think largely, kind of as expected. And we get into things. BDS start on the defense, and they are going to be going up to the top 4 to kick things off.
Bans aimed towards specific players in that mix as well. Like Gotzi's a big time Mirror player, so 100% going in towards him with that final ban coming away. Blitz I was quite curious about, but no one really on either team plays Blitz to a massive degree. Blackbeard's actually seeing a lot more play from both sides, so would have maybe expected to see something like that coming out. However, we'll park it there, Tim. We'll get ourselves focused on the game. BDS kicking things off on the defense, up on the top floor. And PSG Talon have really got to show something special on the attack of Lair. It is one of those maps, so we're going to have ourselves a rehost. But I was going to say, this is one of those maps that we've seen quite a lot of balance, actually. It's about 50-50 when it comes to attack and defense. The PSG hoping will start out with a good show. They will come out with at least a couple of rounds here, and then hopefully switch onto a strong defense in that second half. You'd guess, Tim, that we are like PSG Talon fans and not actually like home region casters of BDS with the way that we're trying to really beef PSG Talon up here.
I am always the same, Des. If there is a story there, of a David and Goliath, of a team that we don't expect to win, but can do something special that will be memorable, I will 100% get behind them. I'd love to see BDS win the tournament. We've seen them get to both major finals this year. It's been a tough year for them in terms of those finals performances. They haven't quite got it over the line. As an EU caster, as an EU supporter, I'd love to see them win it. But within this match, there is the possibility of a great Siege story to be told. And that is PSG running it back in the final 2 days, not just against anybody, but against Dark Zero and BDS, two of the most storied orgs in Siege. They've got a lot of history behind both of them now. And it'd just be a wonderful, wonderful story. You got Fabian in there. You got, players that have come together from different... just everything is there. It's so tasty, so tantalising. And you know me, Des, I do this with everything. I love a little dream. I love a little dream. Something, I'll pick something that maybe could happen, but it's very unlikely. And I just get super excited about it, and I just get really revved up, and that's how I feel about PSG talent today. It is very unlikely. Don't be coming for me in the chat saying, they're not going to win. I know they're probably not going to win, but they could. And I'm so excited about that fact.
What I love is, not just 2 days ago, Fabian jumped onto Fresh's podcast, Fresh with Friends podcast. Fully recommend you go and have a listen to the episode. It was really interesting. And frankly, Fabian sounded like a canary to me. Opened up about the struggles in career, about the motivation of his players, for example, about how what we've seen at SI, they're just really, really nervous, which again to him is really alien, the issues they've had to work through as a team. There's been a lot of reasons why when coming into yesterday, you thought they'd have been absolutely smoked and just dashed out the competition there and then. But that result, well, he said that's much more like what I see from them in scrims. It's still not where we usually play, but it's looking a hell of a lot better. So maybe they just knew that he was going to go upstairs and talk a bunch of smack on that podcast, and then we're like, cool, let's show him now. Let's make it look a right idiot. And they've done a great job, and hopefully they do it again today against BDS. So I know Fabian is very, very proud currently of being the only team, I believe, that has played against BDS. It's got a 1-0 record. They haven't yet lost to BDS previously, Tim.
Those are the facts.
If he gets to 2-0, if he gets 2-0, he will be insufferable. And you know it as well. He will not shut up all year long. Yeah. Look, I tell you what, on BDS to win it now. I can't stand that on social media. I can't stand Fabian being like that. Fabian. Sorry, mate. It's done. It's chalked.
In all seriousness, yes, PSG have got it stacked up against them. That is the reality. BDS, very, very good. Sharko's playing really well at the minute. 10th overall rated at the tournament in terms of individual player performance. So he's pretty hot at the minute. Not absolute top of the pops, but he's up there and he's getting the job done. And of course, we know the firepower. Solotov comes in next in terms of rating on the BDS side. And that's before we even look down the line at players like League Factory Day users. They're an absolute quality outfit. It really is, we can't stress that it is, sort of David and Goliath. It is meeting a giant here, for PSG.
I said before the competition, I spoke to, 3/4 of the teams, like coaches, analysts, a couple of players in the mix as well. BDS was in the top 3 of every single team's predictions to win this tournament. And it's hard to say no when you look at how they've done throughout this year as well, with the results that they've had, consistently making it to finals. And it's a bit like, at some point it has to tick over. They have to get 6 Invitational done, because in the same way we say it about Team Liquid and Parlo and Nesk, it's kind of a, can you imagine a world where Shaiko doesn't win an SI? It feels like it has to be a thing, and that's with players like Brede alongside him and Leaky Fact that have also played unbelievably. And Users and Solotov, well, definitely made a case for saying there's a very, very good reason why BDS picked them up, because they have looked stellar since joining this lineup. By the way, round is now properly underway. The Mavericks on the go on this mask wall. You've seen this one 1,000,001 times before. It gives you a lot of pressure in towards site itself. And there is someone like a Bandit on side that stops them playing hard denial onto the south wall that looks down towards Opt and Mezzanine. There is no Bandit on side, though. It is all about the Kaid here. That won't be so easy to get away. But that's where a Maverick can still help you have that wall opened up. No bother at all.
Interestingly, I've just looked back as well. Last time around when these two teams met in Manchester, it was on Oregon, obviously a map that's no longer in our competitive pool. But Misa had a huge day there, 17-8. 2-0 on entry, 80% cost. He was absolutely flying. The question is, for PSG, can they find somebody in the side that is going to step up like that again today? Because if they can, And like I say, it could well start giving BDS some problems. We'll see how it goes. We're nearly 2 minutes into the round. We don't have a kill yet, so everything's a little bit kind of slow for PSG. They're just trying to work this forward and massage their opportunity to get themselves an advantage.
Before I find stuff down, he's got the right idea. There is a player tucked in, makes him run
Beautiful.
as well. Great little bit of play from Ryder. Gets him with the nade on the finish off, and Yas is also here for a bit of support, joined up by Misa. Got an unbelievable series as well. Yesterday it wasn't just against BDS, Tim. Yas finding Brede. Ryder's now been taken down too, but PSG Talon have got the numbers advantage, Tim.
Yeah, and BDS are kind of really hard fighting this. They know exactly where PSG Talon want to enter site, want to put the diffuser down, and they've just put boots on the ground. You can see them there. Solotov, Likafak stood real directly in their way. Likafak's going to dip away, and with Solotov on low health, that might just give PSG Talon in this last 25 seconds a little bit of space to be able to move on in here. That's a big kill. It opens things up, but Likafak, he's just looking to get on the rear side of him. He knows there's pressure coming in from that window. 4 versus 2. PSG, you gotta go now. They managed to get Likafak and Misa with a double. PSG Talon come out with a great opening attack.
Wow, and a 3K for Misa to start things off just as we start speaking
It's happening, Des!
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, we spoke about him and how he looked back against BDS, but also yesterday, as I mentioned, 36 and 26 he was against Dark Zero. The shining light for his team. Yas not far behind at 31 to 24, but those two were the ones that really saw their team through. And Fabian was saying it on the podcast. He was saying, Misa is an unbelievable winner. Like, you see the kind of stuff he pulls off in scrims, and it's like, why can't that always translate into officials? And well, yesterday you saw it, and he certainly started this series with 3 kills to get things going. If they believe in themselves today, because it's the one thing Fabian said, he's like, I don't know if it's a cultural thing in Korea or what, but they just don't really seem to have that confidence and belief. It's a really weird thing. Now, maybe today, they're starting to believe that they can do this.
I just want to pick up that entry kill from Soldier as well. The change to the nades, I love when they are used like that now. Of course, for anybody who doesn't know, you can't cook a nade in Siege anymore. That was removed. And now the way that nades work is once they are thrown, you can hold them forever, essentially. Once they are thrown and they hit a surface, then the timer starts, and that's when they're going to detonate. So just bouncing it off the wall there, and that is what nades are absolutely perfect for. You know somebody's in an area, and you want to force them out of it. You just send the nade in off the wall, and then you are guns up, and you're ready for them moving, because they don't have a choice. If they don't, they're going to die. And it's a simple thing, yes, but it's the fundamentals, and PSG Talon get it done. Soldier with a beautiful opener, Misa with a 3K. They look good in round 1, and like we said, BDS, they're not a lair team generally. Maybe there's an opportunity for PSG Talon here in all seriousness.
Let's see if they can keep on translating that into more round wins. One's all well and good, but you need a few in this half, I feel, Tim, if you're going to have any success going into the second, because BDS are certainly no slouches on the attack themselves. Seen plenty of times what they're more than capable of doing, and Solotov's got the right idea. Oh, but it's a shield, my man. You can't bring him down too easily. Soldier, good use of it. Taking control of that ground, got themselves now inside of the garage and warehouse and starting that pushing from the east side. Likafak's the one now running around upstairs. I wonder if he'll get cleared out here, Tim. I think they know that there's going to be a roamer or two. It's very expected on this site. But for the most part, PSG have said, forget about that. We're going direct to site.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a risk. You can leave them out in the cold, but of course there's the opportunity potentially for those verticals to be used. You've got to pick your plant spot carefully. You've got to understand exactly where Likafak is playing and make sure that you're out of his line of fire, because otherwise he's just going to prevent you putting the diffuser down. With the shields and stuff, potentially, if you know, Soldier doesn't have the diffuser at the minute, but he could maybe make it difficult for them, and Gotti then might be able to find a little bit of space. But exactly as expected, we've got Likafak up above, and he's just going to watch those angles.
How many of those he can watch is going to be the big question. We saw some really cheeky plants going down actually on this site the other day when it really looked like they shouldn't be. With all the vertical control on the wall with the defenders, 2 up on that top floor, it still wasn't enough. And the only track that matters, Tim, is onto this Legion, and that's exactly what they've found. Does have the mute jammers, which of course will negate that for a brief moment. However, he's now clear and out, and Gotti also removed. A second one coming in from the C4. BDS holding off well so far.
Yeah, this is it. PSG Talon have had nothing really so far on this attack. BDS have worked it really, really well. They've controlled all the key areas. They've hit them with the nitros. They've just bullied them. They've chipped away at them. They've taken the shield off them. And now it's a big ask for PSG. 3 versus 5, 30 seconds left to go. There's going to come a point where they just have to go for it here. Likafak is still up on that top floor. Misa is there as well, using the hatch at the minute, but he needs to be very cautious because there's the potential either for Likafak to find him or for Brede to just hit him on the reverse angle. You're playing against the big boys now, and they will hit their shots. That's the reality. Solotov finds Ryder. BDS are looking to respond with a flawless round. Yas says, no, that's not going to happen. Manages to pick up users, but I think that's going to be the most that he will get.
Probably the most he'll walk away with. Tries to find one more here as well. Gets it down. Won't quite finish off his man. BDS is more trying to play for KD at this point, I think, above anything else. Pretty slow round overall. I think PSG Talon never really properly got moving there, Tim. And honestly, part of that, I think, being down to those verticals.
Yeah, I think the key there for PSG was get in there. The thing is, BDS kind of offered it to them. Likafak's up there on his own. Send 3 in, and you're going to have him cleared within a minute. He's either going to have to drop back to site, or he's going to be dead. Simple as that. You might lose one along the way, but you should well get that vertical presence then, and you can start. The big problem was that BDS never had to move inside a site. They were just, at the end of the round, they still stood inside the site. They're just holding their angles, and I've said this so many times. Defenders, at the beginning of a round, set up in the best position they can be in. You got to force them to move. You got to disrupt them, and that didn't happen. So BDS was super comfortable at the end there to just pick up their kills. They know the angles inside out, and they're just waiting for you to push them. So PSG, for me, missed an opportunity there. Get in there, clear Likafak out, work those verticals, and by working them, you force BDS out of those prime positions, and then you can get a little bit of space. So PSG, I'm sure, will probably learn from that round. But yeah, BDS looking very solid on that one.
All right, second floor we go to, which again means a similar thing to what you saw last round, where there will be a vertical hold out of BDS above the site. If you are new to Siege or haven't watched too much of it before, you can't really defend a site playing on it itself, or it becomes far too exposed doing just that. You have 2 choices, maybe 3. Third one that I didn't mention today when I was explaining the same principles, you can play below if you really want to look for the null, but that's definitely more rare than it is playing above, which is what BDS are currently going for. Or you could try and extend laterally, you play on that same floor, but you go to the rooms surrounding it, and give more obstacles to the attackers to have to work through before they can even start looking at the site itself. So here, for BDS, it's about playing up on that top floor, and there's a lot of them up there, Tim. I think PSG must surely realize that there's no one really on site. If they could hit this quickly, to be fair, they could do a bit of work. The problem for this site, Tim, is it's so exposed to the verticals from above, so many great angles that you can hold, that in some way they have to force all these players away. Yeah,
I was going to say, they've opened the external breach, which is absolutely, that's what they should be doing as a first step, but they've got Brede located right up above it. He's on the mute, he'll have the shotgun, and the SMG secondary. Users is there with him shotgun as well, and they've opened up almost the entirety of that floor. So your breach you've opened up, it's all well and good, but you absolutely cannot walk through it without winning a couple of fights. Taking those fights on the vertical as you try to walk in is just going to be asking for trouble. So yes, PSG, they need to go above and they need to be winning out these fights. Get the clearance done, force BDS back to site. Again, the shield doing its work, but Soldier taking some damage in the legs there. Needs to be careful now on only half health.
They had that drone overhead, watching him run the whole way, so they knew what was going on, making use of the Grim Bees to also support this march forward on Mez. I'm conscious, Tim, that half the round is falling down here as well. Here he comes again, getting none of his feet this time round, so it's going to force Solotov back here. Round taken by PSG, starting to get a move on here, Tim, with 75 still to play. Soldier has got about, 20 HP left. It's not looking great for him.
Yeah, they've got the right idea with the Blackbeard in trying to push forward and trying to just move these BDS players, but the problem is they're losing a lot of health in doing so. They're not really making it there quick enough to close the ground and make him a real threat. They do eventually take out Solotov. It is a trade as he managed to find one. Shaiko onto Soldier. 4 versus 2 as PSG are starting to crumble on this top floor clearance, but Misa manages to find an answer onto Brede. Ryder is down though. Misa's all alone. About 20 HP. Users finds him. BDS will not be moved from that top floor.
What I love is Solotov. I mean, one, the spin on towards Gotti at long range was incredible. Then to immediately go back and go for the fight and lose it looks bad. Shaiko is immediately on top of where he's died, holding that same position, and it didn't seem to matter what PSG Talon did. They used 2 nades, they used Grimbees, they had a Blackbeard pushing down. BDS were happy to just kind of step back and concede the parts of the ground that weren't super important for them to hold. Let's not forget, they cared most of all about holding on to those verticals. So being able to play out that much utility and that many players coming to try and kill 2 of you, yet you still demolish through like 3 or 4 of them, really good stuff. And just again, a show of that caliber that BDS have got on side. That first quarter's down, Tim. We're probably going to see a repeat of the same 3 sites again. We are starting back up on this top floor. PSG Talon only got that 1 round. It looked good back in round 1, but since then, BDS, it's like a brick wall's been put up straight in front of the Korean sides, and they can't get anything.
Yeah, BDS are looking good there. Like I said, I think PSG just maybe needed a little bit more speed, a little bit more aggression about them. Soldier, yes, he was kind of bullying Solitov, but he was bullying him in a way that you would with a Monty, where you've got that complete coverage, and yeah, you can just slowly march your way forward like the tide eroding rock. You know, you can just push them, and there's nothing that they can do about it unless they've got explosives. Whereas with Blackbeard, you don't have that same freedom. You need to be a little bit more dynamic. You need to treat him more like a blitz. You want to close that distance down. You want to get up in their face. You want to make them panic a little bit. You can't let them sit at distance and feel like they've got the opportunity to get the shots. You know, maybe a little bit of that confidence issue come in there. Soldier, drop the shield, get your gun up, make a challenge onto him. He's going to feel less like he can just sit and stare at you and shoot your feet then. Make him think about it. Yes, there's a risk there, of course, but you got to back yourself.
And whenever it's important they back themselves for the entire game, Tim, because when heads start dropping and the comms fall down is where things all start to look a little bit over, and where you'd expect Fabian to be stepping in, having a few words to get the boys back on side. And it is tough when you've been frankly dominated for a couple of rounds to really butter yourself up to go back in for it and go in at pace the same way you did back in round 1. But now got themselves the mass wall being opened up. I mentioned before, this is quite important. This gives a little bit of pressure in towards site itself, stops someone trekking on towards that south side wall. Ryder starting things off, Shaiko being taken down. Put that one in the history books for yourself. Not bad to bring down Shaiko himself on the entry at the start of a round if you're Ryder in this position. It's a Legion offline at 5v4, so not terrible for PSG Talon, Tim. A good start.
Yeah, it is, and I think Shaiko just getting caught out of position a little bit there. He didn't know that, and again, it comes down to that aggression, Des. Didn't know that PSG Talon were in such an advanced position, and it was an easy takedown to get things underway for Ryder. So that is a good start. They're getting the Masks wall open as well. PSG are building well here. We saw them have the win on the top floor last time around. It was BDS's weak site, if we want to say they had one, and definitely an opportunity for PSG Talon to get another one in the books. But are they aware of Leakafak underneath? He's playing there with the Nitro, and he's looking for that vertical denial. If they go into Masks and try to put the diffuser down, Leakafak can be there in a couple of seconds, and he will end that party, let me tell you.
So you need that depth in terms of the strats of a team as well as that consideration. We've seen them try and ignore the vertical before. They paid the price, and as you say, the C4 coming through very comfortably. Ryder now taken out as well. Almost like there's a lack of consideration here on where else BDS can be playing. Like, BDS are literally playing across the multiple floors of the map, whereas the PSG Talon, I'm not seeing too much of that yet.
And they've got loads of drones, Des. They've got 6 out of 10 left. They've plenty to go at. So there's no excuse, really, for not knowing about Leakafak underneath. Solitov manages to take down Yas, and you can see they're just starting to get a little bit more aggressive now at BDS. They're starting to feel themselves. They know that they can win these fights. They know that they can get aggressive, that they've got that space. They're 4 versus 3. Shotgun wins that all day long. Leakafak takes down Misa, 4v2 BDS, and now in cruising mode. Gotti manages to find one, but it's likely impactless. 13 seconds left to go. Nitro from users. BDS looking super solid on a map we were unsure about for them, but right now, they certainly seem to know their way around Lair.
I do wish you could hear what Fabian was saying here, but we don't have the mics for these timeouts, unfortunately, on the B stream. So I can imagine what he's saying is, be better, boys. Do more. Vibes up.
Vibes up.
You got this. You hear a really mixed bag of timeouts, to be fair, for the most part.
I think this is one of the beauties of a coach like Fabian. I'm not, all the coaches are sort of capable of the same, but you know that Fabian is going to be there giving some real sort of strategic insight. Having been the player that he was and everything else, he literally is going to be, giving them specifics to go away and work on. I think he's kind of saying what I was saying there. Like, if you go slow and
word
you give
for word,
them,
Tim. Word for word.
I know I didn't want. If you go slow and you give them the opportunities, they will beat you. if you can get up in their faces quicker, if you can surprise them, if you can make it difficult for them, then you might have half a chance. And that's, like I say, Soldier pushing on the Blackbeard, Ryder's opening kill. It's a great display of that contrast. Soldier goes in, slowly pushing Solotov back, ultimately loses his life because it's not aggressive enough, whereas Ryder gets himself into an advanced position. Shaiko runs into his waiting arms, and, you know, it's an easy opener. So, yeah, I think a little bit more confidence, a little bit more aggression will do PSG Talon wonders here.
I love the elevator music during those timeouts. Yeah. Been a really intense time in the teams, you know, feeling like energy slipping away, momentum is disappearing, and things are going from bad to worse. They're calling the timeout, and then it's a bit of just like, what the hell's going on? Wonderful. For sure. I think the key thing for this site in particular is going to be the verticals, Tim. We spoke about them largely ignoring it last time, and sure, they had an answer to it. They got the track down onto Leaky back. It forced him back. Cool. All well and good. But once they had a player up on the hatch, it felt like it was a little bit too late. They'd already lost a couple of players by that time. The Blackbeard had gone off trying to seek someone down and lost his life in the process, and this is not too bad from Shaiko. I speak about this a lot, but after the timeout is the best time to really try and change up the pace, and it's like not quite a spawn peek, but a very early attempt at a kill onto an enemy teammate that's outside the door. There's a great chance to try and catch someone off guard and shut down that potentially reworked strategy before the rounds even got started.
Yeah, I want to see more disruption from PSG on this one. Like I said last time, BDS were just allowed to play in their positions. That's it, Soldier. Close that gap, shield down, guns up, get aggressive. Leaker back taken out, but BDS, they are standing up well here. 3 versus 2, they managed to find kills of their own. The Blackbeard is down. Got it, almost the same. This is looking hard for PSG Talon now, but yes, he manages to find one.
Too late, man.
However, the Dokubi on his own, 1v2. This is going to be a tough finish. BDS likely to close out another round.
What really got me there is they tried to go just a few seconds too soon. The Dokubi call became available at 2 minutes, 15 seconds. They'd gone in about the 2:21 mark, and I was like, oh, guys, I get it, you've got the kill, you want to take the ground, but if you gave it just a few more seconds, you'd have really been able to make use of that extra information. You'll see BDS doing it in the second half, Tim. They absolutely love Dokubi. 3 of their players have got Dokubi in their top 3 most played attacking operators, and for good reason. And I just feel there, it was a missed opportunity by PSG Talon.
It also shows the size of the task that they're up against. You know, we wanted them to go a little bit quicker, and they did, and they got the result. They go in, they get the kill onto Leaker. It works, but you're still up against BDS, and that's part of the problem as well. You're up against a team that, yeah, you can get more aggressive, yeah, you can go a bit quicker, give them less time to think, get up in their faces, and they're still going to win those gunfights, and they're still going to give you a difficult time of it. So it's a little bit unfortunate for PSG Talon. Did they do the right thing? I think they did. Yes, it could maybe have been slightly better time. They could have created a little bit more confusion in there with that Dokubi call, but ultimately, yeah, I think it was, you know, a good try, but BDS, they just showing that they're on another level.
Obviously one that you want to see over on the A stream, but just now, Neska's just hit that very much sought after 1,000 kill mark at 6 invitationals.
Congratulations.
Not this SI, but all SIs
all
combined. That'd be incredible to get 1,000 at a single tournament. But across all SIs, he's hit the 1,000 kill mark. So well done to him.
Huge congratulations to Neska.
Now Parlus has got to get there and say, well, I did it in 1 SI less. So,
it's a real, it feels like, you know, it should be a real celebration from the community as well. Neska is one of these players that, you know, is such a talisman for the game as a whole. And to have been at so many... From Nest to Shaiko.
Speaking of a talisman.
Yeah, you know, he steps out and gets a beautiful kill on Tamisa to open things up. And as the score develops and BDS get more rounds, that's something that PSG need to be aware of, because they will continue to get more aggressive, will BDS. But yeah, you know, huge congratulations. I'm sure that it's something that the community can celebrate as well, because, you know, this game has been around for so many years now. We've had so many fantastic moments at SIs over the years, and Eska's provided a good few of those.
Absolutely has, and long may they continue. PSG Talon really got to find something in this round, Tim. They've started the push forward. They've found Solotov on the back of that flash. Good little bit of team play coming through to make this happen. Had the support coming in behind from Soldier in case it was so required, but it was not. Ryder basically doing it all by himself in the end.
Yeah, that's what it's about. Get your flash in, Follow it up quickly. Follow it up aggressively. Get that kill. Don't let that flash effect wear off. Don't let him have an opportunity to fight you. It was better from PSG Talon. 4 versus 4 now. They've given themselves a little bit of an opportunity within the round. They've lost the Grim, which isn't ideal. Of course, you know, such a good operator for creating space, particularly when it comes to thinking about getting a diffuser down or for moving somebody from the top floor where you need a little bit more space, maybe to take a vertical control. But ultimately, there is an opportunity. A minute 30 left to go, and PSG Talon, they need the next couple of kills, get that man advantage and push forward from there. But in contrast, BDS, like I said, they've been looking so good so far. They've managed to prevent the breach being open too much. They've still got a larger, complete top floor presence. There's nobody on site at the minute, and they're just going to rain it down from above. But interestingly, PSG Talon might just go for
vertical,
this.
You know it's open.
This is the problem. This is the problem.
That is painful.
Lamp's going down, though.
They saw the shots coming on through, and yeah, I believe he's managed to get his way in with the smoke coming through. The warden's there as well, but he manages to stick it. I mean, BDS are now in a 4 versus 2, so a retake doesn't sound too difficult for them. Tim, Scotty can work some real magic on the outside.
Look at where the diffuser is, though. It's way away from that breach as it had to be, and this is the problem. However, they don't know that Ryder, he's in amongst them. He's looking to get kills. There's make it 3 for the round. He's just going to hold this position now. Where will the challenge come from BDS? He knows that there's another on his way. He surely hears the warden. This could be another one for him. No, Users manages to get the peak. BDS may be able to close this out now. It's all up to Gotti. Breeders on the cover, and BDS get the... Do they get the retake?
They do.
Yes, he was on it. I just looked up and I saw 5 seconds. I was like, was he on it quick enough? Yes, he was. BDS
with plenty of time to spare. Plenty.
BDS get it done. The dream for PSG feels like it's turning into a little bit of a nightmare here. Des Lair is running away from them quickly. BDS are just showing another level, another gear. They are just the superior team at the minute.
They are. It was something else that Fabian spoke about on the podcast. He was saying, you know, when you combine our strategical mistakes, our team mistakes with individual mistakes, it's where everything really starts to tumble down. And the problem is they make bigger mistakes when the first mistake has been made. And I actually thought at the start of this, it wasn't too bad. I mean, the spawn peak, you can't do much about that. The Blackbeard stepping in, right sort of idea. My main frustration was when the Blackbeard stepped through and blocked those shots from above, they knew exactly what angle was being watched. For a second player, I think it was Yasser, then step into the room and died to that exact same angle. I was a little bit like, you've just seen that you've been shot at from there. Like, you know that there's a player sat on that vertical. Why are we still pushing in through that?
I think genuinely PSG were 1 kill away from winning that round.
They were.
If Ryder manages to get Users, if he takes down the warden on the peak around the door, they win the round. It's 2v1. Breeder has a real tough time and is short of time to be able to do anything about it. So, you know, another close one for PSG, but ultimately BDS just showing their quality there. No matter how close it is, they always seem to come out on top, and, you know, I think we'll probably continue to do so. 5-1 now. They move on to the attack, and PSG can play their game. They're on the defense. They can set it up the way they want, but BDS just sort of looking better and better as the tournament goes as well.
They are. Like we said back in the early days of the tournament, feels like a long time ago now, 5 days. We've had so much siege in that time frame, it's been crazy. But it did start off wobbly for BDS. We saw the little moment, I guess, that Leaky Pack had where he was saying to his team, look, sort it out, basically. This is an absolute mess. It's embarrassing in much stronger terms than what I've just put it in, admittedly. But things have looked a lot better since then. PSG, they've equally warmed up as well. They started out quite poor. They have got better as things have gone on. But unfortunately, you are against one of the favourites to win the tournament. So as good as things might be, this one is always going to be a hard matchup to come out on top of.
Look, I was always going to try and sell it for PSG. I was always going to get excited about them, but
just for that 1 in a million times, you're right. Like
exactly,
like the 1v5 the other day.
It's all about the dream. It's all about the dream. But you know, we've got to also focus on reality as well sometimes. And the reality is that they're out at the minute, and BDS are starting to run away with this, and I don't think it's going to get any easier for them on Clubhouse. You know, we also, of course, have to focus on BDS's performance and the way that they're dealing with it, and you know, the ease that they win in some of these fights with. I like, you know, to be positive for PSG as well, I like the adaptation that we've seen after the tactical timeout. They've obviously taken on board what's been said. They have played with more aggression, and they have yielded some results from it. Just unfortunately, not the results they want. They haven't managed to turn them into rounds.
Nothing else, Tim. On the defending side, everything can change. Plenty of time.
It can.
You know, I'm the first person to say there's 2 halves to a game of Siege
as well.
Yeah, I mean, Chanka, I was a bit like, I really thought Smoke might have been a better one here for them, but Sol just believes he can make it work, then fair enough. BDS still getting a lot of the setup work done here as well. It's stressing. They've got themselves up towards that R6 room doorway coming in from Zulu side, but outside of that, still looking to get things opened up here. Like, this wall's still being closed out. They need it open if they're going to try and make this hit work. Another 2 Brow comes out. I believe they've still got one more in back pocket. Yes, they do. So still a lot that can be done. C4 coming out, not quite finding his man.
Thought about it in the right spot as well.
Yeah, right idea. Just Shaiko was to the side of the wall. Unfortunate timing.
Ryder's going to be looking to push back up there. He's got cover from Yas as well. Nice crossfires being established here from PSG. With only 25 seconds left to go, BDS are going to need to make a move here. Breeder has got the diffuser in hand, but they haven't really got themselves the full control of sight yet to be able to think about putting this down. Misa's going to find one. Yas absolutely slaps Shaiko there. Ryder finds Leaker Fight 3 versus 2, and the onslaught at the end of the round is not falling in the favour of BDS. Gotti manages to pick him up, and PSG get themselves a second round on a solid defense, and who knows, Des, maybe we see them grabbing a few back and making a game of this.
I think that was really good stall from their side as well. You saw the 2 Brow coming out. We saw the Tachanka coming out as well. A little bit doubtful of that at first. I thought maybe a smoke would have been stronger, but the rotation that he was employing was to drop 2 or 3 of those canisters at the same time in a given area and just making sure that BDS couldn't push on through. That's what led to that late round panic, that late round flourish, where they had to force their way in largely from Mez side and got punished pretty hard for it. Really well thought out by PSG, telling BDS a little bit slow to start things out. That won't always be the case here, of course, so we are going to see things step up a little bit for BDS in terms of pace, and PSG Talon are going to have to change their tune a little bit. But for now, take that win, and let's see if we can roll it into more.
I think this set is going to be more difficult for PSG, and the reason it will be more difficult is because they're going to have to hold it from above, and BDS, I think, will almost certainly go on the clearance above. Where PSG just tried to go direct to site, I don't think BDS will give them that good grace. They will go in through the first floor. They'll be looking to clear it out, to get those verticals, and to make life as difficult as possible. You've got Shaiko on the Deimos. That's exactly what he's there to do. Get those tracks, go across, clear it out. So they're going to have to win fights in that mid-floor. Otherwise, BDS are going to have significant control, I would expect.
The maps, as for the sites that have seen any real major playtime, it's most attacker leaning off the bunch, a positive win rate for attackers team, which feels quite rare to be able to say these days. Always a good thing.
Yeah.
So for BDS, if you are going to get the round on the line and get yourself up to a 6-2, now really is the time to do it, unless Misa can pull off something absolutely spectacular with that Skopos. We speak about it to the death, and we love seeing Skopos being brought out.
Just an exciting operator, isn't it? It's just
Very
one of them.
much so. And it's dead.
Misa's going to suffer early again. Another early death, unfortunately. This time it's going to be Leakerfact.
They think this might be a drone. They know he's here.
And they do know that Ryder is in this position. BDS not over-aggressing this. They know they don't need to wander into his line of sight. They're just going to bide their time. Ryder has a look, but takes some damage for the pleasure. I think it might just be time to get yourself back to sight there.
He's seen the drone ever since he first walked into that room, so there was no way he was getting away with a freebie there for sure. BDS weren't going to let it happen. So those yellow pings has switched over to that viewpoint last second. First phone call coming out here from Breede as well. Is anyone home? Only a couple being caught out here because the rest, well, sat around those mute jammers, Tim, that give you that blockage away from them.
Interestingly, BDS haven't gone for the verticals at this point. They haven't yet worked their way in above. Everybody's down in the basement level. It's Usus, of course, on the Ram that we're looking potentially to get himself in and start opening things up above. Leakerfact needs to be careful. There's feet holes there.
Hello?
He's stood in front of him. Of course they're going to know that you're on the wall. Take a few pot shots through. He's lucky to only lose the soft reach charge. It could have been much worse for him. Usus is in now. Usus is in. This is an important point.
There's someone upstairs with him as well, so he's got to be careful here. I'm sure they know about it. BDS have been pretty meticulous with their drone players you've seen, looking to play together off the back of them, though those numbers are starting to thin down. They can get stung if they're not careful. There's no phone calls left either. Yes, there's a couple of Deimos tracks, but you commonly see players like Shaiko and Maya save the last couple for the late round. When there's only a couple left, it makes it so much easier to close things out.
This could be a genius play from Gotti. He's let users do the work, so it opens up the verticals. If he gets the kill on him, he's then got the full advantage of the verticals that BDS have given him. Let the Ram do the legwork and then just go in and take advantage of it. He just needs to time it right. He could use the noise of that boogie drone as well to disguise his movement, to disguise him pushing in.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
he
now's the
just
time.
needs to get the kill. It's so easy for him. And now he's got the verticals that the Ram opened up. Yas manages to find Shaiko 3v2 as he goes big and gets a second onto Leakafak. Soldier takes down Breedy, and the attack just crumbles as Yas gets a third, and BDS can't get it done. And that play from Gotti was beautiful. Let the Ram do the work. Let the Ram open it all up, and then wander in and get the kill. And that was unlike BDS. They had absolutely no idea that Gotti was there.
I think ultimately, Yas was the man of the moment. 3 kills, really barely moving his feet, to be honest. He ran away before the third one, but came back to the same spot to secure the third and final one. Did a lot of the work. But I think knowing that pressure's taken off by the vertical not being in your control is a massive one, because BDS then don't have the option to say, cool, let's just plant shallow. We've got the control. Oh no, we've lost our vertical player. There's no longer any cover, so they're forced to go deep. And who's waiting when you run deep? The rest of PSG Talon. So although Gotti himself didn't net the big amount of kills there, it did come down to BDS being forced into the waiting arms of the rest of PSG Talon that ultimately gave them the round. 2 in a row, Tim. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you believe right now?
The belief scale is maybe about a 3. The needle's wobbling. As the needle's wobbling, it might move. Look, BDS are still looking very, very good. That's the reality. Yes, PSG Talon have got themselves a couple of rounds. BDS are fully focused on getting that top spot in this group. Make no mistake about it. They just want to get it locked down. Attack is generally going to be a little bit more difficult if it's on a map that you don't play very often, because yes, you've got to be adapting more. Yes, you've got to be playing into what PSG want to do in this case. Do I expect BDS to still come and win this? Yes, I do. I think they are going to go and find successful attacks. They're now on the 3rd choice site. PSG Talon have gone through their first 2 choices. I would expect to see a very strong clearance coming in from BDS here to send a message. You know, we're not playing here. We're not messing about. We are going to make life difficult for you now. They'll want to get this over the line.
Quite a bit of stall to play with, though.
However...
okay. I assume he was aiming to get him below here and do some work with the... I don't know, actually. It's on the same floor. Was he looking to try and work his way down some stairs and make use of the IQ for picking things out from below? I don't know. There's a lot of gadgetry that he can destroy with that IQ, but giving your life away so early in the round feels like a big slip up on Leakafak's side.
It feels like the sort of situation now where, a bit of frustration could creep in on the side of BDS, where it's a game, they'll be giving full respect to PSG Talon, but it's a game that they'll be, expecting realistically to come away with a win, and they are being stretched at this point over the last couple of rounds. Be careful, Shaiko. He's just above you. Just like ships in the night, they will pass without knowing of each other's presence as Misa heads off into the map. 4 versus 5. BDS need a couple of kills.
Shaiko heard him, I think, but has no idea where he's gone. And the blessing here, I think, for PSG more than anything else, is Shaiko's been sat here now for, 30 seconds? A lot of time to lose on the attacking side here when you could be focusing on things like this, starting to open up the site, for example, starting to figure out where a player or two might be. He's still really conscious of what could be going on above, and rightly so. If you haven't got that vertical control, it can bite you big time.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, BDS not really playing for that. They've got Solotov up there on the Blackbeard, but he hasn't really made too much progress here. He's trying to push in now, and that's exactly what's going to happen now. He manages to get the kill. I thought for a second Gotti was going to spray him down there, but there's another one to be found. But no, again, they've no idea that he's in that position. Yas picks up Breedy. The intel game is not great for BDS. They've only got 3 drones left, and they keep walking into people. However, they are just outgunning Shaiko users. They pick up 1 apiece, and now... they are low health, though. This is winnable for Yastes.
He's had a good game so far, and he's only got a lamb body shots, too.
He's got the diffuser down. He's got the diffuser down.
They must know where he is, though. The thing is, the backstab could be coming in. Shaiko in a 1 versus 1, not finding his man yet. Almost spins onto Yuzus, but can't find him. Yas put down, and BDS move up to 6 and 3.
Really well played from BDS there. The most important thing that you saw was the way that Shaiko and Users had separated. We speak about team play all the time and the ability to affect each other's deaths, and that's what they had done there. They had created a situation where it was extremely unlikely that Yas could fight both of them. It didn't matter if he got the kill onto Shaiko. Shaiko was almost the bait there. The diffuser's down. Yas is going to be watching the diffuser, so I go in to try and grab it. That's the fight he's going to take, and Yu just comes in on the backside and gets the kill. Absolutely beautiful stuff from BDS in what could have been a tough situation. That was very winnable for Yas there, make no mistake. Both of them on low health. If he hits that first shot onto Shaiko and has that second to react, then who knows, maybe it goes differently. But the fact is, BDS played it well. Good stuff from them. 6-3, map point.
It's a shame because PSG Talon really have played this game well.
The last few rounds, really impressive.
Looking even at the numbers, like they've got more entries than BDS. They've come out on the top in the early round. They've got 3 multi-kills so far. Misa, Ryder, and Yas all taking 1 each. They've put on a bit of a show, and the scoreline, I think, honestly, doesn't reflect how well they've played. And maybe that's because we're looking at them as underdogs and really highlighting all the small things they're doing particularly well. And obviously, there's a lot of things that have gone wrong during that time as well. Well, 7-3, if it ends this way, won't really feel like it reflects actually how well PSG have battled through this game.
I think, yeah, if this ended, you know, a 7-4, 7-5, or even a bit of overtime, I'd say, yeah, you know, they'd probably earned that. But ultimately, like you said, we've got to come back to reality a little bit as well. And you feel like this was probably PSG's big opportunity. Once you get into that second and third map, Clubhouse and Chalet, you better believe the difficulty's going up again as well.
Yeah, Chalet especially, I think, is going to be the hard one. As I mentioned, BDS are 6-1 in recent history on that map. It is not going to be happy fun time trying to deal with it. The Clash up here on Highway, at least, is spotting out what's going on onto this wall, which was a bit of fear, I think, in the other side of BDS. Often you'll see players when trying to open up this mass wall are constantly spinning around and checking that no one's pushing on towards that highway and threatening you from those windows. It does seem the Clash there suggests information is being fed back and forth. That's why they've now had to push and open up that top side window to push Misa back.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Misa trying to hide from the drones, and obviously, I think, you know, managed to do that because there's no real answer to the Clash on the side of BDS. They've got the impact EMPs for Leak Effect. That could help them. They've got a couple of nades on Shaiko, which could help them, but they've not really been brought along specifically for that purpose in order to be able to deal with that Clash. So we'll just see exactly how they manage that situation as the round continues. Leak Effect just taking out that bit of utility. Valkyrie camera will be gone. Just trying to work underneath, but a minute 30 here has gone, Des, and I'm looking and thinking, what have BDS got? What control have they got? What pressure have they applied? And at the moment, it's not a lot.
Not yet. But it can suddenly explode. They've done a lot of the focus work early on, like getting the wall opened up and then rotating all the players over to go and focus a different part of the map. So they're kind of working through the little checklist of things they need to get done before they can actually get set up for the execute. I would expect to see someone coming in for the backstab on that mass wall a little bit later on. But for now, by the looks of it, the big focus is instead here for Shaiko and getting him in through this display window. And Bella's ready to support. Nothing as of yet. The first track coming through, sorry, second track of the round coming through here. Warden being picked out because he's the one that can threaten this Ying. If they know where it is, they can play around that.
Little bit dangerous, though, because, of course, it does force Shaiko onto that Vendetta while the track is active. He's very good with it, don't get me wrong, but it does potentially put him in a situation where fighting multiple enemies could be difficult. Misa manages to pick up the entry, Leak Effect taken down, so that's the door could be gone, and any impact EMPs that were remaining to deal with that Clash go with him. Ryder manages to find users. They're cutting them down one by one. Got it. Managing to find the kill onto Solotov, and I feel like BDS are suffering the same problem that PSG had on the attack, and that is they're being a little bit too slow, a little bit too tentative, and they're not being able to find that gap in order to exploit, to find the room, and they're now 1v5 all to Breed. Tries to style it out with the spin on the Clash, but can't quite make it. It doesn't matter as Gotti comes in with the final kill. PSG, they keep the dream alive. It's 4-6.
If it got away with that, it would have been so funny, but the big thing about that round, it was very uncharacteristic of BDS, to be honest with you, Tim.
It was very slow, and there just wasn't much to it.
I don't mind it being slow, because slow rounds, we've seen teams play excellently playing slow. What I'm more concerned about is it was very isolated. Every player was pushing in for a 1v1, another 1v1, another 1v1. When you look back at how they played things previously, the infamous banana at LAN, we love those. When you normally look at how BDS play, they attack as a team. They'll flood in, and a lot of good teams this tournament have done this as well, where you're applying pressure from multiple angles all at once, or you're all pushing in to play for trades off each other. There was no attempted trades in that round. There was no real team play. Everyone had their own thing to do, which in itself is a fair strategy. You want to push in from 4 or 5 different angles at once, go for it. But just be aware that things like the smokes that we saw, or the yokais in this case, can impede a couple of players from being able to move, and that does force out a lot of 1v1s. So BDS there, I think, being, frankly, really outclassed by PSG. Not a line I thought I'd be saying too often today. But down we go to Lab and Lab support for what could be the last round again. It is round 11. I'm happy to say at least, I'm very proud of how PSG Talon are playing. I'm proud of how they're backing themselves. And I'm sure Fabian is very happy with how things are going, even if they aren't walking away as the winner.
The reality here is, this is competitive.
It is.
Is the reality. Can PSG take this to overtime? Yes, I believe they can. Will they? That's a different question. And we'll see how that plays out in the next couple of rounds, because you're against BDS and they can just turn around. But the point is that PSG are giving them nothing. There is nothing easy for them here. We've seen them faltering on their attack specifically. Yes, Lair is a map they don't normally play. PSG Talon have picked it for that reason. They've taken them there and they've given themselves the opportunity. And whatever the outcome here of Lair, of the entire matchup, I think PSG Talon can hold their heads high. And like you say, I think Fabian is happy with the outcome of what they've put down.
Yeah. Let's say the outcome of the map itself.
Well, look, of course they want wins. Win. Of course they want wins. But in terms of the performance, yeah, I think they can be happy.
Massively improved. That obviously it'll be quite bittersweet come the end of the day when they are knocked out and heading home, unless they can get something over the line. A reminder, by the way, they haven't strictly got to win this map. They've just got to win 2, and then the rest really comes down to other results, and then they've got a chance of still holding on. That win yesterday definitely did a lot to see them in with a chance of staying. They do need to win at least 2 here against BDS.
Yeah, they need to take the majority of the points, whatever that looks like. It needs to be an overall win. And then it'll come down to the Falcons and Raza Company game, because they will jump ahead of teams. So somebody, Falcons, will need a win to then overtake PSG. And the pressure's on at that point. So let's see what happens in round 11. BDS continue trying to get this done. Frida is going to be working into Warehouse with the Blackbeard for the time being. PSG seem to be playing this as they have so far on the defense. Fairly measured, mostly inside of sight. They've got Misa up on the first floor. The thing is, they're not going to get away with what they did last time. Of course, they were able to cut users down after he'd done that vertical work. BDS aren't going to fall for that one again. They may well play in to clear him out. They may well play to just leave him up there in the cold. We'll see which way BDS go, but you can guarantee they shouldn't be getting hit on the flank by him.
Didn't know. As he tucks in. Has to know that Shaiko's close. This is such a common point of contestation down on the basement. You see Shields normally pushing in this angle. You see C4 singing up over the top. Now he's got to know. He's in the drone run past you 2 or 3 times. There is a player here. Someone is pushing after you, and he still can't get rid of the drone. But the longer that Gotti can keep him at bay here, it's not a bad thing. We're already down to about 1 minute and 15, Tim. And BDS again could be at risk here of being a little bit too spread out. Shaiko is very commonly the solo backstab player. It's what he likes doing. That's his playstyle. And that is completely fine. The rest of the team, as you can see, are all grouped out towards that east side, but they don't have the vertical. I just saw a red outline to them. I'm pretty sure above them. They've got to be really careful here.
Yeah, BDS right now have got their line set up. You can see Breeder, User, Solotov, Leakafat. They're all looking to move in from that side. And like you say, Shaiko goes on the backstab. It may well be if he gets the kill onto Gotti, that's like the go sign. He goes in, gets that kill, and then is able to take a lot of focus whilst the team move in from the other side. Gotti needs to stand tall here. He's got an idea of where Shaiko's going to come from. The nade comes in, downs him. Well played from Shaiko. And that now maybe sets for the rest of the team to go. But Gotti's going to survive as well. What a rescue from Yas.
Not over yet, though, and there's that vertical coming into play, Tim. We spoke about it being ignored. They've got in and got the kills they need. Leakafat's good for 3. Yas and Mita to hold on now. The 2 top gunners on this team to keep BDS at bay.
Yeah, BDS may well have the space now to start putting that diffuser down as well. Breeder has it in hand, just needs to pick his spot. But how about that? Yes, drops in and drops the diffuser. 3 seconds, Leakafat's got it in hand. He's going to have to throw it down, but no, he runs out of time. BDS lose another attack, and PSG Talon, they keep the dream alive, Des.
Oh, I could kiss Yas for that. Playing the trade-off, got it. I don't want to say he's so much baiting his teammate there, but he's used the fact that he's down, knowing that Shaiko wants to come in and confirm the kill to guarantee a trade. And Shaiko's like a bloodhound, Tim. He knows he's down. He wants to finish and doesn't really fully consider that he might be getting baited. This is exactly what the intended counter was for Deimos, is you go for the trap player and you don't know where anyone else is, they can punish you. That's where things like Dokkaebi come in alongside the Deimos and really help you in those situations. But BDS, they aren't playing the Dokkaebi as much as they normally do, and they're crumbling at points here. A Leakafat 3K, not enough to see them through. We're 1 round off overtime, Tim, and my God, do I want to see PSG Talon get us there. Woo!
Yeah, it's always the risk for a Deimos player. It's tunnel vision. You've got that intel, you've got that information on one player, and that's the beauty of the operator. You become solely focused on that point in front of you, and sometimes you will be punished for that. And that is exactly what has happened there to Shaiko, PSG Talon. And I'm sure their fans are seeing the belief needle wavering there, heading towards 4. Maybe, just maybe, they're able to keep this one going.
The one thing worth remembering, if we do get to overtime, it was PSG Talon's map pick. They choose the starting side. And I can almost guarantee you they will not have picked attack. They will have chose to go on defense. Both teams did pick attack going into Chalet, but on this map, it's going to be defense. And we've seen both teams, if PSG Talon get this done, take 5-1 halves. Every chance they can get this done.
BDS, kind of, I'm not going to say it's now or never. You know, I'm more than capable of winning in overtime, but the reality is they don't want to see themselves get there. I think they all, you know, they don't really need their mental testing in this game like that. You know, with being pushed and pushed and pushed, and especially, you know, from the position that they were in. I don't think they're going to mind too much, like I say, given that Lair is a map that they just don't normally play. It's not going to affect them too much, but they will certainly want to get it done. The drones are raining in across that top floor. Mute has been targeted, as we see. So Misa, they're going to be aware of his position for the time being, but I think he's got a mute jammer with him that he's just stepped into, so that track is wasted.
Down to the last 2. BDS have looked a little bit slow at points throughout this half, Tim.
They have.
Every chance that PSG can hold, as long as they don't lose players in silly ways in the early round, then I think they'll be okay. That's where they've really been bitten off, I think, throughout this game. And again, I'll remind you that on entries overall, PSG Talon still stand in the positive compared to BDS. They've had good early rounds quite consistent. They've lost players sometimes in less than ideal circumstances, and Gotti might yet be victim of this round. Hooked in, being pushed potentially from both sides. Interestingly to remember, this is exactly how the first round started. It was a push onto this exact position, and things moved on from there. Not going to be able to get rid of the smoke just yet, but down to almost now the last 60. Yas wasn't far off going down here. Still alive and standing for now. All 10 players up with 60 seconds to play.
Smart play from Gotti there to just waste more time.
He saw the bullets on the right. He knows there's 2 players.
He knows that he's going to be pushed. He's going to be pinched. He's just doing everything he can to hold on for
3
as long as possible. Get another one out there. He's just going to firm the nade. He's burning beautiful time here, Des. He maybe doesn't get a life, but they're down to 45 seconds. That's it. Flip to the shotgun. Take the tight angle. Gotti might just come away with something here. He's going to be bullied by the Blackbeard, but they're taking so much time to do this. Breedy is relocating. Gotti goes for it. He gets 1. Can he get 2? No. Users manages to find the kill. He will pick up the down Shaiko, but that's it. 2.5 minutes wasted by the smoke.
Ryder's up above them as well. They've managed to drop down in time, but if he starts his move and isn't caught out, they're in trouble. One's gone down. Meters onto another. Tim, they're going to do it. They can't quite get the Blackbeard. It's a 3 versus 3.
Just need to hold on.
Ryder.
10 seconds left to go. He's moving back down.
Does
he know? Yes, he reacts. 3v1. It looks like they're going to hold on, Des. It's all up to users. And Des, we're going to overtime.
How on earth have they held on? Wow. 5-1 down. It looked like it was chalked. It looked like it was over. Wow.
What a match we are seeing. I genuinely, you know, all the dreams aside for the PSG fans, I genuinely expected to come in here and see BDS, you know, clear through this. Not too much of a problem. But PSG, they're giving us some real excitement on the Friday morning, Des.
I love a minute ago, Leo popped up in our contact group chat. Remind me to never tell us straight with Des and Tim in the same room. All you want to do is go and watch their game. And what a game it is to watch, look, Leo. It's 6-6.
This is PSG and BDS that are providing all of this. We just get excited about it.
And what's not to get excited about? Even we were studying here saying, like, look, there are levels here. It's 5-1. BDS push on for a couple of rounds here. The dream's over. They show the dream is never truly dead in Korea, Tim. They've pulled it back up.
Des, the belief needle. I'm just checking it.
What is
We're up to 5.
What's got to happen to get it a bit higher than that, Tim? Maybe another map
They get
to go
this map
way?
and get a good start on Clubhouse. We might be at a 6 or a 7. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I just had a heart rate warning from a watch as well.
brilliant. All jokes aside,
Ryder.
This is what we get up for as Siege fans. This is the beauty. We don't want to see anybody lose. We don't mind who wins. We just want a close game. We've got some overtime, and we'll see which team are able to dominate. Look at this! The confidence is up. Ryder steps out, takes down Breedy, and that's the sense.
That's the key
That's
one.
the focus of the attack for BDS.
No. I tell you what, every kill feels like it's about to decide SI itself.
It's only map one.
That's what it's all about. Okay. Let's settle. Right, what's actually going on, Tim? What's going on? Let's take a look. Diffuser is down outside. It was a good little play. They got rid of the sense, one of the key execute gadgets in this round. Otherwise, it's the same story as last time. Dig in. BDS really saw the clock running down towards 0 last time they were attacking this site. If you remember, it was the crazy, silly little 1v1s they were taking. They were very split up and spread out. That's only going to be worse now because you bring the Sens along to help isolate off some sight lines, make it easier to push in. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, boys, without a Ying on side, without a Sens on side, that's now really hard once again, and they still haven't got the diffuser back yet. Right. Casters are biased, it's clear. We're EU casters, man! Come on now! We just love a good story.
Look, it's just a good story for the day. That is the reality
is always
of it.
such a crack. I love it.
Oh, dear me. I think you're quite welcome to watch your back. We've heaped praise on BDS at times as well. But right now, PSG, they're the ones that are providing the excitement. BDS struggling to get this over the line. Like I say, a strong reminder that we're in a position whereby they're playing a map that is always banned by them. It's perma-ban. 18 bans to 1 pick in recent history. So BDS may not have been coming in here expecting to get everything they want. It's going to get more difficult as we go on. But
he's snuck in.
He has snuck in. This could be
he's
big
missed.
moment, but Gotti manages to find the kill, takes down Solitov. BDS are on the back foot as Shaiko taken out as well. It's 1v5.
Gotti?
Surely not a flawless round.
4K?
Gotti goes huge.
Forget that name. He's Gotti now. Look at him go, Tim. He's got a 4K in one of the most crucial rounds required. Fabio's loving it as much as we are. Understandably. He's behind the team and he's saying to him just one more round. And BDS, they look a bit rocked, Tim.
Oh dear. They really look.
BDS are their own worst enemy when it comes to situations like these. The mental can really pull them down.
The reality of the situation facing them at the minute is that BDS were 5-1 up against PSG Talon. They will have expected to go on and win that. That is the reality. They are now 7-6 down. They are 1 round away, not from losing the whole thing, from losing Leia. And, you know, yes, there's a lot of excitement there. Nobody expected PSG Talon to take a map. It looks like they might.
Wow.
But, like I said, there is a mountain still to climb for PSG. They've got to go to Chalet. They've got to, you know, it's not going to be easy for them. That much is absolutely certain. Chalet and Nighthaven. I think I'd got Clubhouse in my head earlier. Is it?
No, Clubhouse got banned, yeah.
Clubhouse got banned. So Chalet and Nighthaven, you know, neither of those would I want to play BDS on. That much is a fact. So things get a lot harder from here, but they're having their moment on Leia.
I didn't fancy playing them on Leia, knowing it's one of their perma bans that they've chose to bring out on the last day. Probably thinking, honestly, BDS underestimating PSG a bit and thinking, you know what? We can afford to show. We're going to ban it the rest of the tournament. We'll play them there, sure. Yeah. But now you're giving them that little bit of hope, that little bit of belief that one more map after this.
And it's a funny thing that happens when teams win a map.
Falcons are sweating right now. I'll tell you that much. They are sweating buckets. Because if PSG win this 1-2-0, Falcons are looking pretty short. They still have the chance, of course, to hold on. But they play against Razo Company, as we mentioned earlier, and I believe also that could also look a little bit pear-shaped if they're not too careful. Razo have got the head-to-head against PSG, so really we need Falcons to. Well, we need Falcons. PSG need Falcons to fall short. So really, all hopes then ride on Razo Company pulling off something special in their game. Gotta get to that point first, though, Tim. We'll see if we even get there. It's going to be.
BDS need to just focus on the fundamentals now. They need to Keep it default. It doesn't need to be anything special. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. We've already seen PSG be a little bit slow and lack a little bit of confidence when on the attack particularly. Perfect. BDS need to play into that. Just, you know, try and slow them down. Make life difficult for them. They've got the Legion there. They've got the Warden. They've got the Valkyrie cams. Nice. Nitro comes out. Going to do a lot of damage. Solitov picks up Ryder elsewhere. This is good from BDS. This is all they needed to do. Just meet them at the edges of the building. Slow them down. Don't allow them in. Focus on the fundamentals. BDS looking good. 5 versus 4.
The Ying being gone is a real stinger there. Yes, there's uses on the other side, but as we saw BDS making good use of it, you can find out where that Warden is. You can ignore where he is and chuck the Candelas elsewhere. Also got things like that Dota be on side still. Now Soldiers down to low HP. Less so of a reliance on the Blackbeard. They've still got 3 more C4s to play behind here, BDS as well, Tim. They've got the tools to hold on, which means, well, I'll let you say the line in a minute if we get there, Tim, but it feels like there's only one way that we're headed. Yeah,
it certainly does. Like you say, Soldier low health, just struggling to find anything to go on. Users manages to pick him up. 5 versus 3. BDS seem to have rallied Dez. They seem like they're going to be holding on to this one without too much of a problem. Leakerfact finds his shots onto Yas. 5v2. It's up to Misa and Gotti. Misa manages to pick up Shaiko. It's a glimmer of hope in what seems like a lost round at the minute. The Valkyrie takes the drop. Solitov back onto site to try and shore things up. Misa keeps going, but Leakerfact, he takes down Gotti. Misa, he's going to have to get an ace if he wants to close this out. BDS are holding from above as well. He's taking damage. They know where he is. And Dez, we're going all the way to 15.
Ooh, I just really hope for PSG here, Tim, they haven't lost a bit of that steam now that they've been on that side and lost a round, because you say it all the time, winning is a habit. And look how many rounds they won in a row. What, 4 or 5 rounds in a row? Of what, 7 of, I think 6 of 7 they won. It was absolutely ludicrous to get us to this point. And BDS hopefully slightly buoyed and reminded they can do this. We're going down to the basement to see how things close out, Tim. There's been a big common trend across this site where vertical control has not been taken by the attackers. Did BDS choose to change that up now, or do we go for more of the same?
I like to see from the side of BDS that they seem to have remained pretty calm throughout. There's not been... The energy's dropped a little bit maybe from what we saw at the beginning of the game. You'd expect that. You found yourself in a really tough layer game against PSG Tower. But they... They still seem pretty level about it. They've got themselves back to 7-7. That was a good round. It was exactly what they needed to do. PSG Talon were nowhere near, really. So it's up to BDS now to try and get this cleared out. Now, every time they've gone in once with users above and tried to use the verticals. I'll criticise both teams for this. On the basement attack, we haven't really seen a lot of use of those verticals. Users is on the ram again this time. They just need to make sure that they have thoroughly cleared the map out. That was the fault of BDS last time. Gotti was able to slip the net, go in and get the kill onto users and take the verticals that he created. It was well played by PSG Talon, but he's up there on his own. Oh, Misa's joined him, actually. There is 2 of them, but it's a real opportunity for BDS to just go in numbers with a bunch of them. They've got the Deimos, get the tracks going out, get across that mid floor, get it cleared out, and work your verticals. You should be 5 or 4 versus 3, and then you can start pressuring onto site as well.
Weren't miles off catching Misa on that pullback from Rocket Door there. But keeps himself alive for now. Just again reminding BDS, you can get tripped up in the early round the same way that Shaiko has caught them out a couple of times throughout this game. Just encourages them to slow things down and double check everything on their drones, which really, when BDS has struggled with time already, is a great idea. Drones going in upstairs. Correct idea, because Misa, as you can see, that outline in the distance is still up here. We've already seen players causing a lot of headaches for BDS on the upstairs. Whether it's retaking it, whether it's making use of it in the first place, it has not been BDS's ally.
First kill is going to be really important here. We can see the initial boogie drone just being used to create a hole in that soft wall so that users can head on inside of the area that he needs to be. They are very conscious now of potentially these players
still
up
tucked
there.
in?
He is still tucked in. Misa is the one that they need to find. They need to make sure that they are locating him and that they are ready for it. Users is getting those verticals going. He's used the boogie drone. The question is, when does Misa go? They cannot be punished again on this floor, Des.
This is the same spot. He got pushed from that door to his left last time, so Misa doesn't want to come from that same spot. It becomes a bit predictable. They'll have a flank drone on it. You just assume that preparation is going to be there. Misa could try something a little bit different here, conscious where drones may be. Not around just yet. My question really towards Juice is he aware? He is back on the drones here, and you've also got Shaiko joining him up.
Coming in.
Who's going to find who first?
That's the big one. Shaiko's coming in with him. Misa gets picked up on a drone more than likely. Even if they weren't actively on it, they'll have known that it's been taken out. He's still trying to hold on to above. Shaiko needs to be getting the track on. They're going to have an idea that it's the Legion that's up there at this point, I would expect.
The key difference is Shaiko's not pushing those back stairs, so Gotti for now at least is relatively ineffective. They found one though. Leakefak has fallen down. The ace offline, not the biggest loss in the world. But Tim, they haven't cleared these verticals. They're trying to push inside of sight, and they've got the second kill. Ride is good for 2 in the round. 3 more kills, and they take the map.
It certainly looks like it could go that way right now. Shaiko, Breeder, Users, they have got a job to do to rescue Lair. Users finds one, Shaiko another. This is the danger of BDS that you always face. They are always capable of turning it around.
Plant's going down.
Time is back to 10 seconds. Shaiko hits the shot. Soldier, he goes down, but Shaiko does as well. 2v2, Diffuser down, and BDS, they show their quality in the final moments. It's all up to Gotti. He has had big plays so far, but he's going to need the biggest of all right now, Des. 1v3, goes to a 1v2. He knows that he's against the clock. BDS, they surely hold on, but no.
He's got to go upstairs.
He finds the kill, 1v1. The clock is ticking, and it's his biggest enemy right now, Des.
Jesus is just going to run away is the problem here. I don't think he's going to have the time. Timmy's run out as well. That is such heartbreak for PSG Talon. They were so close to getting it done, but ultimately, the clock works against them. They won't be able to hold on. Users will pull him off, and BDS will take it in round 15. But my God, of PSG Talon made themselves proud.
BDS just showing their quality at the end there. 3 versus 5. Users and Shaiko went huge for the team when it was needed, and that is a great turnaround from BDS. They were run the distance by PSG Talon. Mentally, I'm sure that could have been a tough game, but they've shown the resilience that you need as a team looking to win a tournament, and they've got themselves a big first map win.
Maybe they can do it on Chalet, Tim. I don't know. They need a break to figure this one out, and so will we. Back with you in just a few.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns to, answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Handy. Nade. Oh, shuts down his brother! Into red prime we go. Where's the response? The double through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Des.
It is, and look at the cover. J9 is in the back room. It's killed 4!
This is it. You look at both sides and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up, get slippy, finds himself a second, Des, make it a third. It's a 3-kill.
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Fire was the best console that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target.
This can be made successfully. Information from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun.
And he swings on to Dodes. Vintage Breeding showing up, running out of time.
Round in the corner, bees. Information. Shaiko pushing for it. Nafe is there.
This team has talent, experience, style, and a fish.
Reaps in the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. Reaps, what a swing and a quad. Disgusting quad. And rhymes with Buck. They will get the plant down. Leader again taking another 1v1. He knows the plant is close and he gets the headshot kill.
But he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind. Time, right? He's got to push forward. Reaps might be able to hop up before he gets there. Force sprinting up. He doesn't know. The 1v2.
Deep breath, Tim. I'm still on the come down
I
from
can't.
that last
I'm
map.
still shaking. What a map we've just had.
Absolutely manic. If you've just tuned in to hear what all the fuss was about, well, you've missed something truly spectacular. BDS were up 5-1, and we thought, looks like it's done. We were all resigned to a case of PSG telling it was just a dream. They pulled it back to overtime. It went to 7-7. They thought for a second they really had it nailed down, but BDS showed that touch of class in the clutch moments to make sure things were going their way. We now go into their map pick, Chalet, that they've got a 6-1 record on, Tim. It feels once again the PSG Talons backs really are up against the wall. Do you dare to dream?
There's not many times.
Where's the belief meter now?
It's dropped to about we're wobbling between a 2 and a 3 at the minute. I think in reality, well, it's not going to get easy on Chalet for PSG. BDS. More commonly found playing on Chalet, I will say that. So going to be a tough one. But look, it's really difficult because you're really torn. It's like as an EU caster, we want to see BDS do well. We want to see them get into the final. We want to see them go a long way at this tournament. Shaiko, the story with SAI, just everything. But at the same time, as a dreamer, you just want to see PSG Talon do it. You can't help but love them. You know, they just came out and put up such a good performance. Look at the numbers across that. Ryder and Gotti particularly, they had those huge moments, doing really well. Fantastic stuff. And look across at the stats on the side of
4
BDS.
players in double digits
they are
overall.
matching them. They were matching them. Great game. Great game.
It's great for things to be as tight as they were. And again, I'll shout it out again. The entry was really strong for PSG on that last map. Got to do it all over again, though, going in towards Chalet Tim. They start out on the attacking side here as well. It's worth stressing. Both sides picking attack. If you do get to overtime again, BDS, they picked to start on attack when we get down to that point. And then when we get through to labs, well, we'll have a good chat about that when that one rolls around. Because, Tim, this could be over and done with in 2, as we said. BDS narrowly winning that first map. The second map, it's their home turf. For PSG, I do feel like it could be a stretch too far to get a win here, but never say never. I did see, by the way, a bunch of the BDS players, because when we go outside of our little casting area, they all walk down the corridor to go to the bathroom and stuff and to have a chat and whatever else, rather than staying around the player booths. They were like fervently ripping through pages of Chalet strats to make sure everything was ready, because they know there's a serious game on their hands here. It's not going to be easy. And a reminder again, they want all 4 points to finish top of their group, because you get a bye through that first round of the upper bracket. It's a big prize to get. You get to avoid the potential chance of being locked down to lower early on. Certainly can't complain. You'd rather have that extra spare life available to you later in the tournament.
Julio just trying to work his magic there as assistant coach for BDS as well, just coming on in, trying to offer some words of wisdom maybe to Liekefak about getting this one locked out. But as you say, you know, very clear, I think, a very different energy on both sides of the curtain there. You've got PSG who are just kind of, they've not got the first map, but they've got to be happy with that performance, kind of just loving things. And then you've got BDS now getting laser focused. And this is kind of what I want to see from BDS. They need to make sure that they don't let it affect the energy too much. They got the map, yes, but they were stretched maybe further than they thought. And like I say about true champions, it's not about winning easy, it's about being able to win hard. And that's what BDS have just faced. They've got that map done, and it starts to tell us a little bit about their resilience as well. Yes, there may be sterner tests to come in the future, but it's about being able to dig deep when you need to and get it done.
Sort of back taking their seats, so we'll be able to get into game in just a moment. Everyone else is in lobby and ready to go. In fact, everyone's in lobby, which is always a good sign. No setup to be done. Just once we've got ourselves with our headsets in, we'll be good to book and get underway. And just a reminder, Tim, this is only our first game of the day. What a start that first map has been to get the last day of groups cooking.
I'll tell you what, it wakes you up at 10 in the morning, doesn't it?
I mean, there's been so many events that we've come into previously where you get to the last day and it's a bit like, well, the group's already settled. We know who's going through. We know who's not. These games aren't really worth anything, but to still have PSG fighting on that last day for that spot. And Falcons, as I mentioned earlier, probably sweating looking on. If PSG can get 2 maps here, they take 3 points, they jump over Falcons. Falcons then need to get something from their series. They can afford to win just 1 map, and that will be enough. And to be fair, as a company, they started out strong, facing off against easier opponents on Wager. They have sort of started to falter a bit as the group has gone by, so Falcons will be really raring for that game.
We'll be getting on into things very, very shortly. Just getting everybody into the lobby. Won't be too long at all. But yeah, like you say, you know, Falcons, I'm sure, looking on, particularly at the end of there, they're thinking, ugh. You know, the thing is, if you came into the day, Des, say you're Falcons and you're coming into the day, and you're thinking, right, we basically just need PSG to lose.
Yeah.
And you could pick any team at the tournament for them to play against, needing them to lose. Like, BDS is surely one of the teams that you would pick. You'd be like, oh, yeah, they're against BDS, it's fine. And then you'd be like, watching towards the end of there, thinking, this isn't happening, right? Right?
Right? It carries on. I won't lie to him at the start of the week when I saw the games that we were casting this week and I saw BDS PSG Talon. I think anyone would look at that and go, okay, one of the bottom 2 teams versus one of the top 2 teams. I think that outcome feels a little bit predetermined. However, it feels anything but given how that first map went. You are still all behind BDS, of course. 88% of you at home, backing the boys in blue to get this one done. And I don't blame you at all. I would expect them to go on here. After a little bit of a potential upset, they will tighten things up here on a home map. Lair again being a very experimental one for them still. And that's why I think PSG Talon got so close with it being one of their go-to favourites. I think by the looks of BDS might have just dropped out the lobby, Tim, so we may have to get them back in again. Yes, we will. Then we'll be able to get into games. So for now, enjoy the beautiful fly through a Chalet as we get ourselves ready for the game.
Yeah, we'll get there as soon as we can do. I think, I don't know if it was maybe an order thing or just
as well.
something
4-on-1 for Ryder entry last map. It was an absolute
Did really well.
demon.
Did really, really
How
well.
many entries did it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they, of all the entries in the game, they got 9 out of the possible 15. So again, really good. It's not often that you get to say, yeah, we're bringing down players like Liekefak and Shaiko on the entry. It was bruising for those 2 players. They didn't have a good time in that last map. And largely it came down to the other side. It was 1-4 on entry for Liekefak. He got bullied in the early rounds.
The big problem that they've got now is that they are playing much more of the BDS map. Chalet much higher in the map preference for BDS, generally speaking. It is somewhere that they will go and play, and I think, yes, we will see, you know, a bit more of a clinical performance coming out of BDS now.
For all that talk about, we spoke about what Fabian spoke about on the Fresh and Friends podcast about the Korean culture and the way of it is. One thing I've seen over all the years in games, like whether it's in League of Legends or here in Siege or anything else as well, whenever you get Korean players, they tend to be very, very polite and respectful towards their opponents. You've had all the players from PSG Talon just jumping in the chat and being like, have fun, enjoy, all the rest of it. Always good to see that sportsmanship when they've got so much on the line, and this game now carries so much weight. Reminder again, BDS, blue team, they're on the defense, therefore bans are flips. The BDS have banned away Blitz, same as on the last map. And PSG Talon team, they ain't feeling it anymore. They're taking that Deimos away from Shaiko. They know that it's a bit too much of a terror on that operator. It's horrible, because I think back to the day when Shaiko was an absolute demon playing on the Iana. Similar story now today with the Deimos, where you just have to take it away from him because he's so damn good with it. Also going to follow up with the Valkyrie that I wouldn't say we see all that often on the last map. We did see it in a few of those rounds. I wouldn't say it was hyper impactful, but it was present and clearly did enough damage that PSG Talon wanted off the board. In this last ban then is coming out from BDS.
Yeah, we didn't really see, you know, the sort of classic, a lot of vertical nitros or anything like that, but the black eye cameras are often much more about the intel that they're going to bring along and the information that they're giving. It's the time wasting of having to go in and try and find them, make sure you've got them cleared, be counting them, have we got all three, and so on and so forth. It can be a really tough one to have to play against. So we move on then to round one. It's going to be down to the basement we go, as BDS will kick us off on the defense.
It will. Both teams choosing to start an attack here, so PSG choosing to start an attack in regulation, BDS choosing the same if we get to overtime. Big if on that one, Tim. Again, I'll be honest, and I'll say it with touching wood. I don't think we'll find ourselves getting there. Do you think with this being a really strong map for BDS, a mediocre map for PSG versus the opposite really back on Lair, and that's still going BDS way? I do think this one could be a pretty good shutout from BDS. A very strong performance from them is expected, but never say never.
Go as far as to say, Des, that I feel like now it kind of needs to be a really good performance from BDS. It's like, mentally, you can write off that chat, full respect to the players of PSG, very, very capable. BDS can come away from Lair and say, look, you know what, maybe it shouldn't have been that close, but it's one that we don't normally play, and we can write that off if they come out with a good, strong performance on Chalet.
Oh, surely not.
Shoot back, Misa, shoot back, please.
Shots missed.
No, he got him!
Let's go. That's what I want to start a series off, Tim. Let's go!
Well, it's game on, isn't it? Misa.
Look, Solotov, what the hell are you doing? That should have been a freebie. He wasn't even shooting back for the first second.
There must have been a strong breeze coming through Mudroom there because... Solotov, like you say, missing that opportunity for the opener, taking the chance, but he's just left BDS on the back foot a little bit. But who's there to rescue them? It's going to be Shaiko on the Legion, looking for more. Misa manages to take down Leakerfact. Shaiko, not, I won't say low health, but half health. 3-day half health as well, but it's the same story on the other side. Misa got him, but Misa's going big. It's a 3K. Shaiko taken down. 3 versus 2 early, within a minute of the first round kicking off.
Think about where things could be if Solotov had hit that shot onto Misa as he rounded the corner, completely unaware that there'd be someone at that window. Sure, Shaiko might have almost rescued that round back as well with a good couple of kills from that lobby stairs window. But somehow, Misa has wrenched it back their way, and they've got a 3 versus 2. I'm glad here, Tim, because what I said about them last map, if you remember, attacking into the basement, they hit too soon before the Dokkaebi call was online. They're waiting here for that 130 mark, at the very least, for it to be back on. There's 2 players alive here. You'll get that call off. Fair chance one might be sat on a mute jammer, admittedly. However, when all 3 of you are lined up and ready to hit, you make that call, you're in a good spot to win this.
Yeah, it's absolutely not a problem that they're just taking the time here, just going to start working those verticals. BDS conscious of the hatch there to connector. They don't want to be losing too much vertical superiority here. Ryder just positioned, waiting, ready. He's got that diffuser in hand.
They can do
Being
this.
on main stairs, I think he's probably going to look to get behind the metal shelves for a plant potentially. He just needs his teammates to be able to hold BDS back. Out goes the EMP, and he's going to start moving soon.
Love that as well, disabling any jammers that might be inside of blue here before the call comes on through, but Mies has been caught out. Tim, all they've got to do is cover Connector here while this plant goes down, and sure enough, there's a bit of cover here. One coming in from blue, but if the Connector one comes on through, they're in trouble. Double C4 toss. Oh, you are not getting away with that one. Gotti has already pulled off a magical play once, but he won't get the chance again. Shut down by Brede, and well played by the last two surviving members of BDS to close out round one.
Yeah, that was really tough. I think Misa maybe takes a swing into blue a little bit too soon there. Doesn't maybe quite need to. And for me, Thatcher's not the one to be planting there. You got to recognise that this C4's left on the side of BDS, so they don't have to swing you in that position. For me, you need somebody else planting there so that the Thatcher can be dumping EMPs in there to prevent those nitros being detonated.
Problem is they'd used 2 EMPs to get the main wall opened up on that third one, which I could agree with you here might have been a waste. They tossed
Keep
it
a
on
hold of
towards
it
blue.
and get it dumped in there. I get what they're doing, like you said, to take the jammers out so that the door could be called. But is the door could be called desperately helping them get on in? Because BDS, they're not gonna come away from the guns to stop the phone ringing. They don't really care at that point.
Misa's not going to hear it at that range either. Is the other piece to it. Yeah.
For me, I think keep a hold of that EMP. Recognise, and look, it's in hindsight. It's so easy to sit here and say this. I get that, but it could have been a difference maker when those. If don't get me wrong, still not easy. The timing would have had to be perfect. As those nitros come over, bang, in goes the EMP. You maybe secure the plant. Yes, it's going to take somebody away from watching cut. You know, there's all sorts of things that could happen. But it was a good effort from PSG Talon, 3 versus 2. But equally, BDS holding on, fantastic stuff. You know, just using what they had, the tools that were available to them, recognising where the plant was likely to go down and getting the job done. So 1-0 BDS. And I think what that shows us, Des, is what we were talking about coming into this. Chalet, much more of a BDS map. PSG, they may be able to do everything right and still lose rounds.
Exactly that. It comes down to it sometimes. We've seen many a team have that situation where it feels like you should be winning. We had that 1 versus 5 the other day, and 5v1s in those situations, Tim, you should never be losing. It shouldn't be a thing. You always play for the trades. But these things do have a habit of creeping up on you, and before you know it, you're in a 1 versus 1, losing out a round. It is horrific to then have to deal with. So things can happen. Just unfortunately, it's happening to PSG a bit more often than I'm sure they would like. BDS for now, keeping themselves pretty static. Haven't had to do much moving around because they're waiting for the attack to come in from PSG. They've got this library and office side control, office balcony side control, sorry, but now need to find their way into this top floor. Still got a lot of time to play with, mind you, and I imagine Soldier's going to be at the front of this attack on that Blackbeard, as he has been so many times throughout Lair. Let's get that top floor control first. Got to start pushing through and getting players forced backwards, and then they can worry about the site itself. Still a lot to do.
Switched on, continue. Ooh, going to get caught out by the mute jammer. Kind of one of the only direct counters, really, to the mute drone beyond shooting it.
Oh,
Took
timing.
too long to locate that electroclaw, and that is going to leave that wall almost certainly up and electrified. And it's going to be difficult for them to deal with that one. They're aware of the swing on the office balcony, potentially. They're going to stray into that Gashmot mine, but will not be swung on the back of it. Ryder manages to find Solotov, who's having a torrid start to Chalet so far. 2 entry deaths in a row. BDS once again trying to hold on. Ryder with a second, takes down users. Misa onto Shaiko. They're starting to roll through the top floor.
What?
This could be flawless. They've taken a lot of damage. Ryder is down, but Brede, he's got so much work to do here. PSG need to think about the opportunity to get in and put this diffuser down.
Oh, so heartbreaking for Brede. Both players lining up, and I think a bit of target blindness for a second as both come into his view. Already questioning his own eyes. Was that 2 players? Yeah, it was. Managing to find neither. Great round for Talon. I thought for a second they were getting a bit stalled out because the player on half wall really holding down well, dealing with drones, keeping the wall closed up. It was the Ella at close range too. Anyone who pushed in was going to be under a lot of threat from those gadgets. They managed to make it work, and BDS just get absolutely bowled over once the shots start flying. One apiece.
I think the reality is here as well that, you know, PSG are winning these rounds. They are coming in and they are making life super difficult for BDS. And, you know, we've spoken, you know, Fabian said it, he sees great play from them in scrims in, you know, other games, and we're starting to see it. They're starting to deliver it in the officials now, in the server, and this is great stuff. This is just so entertaining to see, you know, such a close matchup between these two at this point. Like I say, I still expect BDS to come out on top of the defence of Charlie. We will see over the next couple of rounds. This one's not going to be easy. Attacking onto Bar and Gaming. PSG Talon, last time they were able to focus pretty much directly onto site and massage those positions and able to find the kills from them. This time, they're going to have to move across top floor. They're going to have to take that very difficult library and mezzanine area away from BDS. They're going to dig their heels in and make that as difficult as possible.
A few British viewers may well resonate with this one, but if we love nothing more than a team with a British player on its team, it's an underdog. And that's exactly what PSG find themselves as. It's already been pretty close to keeping things neck and neck here. It has only been the 2 rounds. We'll see how things carry on to build up. Yash running around here on the Brava as he was back on Lair. Someone actually asked us yesterday, I think Shaiko was flawless at like 13-0, and then they put him on Brava in round 7. It was like, oh, it's because you want to give him a flawless map? I don't really think so. More because actually Bravo, with a pretty decent gun, can do a lot for the team. And once you've done your work on hacking away a bunch of gadgets, you're then free to go and be a fragger. And you can bring quite a bit of utility that helps with executes, things like the smokes being brought along, that just really helps set the team up. So you will see a lot of players like Shaiko, like Yas playing it, and sure enough, there is that Brava stepping up to the plate and bringing down Shaiko.
Yep, that's going to be the Legion off the board. So Guman utility lost as well, of course, developing over time. So the earlier into the round that Legion dies, the greater the loss. And that is potentially going to be a problem. Solotov is still up on that mezzanine, just playing a little bit of a cheeky position here inside of the double window. Will be spotted out by multiple drones. Something else that is going well for PSG Talon at the minute. 7, now 6 drones remaining. BDS have had a little bit of a spell of getting rid of some, but with Leakyvac on the Solis, they're managing to keep a lot of drones on the board here at PSG Talon.
Probably very conscious of the fact that there's mute jammers and a Solis dancing around that you've got to deal with. And let's not forget, they've got those... You've got the Brava drones, you've got the Twitch drones. It's a lot they can bring along here. They know where the player is, and Ryder very narrowly missed a chance to kill this player early on, actually. Maybe ruining it a bit now. There's an extra 30 seconds have gone by. The player's still dug in. They're still having to commit drones to keep an eye on him at the same time. A little bit stalled out here, it feels, PSG Talon.
Yeah, the big problem is that they still don't have top floor. That's going to help, though. And Yas doubles down, managing to find Solotov. It's 5 versus 2, and BDS have crumbled in the round. They're going to have to hold on from sight now. 3-day users cut down on the door. Man. Surely not. Back-to-back flawless rounds. That's what BDS are facing, Breedy. He has his say, but Yas is there for the trade. Takes him down, and PSG lead 2-1 on Chalet.
Yes, Queen, 4K, man's looking good. Across the 2 maps, you've seen it quite a lot from a few players. You like that one, didn't you? Ryder is going to be a player.
Everything that I'm seeing, it's just...
it's mental. And hearing. It's brilliant.
Ryder, so
I was talking about Ryder a little bit from the previous map and the unbelievable entry that he's had so far. It's carrying on here. Again, Fabian was speaking about Misa being a really good gunner, best on the team when he's on his day. Yas is stepping up to the plate, you're seeing Ryder have a great game. Like, it's just looking good. We've even seen Gotti getting involved in Soldier. You'll forgive him a little bit. He's on the Blackbeard. Yeah, it's got a gun, but it's still a shield at the end of the day. It's still the first line of entry for his team that will find himself getting traded out or potentially put down early from a side swipe, whatever it might be. But the whole team is playing a part, and that is the most important thing. It's not just one player playing well, Tim. All 3 so far, and argue all 5. Having a big contribution to the outcomes of the first 3 rounds.
It just feels like PSG Talon are starting to believe in themselves.
So they should.
It feels like, if you think about the beginning of Lair, when they were tentative and they were slow and they weren't getting aggressive up into BDS's faces, they were giving them time to think. And BDS went 5-1. They, had a great start to Lair. But now, PSG Talon aren't playing like that at all. They're quite happy to go into these gunfights, and look at that though, Solotov, he doesn't miss this time, absolutely slams Ryder with the Boss G headshot, beautiful stuff.
We saw G2 having a little bit of fun with that Boss G a couple of days ago after, it was yesterday when they felt themselves, it's a bit easy. Let's run on with the Boss G. Solotov, I think, still taking this very seriously, but has now got that weapon out himself, but has found Ryder, again, the player that was heaping a lot of praise on. Misa's gone down 2 on the Dokkaebi with that single phone call coming out. This is looking rough.
I think the Vigil's a great shout from BDS because you want to create problems for PSG Talon. You want to slow them down. What was I saying?
Slippy.
What was I saying? Through the first bit of Lair where there was particular success, PSG Talon were playing slowly, they were playing tentatively. Cause situations that's going to make them play like that. Give them somebody to search for that they can't find. Make it difficult. Yes, Solotov hitting absolute beauty of a headshot is always going to help. Doesn't find his man there. Yas does take some damage, but he's just proving to be a complete nuisance for the first minute 15. And PSG Talon now are on the back foot. They've got 2.5 players essentially when we look at the HP, the damage is done, and BDS can now sit back to side. Leakafac, however, up on the second floor, hiding himself away a little bit potentially. PSG Talon, a man down, 2 men down, might actually struggle to deal with him up here.
It might. It's almost a reverse of what we spoke about back on Lair. And for PSG, they were the ones offering the threat from above that BDS couldn't really clear out. And anytime BDS tried to undo the same to PSG, well, there's always someone ratting around causing a little bit of bother. I placed there making sure the big car garage is cleared out. Indeed it is, so no worries about that. Of course, they don't strictly know that themselves. That barricade might suggest there could be someone in there, but given the side of the door the barricade's on, suggested they've barricaded that up and gone back in towards site. Now getting themselves inside a trench. Things are being opened up, but a C4 comes over. Not quite finding Gotti, but he is down to about 40 HP here, Tim. A swing onto this breach, and he's done. There we go.
Yeah, knew that there would be one play in Pillar. Users just taking the crouch as he comes around the corner. Manages to find the man with the SMG.
I think Shaiko's been teaching him, about this whole crouch, step out, swing, lean back in again. It's horrible.
It's so horrible to fight against. Soldier manages to pick up Brede 2 versus 4, 2 versus 3
did not mean to
as
get
he
that.
takes Shaiko. Shaiko is just unlucky there, gets caught in the crossfire. He's just wandering around like, yeah, I'm just checking outside. Bosh, he's dead. We've all been there. He was shooting at you and he's killed me.
Soldier's got another. They haven't got diffuser though. I mean, it's down to a 2 versus 2.
20
it's down
seconds,
the scary
it's
part.
still doable.
The time is the problem. There's also a shotgun right next to the door here as well. They've gone round for it. Can they guarantee a trade? No, they cannot.
Well played, Users.
Users putting both in the ground there as well, and BDS bringing things back up to 2 apiece.
Yeah, Users had a great round there. 3 kills, I think, at least in the round. I'm not sure if he got one of the first 2.
I'll check in a minute.
Solitov got the first. There's one missing in the middle that I can't remember the second kill. But Users, he swings out from Pillar, gets it with the SMG. He then flips to the shotgun. He's using his entire arsenal to his advantage. I'm going to get close to the door. I'm going to shorten that engagement, and I'm going to make life
If he got a
difficult
collab
for
there,
them.
that would have been horrific.
Yeah, it really would. Yeah, Shaco's so much. We've all been there where it's just like, he was
What I will
shooting at
say-
you and he hit me.
That is now the second or third time that I've seen PSG Talon being, shot at on the entry to the building. In terms of getting up against the building to start their droning phase,
Yep.
they've got to be careful of that. BDS really are trying to trip them up, and it just shows maybe that little bit of lack of preparedness. The fact that BDS do play this map a lot more, and PSG Talon frankly don't, because they are getting caught out by the situations. Yeah, back in round 1, they spun it around, and Misa managed to get the kill onto Solitov, who really should have found his man. But a little bit of caution in the early round will go a long way to not losing these crucial ops too early on.
I think, again, BDS leaning into, what I was saying there about slowing things down. Let's slow things down. They've got the electrification, they've got the Tubarão, they've got the FNATs of Fenrir, they've got the goo mines of Legion. Let's just make it difficult. We've got the mute to prevent the drones getting in. Just make it as difficult as possible for PSG Talon. Give them as many problems to solve as possible, burn the time, make them rush. It might not be successful, but it certainly looks like what they're trying at the minute. We've got on the side of the attack a Ying. Obviously the attack is going to come in behind that, but it's Ryder that I'm watching particularly on the Amaru. Doesn't have the diffuser, so it's not going to be a case of zipping and try and get a plant under the cover of the Candelas. Soldier has the diffuser in hand on the Blackbeard, but where is Ryder going to go? What's going to be the play? Is the idea to use that Gara hook, or does he just want the guns? I don't know. We'll see as the round progresses.
You do see the Amaro come out and just think, oh, this must be spicy. And very rarely is it actually. It's just like you say, for
Just
the
want
gun.
the gun and he's wandering into basement. Maybe it won't be exciting, but
Exactly. And sometimes it's a small window in front of you, you're breaking through for a little bit of a speed entrance if nothing else, but it's very rarely the idyllic fantasy we all have of just flying in through a window, killing 3 players, getting the diffuser down and getting out again.
He wants to go up the hatch directly into sight. That's why he's in basement. This could be a very explosive play. He's going to wait underneath. I don't know what the goal point is going to be. I would imagine Candela's going in there could potentially be part of it. Oh, he's dipped away. I was so excited for a minute.
We all get excited by it when you see the Amaro. You just hope it's going to be something spicy like that, but nothing quite too crazy coming out from Ryder.
Not at the
fact,
minute.
Tim is going up above.
Yep, he's going to look to assist in that top floor clearance by the look of things. Doesn't have the hard breach charges. He's got the flashes, so he can move across and potentially challenge him to piano here. He's going to need a little bit of support. Ryder manages to get one. Solitov with a nitro onto Gotti, but how quickly do BDS react to losing top floor here? Ryder's moving across. Ooh. They need to find the kill. He's going to take a lot of damage there. Solitov takes a little bit in return, but definitely winnable. The Blackbeard's chasing him down. However, Brede users find one apiece. Nice 3v2, 2v2 as the kills keep coming. The Amaru finds Brede. 55 seconds left to go, and this is still very very winnable for PSG Talon.
No C4 in back pocket for Yuzu's side of Tim, and Soldier, of course, being on this Blackbeard looking very healthy is a real threat. I like how Solotov tried to come around the corner and go for the knife onto the Blackbeard, but unfortunately, I think Soldier's played this a few too many times. Backed off himself so he didn't get caught out by the knife and got a very easy kill. So if you think Solotov looks silly doing it, that's why.
Time's going to be the big problem here, because how do they get that diffuser down? Don't forget, when a player starts planting, they effectively lose somebody on the team. So that 2v2 becomes a 2v1. BDS can time that and try to go.
Nice.
But that's why he's on the Amaru. Brings the shotgun, takes users from above, and now they might just have an opportunity to do this. They're going to chase him down. But Leakifac, he's standing tall. But no! Soldier drops the face shield and finds the kill. PSG Talon get themselves another attack.
Such a key round for PSG Talon to win. Not only are they back in the lead, but look back at Lertim, and arguably what cost them that map was losing 2v2s. It was losing 2v1s, giving too many situations over to BDS where they could come out on top. But this time round, they stick it and make it work after finding that excellent push through that top floor. BDS are behind, but Tim, I'll say the same thing I said back on Lair. There are two halves to a game of Siege. When things switch, and given this is an attacker-leaning map, BDS could start to run away with things. So although it's really great to feel excited for PSG, I'm also slightly nervous about that second half for them.
Also worth noting, at the point where they had that perfect yellow ping onto users underneath, they only had 2 drones left. PSG Talon are really maximising the utility that they've got there. They had 2 drones left, and one of them was in the right position to be able to offer that information on users' position to enable them to be able to get that. It was either that or cams had been stolen. I need to double check if they had Dokubi on the last round or not. But ultimately, just great use of intel. They did have Dokubi consistently. It may be that the cams were stolen. I think there was a bulletproof on the wall opposite users. But again, if that's the case, it's a bit of a mistake from BDS. You should know that that cam has been hacked and have dealt with it, because it's been a crucial part if that was the case. So PSG Talon, one way or another, playing the intel game and the utility game really, really well.
He didn't see that drone on West Main Door that got the yellow ping down, and I just knew then. I was like, he hasn't seen the drone, he hasn't shot it. They're absolutely dead to rights. Let's see how this last round goes. A 4-2 half would feel fantastic for PSG. Again, coming back to it, this isn't one of the maps that they normally go to. At least their success rate on it so far has not been phenomenal, is hard look at it. They play it quite a lot. They ban it away even more. 7-2 in terms of ban record over the last 6 months, and they lost it to Raza Company just a couple of days ago. Well, 3 days ago now, if you look back at it. It all feels like it melds into one after a while, Tim. But it's not been their most successful map. But at least here, they're looking like a team that are very comfortable on it, to be honest. Maybe some good prep work by the backroom staff.
Yeah, that certainly seems so. Solotov's going to be holding his position inside of game for the time being. Something that they need to be aware of course, the player underneath could be a problem for PSG Talon. They're going to be attacking across the top floor. Yas manages to find Shaco. That's another entry going in favour of PSG Talon. And once again, BDS find themselves fighting at man disadvantage. It's like they can't miss at the minute. Des Ryder swings onto Leakifac. He had the shots into his side, but Ryder was able to respond on the Lion and puts it to 5 versus 3 in favour of PSG Talon. And right now, BDS, they just feel like the spirit is a little bit broken, Des.
Ryder is having a game, man. Like, I don't know, like, his entry's the best by a clear mile. He's got the most kills in the lobby as well. He's made it a second in the round. I don't know what happened to him overnight, but he has transformed. Not that he's been always terrible throughout this tournament, for example, but I'd say at least today he's looking like a different beast. 2 against 5. We've seen these situations lost, but I don't think PSG, with a whole 60 seconds still to play and a shield on side, as well as that phone call coming out, are going to let this one slip away. One left standing, and he cannot do anything, Tim. They're coming out the walls. A flawless round for PSG. It's a 4-2 half, and what a commanding position to be in. Now that we switch over to BDS on the attack.
I think Fabian's going to be very, very happy with what he's seeing out of his team at the minute. Of course, being in the lead, but the manner in which they're doing it. Like I said, BDS just seem to be on the back foot here. They can't win half of the gunfights. You know, they're having a little bit of an advantage, but PSG just seem to be able to hit those shots a little bit faster, be a little bit more deadly. And right now, they are in I won't call it a commanding lead, but they have a reasonable lead coming into that second half. 4-2, and they move on to the defense. BDS, they need to get things going in this first round. They don't want to slip to 5-2 down.
I wonder if PSG Talon are just Leakyfat's kryptonite, because it's
I don't know.
It's very unlike him to be having such a poor performance overall. I think he's like 11 and 15 on KDs, 1 and 4 on entry. Him and Shaiko are both sub 50% on cost as well. Like, they're not having a good series. And again, I don't know if it's because it's the last day and they feel comfortable and they're not maybe underestimating PSG a bit, but they have not really been able to find their groove. Sure, Shaiko had a pretty good layer overall on the Deimos. Now it's been taken away. Have to go back to ye old faithful on the Flores, which again feels like an interesting or strange operator to put him onto. But Flores has been one of his things for the longest time. And during the Finca meta, yeah, he played quite a lot of that as well, Tim. The thing is, this guy's map pool can be absolutely crazy. Map pool. Operator pool at the best of times can be absolutely crazy. I think it was he played, I forget which event it was, but they did a whole segment on it where he played like 16 operators, unique ones, and it was
still,
like, that is crazy.
Yeah, still
and
absolutely
still
slays. Yeah, it's unreal, really. Yeah, there's nothing you can do to really target Ban Shaiko, is the reality. So, let's get into it. BDS are on the attack, working immediately to clear out those castles. Will be Leakafak on the Ash. That's just going to prevent movement around West Main, being too free for the defenders. And then it looks like a little bit of attention towards Solar. We've got the Claymores out there to prevent any runouts, so that tells us that they're going to be playing on the windows and looking to pressure from that side. Already Misa might be in a difficult spot here as Leakafak is going to open up that castle barricade. You got to be careful. Once they're on that double window, Usus will take that kill for free all day long. Nice angle through the side, picks up Misa, and that clears out Solar side.
Just a little bit of composure, I think, as well. Like, if you're playing this map a ton, that's the kind of angle that you know you can be exposed to. That double window is so oppressive. It's why teams always have someone on that rappel. With a dance around one of the drones there, but that double window, as said, could get so many angles on this top floor if you're not careful. And I think there's a little bit of a slip by Misa, not realizing he was exposed to it. And again, the lack of playing this map as much as, say, BDS means that they paid the price there and lost one they didn't really need to be losing.
Yeah, it's really tough once you've got somebody on that double window. Playing inside of this site can be an absolute nightmare. Soldier's doing well here with his positioning. He's not really overexposing himself, but he is opening up the verticals to the information that's being given to him. But BDS are looking pretty good right now. They've softened up a lot of site. They've got that opening kill. It's now just about 1 minute 10. What are we doing next? How are we going in? Where are we going in? We need to start getting a presence inside of the map now. That's the next step for BDS.
All right idea, but they've got to get, they so sorely need something onto BDS here. A bit of damage going down, but the heal coming straight back in for the Finca. Here comes the push as well. Ho-ho! And knock the shield out of the way. There's a bit of team play here. An instant swing from Soldier, and down goes Shaiko. One more on backstairs. Makes it another. It looks like PSG Talon could be on for a 5-2 lead, Tim.
Somehow PSG Talon have held off the push from the Solar side. The Blackbeard coming in aggressively on the door with the Finca boost. It wasn't enough for them. It wasn't enough for BDS to take the ground that they needed. And right now, 4 versus 2. Soldier is down. So this is still winnable for BDS. 2 versus 3 effectively right now. 24 seconds left to go. Brede does manage to take down Soldier, but Ryder in the mix there took down Leakafak. So it's all up to Brede on the Grim. 1 versus 3. 13 seconds. PSG, they know they can be hands off at this point. They don't need to move. They just hold their positions and wait for Brede to move in. There you go. I'm thinking, please, don't swing. But they do. It doesn't matter. They're there for the trade. There's a world where he gets both of them there, so they need to be careful. But BDS, I would expect attack timeout.
I think, indeed, we will. We'll see if we can listen. I know we don't have microphones. We'll try and listen in for this one and see if we can hear anything. Bit too quiet, I think, to really get anything away from that one, I'm afraid. But the key thing for me there, and what I really like from PSG Talon, I said about the early death, you know, being caught out by a very known angle, a very known part of this map. The fact that in the 4 versus 2, they double up and play these 2v1s on both players. They get a bit blindsided by the Solar player coming up Solar stairs and the Legion goes down, sure. But they had Leakafat pinned. He was getting nowhere out on that balcony, which left the other 2 players to sit and wait. But the most impressive part for me, Tim, was that little bit of team play onto the Blackbeard. PSG Talon, they play a lot of Blackbeard. Soldier, that's his go-to operator. So for him to instantly melee the Blackbeard, as soon as he comes through the door, and Gotti at long range instantly shoots at the Blackbeard, it's a beautiful bit of team play. And Soldier, of course, steps on, gets 2 more kills, and that basically wins the round for PSG Talon. A good little bit of team play, and those are the moments that will win you this game when you're playing as a team, not as an individual.
I feel like PSG Talon are maybe playing the game rather than the team now as well, which is where you always want to be. You never want to load in and think, we're playing BDS, we're playing against Shy. You know, it doesn't matter. You're playing against player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4, player 5. You're playing the game, not the team. You go in there with your prep, you know what to expect, you do the job, and you do it to the best of your ability. And right now, it seems like PSG Talon are just in that sort of state of mind. Ryder's having an absolute life game at the minute. He's really going off. Soldier doing an unreal job as well. They're all having their moments across layer, here on Chalet, and you know, the performance that they're giving us is impressive, and it's beaten BDS down. You can see that, you know, BDS are a little bit rattled here.
It says a lot when Shoiko and Likafak are the 2 worst rated players in the lobby right now.
Ryder's 25 and 14.
It's more as a team, they're +6 on entry overall. They are battering BDS in the entry. And it's not common you get to do that against BDS. They're a very strong entry team, pushing up towards 60% alongside a few other teams here at the tournament. But they are being bullied by PSG Talon here on Chalet. And we came into this map, Tim, saying surely PSG Talon can't do this.
Likafak's got in really quickly here. I like this. He's on the Maverick at the rear side.
He can't kill anyone, Tim. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
He's
got 11 kills.
He's holding an angle here, and he might just catch somebody out as they're rotating around site, because at this point, you wouldn't expect necessarily for it to be monitored like that. So PSG Talon, if they keep it tight inside of site, then they should be okay. But this is quick progress from BDS. Straight in, opening wine wall. There is a presence up above them, though, so they need to be aware of that dining hatch. They're just going to get caught out with the tuber open now, but the Zoto canister will wear off and wine wall will be open. So good quick progress from BDS. The question is, will Soldier hurt them on the hatch?
The blessing more than anything is it gives time, this tuber out, for PSG Talon to reallocate resource, move players around. There's one player playing on the hatch, but there's also a second sat above him waiting for BDS to come and try and take this. So by all means, come and get it. They'll just retake it straight back off you.
Just looking, it's Shaiko currently still on the outside.
Ryder
Solotov
again,
is going to be taken down. Ryder will not be moved. He will. He's going to be... Sorry, Ryder. He's going to be taken... He's going to be taken out from Pillar there. Use us with a good kill. That is exactly what BDS needed. It gives them a little bit of space. It starts them moving, but Soldier is the problem. Shaiko is still outside of the map. He's the one that's upstairs, and he needs to be going in and clearing out dining, really, because while Soldier is there, it's a problem, but Yas is up on the second floor. He's up above. He's holding things for him. This is going to be really tough for BDS to get in there and get a plant down potentially if they want to do so from Wine Wall. They need to be finding these kills.
It's all been very slow for the last, I'd say 75 seconds or so, but we're in and the plant is going down. Will they be able to get the vertical in time? I don't think they can stop it. Oh my God! Gotti is back up again. A 2K. It was a 4K on the last map that did all the work. Here it's a 2K with a single C4 and PSG Talon. Tim, they've taken BDS to match point. What on earth is going on?
Well,
Jesus Christ.
it was the hatch that I was concerned about for BDS. They had a plan for that, and the diffuser was going down. I didn't see the double nitro coming, I'll be honest with you.
Neither did I, no. I thought they would get away with that one and they had it tucked in because they got rid of Ryder, sat on the main pillar position, but they just managed to hold on. It's 6-2. BDS are at a 4-round deficit, Tim. They cannot afford to make any more mistakes.
Who had this on their bingo card? I don't think it will be many, if I'm honest. PSG Talon, we thought we're going to have a much tougher time of it on Chalet. We expected BDS to come out here and really sort of put them to the sword a bit. You know, really put them in the dirt and move on with their full 4 points. Claim that top spot in the group, but right now the story is all about PSG Talon. They beat BDS back in Manchester. It was a best of one. They got it done. Right now, they're showing that wasn't a one-off theirs. That wasn't luck. It wasn't chance. They are winning here on merit. Great performance from them on Chalet. They are really on top of things. Some of their players right now are just popping off. It's the sort of performances where you think, just don't take your hands off the mouse and keyboard, guys. Don't do anything to spoil whatever it is that's going on right now.
It is looking terrifying for BDS. It's crazy how the narrative has flipped so strong because, as I was saying coming into the start of it, BDS have got a 6-1 record on this map, Tim. They don't lose Chalet.
Nope.
It's their backyard. PSG Talon got a 1-2 record on it. They ban it away a hell of a lot. They do not enjoy playing this map a whole lot. Yet here they are, about to hand it to BDS.
Just as a reminder, a 2-1 win here for PSG Talon might be enough 3 points will take them above Falcons, so it leaves Falcons having to get something out of Raza Company. Right now, PSG Talon are getting nothing out of BDS. 2 kills come in, Solotov with the second, taking down Misa, and that is now a strong advantage for BDS. Are they able to lock in from here and get the round one? The Blackbeard is bullying the KE.
Nice.
Jesus takes down Gotti. This has been a much better attack from BDS. This looks clinical. Shooting Leakafak over the shoulder of users. They are fighting each other for the kills at the minute. They know that the last one is up above. It is going to be tough for Yas from here. He's got the vertical, but that's all he's got. BDS need to think about just getting that diffuser down now. You've got the space, you've got the time, you know Yas is above. Think about putting it down on the ground.
Bit of information being passed around, hoping to find a freebie, and sure enough finds Shaiko. 3 and 9 he goes. Ouch. Well, that diffuser's going down here, and there's nothing that can be done to stop it. I thought a closing kill might come through, but Leakafak, he's desperate to get some kills on the board, Tim. That's a screenshot. I'm sure the R6 Esports account is looking at that. Leakafak and Shaiko, 3, 9 and 1. That never happens. It is crazy. They are going to get the round over the line, Tim, but they've still got to find 3 more.
That's it. This is just one step in a journey here on Chalet, and it's going to be a tough journey, a tough path for BDS to walk to get themselves back into this. Solotov manages to find Yas. They just need to get those players activated. I don't blame, I totally agree. Leakafak going in there, trying to win that fight with Yas. Just, trying to light a fire under them and just try and get them firing up, get himself going, get some kills. It's all about just rebuilding that little bit of confidence here that they can get it done, that they can run it back. I'm certain BDS will believe in themselves, but with the way PSG have defended so far, you got to say, finding one round, Des, is more than possible for them.
It'll be heartbreaking for them if they let BDS all the way back into this, because they've played, there's not that round as them, but the prior two, they played it super well to get up to 6 and 2. They've given themselves all the room in the world to make this one happen, get it over the line. Believe they've still got that tack timeout to lean on if Fabian feels things are going south again. I imagine after this round, if they do lose it, that's when he'll step in and try and help them get just something over the line to send us through to Labs. I've got no idea what's going to happen on Labs, because for both teams, it's quite an unpopular map. They don't play it a whole ton. Not tons of success being shown on it either. Anything could happen.
Round 10 will be coming up. PSG Talon just need one more. Don't adjust your screens or whatever else you're watching this on. You are seeing it right. 6-3, PSG Talon lead on Chalet right now. They have, I think it's fair to say, had the command of things. They have certainly been on top. BDS already secured into that upper bracket. They're looking for the top spot, of course. They want that bye. It does mean something for them to win this game, to guarantee themselves that they move on in the best possible way to the upper bracket. But PSG Talon, they are fighting for their very lives in the tournament, and you can never count a team out when that is the situation that they face. Drone will be spotted and taken out inside of sight. Jaco losing one, but does have another. Leakafak manages to take down Gotti, and maybe this is the platform. Maybe this is the start of the BDS comeback. We've talked about the entry days, about the way that PSG Talon have commanded those early round kills, but for the last couple, BDS have been able to find them. 5 versus 4.
Yeah, it's not great when you start losing out the mute as well. That C4 being taken offline at the same time. They've been pretty good, to be fair, at making sure the entries are the one involved in these fights, like Gotti. Until now, Tim had not been involved in an entry kill or death on this map at all. He just wasn't involved in the conversation. Rightly so, it's not really his role, but it's a good start in the 5 versus 4 with loads of time still to play and tons of utility to stack behind too. Now looking again towards that Dokkaebi. I mentioned the BDS. 3 of their players have Dokkaebi in their top 3 most played operators. They love playing Dokkaebi. Also paired up here with that Capitao and of course the Blackbeard. Lots of tools to get this done.
I think, the PSG Talon fans, the big concern they might have at the minute is the confidence of their team. We've questioned that confidence at times coming in, maybe not aggressive, maybe not strong enough. They have been playing with bags full of confidence over the last half of this game at least, but can BDS dent that? Can BDS remind them who they are playing against? I said that PSG Talon had found a spot where they were playing the game rather than the team, but it won't take much necessarily for BDS to come in, slap them about in a couple of rounds and say, you're still playing with one of the top teams in the world, and if PSG Talon realise that and let it get in their heads, it might start impacting them. The last couple of rounds have been pretty straightforward for BDS.
Well, there's no timeout coming in here. I thought this was where Fabian might step in. It's a bit late when you're in the next round. You've got one more to go. Kind of surprised by the site choice as well, to be honest with you, Tim. We saw PSG Talon win in the first 2 rounds of the half in Master and Office, and then down in the basement in Wine Cellar and Snowmobile. Across those last 2 rounds, we've gone to both of the first floor sites. We've lost them both. Now we get to go up to the top floor or basement, and they choose to go up to the top floor, where they started out this half in strong fashion, even though they lost the entry in that round. I imagine we start here. If we lose here, Tim, we go down to the basement. But like I said, by then, it could be a little bit too late.
Yes, it could be. We'll see how it plays out. Last time around, BDS tried to push in through Solar here. They got numbers in there. There was 3 pushing in through Solar, including a Blackbeard onto the door. Got an important kill onto the Blackbeard that allowed Soldier to remain in position. He then stepped out into Solar and really broke the attack down. So it could have gone either way in reality. I think if BDS pick up that first kill onto Soldier last time they attacked here, then maybe it would have been slightly different. But let's see how it plays out this time. Do BDS bring in a similar attack, or do they try to work in through Library on Piano Window and go for a more default push?
Really think a lot of it gets set up by the entry, mind you. The majority of the rounds across the whole series have been defined by who gets that entry kill. Unsurprisingly, when you're in a 5 versus 4 team, you do often go on to win the round. Really
There's only 2 rounds that have gone against it.
Yep. And this is the thing, over the last 4 rounds, while BDS have found 3 of those entries, Likafak somewhat waking up as well. We touched on when both he and Shaiko were 3-9-1. Shaiko sadly is carrying on with the misfortune, but Likafak's found 3 kills for himself without dying. 2 of those, I believe, coming in that last round. So it's not, in fact, no, it was all 3 in the last round. He got a 3K in that round. The one prior to that, he found the entry. So things are looking better for him and for BDS. Still 2 more to go.
Yeah, I mean, the days of BDS being so reliant on a Shaiko go kill, I think long gone at this point. You know, Shaiko does a lot of other work for the team in terms of utility, in terms of bringing things like the Rotero drones and, you know, doing things like that. So it's certainly not going to be the be-all and end-all for him. Flash goes in. That's going to be an easy challenge for Leak. If that gets that important entry. As we said, these entries are being regularly converted. It allows him to steal the cameras as well, being on the dock a bit. BDS, they just look like they've woken up, Des. They look like they've found themselves again, and they are in the server fighting.
You're asking questions here. Why is Gotti playing out there as well? You know there's going to be a Dokkaebi on side. The Deimos might be banned, but they will still hunt you down. This is what top teams do, Tim. They'll punish you with 2 or 3 players. It only required 1, but really without wasting much time, they've got themselves into a 5 versus 4.
Yeah, it feels like BDS are they're less in their own heads at the minute. PSG Talon aren't getting away with the things that they have been getting away with. They're now being punished, and that's what BDS need to be doing. Lock in, laser focus, punish those mistakes, punish those odd placements. If you see somebody out on their own, go and pinch them, go and get the kill. And BDS right now are doing that much better. They're not losing those gunfights. Brede is going to start getting the wall open as well. Things are going to start getting difficult for Yas in this position. Nitro comes out. He just needs to wait for the right moment to let this go.
He lets it go. Now he'll find him.
He would.
There's 2.
Shaiko, if I'm not mistaken, on the Flores that's peeking that. He waits for the utility, but no, it captures the wall. The breach wasn't big enough for him to find it.
Does it surely he's dead on the pullback here? No, and he's being tagged out with where he's currently laid down, but for now stays alive, and Soldier gets one back. 4v4. BDS have got 20 seconds, Tim. The clock is not their friend.
That's it. This is going to be the big problem now. PSG Talon can kind of hold their angles and wait for the push to come. They just need to win the gunfights, but that is a big just when you're playing against a team like BDS. They need to peek around this corner. Brede in behind half wall, getting the diffuser down. Can Misa make a move? No, he can't. Leakerfact takes him down. Great cover from BDS. Great plant. Ryder, he starts the fight back. He starts the retake. 3 versus 3 as he finds the headshot onto Brede, but Yas is down, and it is all stacked against PSG Talon right now. The clock is ticking down. They managed to pick Yas up, but 3 versus 3 with about 21 seconds left. This is a big ask, and it is not looking likely. Leakerfact just one after another. That is 4. Can he get his 5th? No, he cannot. Solotov closes out the round, and BDS, they suddenly look like the team we've seen over the last couple of days, Des. They are here, and they are ready to fight for Charlie.
Attack timeout understandably coming in. We'll see if we can hear Fabian. He's quite loud at the best of times. See what he says. No, it's far too
Not
quiet.
today, Des.
Not today. I'll tell you what, Leakerfat really must have heard us, Tim, because he is
Leakerfat has activated. Like I said, him taking that fight, I know he lost the fight up on the top floor. I think it was against Yas when they were in the 4v1, but I completely understood why he was doing it. With numbers, get up there, try and win a fight, a little boost or a little confidence boost there, and get yourself back into it. Win or lose that fight, he has activated since then, and he's going wild at the minute.
3 entries in a row, 7 kills across the last 2 rounds. He has propelled himself to the top of the leaderboard for his team, and he's only now 2 kills behind Ryder, who's had a brilliant map as well. This goes to show how fast things can turn, and hopefully whatever Fabian is offering up to his team here is enough to get this over the line, because my God, they've done all the hard work. They were at 6-2. They took Lair right to the wire. It would be such a shame to open the door back to BDS here and let them in. We are going to basement as I thought we might, Tim. It all gets decided here.
And do you know what? From Leakerfat's perspective, you know, this is super important as a captain, as an IGL, to be leading your team in that way. You need somebody who can step up into the breach and say, we are going to get this done. There is a problem here, but I'm going to turn it around and I'm going to lead by example. And Leakerfat has started doing that. So great stuff from BDS over the last couple of rounds. Like I say, really showing why they might be, in the long run, a tournament winning team, or certainly in for the contention. Because it's not about winning easy, it's about winning hard. And right now, they look like they are threatening to do just that. PSG Talon were 6-2 up as they have had so many opportunities to close this out. But BDS have said nope. They've dug their heels in, they've pushed back off the wall that their back was up against, and they are fighting back. I would not be surprised to see a few more rounds of this one.
Ooh, right.
Where does the entry go? Where does the entry go, Des?
That's honestly going to be the big decider. As you mentioned earlier on, and it's still true, only 2 rounds have been lost, after a team has got the entry. So you get the entry, you've got a very good chance of coming out on top. And I've mentioned Ryder so many times, having so much success. Yas has been the same, collected a couple for himself on this map. It's all gone wrong in this half, only taking 1 of the 5 that we've had so far.
Yash just going to be holding his position up there towards Solar for the time being. We saw this last time from PSG Talon. They had 1 playing on the hatch. That's going to be Soldier again. Yash up on the top floor to try and support him through the verticals down towards Office. However, look ahead of you. There is a silhouette there. Somebody is coming in to chase Yash down. He's not going to get it all his own way this time. And Ryder is there to support, though. They've got the numbers here of PSG Talon, but they need to be cautious, because if BDS recognise that, they could choose to hit the side.
I'll tell you what, I've watched them try and kill so many drones and fail to do so, but that's big.
Shaiko trying to come over the top rope there.
That feels really uncharacteristic for Shaiko to not get that kill. He knew where the player was. He went chasing after him and has whiffed apparently every single shot. Why just take him maybe 1 bullet?
Tries to give him the big elbow drop over the top, but it's caught with a drop kick on the way down. Misa taking him out of things. And remember, PSG Talon, if they get this, we go to map 3. It is as simple as that. They have the entry only twice, Des. In all the rounds we've had in the past 11, only twice has that entry kill been overturned. Will that ring true for PSG Talon now? They have the advantage that they need. The other impact that it has is it means BDS cannot commit as heavily to clearing out those top 4 players. They may be able to keep the hatch. They may be able to keep that vertical presence, and that means that BDS need to adapt. They can't plant wine anymore.
He hasn't got the right side with that Maverick as well. It's such a risk to step
it's
across.
It's all going wrong for them.
Look, like he's made a right arse up of this, Tim. I don't know what's going on. There we go. He's finally got it. I was going to say had to go back across and get a little bit more. Has got away with it. Misa taken down now, finally. In chase through the map. Solotov having to get into the same spot, but has taken him down.
45 seconds left to go. We're in that position again, though, where those couple of small mistakes for BDS have cost them quite a lot of time, and it might well cost them the round and the map overall, because they're going to have to rush this a little bit. If anybody can do that, we know that it's BDS. They can go in, they can get those kills. It is something that they have in their wheelhouse, but they are seriously concerned about the 2 that are above that they haven't been able to deal with.
Need to get rid of that on blue as well. Great time for the Vulcan canister to pop, Tim, because this clock is basically going to be 0 by the time it expires. They're a bit stuck. They're going to have to go somewhere else to make this happen. And there's still one inside a kitchen. Down below the hatch, ready and waiting. And Leakerfat walks into the warm embrace of Yas. Plant is going down, but there's 4 alive. Can they hold on? No, they can't. PSG Talon, Tim. They're sending us to labs.
We are going all the way to map 3, Des, and PSG Talon dig deep in round 12 to take it in regulation. They've got one map off BDS. They need one more to keep their SI25 dream alive.
It'll be so heartbreaking if they get this done and then Falcons go on just to stomp their opponents later. It doesn't mean anything. But for now, they've got a dream. They've got a hope.
They can only do what they can do, Des.
That's it.
The only thing that PSG Talon can do to control their own destiny is to get this win.
What a map. It looked like BDS might fight their way back in, but PSG Talon say no at the death and give them nothing. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, map 3 awaits. You don't want to miss this one.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. To the back, to the back, to the back, to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. To the back, to the back, to the back, to the back.
You want to know a secret? In Boston, the world will learn what secret have been hiding.
Wait for this to unfold. It's all falling apart here. A 5 versus 3 goes awry.
The map because they know what's going on. They can smell what they're cooking, and Joom starts off with a real big serving of 2 kills.
He's tearing them a new one. There's one left standing, and Joom, he's had a great game so far. Another off towards the left, but they are giving him nothing. It's one man left. Vendetta's out, sees his man, can't quite find him. Joom has pulled out a 1v3.
For 4 years, Talon sat in the shadows, watching D+ and FearX go to event after event after event. Now it's time to do this properly.
PSG Talon, they're dropping all over the shop. Gotti, once again, all that's left, 10 seconds. He's got the both. Seems too easy now for him. Creeps up slowly, code it. 30 seconds left to go.
He knows as well, he gets, oh my god, he's got the close one. The last one, inside of the What on earth?
What becomes of a team that loses everything? To come as close as possible, but to let it slip through their fingers.
Clash tucked in the back corner, gonna get pressured on here maybe as well. But look at that, he's turned around and found one. He's got behind the Clash.
He knows exactly where he is. He can just pre-fire around.
Oh!
And he misses his shot. The plant is going down.
They must have another one ready. KDS though, he praised him as the highest rated player. And Handy's got to do the lot. Diffuser did not get stuck, but he's found one. Can he do it in the 1 versus 1? And Nate over the top, knows where his man is.
In stage 1, this team was given an impossible task. In 3 months, build a roster and compete with the best in the world. Want to know how that ended?
He's getting it down. Punch. Gathered through the wall. From zeros to heroes. And now to a grand final.
KDS forcing that plant down. It's up to Hottencoat looking away after Ramirez.
Same spot, 3v2, 10 seconds left. Lagona's holding diffuser, but it's Dance, Gavin, Dance! He's won all 3 rounds!
meet series. Because that's exactly where this has got to, Tim. We all came in thinking, this will be a 2-0. BDS are too good. PSG Talon, they've not run into warp in time. It's over. The dream is dead. And then they do this. Take the lair all the way to 8-7. I don't want to say win comfortably on that last map. It was a bit of a scary moment, but they were in control for the vast majority of it. And now, Tim, Labs, it's all that's left between these two teams. If PSG Talon get the win, well, they get 3 points. They jump over Falcons in their group, which then means all eyes turn to that next game. If Falcons take nothing from it, PSG Talon make it into Phase 2. Something no one would have believed could happen a couple of days ago.
Look, BDS just, they left it a little bit too late on Chalet is the reality. Yes, they turned it on. They showed why they are such a good team. They got those 3 rounds in a row and they got them convincingly. We really thought for a moment there that it was probably going to be over, that we'd go to overtime and BDS would win it out. But then PSG Talon, out of the depths, managed to dig deep, managed to get it done. And they take us to, I think it's fair to say, a very unlikely map 3 on Labs. And I don't know. This is what we come to SI for. This is what we come to SI for. This is the enjoyment of the group stages, is the unlikely stories, is the surprise runs, is the dream performances, it's the story, it's the emotion in the game. How much this means to Fabian and the rest of PSG Talon, not just the players, but as an org as well. It's really the culmination of a lot of hard work up to this point to be in a position to challenge games like this. And it means a lot. And of course, for BDS on the other side of things, they are fighting, make no mistake, to be the top team in the world. They want to be lifting those big trophies one after another. And it's these games that they're going to have to win, as well as all the others, in order to do it.
Like I mentioned that last map as well, Leak of Fact was down with Shaiko at 3 and 9. Shaiko not managing to get a kill. Leak of Fact did channel a lot of that energy, that potential that he's got, just didn't quite deliver at the very last moment when it was needed. However, he did show that there is still some fuel in the tank here, and hopefully on map 3, Tim, we see him starting to shine.
Whew. Let's get on into it very, very soon. We've got everybody in the lobby. Everybody's ready to go. The question is, honestly, what's going to happen on Labs? None of us really have too much of an idea. It's not a popular map for either of these teams. You've got, of course, the mental aspects of the game really playing big factors in here now to say, is BDS going to be affected by what's gone on by going to map 3? Can PSG keep going with the confidence they've got? Can they keep it rolling? Are they going to get rattled if they lose a couple of rounds and it's a map that they're not too keen on? What's going to happen is a huge question mark. It feels like we're back to that best of one in Manchester where anything can happen. And we all remember what happened on that day.
So many stories through Siege, which is what really make it, I think. And this is another story being rolled and created in its own right. It'll be heartbreaking to see it all come crashing down here at the last second. For BDS, let's not forget too, there's still something in this game for them. Power points are stacking up. They need this win to be able to sit comfortably in that first spot. Not a guarantee. BDS, so Dark Zero can't catch them. Raza Company still could if they have a good outcome. BDS lose this and Raza Company beat Falcons. That's probably a good day for everyone, to be fair, Tim, because BDS fall down into 2nd and 3rd place and PSG Talon will be in. Still so much to be decided in this group. And like I said, it's great to be in a group stage at SI where everything still matters on the last day.
Look, what I love about it as well is exactly that. If PSG Talon get the win here, then yeah, it comes down to Falcons. But then we get another match like this where it's then Falcons trying to get their way through. It's the excitement of group phases, and it's why I love it so much, especially when we get into day 4, day 5. It is such every game means so much. And like I say, by contrast, BDS, it's trying to get that top spot.
And we're casting CAG versus Team Secret later as well. A straight shootout.
A straight shootout.
Well, Secret have got to win 2-0.
Have a slight advantage. If they get one map, then they're okay.
Fine. Yeah. Although I'm sure Shopify Rebellion are looking at that and baying that Team Secret come out today shooting with guns up, because if CAG win that series comfortably, then Shopify Rebellion fall down to 4th. They start in a lower bracket. They don't get that extra life for SI. And this is a team that a few people have put forward and said they're likely favourites to win.
Close as well.
It has been crazy tight. I mean, their round difference. They've got a positive round difference as well.
That's it. For Shopify Rebellion, so many of their maps have been really, really close, as of their games. Those losses haven't, apart from, yesterday, they've not necessarily been like really big losses. So yeah, it could be a tough one, like you say, if they drop down to that lower bracket and then they lose that extra life. It's only going to be by fine margins.
Well, Labs, as we said, is our final map. BDS start on the attack here, PSG Talon on the defense. We've cast Labs yet here at SI, have we? I mean, Skyscraper, after this is the only map we haven't yet cast, which is always nice. We've done most inside the first week. Labs is one of my favourite maps, as is Skyscraper, to be fair, but I really enjoy casting Labs. I think it's a really good flowing map. Lots of possibilities, lots of exciting moments on it as well. Take a look back to the SI Grand Final last year. It's where everything was decided. All got turned on its head on that final map of Labs. Quite a storied map as far as SI goes. A couple of lobby issues sorted out, and then we'll get ourselves underway. A small rearranging around, and then we're good to go. And I've just heard Tim. Spoilers in case you don't want to hear the outcome, by the way, so mute the stream now, whatever else it is that you want to do. M80 have just won over on the H2. Now, that game in that group wasn't so much for fighting into, say, first place. G2 already had that spot, but it was kind of battling for contention for second or third. Because if you finish second and third, both of you get to go into the upper bracket as a start, but second place gets to pick a third place team from another group to who you face off against. If you're third, well, people are going to be picking you, and my God, does it feel bad to get picked last in PE. Wait till you're the first one to get picked here.
Well, that's going to leave Team Liquid down in that lower bracket as well. You know, and we look at that situation, and
it's crazy, isn't it?
Coming in, Liquid felt good. You know, they've had a good regional league. They really felt like they were, you know, starting to hit their stride with Maya settling in.
Actually, Unwanted can still jump over, I just realised, yeah. Unwanted can still make it over
M80.
Unwanted
can make it over M80, but that's going to put Team Liquid into fourth now and down into that lower bracket. So, you know, a team that were coming in as maybe one of those dark horse teams, you start looking at and saying, is it going to be the same old for Team Liquid?
Yeah, unfortunate for them. It's a real shame to look at because there's always so much like promise that you see in that roster. They've got great players, and we know they're capable.
First player to 1,000 SI kills.
Exactly, and like Resets has had an unbelievable tournament. His
really
entry record was like 18-2 or something stupid. He's had a brilliant tournament so far. They just haven't got the results to back it up yet. Obviously haven't got it out today against M80 either, but they get no second chances this way when they go into the next phase. They lose and they are going to be out. Here's our schedule, just a sort of reminder in case you're wondering what games are coming up. That next one over here, Falcons versus Raza Company, is what will determine, assuming PSG win this game, whether or not they stay in for phase 2 or whether or not they go home. Raza Company have got to take both maps away to stop Falcons having that advantage over PSG and jumping ahead. We're doing CAG versus Secret after that, and then you've got SI Grand Final 24 as a replay, FaZe versus Furia. What a game that is to end groups on. What I love is it means every game has got weight today as well.
That's what
FaZe Fury might not mean anything standing-wise, but it means a lot in terms of history.
We've said it countless times. We'll say it countless more. Look, we don't care who wins or loses. You know, whether it's this game, any of the other games, we don't care who wins or loses. All we want is exciting games like the one that we're getting today. And if, you know, PSG are providing that, then, yeah, they're going to be, you know, it's great. If that's BDS providing that, that's great. We don't really care who it is. But what we do want is those close matchups. We do want those games that mean everything, that put everything on the line, because that's what SI is about.
We've got a few tech issues to work through. We'll go to a short break. When we come back, game is ready. See you in a few.
Available now.
depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou pra mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou pra mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei pra ele não, que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso.
Meu nome é Juan Fernando e eu estou falando de São Paulo, capital. Meu pai, ele é jogador de xadrez e eu acabei seguindo um pouquinho do jogo. Eu gostava muito de ficar pensando e eu achava muito interessante o xadrez por causa disso. Mas ele conheceu o tênis e foi aí que também ele acreditou em mim e que investiu em mim para que eu seguisse a carreira como jogador de tênis. Quando eu comecei na carreira, eu jogava por diversão. Ao passar do tempo que eu comecei a jogar a federação, não se tornou só um jogo mais por diversão, mas para mim se tornou também um jogo competitivo. Nossa, eu lembro que eu treinava de cerca de 3 a 4 horas todo dia. Fui vice-campeão 2 vezes de campeonatos da federação. Sempre tinha o treino depois que a gente treinava com as raquetes e tudo mais. Quando eu estava fazendo a parte de academia, que é no pós-treino, eu estava fazendo bicicleta e quando eu estava pedalando muito rápido, acabou de que o banco caiu. Eu senti um leve estalo. O banco caiu, sabe? E foi lá. Eu senti a dor e perdi um pouco da vontade de jogar tênis. Desculpa. Eu fazia não só porque eu gostava, mas eu acabei sendo incentivado pelo meu pai.
Sempre foi assim um grande orgulho para mim ele jogar tênis. Então, quando ele se machucou, eu fiquei muito triste mesmo, porque eu sabia que ia dificultar muito. Ali seria o ponto final da carreira dele de tenista. Logo depois que ele terminou, que ele parou de jogar tênis, ele começou a jogar muito videogame. A gente brigava muito, mas ele insistia em jogar e tal. Até que um dia ele chegou e falou pra mim: pai, hoje eu sei que você não gosta, mas hoje eu tô entre os 3 mil melhores jogadores do mundo de Rainbow Six. Aí a partir daquele momento eu parei de me incomodar tanto. Mas um dia ele chegou pra mim e falou que ele queria virar jogador profissional de videogame. E aí eu falei pra ele não, que ele não podia ser profissional de videogame porque a gente não sabe onde que vai dar isso, se um dia ele vai precisar ter uma profissão, né? E hoje eu até me arrependo, porque eu devia ter apoiado o sonho dele, entendeu? Porque antigamente eu pensava muito nas carreiras profissionais, sabe? As pessoas têm que ganhar dinheiro para se sustentar. E eu não sei se é muito bem por esse lado o caminho da felicidade. Eu acho que o caminho da felicidade é você fazer o que gosta. E se ele gosta de fazer isso, meu papel como pai é apoiá-lo. Então, hoje, Juan, se você quiser virar um profissional de um jogador, eu vou te apoiar. Pode apostar nisso, tá bom? Eu não sei como é que se faz isso, mas se você quiser, eu vou estar...
Eu desejo tentar ser o primeiro que atravesse a porta do Invitational. Eu não vou dormir, provavelmente. Eu vou ficar pensando em que horário que eu vou. Eu só sei que eu tenho que pegar o metrô às 4h40 da manhã, um pouquinho mais cedo e vou. Não pensei que ia ter uma oportunidade como essa, principalmente no Brasil, né? Ver jogadores que...
Here we go. Labs is ready. Our technical issue has been resolved and we are about to get underway with the final map of this best of 3. Yes, you heard that right. PSG Talon have taken BDS all the way to the 3rd map. And Tim, that belief is building. A third of the audience believe that PSG Talon can get this done.
Steadily gone up, hasn't it?
Oh,
Steadily
boy.
gone up. BDS certainly looking beatable back on Chalet, and then eventually lost it. After a good comeback, it was a good effort from them to try and get it over the line. The bans will be accurate because BDS on the blue side are on attack to begin with. So BDS have taken away Blackbeard and Clash. Monte and Fenrir will be the choices of PSG Talon.
Yeah, interesting bans as well. BDS changing out what they banned for the last 2 maps in the Blitz and instead going over towards the Blackbeard. I think identifying Soldier's actually been pretty problematic on that operator. Not that look, he's been tearing the server up and going 1v5, but he's helped the team gain a lot of ground in a lot of situations, as well as showing he knows how to counter that operator when BDS are the ones playing it with that great little sidestep to the knife last time on Chalet. So it's going to be taken away here, which will enable that Blitz he brought along. Maybe it's because BDS want to run it themselves. We'll find out once we really get things underway. I think otherwise the ban's nothing too shocking. I think maybe the Clash you look at and say, okay, that's also a strange one. Cool. On this map, you do see Clash played from time to time across a couple of the sites, mainly up here on the top floor. And actually, BDS have played it themselves before. I can think back to 3-Day running around with it, Tim. So, some of a self-ban coming out, but also, of course, to try and keep it out of PSG's hands. They start on the defense. We start on the top floor. Let's get into it.
Top floor can be a tough one to defend sometimes because you don't really have, much freedom to use the map. You're kind of stuck on and around site. You can play a little bit underneath. They've got 4 nitros, so they might send somebody down there to play underneath. But like I say, it can be a little bit of a tough one sometimes to have too much impact there. Whereas, for example, basement, you can play across the entire map. You can use all of it to roam and make life difficult for the attackers. But this one, kind of bottled in a little bit, and we'll see how PSG Talon handle that. To be honest, it's not always been the end of their world. When we saw them winning on Chalet, it wasn't necessarily because of big players all around the map. They had that a couple of times when they were defending basement, for example, but they were able to lock it down up elsewhere as well without doing so. So we'll see how things go. Entry kills, of course, is something that we need to mention. It was super important back on Chalet. And there is our first. Misa takes down Solotov, and it's just a little bit too easy for PSG Talon.
Far too easy for them. Worth stressing, Gotti, by the way, he wasn't involved in a single entry kill before we got into Chalet, and now he's 0-4 off the back of playing out on these very isolated roles around the map and being punished for it. Admittedly, you have to kind of work on that one. You shouldn't be having your backline anchor getting involved in those fights, but times when he's on the Fenrir, for example, playing around Bar and Gaming on a basement defense, he did get punished for it. Still, the team sits up overall. I think it's about a +5 on entry so far. Now +6 with the start to this one. They really are handing these early rounds to BDS, so it's no surprise that BDS has struggled to get started in some of these rounds.
I think Breeder just a little bit unsure as to exactly what is preventing that wall from dropping away. He does get it done now, but we're a minute 30 in. It's taken quite a lot of time. We're going to have users there to get it opened up. Of course, on the ace, he was unable to do that given that the bandit batteries were there. But after all that work, Leakifac's been able to get into the point of taking the bandit batteries out. So a little bit of an issue there. Shaco just needed to be careful about pushing too aggressively. Once he took that mute jammer out, his Rotero drone that was trapped in it did activate. They do activate immediately at that point, so he didn't want to get caught out. Shaco's going to walk in. He's going to get shut down. Soldier is ready for it. There was backup as well. It's going to be 5 versus 3 now in favour of PSG Talon.
He's only got one canister left here. Bride can't mess this up, and he's gone through half of it. He's got to be so precise or this wall won't be opened up. Another electrification coming in as well. Otherwise, you have to turn in towards the ace, and you're not going to be able to make that one happen by the looks of it, Tim. He's out. That wall is staying closed. BDS have bottled it.
Quite literally, no more bottles
and
of gas left.
Too? What is going on?
They're going to have to work their way through into warehouse instead, potentially. Just having a look from underneath. He sees the head. Great eyes on Usus there to find his man. Gotti taken down 3 versus 4, but 35 seconds left to go and no real point of entry here for BDS. And importantly, they haven't dealt with the Azami out on that balcony. It's going to be very, very difficult to push in from that side because Ryder, he's going to be dug deep. It looks like Bride is going to go in through the window, look for the challenge, but Ryder's actually dipped away. He knew that the pressure was going to mount from there. 10 seconds, Des.
Still got Tubarão on side, Tim. They can delay out here all they like, but they don't even need to. IT not being open feels like a cardinal sin attacking this site, but with nothing to deal with the electrification. They completely stalled them out, Tim, and like you were saying, and BDS was slowed down a little bit back on Chalet. PSG managed to play things out well behind utility. They've done just that in round 1, and BDS probably kicking themselves. How on earth have they not managed to deal with any of that electrification or swapping operators that can deal with it?
The energy seems very... I mean, don't get me wrong, they're not a team, that are necessarily always hyped up and, bouncing up and down in their chairs. Generally quite a reserved team overall. But the energy does seem a little bit low on the side of BDS, and it's not too much of a surprise because, they have found themselves in an absolute brawl of the game, really. This is no doubt going to be taking its toll. PSG Talon come out with a good first defense. They're going to move down to basement next. Like I say, this time they can use the map a little bit more to their advantage. They can get the Valkyrie cams out. They can have Yas with the Mozzie trying to create top floor. I was going to say team up with the mute, create a little bit of a blackout area up there on the top, force BDS to take that time to go in, guns up, having to face check every corner. Maybe they lose a body or two along the way. It could all play in PSG Talon's favour.
More and more Dinar being stacked up. Why not if it's working so well at this point? Solitov on that nook, hoping to sneak his way through and find themselves a cheeky little entry, because again, it's where they've struggled a lot throughout the series. And the last one couldn't really get too much going their way outside of Gotti being caught from below. It was a pretty convincing round overall for PSG Talon. Find themselves up on the top floor, and Leakyfat's got... This is the thing, because if I look at BDS historically, there'll always be a drone ahead of a player like that making quick entry into the top floor. There's no way that they get caught out for free like this in 9% of situations, but just giving Leakyfac away for free, back to his old habits of not really finding many kills in this series.
The book is going to be a big loss as well, of course. Attacking onto basement, you want to really get in there, get control of storage, start opening that floor up, and that can create a lot of space to put the diffuser down. That's no longer going to be possible. They do have some soft breach charges in the hands of Bride, but that's really going to be their only option in terms of working that verticality. PSG Talon still got a couple up there, 3 in fact, up on the first floor. It is Yas, Ryder and Soldier that are going to look to get aggressive here and look to challenge on. Shaco's trying to get something going with the track of the Deimos, but we can see Ryder just dips himself away to some safety here, and they've kind of just got BDS chasing them around the map at the minute.
Ryder can still play out as well because the track's expired now. Of course, still got 2 more available for Shaco to use. I've mentioned before, they like to have one of those available in the round-end situations. Ryder can afford to hover around a bit, try and cause a bit more bother. The Nook, of course, given away by the barbed wire here. That hatch being opened up, I thought for a second then we'd see the swing coming out of Misa to try and catch him out, but no such joy. But now massaging that area of the map, letting them know that he's here, trying to soak up some attention and resource. Ooh, Gotti 1 HP.
Very nearly losing his life there. Very committed to the potential bandit trick, but has to dip himself away because otherwise he's going to lose his life. So it shouldn't be any issue whatsoever for Bride to get this wall open now if that's what they are looking to do. But at the minute, Breeder is not on the wall at this point. Shaiko going to take a lot of damage, but Yas ultimately caught out by Solotov. Coming in on his flank, Gotti does manage, even with super low health, to take down Breeder. Ryder onto Shaiko. PSG Talon are doing it again. The verticals now being used against them. Solotov, but Gotti's there for the trade. He is making the most of the health he's got left, Des. That's 2 kills from the Bandit. Ryder closes it out. PSG Talon 2-0.
Looking so cozy, but a couple of key moments in that round from BDS that I'm thinking, what? Leakifat dying early on, a bit of a stinger. Gotti managing to push his way up cargo stairs, another, and then securing a second. Like, where are the comms boys? And I imagine that must be a discussion point in the BDS camp. How on earth have we let them spend that much time up on the first floor and not getting ourselves established like we would normally do? A few things to amend, no doubt, for BDS, but PSG Talon are off to a flying start on the defensive labs, Tim.
They really are, and right now BDS are fighting for their position at the top of the group. If we have a look at how things stand, they are currently up there on 9 points. The risk they have is that Raza Company particularly get the win. I mean, if Falcons were to get a 2-0, that would put them on 9 points, so would tie up, and we'd need to have a look at exactly how that looked in the tiebreakers. But Raza Company getting a 4-point win could jump above BDS, so their position at the top of this table is very much in jeopardy, Des, depending on the outcome of this game. They will get 1 point if they lose, of course, so that will put them on to 10 points, but it is very much losable. Raza are on 7, so a 3-point or 4-point win from them will tie things or better with BDS.
Ooh, we love a day that really matters when it comes down to it, Tim. At the end of the groups, horrible when things are already all decided, and it stays tight. PSG Talon at this point, Tim, not really needing to step away from this denial-focused setup they've got as well. Still behind the mirror, still behind the mute, still in behind the bandit. And of course, the more flexible nature of that Azami coming out, normally banned away throughout the tournament, but being available here, looking pretty good. There's actually a stat, I think it is, presence-wise, that Azami is the highest presence operating by presence. The combined rounds that she's banned for, plus the one that she's picked for when available, whatever percentage of that is your presence number, and she is the highest of all. No big surprise at all, because she does offer just so much flexibility to her defense and abilities to, I guess, keep the other side guessing about what's going on and having to adapt to all that comes before them. You know that Amira, for example, can only really go down on a wall, whereas for Kiba barriers, well, seemingly anywhere.
This time it's Usus on the Maverick, a little bit cleaner.
Breeday's been relegated. He's not allowed anymore.
It's like, no, come on.
You can only stuff it up
Give
once.
the blowtorch over. Usus a little bit cleaner, it's fair to say, on the removal of that barricade, that reinforcement. But still, PSG Talent are holding positions here. They're not going to dip away from this fight. They're going to be holding top floor for, it seems like, as long as they can. First shot missed. Second one picked up just in time as well. The touchdown does get taken out shortly after. Shaiko finds himself down. Will be collected. Will be collected.
Okay. That's definitely uncharacteristic for him.
Solotov manages to open things up with the kill onto Misa. That's the Azami down as well. Big opening kill for BDS. They need to build from there. This is the site that they need to be winning on the attack. The third choice site. The opportunity just slightly missed by Solotov there, but you feel if they keep peeking this, they will lose another life. PSG Talon maybe just needing to show a little bit of restraint here, but Ryder, he wants some of it. He just keeps teasing him. Leakifat manages to find Soldier, but it's Ryder who's there for the trade. He's having the game of his life today.
Well, Breeday's in and going for a plant here as well. Nades over the top to make sure he can't be pushed, and they might be able to stick this one. Surely one comes in close to C4, and Breeday, he assumed the C4 would be on him and wanted to get round the corner, but instead ran to his death. Shaiko's in going for the plant now. Has he got the cover? I think he does. But Alpha comes one, and oh my God, Yas has found him. A 2K in the round, and it fell apart once again for BDS. Breede running into a C4, and Shaiko not quite knowing where he was or what day of the week it is.
I don't think they know that Ryder's here. He's seen the drone, but he's purposefully not shot it because he doesn't want to give away his location. Gotti's got him covered. Ryder picks up the last, and right now, Des, this is one-way traffic. PSG Talon 3-0, and they are starting to, dare I say it, steamroller their way over BDS.
Surely attack timeout. Indeed it is. Very understandably, because it is falling apart here.
It really is.
strange because if you flipped over the team names, for example, and let this game play out the way it has so far, you'd be going, yeah, that's expected.
That's fine.
PSG look a little bit messy on the attack and BDS are rock solid on defense. Yeah, completely understandable. But it's the Korean team coming out on top. What a series.
Huge round from Yas there as well. C4 to deny the plant on Brede, then takes down Shaiko, who comes off the secondary plant attempt. Just great stuff coming out of PSG Talon at the minute. And Des, it honestly feels a little bit like this isn't really in BDS's control anymore. It just feels like this game is up to PSG Talon. It is up to them to just continue going, or there is going to come a difficult point for PSG Talon. We've got to be realistic. Potentially, when they get to that winning post, when it is there in front of them that they could win this 2-1, that's going to put a bit of pressure on them as a team. Because it keeps them potentially in SI. We have to wait for the outcome of the Falcons Raza Company game to see exactly what happens with PSG Talon's fate, their future in the tournament. So it does put a lot of pressure on them. And the question is, can they get it over the line? I didn't think that was going to be a question, I'll be honest, that we were going to be asking today, Des. Can PSG Talon get this win over the line? Is that going to be the stumbling block for them? They did struggle a little bit on Chalet. They were 6-2 up. It came back to 6-5.
Yep.
The question is, can they do it when it really counts? BDS need to get a couple of rounds here. They need to keep in touch, but they might just get that opportunity later on when PSG, the nerves start to kick in a little bit and they know that they're on the verge of something big.
Also a reminder that BDS this is risking first place in the group, and you might think, cool, who cares, first, second? It does matter, because you get that first round bye in the upper bracket. Otherwise, you're opening the door to Raza Company. They 2-0.
Surely not. Surely not.
I don't know.
It's too easy. No.
Not miles off.
It's such a common C4. Like, you cannot lose Shaiko to that. And they haven't. They've managed to overcome that obstacle at least. 3 days back on the Maverick this time. We'll see if the process is a little bit smoother, but Ryder
gets one.
Manages to find Shaiko. The challenge is coming from behind and does manage to take him down. He's trying to crawl to safety.
Oh, he's letting him go. He's letting him go.
If they're quick with the Maverick, they could find him as he goes through the door here, but I don't think they can get the angle. And yes, he manages to pick up Solitov with the Nitro. It's 5 versus 3 already in the round. And BDS, they just don't seem to have any of the answers.
This is off the back of a TAC timeout as well. Let's not forget, Tim. That's where you come up with an idea, with a plan. So far, they look absolutely clueless. I said earlier, they don't know what day of the week it is, Tim. They're still thinking it's 2023 at this point. Looking so behind the pace. PSG Talon looks set to go up 4-0 if this carries on.
Ryder's been collected as well. He's back on his feet, so even when BDS are getting that opportunity, they down the army. It's such a big operator to be able to remove. They're unable to get the finish on it, and it just feels like that sums up the look for BDS today. No, it's not the entire make or break for their tournament. They have already qualified through, but it is fighting for that top spot. It is fighting for that advantage. And right now, Des, BDS need to dig deep and fight, because PSG Talon are just playing better on Nighthaven Labs. It's 4 versus 2, and it looks like another round going to the Korean team. And BDS have got to find some answers. They've got to find them quick.
They look done to me, Tim. I think that timer wearing down is only going to delay the suffering. Oh no, Gotti looking away at the wrong moment. Pays the price and opens the door for Likifak, who can step in and start doing some work here once again. Get a big bounce back on Shally, but now put down in the dirt by Soldier. Yas comes in for the swing. PSG Talon are up 4-0. We said earlier, Tim, that Nighthaven Labs had a bit of a special place at 6th Invitational after last year. We saw a monumental comeback back then. BDS could still pull that off, but it feels like Talon for them today, it might just be their story that's being written here on Nighthaven.
It really does. This is certainly going to be one for the history books. There's, you know, potentially you look at it.
Oh, no, because Fabian's not going to shut up about it, though. 2-0 BDS like no one else has. Oh, please.
Let's, you know, bring it back down to earth. I'm going to bring us back down to, you know, bring everybody back down to earth for a minute. All the PSG Talon fans. Ultimately, Des, it is, no, it is going to mean so. It will be a huge accomplishment either way. To beat BDS in a best of 3 here at SI25 is a huge accomplishment for PSG Talon. Make no mistake about it. In terms of the tournament, it could end up, unfortunately, changing nothing. It depends on that Falcons game.
I remember the stats from the other day. Someone was saying, we've never seen a team be sent home when they've got 5 or more points. They've always made it through. Yet there is still a world where PSG Talon go home
on 6.
Yes.
It is.
It would be just their luck to have beaten DZ 2-1, to beat BDS 2-1.
That'd be heartbreaking.
And still go home.
That would be absolutely heartbreaking. And all it does is pile the intensity, really, and the focus onto that next game between Falcons and Raza Company to see what happens. But it's like I said in the break, PSG Talon can only do one thing here, and that is focus on their own destiny. The other games are out of their hands. All they can do is come through and beat BDS, and they are doing that right now. They are in the lead, 1 round apiece, 4-0 here on Nighthaven Labs, and they are living their dream at the minute at SI25 to keep themselves in the fight, and it's just an unbelievable story, and it is what Six Invitational is all about, Des.
They win this, I want Fabian back on another Fresh and Friends podcast episode. It'll be the quickest turnaround time between the same guest on a podcast, but I do want to hear what on earth has gone right over the last 2 days, because it's a different team to what we saw in their first 2 games, Tim. And it's weird because those first 2 games would have been their easier opponents in Falcons and Raza Company, but against the big boys, DZ and BDS, they're putting on a bit of a show. Let's see how this goes, though. First phone call comes out from Yuzu, so that next one available in about 15 seconds or so. Paired up with that Daemon, it's a terrifying combo. Trying to see what they can find. It's Ryder who's been tracked, and he is elusive at best of times, Tim. Hasn't died yet this map. He's 5-0, and he's still carrying on, even taking some shots back at Shaiko.
Gotti takes some damage, deals some damage, dips away. BDS don't want any part of the fight with this man as he steps up and takes down Solotov. That is the opener. The Zofia is gone. 5 versus 4. Leakerfact manages to find an answer. Uses from the top deck, takes down Ryder. 4 versus 3 as BDS find themselves with an advantage here. They've got a lot of the clearance done now. PSG Talon have had to retreat back to site, so BDS with a minute in hand can now start some vertical work. They can start thinking about where that diffuser's going to go down.
Such a weirdly paced round. It feels like it's been going forever, Tim, but it hasn't when you think about it. There's still about 45 seconds left now, but when I started speaking, about 60 or so. Trying to hunt down one of those players below. He's just being a bit elusive, a little bit slippy here away from the Deimos. Of course, got to be careful because you get the reverse track onto him. Not quite the nade that he wanted to throw down there. Right idea, just wrong place.
It just seems like everything's going wrong for BDS right now. Even the simple is becoming difficult, and that's what happens when you're placed under stress, as these players are at the minute. 20 seconds left to go. They're not in control of sight yet, but all eyes are on the sky for PSG Talon. They've got to be aware of the lateral push. I think Leakerfact may be in a planting position. Yes, he's going to start putting it down. Can PSG Talon affect this? Yes, they can. A big move in to prevent it going down. Is the time going to save PSG? They have to stop this plant going down. The cover is there. Usus gets his man, and BDS get their first round.
These are the situations where BDS throughout this series have generally come out on top, Tim, in these 2v2s or the 2v1s or any other kind of combination of the last few players being left alive. They do show they've got the grit to get it done. It's when PSG have been tripping them up in the early round that generally things have not gone their way. Still not a bad outcome. 4-1 to PSG, but Tim, we started at 5-1 to BDS on the defense of Lair, and we all know how that ended up. All the way at overtime to 8-7. PSG Talon are not out of the woods yet.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. We, like you say, saw this back on Lair. There is still, despite PSG Talon only being 3 rounds away from winning this, there is still a lot of siege to be played here. Make no mistake. And they are against one of the most dangerous teams in the world, who can just turn it on, who can just go in and win a couple of rounds, and all of a sudden that momentum shifts. But just yet, BDS have not shown an ability to really do that on Chalet or here on Nighthaven Labs so far.
Finally. So many times when I've seen Maestro picked up this event, and it hasn't been a whole lot. but I've never seen a Brava attacker repicked in to deal with it, and Solotov has made that choice in this round. It's so much free utility and information that you can take away from the defensive team. It's horrible trying to get a disable done when there is a hacked Maestro cam staring at you the whole time. You've also got the bulletproof in the castle that you can steal away. If you really want to get this far, you can look in towards things like mute jammers, default cams. There's a lot that you can do with this operator. Yes, it will slow things down, but I'm glad that BDS have brought this along.
BDS have still got 8 drones left alive as well. They've got the Brava drone. Well, they had the Brava drone. They've just lost one there. They've got another one that's going to go out, but the point is that they've got a lot of information to play off here. A lot of intel. No excuses from BDS for not knowing where everybody is located. Will it? Yes, I was going to say, will it stick? Yes, it will stick. They've managed to get the bulletproof away. So, big start for BDS here. They're doing really well. We can hear a breach going off as well. Utilities being stolen. They should have a good, clear picture of where everybody is with those 8 drones left alive. Everything is in their favor at the moment to go on and do this. The important thing is, can they get those first couple of kills?
Phone call ringing out here from Leakafat, the first of the round. The second one available in 20 seconds' time. Shoko still not able to capitalize off that and get a kill. In fact, he's trying to walk in below Tim, and Ryder's got his number. Our entry hero in this series carries on. I tell you what, Tim, he's going to fly up the leaderboard for entries at this tournament, given how he's been playing so far.
Yeah, he really is. Charco's having a tough day of it today as well. I think it's fair to say not been an easy one for him. Like I say, I know he's on those more sort of utility-based roles sometimes, but on the Deimos, you'd expect him to be going in there and getting kills, and the reality is he hasn't been able to. Solotov just seeing the soles of the boots through the drone hole. It just wasn't enough to find his man. That sums up BDS's day for me right there. Solotov's watching the angle. He's watching the angle and waiting, and the second he turns away is the second that they have a look at it.
So again as well, just missing the crucial bullet to finish Yas off, and we saw what happened to him. Last time Yas wasn't killed, he became an absolute terror. Solotov does get the kill, but there's a trade there once again. PSG Talon, so good with this trade play today. Leakafat trying to start some kind of recovery to get this round back on live support. Users with the plant maybe going down. 3 players still available, and a C4 in back pocket for PSG. Oh, Ryder, you can't be missing them, my friend.
That's exactly what Users was trying to bait out there, I think, with that initial attempt at the plant, but he got it as well. Users is winning this single-handedly for BDS, taken down, but Leakafat's there for the trade, and that's going to be BDS getting themselves a second successful attack. All of a sudden, 4-2, it doesn't look that bad for BDS.
Like I said at the end of last round, Tim, BDS have just had a real habit this series of winning these man disadvantage situations. Of course, in 2v1s are going to win them out. It's BDS. But even when they're down a number, they seem to snag them away. And honestly, I think if PSG Talon go on to lose this series, we'll look back at Lair and be asking the questions about the exact same situations there, where they had a man advantage and managed to give the round away. Not to say it's unforgivable, but you're certainly making life far harder for yourselves than it needs to be. PSG Talon, they now move on to the attack, and we'll see how BDS fare on the defense of Nighthaven Labs. But Tim, I'm smelling overtime in the air right now.
You just feel it, don't you? You really do. Get into the second half then. Top floor for BDS. Our PSG Talon going to come out and surprise us and be able to have that better attacking half. It's going to take everything that they've got. The question is, do they have enough left in the tank? This has now been a long game. Both teams under a lot of pressure. Who can stand up to it the best?
You have to remember that as these series wear on, that fatigue does start to settle in.
It does. It
definitely does. There are times I've heard teams say, oh, you know, we have double scrim blocks in a day, but our second block, you do start to fade towards the end. You're not
it's not like this either.
It's not the same intensity, the adrenaline, and the, you know,
it's not like this.
The environment, the context of the game itself really plays into it too. Completely agree. And we think back to when you and I cast Liquid back in 2021.
Yep.
We just saw them fade by map 5 of that grand final, and it's not, you know, unfair to assume that even in the best of 3, as you get towards the sharp end of things, where one map has already been overtime, one has been all rounds of regulation, that you will start to feel tired at this point.
Mentally exhausting.
So small mistakes may start to creep in here. We've seen a lot already throughout the series, but that doesn't mean more won't start to show up.
Absolutely not. So here we go. It's going to be the first attack for PSG Talon. 45 seconds in. They are still looking for a little bit of drawn in, some utility clearance. They're not going to be rushing anything here. Liquefact is inside of meeting at the moment. Window gets open. The question is, are they aware of it? Liquefact, I thought he was going to really sort of try and stick that and firm that position, but he's not. He's dipped back to connector for the time being. Just going to barricade that off. That's going to give him a little bit of intel when they do try to push further forward, and he's going to get himself back into sight now and go for the full reinforce. That's it. They're going to give up that area, but they've done that having wasted a minute and a half.
Kind of baited it, actually. Put the reinforce on, hoping they'd hear it going off on a drone or something, and then a step back through. The big brain play now would be for Bredo to reinforce him out and hope that they don't drone him again.
It'd certainly be committing to the bit, I think, at that point. Liquefact manages to find his kill, though, onto Gotti. Beautiful stuff from BDS, and that, I'm sure, alone will have PSG Talon fans maybe a little bit concerned, because this has actually been, so far, a really nice defense from BDS. They are giving up absolutely nothing. We're a minute in. Liquefact's doing everything. He's getting an entry. He's impact tricking the wall. He's baiting them into the attack, pretending to reinforce. They've got everything in their favour at the minute, BDS. This is great stuff. The second impact trick will fail, and maybe now we will see that reinforcement come on through.
They should do. Now in the face, trying to break it away. They won't get through in time to bring him down. That has been reinforced off.
Great stuff.
Wasted, what, the best part of 2 minutes here, and there's no easy way through. There's no exothermics available for PSG Talon. Stepping up for the fight here. Here's Misa right on his way through. Could get swung from IT. Rushaiko's going to find Soldier. They've won all the gunfights they need to, Tim. It's just Yas left standing all by himself with nothing but a flash in back pocket, a hope and a prayer.
Fantastic stuff from BDS, it has to be said. This defense has been brilliant from them. They've just ticked every single box, really. They've controlled every area of the map, as you've said. They've won every single gunfight. Yas is going to try and work his way into electrical behind a flash. All it really does is tell BDS where he's coming from. 5 seconds left to go. It's just a question of whether he gets a kill or not. No, he doesn't. Shaiko will close out a flawless round. I've picked up that Shaiko has been a little bit quiet so far today, it's fair to say, but he has a big round there. And is that going to be a little bit of a catalyst for him to just really inject himself into this game now on the defense of Nighthaven Labs?
Coming into that round, he's, for those who want to know, 14-29 on KD and 2-8 on entry. His cost down there at 36% is one of the lowest, I think, that we've seen at the whole tournament in terms of an overall series, but let's not lie, that was a big team effort, I think, from everyone to get that one closed out. Very comfortable, winning their ones, which is the key thing they've been missing out on against PSG Talon for a lot of this series. Now they're back within striking distance, Tim. 1 round away from tying things up, and of course being on the defense, you give them favour here to be able to bounce back.
Liquefact's command of connector there was absolutely phenomenal. It was beautiful, and that's what makes me look at this and think, PSG Talon, we've all been, you know, every neutral out there has been dreaming about the potential of this win and the story and what it signifies, but I just look at it with some reality behind me, and I think,
where's the 1 to 10 scale?
It's dropping. We may be at a 4 at the minute. I just think after that defense from BDS there, I look at it and I think BDS are looking good on defense here of Nighthaven Labs. They've absolutely commanded that top floor, which can be a tough site to hold on to, and I don't know how things are going to shape up over the next couple of rounds. But look, PSG Talon have surprised us a number of times here, Des, and I know they've still got it in the tank. I know the confidence is high. They just need to make sure they're getting those entries and going on in and pushing forward. Ryder, he's going to step up for his team once again, take down Solotov, and PSG Talon, they're here to keep trying to prove me wrong.
You really cannot stop today, Ryder, can he? He's now 10-3 on entry throughout the series. That is an unbelievable success rate. Mason a second, Mason a third! Ryder, oh my God! It's a quad! He's about to ace out the round if he can find Shaiko. Just as we were talking, Tim, about dreams fading, he comes up big. And what operator is he on? He's on the Deimos, Tim. Shaiko, here's a little bit of payback for you.
He will not be stopped at this point. Did you see that? As soon as he gets the 4th, he goes herring downstairs.
Here we go.
He wants it. He wants that ace desperately. The only question is he going to be able to find it? Shaiko had a little look at getting upstairs, manages to find Gotti, but that's not the player who anybody is interested in. It's all about Ryder. Here is his opportunity.
Don't kill him, no!
For a huge ace against BDS's team of facilitated.
Now he's got it!
And Ryder finishes it. That is an ace against BDS to just keep Talon going, to put them one step closer on an unbelievable journey.
Wow! Just as the hope starts to break and Tim gives up, moves it down to a 4. Ryder, who we were glazing something special on his entry, but has now pulled out an ace. BDS pulled out some magic in the last 2 rounds of the first half. Ryder's doing it halfway through this one. Spectacular stuff. Talon up to 5 and 3. Quick tech pause coming in by the looks of it, but that 2-round lead is re-established, Tim. 2 more rounds.
What do I know, Des?
And PSG Talon have got it done.
What do I know? BDS come out with, let's be honest, round 7, one of the best defenses that we've seen today. It was brilliant. It was fantastic. And so, yeah, I look at that and I think maybe Talon are just reaching, you know, the end of this journey. But no, Ryder says, you know what, Ace? I'm going to hit an ace instead.
Has anyone, I'm trying to think back through my mind, and my memory's always crap, but has anyone got an ace against BDS before?
I mean, if you're asking ever, that's a serious question. There's a good chance somebody
Pretty
has,
much ever. I'm trying to think of the times that it's happened. I can't really... None jump to mind. There's a lot of amazing aces that we've had through history, including you, Tim. But I just can't think of the one that's been against his team. Because they're just that good and so good at stopping it. But I can't believe Ryder solo has gone into top aqua there, spun on the diamond, killed 3 people, taken out the 4th, and then hunted Shaiko down. Oh, it's beautiful, sweet payback.
I just love the mentality within the team. They all wanted it for him. They were launching utility.
I was like, Gotti, no, don't do it, no.
They were launching utility in. They were doing everything they could. None of them was taking the fight. They all knew what it meant, and they all wanted Ryder to secure it. And what a moment we've just witnessed. It's absolutely brilliant. You know, I'm thinking through 6 invitational matches, and there are many days. You know, we are very, very fortunate to have seen as many of these games as we have done, and we've seen some absolute classics. But what a story we are seeing unfolding here today, and it's just unbelievable. You know, coming in, the expectations were, of course, all for BDS to hold on to this, take the top spot, and right now, they are on the back foot in map 3, and PSG Talon just keep taking that next step. Every time that it looks like they've maybe taken their last, they find the energy for another step forward, and it's unbelievable to watch at the minute.
So while BDS have got a wallow in their thoughts, Mees is going for a whiz. He stepped out for an emergency bathroom break. Normally what you do between maps, of course, but this one, the boys are chugging away throughout the game, keeping themselves hydrated. Sometimes it's got to happen. And of course, taught during this time, players themselves have to stay dead silent on both sides. It's kind of like a technical pause in that sense. And normally it isn't allowed, but I guess if it really is an emergency.
Well, the thing is as well, it doesn't necessarily... The momentum's with PSG Talon, they've just got an ace. You know, it doesn't necessarily help for them to have the couple of minutes sat there. So we will see. It won't be too long, I'm sure, until we're back into things. But, you know, what a tale that we have in here. Misa will return.
At least he's ran.
Yeah, he will return.
He'll be knackered now.
But, you know, look, the story almost writes itself at this point. PSG Talon, you know, huge underdogs in this matchup, coming through, not only making a game of it, but are well on top here, and they are 2 rounds away, Des. 2 rounds away, you've got to say, from making a small piece of SR history.
Right, we're back in seat, Tim. We can carry on this absolute spectacle between 2 gladiators. David versus Goliath, we called it at the start, but I think many were looking at PSG more towards the Goliath side at this point. BDS are the ones chasing them down.
Yep.
It's not looking too easy for them. Here we go. The control and storage defense coming out from BDS.
This is not an easy site to hold on to either. That's the...
Do you think he washed his hands, by the way?
I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did.
I'll leave that one out there.
Not an easy site to hold on to. We saw PSG only able to hold on to it once of the twice that they tried. So, you know, that goes to show if you lose top floor particularly, it can be a tough one. You're going to try to hold above. You're going to try to keep hold of, you know, pretty much the same areas that you would for top floor. But BDS don't manage to do that. If PSG Talon can get in and disrupt that, it could be a tough one. It's also difficult if the IT wall gets opened and you kind of end up relying on needing to hold on from basement. So I'd like to see PSG Talon just open up IT wall, open up the basement wall, and make it very difficult so that you can play for that pillar plant spot, because it's then difficult for anybody to play above or below.
So this is the round itself. My eyes naturally jumped straight over towards that blitz. I saw it banned away by BDS the last two maps, and I did wonder, okay, the Blackbeard's taken away, fair enough, Soldier's played it a lot. Are we going to see Soldier going over to the blitz? And the answer in this round, Tim, is a resounding yes, joined up by the Dokkaebi and the Lion. So this just feels like hell on earth for BDS if you are not tucked in close to the site. So, roam at your own peril.
You can hear the keeper barricade just being thrown over the window there, just going to prevent any quick entry coming in. That's just going to provide Sharko with a little bit more safety up here. He's got himself all set up there. 3 keeper barricades is going to need to be moved realistically, because otherwise it makes Warehouse very difficult to do anything with. They've got the wall open into Warehouse, but they're going to want to maybe be able to position somebody in there so that they can prevent the push through into storage if they do go for the plant onto pillar.
First ball coming out. It's always around this mark that we see it coming out from either team, really. Mies is straight in for Solotov, and Ryder's got another. Tim, they're about to do it. I think they're about to put BDS up to match point. In he goes, and Leakafac's been hunted down by the shield. Mies are in for another. PSG Talon cannot be stopped. Plant's going down, and Brede, with a kill to his name, has got to pull off a 1 versus 5 against the shield, against 3 EE1Ds. I don't care that they haven't been using the round, Tim, because they've done enough. He's found 1 for himself. But I don't think there's enough time to clutch out and get a disable in. BDS staring down the barrel of defeat here. 1 more round is all PSG Talon needs.
Unbelievable scenes. There was, until Brede got the kill onto Misa, Ryder's going to finish him off. Until Brede got that kill onto Misa, that was 9 kills unanswered. We had the ace from Ryder, and then the first 4 of the next round. It was 9 kills unanswered from PSG Talon to put them not only onto map point, but onto series point as well, and onto the verge of a huge SI moment that I'm sure will be remembered for a long time. In terms of BDS, it doesn't count them out of the tournament. It's not necessarily that big a moment for them, but it does deny them top spot potentially. It depends on what happens through the rest of the day, but it could be the difference maker. It could see them in the upper bracket without a bye rather than with one, and that is big.
Animated Leakafac, but I wouldn't say down in spirits as he was the other day. I think the more the fashion in which they're losing, they're probably a little bit impressed by what they're seeing from PSG Talon.
Talon are winning these rounds.
I look back to how some of our teams, like Scars is one that I think back to as well, started the tournament, and it was horrible to watch. Barely able to attack. It was like they were playing together for the first time as a team. Like some of them had never seen a comp game in their lives. But I think today, everyone will remember Ryder channeling his inner faker and coming out with a 14-3 performance when his team need it most.
It's unbelievable.
Across the whole series, he's not near the kill record, but I guarantee you he's not too far away from it.
40-21.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal.
He's had a 40-kill series against BDS, including an ace.
And Shyko is down at 17 kills by comparison. Not saying he's twice as good as Shyko, Tim, but the numbers say he is.
Well, PSG Talon have had an unbelievable day, whatever happens over the next 3 rounds. But remember, I asked that question, how will they do when it comes to getting this over the line? Will they be able to get it done? The last couple of rounds suggest, yes, they will be able to. 6-3, and they show no signs of stopping right now. BDS, it's time. You've got no more chances. You got to dig your heels in. You got to show why you deserve to be the champions of this whole thing, and you've got to be able to get these rounds back to back and take us for just a few more extra rounds on Nighthaven Labs.
What a story that is assembling. Leakafac this time around, not a bait reinforce. No, this time it's fully kept closed up and he's not going to play his life inside of Connector. Now it's about what everyone else can get up to, though. Of course, PSG Talon have got to work through this. They still have Yas on the hard breach. They've still got Gotti with all 3 of those ace Selmas. Not seeing the same problems that BDS did, but they couldn't open up IT. That'll be done for them and not having to worry about relying on a Maverick, because we're not seeing anything on BDS that will deny it away. No Kaid, no Bandit coming out. But Soldier is taken down. Solotov finding the entry.
Yeah, Solotov taking a really aggressive stance there inside of IT, even with that wall opening up, and it pays off. Manages to get the entry for BDS. Ryder was thinking about it. He wanted to walk onto Catwalk. He's just making sure he clears out that bulletproof utility before he does. That was his job. Now he can just go and look for kills, see if he can get PSG Talon level, but just a little bit tentative. He wants his team to get into position.
A little bit here. Oh, Solotov's got another. Ryder the GOAT is down. Solotov's barely moved his feet from this position, yet has really taken all the steam out of this attack from PSG Talon. 3 players still up, both phone calls in pocket. A little bit uncharacteristic. We've seen the calls used around about the 150 mark for both teams. Here it's been held on to a fair bit longer, expecting that at least get through Solotov and then worry about the rest of the team with those calls. But rounding their way forwards now, they will be facing off against a mirror window, which is not an ideal thing to be walking onto Catwalk facing off against with fewer players available to you. Also got those keybers, as you can see. Feeling a bit locked out here, and I think PSG Talon might just find the clock is going to be BDS's greatest friend as they walk into their deaths.
Yep, more than likely. It's going to be a big ask from here. 20 seconds left to go. Facing a lot of utility. Still trying to open up walls. Still trying to gain angles. They managed to go in, get the kill onto Solotov. That gets things started. 14 seconds left to go, but surely going to be shut down. Yes, Leaker fight. Breeder, they managed to step up, get aggressive onto Catwalk, find one. It's all up to Gotti. Cut down by Shaiko. And that is going to be the first of 3 rounds that BDS need to keep themselves in this one. This keeps going, Des.
We've been here before, Tim. It looked a bit nerve-wracking back on Chalet when BDS were clawing their way in. But PSG Talon managed to get it done.
The thing is,
attack time out here as well, because Fabian knows if you left it another round, it's too late at that point. You've got to get it right first time. Here, at least, they have 2 chances.
Look, in a way, there's an argument that for every round PSG Talon lose here, the next one should, in theory, be easier, because BDS are cycling through on defense the sites that they want to play. So they're going to have, if they've got to win 3 in a row, so they're going to have to go to a 3rd choice site, one way or another. So arguably, each time, there's maybe a little bit more chance that PSG Talon win it in that final round than in the first opportunity.
For sure, and the only site that BDS has won has been that top floor. They haven't won down in base. They didn't win on the first floor. So all things are looking positive towards PSG Talon. But what I will say is the last time we played down in basement, it was off the back of that Ryder 5K. He made the difference.
It was.
BDS
well, he could just do that again.
Yeah, I guess he could. Surely not. Don't.
I've already done it once this week.
Look, that was a 1v5, to be fair.
1v5s do happen. Look, this do happen.
This is like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. You've already played the card for the 1v5. You've already done it for the ace. You can't do it again, Tim. I don't know what your last card is available to you, to be honest with you, but we'll see.
Surely not. Look, PSG Talon, they've still got 2 rounds. If you're just tuning in, you are seeing it right. They are 1 map apiece with BDS, and they've got an opportunity to lock down a 3-point win that will jump them above Falcons for the time being. So the win against Dark Zero, the win against BDS will take them off the bottom of the table. It will then all come down to what happens in that Falcons versus Raza Company Academy game coming up later today. So PSG Talon, all that is in their control is to get this one, put the points on the board, and then they've just got to sit back and watch their fate unfold.
Nerve-wracking, isn't it?
Yep.
It's easy sit in a similar position. All they can do is watch, see what comes out of these future games. There'll be a lot of that today, Tim, for those that have already finished the groups and are in precarious positions. Yes. You have no say anymore. It's down to the results around you. And can't blame anyone but yourself. At the end of the day, you've played your 4 games. You've had your 4 chances to get yourself clear of these kinds of conversations. If you're still sucked in it, that's on you, friends, I'm afraid. Let's see how this round plays out, though. Still 2 chances for BDS to pull us up to overtime. It feels, in a way, Tim, like the series demands it. An 8-7, a 7-5, and another OT. I'd take it as our longest series so far at the event, sure.
Oh, tasty. It would be very tasty indeed. Now then, let's see where this entry kill goes. Throughout the series, we've seen them be so important, and PSG Talon have done a great job of going in there and getting that good start, that best foot forward that they need, and quite often the rounds will go in that direction. Knows exactly where one is. Looks to start opening things up. I'm sure that will move that player away. Solotov picks up Ryder, and that is a big loss for PSG Talon. It's not to say the others aren't playing well. They are. But Ryder has been a talismanic presence over the last couple of maps in particular.
I think Solotov's turning into a bit of a gatekeeper stopped them in their tracks in the previous round. Here has got rid of the best performing player throughout the series on that PSG Talon side. Gives the French side, well, partly French side these days, of course, English speaking now, since the addition of Usis and Solotov, but gives them a little bit of a reprieve, moments of breather sigh of relief. Demon Hunter is dead.
Misa just going to be drawn in down cargo stairs, just trying to get a better picture of exactly what's going on inside a site. I think with one player down, they're definitely going to want to be careful here. I'm going to say potential opportunity there. It's not always easy to flip from the skeleton key to the rifle quickly enough to make that kind of challenge, but I'd say that's, you know, something that the very best Buck players do really, really well. Yes, a great Buck player, unable to find his man on that occasion. I think he didn't quite see him. He's just chasing intel at the minute. Yellow ping's coming out, just trying to give him any ideas of where he might find somebody. But with 45 seconds left to go, a little bit of a concern that they may be just stalling out a little bit here. But keep an eye on Soldier on the blitz.
Well, they've got in as well. They've just about covered it off with the shield, with the smoke, sorry. So now he needs to make a move. I don't think they must know that a player is down here, else they wouldn't have smoked it off. And it's about to expire. They're going to pay the price if they're not too careful, Tim.
Soldier just gets himself out of the problem there, potentially. They're going to open up and maybe run into the open arms of Leakefak. That's exactly what happens. He's able to down Soldier. The damage is done. The kills come in. Solotov, Shaiko, they get one apiece. Gotti is there for at least a little bit of something, but it's going to be meaningless as Users manages to pick up Gotti, and BDS says they keep fighting. We're coming down to round 12.
Wow, wow, wow. Just like before, they're battling their way back in, Tim. PSG Talon show to come back on map 1, BDS on map 2, and they're working it here on Labs. Think about what we said about the history of Labs just last year. A 6-1 back to an 8-6 win. It can happen. And BDS following greatness before them on that same trajectory. PSG Talon just need one, Tim. Just one over the line. We're going to control and storage on the first floor to see if this is where it all ends.
This could be it, Des. It could be the end. It could be just the beginning of this story. I think everybody watching this, unless you have an allegiance to BDS or PSG Talon, just wants to see as much of this as we can. Both of them, both of them have put up such a strong fight here. They have both made a case for winning this game. They have played it like it's a grand final.
Yeah.
They have both given absolutely everything to this matchup. One of them has to come away the winner. That might be determined in the next 3 minutes.
Some of you are probably already thinking about overtime and what that starts to look like. BDS start on the defense if we get there. We have seen a 4-2 half from PSG Talon back in the first half when they were on the defense. And of course, assuming BDS win this one, we see a 4-2 defensive half here as well. Kind of leans towards suggesting that BDS can get it done in overtime yet again. My God, will have PSG Talon had them on the ropes the whole way through. Soldier once again charging ahead with his blitz. Mixed results with it so far. Where BDS have found a little bit of comfort is when he is at range. Well, they can pepper those feet, they can pepper his size, they can get crossfires onto him, and there is definitely ways to control him out. If that fails, oh, there's 3 C4s in back pockets. There's also smokes to play behind. They've got a lot of tools to deal with him. It's about finding him at the right time. That's the first C4 coming out. Post one as well.
My eyes are glued to this blitz at the minute. We know that Operator can be such a round winner. Are they aware of Leakefak? He's just hiding himself away. He could definitely play spoiler if PSG Talon don't pick up on him. One to watch as things progress. PSG Talon are doing well so far. IT wall is open. That prevents anybody playing inside of there. It starts to open up that pillar plant position potentially. They need to think about basement. They need to think about warehouse. That's exactly what they're doing now.
He's just working his way down. Has got an angle in towards sight. But get himself a freebie here and does find it. There we go. Leakefak has stepped out and given the freebie. The entry is over the other side. 4 left standing for BDS.
The entry kills have been so important thus far. Will it prove to be in the overall outcome of the map? Will PSG Talon manage what they did on Chalet and get it won in the 12th round? We've got Solotov just lurking around. He knows that they're on the steps. He can do nothing about it without risking his own life. The last thing BDS want to do is give away another kill, Des. There comes the challenge. Misa takes a lot of damage. 1 minute left to go.
It's the fact he's still alive is a key one, Tim. Still 2 Grim Bees in back pocket as well, which are really going to help them push into the site. The vertical is theirs. The blitz is at the ready. Fully charged. All those LEDs ready to blind. It's like driving down a motorway. It might well be the highway to victory for PSG if they can get it done. But that time waits for no one. 40 seconds still to go. They haven't yet found a second player, but here comes the execute.
Blitz, he's going to go in. Soldiers looking to get
C4.
this diffuser down. Is there anybody that can stop it? Gotti picks up one. Shaco, Breeder, 3v3. The plant will be secured though. The Blitz gets his shield up. 40 seconds left for BDS to save themselves inside of this matchup. And he's using the map well, but gets cut down. Breeder finds the kill onto Soldier. 3v2, Des.
Ryder's on the vertical. He's opened it up with the DMR on the line. If he's been the hero through the series, Tim, now's the time to go super. Looking like he can do it. Another scan comes out, making sure to use him this time. It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off, Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Such a poetic moment that if it was anybody gonna hold on to a 1v3 clutch, it was that man, Ryder. What a performance he has put in to lead PSG Talon to what will be one of the most memorable victories that we see in any Six Invitational. They have overcome one of the tournament favourites. It was the most unlikely of outcomes, but they have earned their place on the winner's podium of that matchup, Des.
Holy shit. Wow. Wow. I can't believe Ryder's had that kind of performance. That is something special, and he'll never forget that moment. PSG Talon remain BDS's nemesis. But now, Tim, it's out of their hands. Everything turns towards that next game. They've played their part. What more can come? We'll go to a break, and when we come back, we'll have a good chat about this series, because my God, was it a banger.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disent que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche droite esquive les rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, switch je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
You want to know a secret? In Boston, the world will learn what Secret have been hiding.
Wait for this to unfold! It's all falling apart here! A 5 versus 3 goes awry!
The map because they know what's going on. They can smell what they're cooking, and Doom starts off with a real big serving of 2 kills.
Tearing them a new one. There's one left standing, and June, he's had a great game so far. Another off towards the left, but they are giving him nothing. It's one man left. Vendetta's out, sees his man, can't quite find him. June has pulled out a 1v3.
For 4 years, Talon sat in the shadows, watching D+ and FearX go to event after event after event. Now it's time to do this properly.
PSG Talon, they're dropping all over the shop. Gotti, once again, all that's left, 10 seconds. He's got the both.
Seems too easy now for him. Creeps up slowly, code it!
30 seconds left to go.
He knows as well, he gets, oh my god, he's got the close one. The last one, inside of the way! What on earth?
What becomes of a team that loses everything? To come as close as possible, but to let it slip through their fingers.
Clash tucked in the back corner, gonna get pressured on here maybe as well. But look at that, he's turned around and found one. He's got behind the Clash.
He knows exactly where he is. He can just pre-fire around.
Oh!
And he misses his shot. The plant is going down.
They must have another one ready. KDS though, he praised him as the highest rated player. And Handy's got to do the lot. Diffuser did not get stuck, but he's found one. Can he do it in the 1 versus 1? And Nate over the top, knows where his ban is.
In stage 1, this team was given an impossible task. In 3 months, build a roster and compete with the best in the world. Want to know how that ended?
God is getting it down. The punch. Gavin through the wall. From zeros to heroes. And now to a grand final. KDS forcing that plant down. It's up to Hottencoat looking away after a moment.
What started as doubt turned into hope. That hope then became victory for PSG Talon over BDS. You could not write a better script. It nearly took every single round of the series, bar about 39 rounds to declare themselves the winner team and give themselves the best shot at staying here, phase 2 of SI.
And look, BDS did not make it easy for them. PSG Talon have had to fight for every inch that they have got out of this today. It just goes to show the fact that those last 2 maps came down to 7-5, 7-5. They've been pushed to the brink each time. But PSG Talon, for me, in that result, they show the growth. They show the ability. They show the mental resolve to get it over the line, to keep themselves fighting at SI25.
I thought they'd crumble after Lair.
Yeah,
I honestly thought,
genuinely.
like, you know, a map that you like, that BDS hate, that you've had a really close performance on, it would break your spirit. But they came back on Chalet, a map that I said at the time BDS are 6-1 on, and handed their asses to them, Tim. And then we come to Labs where both teams aren't too hot. And look at what they deliver. Ryder especially has got to take a big bow.
45 kills, I think he was today. And I said it at the time, it was almost written in the stars. A 1v3, and it was Ryder. Today was his moment. And that is one that I am sure he will remember for the rest of his life. And I know it's a group stage game.
Look at that. Imagine just dropping 17 kills against the likes of Shaiko, Likafak, Yuzus. It's unreal.
I know that it's a group stage game and there are, possibly more games to come for them. We will see. It depends what happens in the Falcons game later on. But what a moment for them as a team. What a foundation for them to start building from.
There you go, your final scoreboard for you to take a look at. Plus 22. Positive 6 on entry. No one on BD. Actually, it's screwed to 0. None of them positive on entry, and all because of that man. Don't take it away from everyone else, Tim. It was a team effort. Yas had his moments. Misa went a bit nuts on Lair as well. We've seen it. All of them have got involved in this game. That's a real team victory. But we'll definitely look at Ryder and remember that performance for years to come.
10-4 on entry. He was just unstoppable.
Unplayable.
Today.
You can't stop him.
That's exactly it. BDS, whether they've met PSG Talon on the wrong day or not, is irrelevant. The only thing that matters, the only thing that will be remembered is that score at the top of the screen, which is 2-1 PSG Talon. And you see there, it drags them off the bottom of the table. Falcons drop down. So the way things stand at the minute, Falcons play Raza Company later on today.
Next.
BDS are on top of the table for now. Raza Company can change that if they get the win. If Falcons get the win, PSG drop out. It all hinges on that at both ends of the table.
So spicy.
Unreal finish.
Love it when it's not settled all the way down to the very final game. As I mentioned, on the right-hand side of your screen, that's our next game coming up. Falcons versus Raza Company. Group B has proven to be one of vast entertainment throughout, and it's going to carry on right until the very last round of Siege is played. And there's still plenty more to come, Tim. CAG versus Secret, that's a survival game for Team Secret, who some people saw as a potential favourite. It's all going off today. You love it.
Honestly, it's one of those, like, I've come bouncing off this, full of energy. And normally we kind of have to sit down a little bit and calm down. I don't need to calm down because there's so much more going on today. I do need to give my voice a rest for an hour.
Every time I'm just like taking a breath, I'm just like, yep, that needs to rest for a little while. No surprise at all.
It'll be fine.
The game more than deserved it. I think
was
is the key
worth it.
thing to put up. And again, so much more to come. Ryder, you are our god. We all absolutely love you on that one. Well, we'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, our next series will be underway. See you guys in just a few.
Takes some very quick timing. Ooh, hello. Nice little crossfire there from Unwanted. Blaz not able to escape. His plan was just to try and get a C4 kill, try and delay some time and then fall back. Alamau's going to have to fall back too. He's being pressured from multiple angles. Good pre-fire from Spirit. But Alamau slinks away back to sight a C4 from Uno. And another one attempted. Damn, there's a lot of C4s in this lineup. Laura still has one in pocket as the vertical game begins.
Good value there from the Ash. 2 Ash breaches, 2 mirror windows shattered rather. But that quad wall on bottom heaven is quadruple reinforced a Kai 2 Barao. So Unwanted, they're going to be funneled into the entryways that G2 decide. The hatch right here most likely. The double door right below them will be the only ways in for them. Get a soft destruction, try and get that hatch afterwards. I think Gavin finds Laura downstairs.
Yeah, beautiful. The vert game is working out really well for Unwanted. Despite all the C4s from G2, they only claimed one player, and it wasn't one of the vert players. There's still breaching rounds in pocket for both Dream and Gav. There is more vert to be done, but I don't think so. They're not seemingly focusing too much up on the Telus position. Instead, they're going to go straight to site. Alamau does find Hot and Cold on the drop. Here comes the flank from Uno. Traded back. And perhaps a way in now for Unwanted, but sneaking through. Alamau finds one on the smoke. It's another shutout for G2 as they claim map point here on Bank.
I respect the off-pace play there. Unwanted could have waited longer. Blackbeard could have dropped a diffuser maybe and get down there safely. Dogi said, stop playing shield, you are terrible.
Dude, that's a wild thing to say, 6-3 up in all chat.
We've seen a lot of that this event, I feel like, so far.
Yeah,
saying, you are bad, you are dumb, stop this, you're a baiter. Like,
people are getting really brave.
Did they even have Kane last round?
Yes, they did. They did have Kate last round. See, it's a good question to ask.
Confusion on the Unwanted roster.
It's a great question to ask. It's bad that they don't know.
Yeah.
So to speak. But I mean, where Dream was on the map was on the vert up above, and the kite claw was pre-placed for the quad wall. So it makes sense he didn't know. He didn't see that portion of the map. But definitely gotta make sure that that comes through clearly in the communication channels. D2 though, very comfortable in the driver's seat right now. 6-3 up, can start taking, or continue should I say, taking risk and playing overly aggressive. It was a great start in that round for Unwanted, but then towards the execute, I think they pulled the trigger a little bit too early. If Spirit's dropped with the Blackbeard shield, he can safely land down the hatch. And remember, no C4s in D2. They popped all C4s very premature, trying to get those kills. They only found one. So there was a plant potential, but we didn't get to see it because Unwanted wanted kills over plant objective.
Well, the Kaid has made a return. We still have that Thatcher now on Gavin. And the Sens makes an appearance. We saw a little bit of it from G2 now, Unwanted bringing it out. Shopify Rebellion, the team that we really look to for that Sens masterclass on the operator. Despite Doki's threat, Spirits is still going to run the shield. And it looks to be a map clear. Eventually, when it comes to executing site, there's going to be a lot of work to be done between the Kaid, the Tubarao, and then, of course, actually executing onto a Smoke, a Goyo, and an Aruni. Like, that's a lot of burn.
Also, mind you, how Spirit is droning right now, clearing all those small rooms top floor. That means there was no pre-placed drone for Unwanted. They gotta manually check every single area of top floor first, then go downstairs. They've done a good job though. Only spent 60 seconds. They got full roam clear. There are currently nobody from G2 that's not on the bomb site or in the garage portion of the map. Blast took a fair bit of damage as the Goyo. Not the end of the world. But we gotta see Unwanted progress this execute. We see 2 silhouettes now instead of server. So G2, they are holding on to the extension so far. It's Lyra Demon with smoke on that staircase, similar to Spirits many rounds ago.
I like the Maverick pick. It just nullifies the usage of the Kaid Tuberau. The Kaid should have been dispatched with thanks to that EMP. When eventually the Zoto canister subsides, we should see that hatch open up. Of course, also the Aruni gates are a nice way to counter some util. We saw that in... Oh, okay.
They never got the A hatch.
I thought the EMP got rid of the Electric Claw.
Yeah, but then they froze the hatch twice, and the EMP stopped working. Kite Claw started working, and it sapped the can opener. And Lara fell back from server as well, with 3 toxic babes in pocket. So this hatch not being opened has actually cost Unwanted so much time.
Well, thankfully, this Maverick will get the job done eventually, but as you said, time is of the essence. We still have that Goyo up. We still have 3 gas babes on smoke. A beautiful decision from Lyra to fall back. Oh, so much damage done, so much time wasted. And here comes the Sen's devices. Is this an execute from Unwanted?
I think they kind of whiffed it. There it goes. Second one gets the job done. So they can smoke off the red hallway, but I guess the issue is the toxic babes are going to be starting to fly out. C4 from Alamar as well. They don't need vision. They got utility. Unwanted, not inside the bomb site just yet. They're waiting down this toxic gas.
And so the execute must come through now. 25 seconds left to play. And Lyra has once again smoked up the position. The fire from the Goyo continues to be a real nuisance.
That's the C4.
Another C4 is going to completely dismantle the protectors. Lyra dancing with death finds a kill in the middle of the site. Taken back eventually. But it's all up to Hot and Cold. He can't stick the plan. He can't find a damn thing. And G2 cruise through bank. Nothing in it for Unwanted. Massive game from G2. Easy as you like. They can...
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Hello, and welcome back here on Towards the B stream, where now this game, oh boy, what a lot of stakes we've suddenly found ourselves with. Falcons.
What kind of stakes?
The kind where Falcons might be enjoying them at home sooner than they thought. If they get O2'd in this showdown against Raza, well, they're done, they're gone. PSG Talon's heroics just before us have meant that the tides, they've shifted, Jake.
Yeah, they have. I could barely hear you, by the way, for like that entire intro.
It was
and I realized
best intro I've ever done.
I don't know. I'm assuming Des was sitting here. He must not like the sound of Tim's voice. He just like had.
Yeah, actually, Des is on that side. I think
just had Tim just completely like dialed all the way down to like 0. I can hear you now.
Well, I'm not repeating what I said, but the stakes are pretty much the same. Raza against Falcons, and obviously, as we said before, you know, there's also other sides of it. Obviously, Raza here, they've performed brilliantly. They've sort of come through. We've just seen another open qual team on the other stream in G2 find themselves topping the group, getting themselves through on the bye. Raza have that potential as well, which is huge.
Yeah, not one that I think anyone really anticipated coming into this event. I don't think by any means anyone expected probably Raza to be grouped, but they were more in that particular conversation than, say, actually topping their group. And If they can 2-0 Falcons, it's going to do them a world of good, but it'll also then, of course, do a world of good for PSG Talon. So there is incentive for them to actually get the 2-0, which is probably good news if you're Fabian and the rest of PSG Talon, because sometimes when you have to rely on other teams and you say need them to get a 2-0, that team may not actually need to get a 2-0, so less incentive for them. But if they get the 2-0 today, they will actually send Falcons home. So there's a bit of fate that is controlled in this matchup. If you are Raza, you play well, you win, you send Falcons home, which is, of course, the team they are playing. And for Falcons, well, self-explanatory, they just need one map. That alleviates a little bit of pressure. Now, they would have needed more than that, I think, potentially, if PSG Talon had a 1-2-0. That's not the case. They just need one single map from this series. Doesn't matter which map it is. As long as they get one, they will be safe.
It's all to play for here. For Falcons, they started this group strong. They're able to take a 2-0, but I mean, it came down to an overtime max on, and we'll talk about that in a second as we actually get our bands up here. Border, the first one we will be finding ourselves in on. Falcons opening on their defense and then slowing things down, and Raza Company taking us towards Lair, the lead on their defense. So in terms of those, you know, as an opening two, they've been pretty common maps across, but Border is something we've only really seen from Falcons. They lost at Max OT against DZ the other day. Lair as well, you know, that's a little bit more secret for both these two teams. I don't think we've seen it throughout this tournament, and we end on a skyscraper.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I kind of hope we don't go to skyscraper. I really do want to, you know, the APAC within me wants to see PSG Talon obviously make it through. I do like Falcons though, and of course I got to do a little bit of them back in Montreal, and I recall to their series against Virtus Pro. Arguably should have probably won that, got themselves top 4, and had a very spectacular finish in the major. So it'd also be quite devastating to see this roster actually bow out so early at the 6th Invitational and get grouped. So regardless, it's going to be a sad end to the day for this group. It's either Falcons going home or it's going to be PSG Talon going home. And PSG Talon, of course, over the last 2 days, Emmy, feel like they now deserve to stay, but it could be a case of too little, too late for them. And for Falcons, obviously what we've seen of them, you can even say over the last 12 months, feels like it would be a disaster for them to get grouped. So big series coming up, and of course all of it for Raza to play for. If Raza 2-0, they will go atop this group. And then what is it, like one series after that in the phase 2, and you could find yourself almost close to the arena. So it's the shortest path to getting to main stage, and Raza Company could find themselves towards main stage far more likely if they do go atop the group. Falcons to defend first up. We go to Border. It is their map pick. Raza will be attacking. This map is going to be a big one. PSG's life could be over in the next, 30 minutes to an hour.
Well, they're all optimistic in chat. There's been a lot of back and forth on our side screen in the lobby chat. It's covered over, but it's all been very positive. It's been very sort of cordial between the two teams, although this is an intense level of competition, although Falcons are on sort of danger's door.
Yeah, I mean, apparently PSG Talon passed by Raza in the hallway as they were all kind of like swapping computers and stuff, and they were like, come on, you got this, you got this. And I imagine PSG Talon, the team, everyone involved with PSG Talon, of course, will be watching this now intently. Good luck to you guys watching this. Have fun, heart and mouth kind of stuff, and that's what you want when it comes to an esport. You want these games to matter, and this one certainly does. For Falcons, of course, they'll be fighting for their own life, and all they need is the one map, and this is their map, Emmy. This is their pick, so they will be hoping to secure their map right here on Border.
There's a weird element of this that it's almost a best of one on Border.
Yeah, somewhat. It's like two best of one. It is literally like two best of ones.
Yeah.
As weird as that is to say.
And we're sort of enjoying in that moment, living in that moment, and seeing if they can try and break their way across. But it all begins here. Falcons, obviously, as you said, they're on towards their map. Now, in terms of how Border plays, obviously, it plays well for attacking teams. You look at the sort of splits of this, and they're actually pretty balanced in terms of their attacking stats. However, Raza, they're one of the best defending teams in the entire tournament. The stats pulled, maybe not including the games that were played earlier on today, they're about 69% defensive win rate, which is...
That's pretty nice.
It's only second to, I think, FaZe, who are the only ones above that. So this opening half, if they start to make some ground and some distance, get themselves, an average split, they're looking in a pretty good stead to go against Falcons' 38% attacking win rate, which isn't quite as sharp.
so much quality on this Falcons roster. I mean, you think about Robbie, what he was able to do in Montreal, and a lot of hype on him coming into this particular tournament, and it would be a disaster for Falcons to get grouped. So there's a lot of pressure on them in this map, in this series. Dov taken incredibly low. Good start for Razza. Asham also with a bit of an engagement on this top floor right now. Falcons just trying to take the contact early on against Razza and show that they do mean business and that they're not scared to take these fights, which is a good sign. They're not looking too hesitant to begin with here on defense. Then, as we said before, it's a win-win. 2 best of ones. It's not ride or die on this map. You will still have another opportunity on Lair. The good news for Falcons is they don't have to win 2-0. Otherwise, you'd be quite fearful on both maps, as we see Flash Street trying to make the contact for Razza a little bit better by getting the kill onto Jalad, back of Armory. He's eventually finished off by Perez, and that's a good little double combo from Razza as they're actually able to make their way in. And from below, Live takes out Dov, who was very low. The Skeleton Key does just enough damage to finish him off.
Strong opener here, and they're going to see if they can keep putting the pressure as Paceto tempted and teased the kit, but pulled off. Don't know what they thought they saw or smelt in the air, but it might be an Echo Drone. No, that gets removed, and we are in. Oh, not even a post plant. He popped up. Robbie tried to go for the retake, but a flawless end there, and they are not messing around, Razza Company. They knew exactly what Falcons were doing there. As I said, they sort of juggled the kit going down, coming up, and I think all that jovial energy inside the all chat at the start. It's time for Falcons to sit forward. They got pushed aside a little bit there. Brush that one off. Restart and reset yourself. Bathroom Tellers is where we'll be heading onto next, but that was a very strong Razza opening round.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably not what you want if you're Falcons to get, what was it, a flawless in the end. And I think that when it comes to Falcons, they started the round looking as if they were happy to take these fights, try and deny those entry positions as you want to do on border. But alas, it was Razza who was able to get into key positions. The vert down below with the Skeleton Key successfully gets rid of Dov. Good entries from Perez and Flash Street playing off of each other. So again, it looked like Razza had more of that team communication than, say, Falcons, which was more of this, I'm just going to run around and see if I can find a pick early. Didn't quite work out. Falcons get nothing from the round, completely wiped out. Perfect start for Razza. And I think for Falcons as well, they probably won't have as many nerves on this particular map throughout the first half and then even into the second. But once we get to Lair, and then on Lair, say had Falcons lost this map of border, that's when the nerves kick in, because that's when the pressure kicks in. That's when you know you could be going home if you don't pick up a map. So right now everything's kind of gravy, but it will spiral pretty badly if they lose this map and then start poorly on Lair, and it could completely spiral out of control for Falcons. So starting well, starting early, doing well early definitely has to be the makeup of what's going to get them out of this group stage in the right fashion.
Now the first engagement. We'll see if it happens its way out. Perez happy to sit and wait as the spray goes a bit wide of anyone. There's obviously points of pressure that you can try and wrest control of here. Jalad holding on towards Eastern Stairs is maybe a first, but it's actually Dove that finds STK. They lose the Grim, they lose the Grimbees, the ability to put the pressure on, and the vertical stays in their control for now, but they're active. Dove is looking for the next fight. They want to keep pressing this advantage, and as the Goo Mine catches up the player that's getting closer and closer on the side of break, and door of CC itself. Now there is gadgetry that will stop them as soon as they make their entrance. They don't entirely need to throw themselves towards this, but the time that Dove is sitting, waiting, and stealing as Perez finds one, Dove finds Fiastri. An immediate sort of swing back, but Perez threads the needle, and it's a 3 versus 3. Suddenly, Perez gets his third for the round. Even though they're on the back foot after some big heroics from Dove, Perez is refusing to let this one slip away. Now, he's only on the shoulder of a fight of Hashom. But if this goes away from Falcons, suddenly you have a 3 versus 1 with so much time, Jay.
Yeah, still a Nitrocell for guards. That has to get at least one. Good drone. Little bit of information on Hashem's position over towards Fountain, still top floor by himself. While there's the Nitro, unfortunately wasted by guards. Hashem still thinking about going for this pick, but Perez is just watching and waiting. Knows he's tucked in on the right side. Unfortunately, he does lose his life. It's 4 for Perez, but guards is able to at least get the down. Will stop that ace from transpiring. I think Jack will be happy about that one. And they drop down and they can hit the site. 50 seconds, plenty of time. And guards, half health. Could still make something of this. You can never count anyone out in a 1 versus 2. Yellow ping information does know where the plant is going down. Needs to win this battle. Can't. Rotates away. Takes one over towards waiting. Live does well. And does very well. Holds his nerve, and they win out the 2 versus 1. Razza with a 2-0 start.
It was a good effort there. Obviously, you know, Dove started the round in, accounting against a player like Perez who's able to pull off a 4K throughout the round. You just can't prepare for that. It's always the statement of how do you shut down a player that's on their day or on their round? You could have the best sight hold and the best prep in the world, but if they're firing true, then you just have to beat them, and that's tough. In that situation, being able to push up, pull the kill on towards Perez, and then aggressively move into a new situation, it was a good read from, obviously, Raza Company to move down, go for the plant, get themselves in. They knew where the player was. They knew it had been confirmed. They knew that they could sort of beat them into this position. Then he opted hit construction, almost found both kills in 2 separate 1 versus 1s. But limitations of ammo strike once again. 2-0 here, Raza. And as I said, the defense, technically and statistically, throughout this tournament has been better, but it is border. Right? If there is a map that's going to give Falcons a little bit more on the second half of it, it's probably their border.
Yeah, I think that you can always say, for Falcons especially attacking on border, there's always going to be that hope that they could even turn around a 5-1 deficit going into that second half. But it's the added pressure, final day of groups, the odds of being eliminated. You don't want to then make mistakes. Border is just naturally a map. And if you're really good at attacking it, well, you can make a mistake really quickly, really easily, and it will get punished by Raza. Perfect start, though. Of course, Raza fighting just as much to finish atop the group, so they've got all the incentive to do very, very well in this matchup and try and put the beat down on the Falcons. The Falcons roster that has been languishing since their particular day off has not really returned with good form. And it has seen them now in this position. They would have not wanted to be in this position going into the final day, looking to just avoid the group. They would have preferred this to be a matchup to battle for first, for instance, but such is the way that the group stage has gone for them. In a really, really hot start, though, for Raza Company. And they will be the kind of team as well going into Phase 2 that no one's going to want to face because you just don't know what you're going to get. They'll be playing with house money as well going into Phase 2. No one expected them to have finished, say, atop their group. Imagine that happens. It will be a difficult prospect for teams moving forward, and they will be the real underdog Cinderella story. Perez 5-1 start. Again looking for contact, but that misses the head of Robbie, and Guards will be the one to eventually open things up in this round.
And there's Jalad getting a second. SDK gone again. Perez, can he try and do the magic he made happen on the previous round? This time, look how surrounded he is by Falcons players. He's trying to isolate an engagement. They're not gifting it to him, but they have packaged the C4 over the top. There's at least one back for live, but again, Falcons, great positioning here. They had all the cover of the players. They had the verticality, maybe a little bit overzealous. Raza trying to sort of break and bust their way in towards Archives, but it's not really amounted to anything here. Just sprays as they fall into the distance. 50 seconds. Great closeout from Falcons.
Well, you can see what it means to them. Well and truly. Yeah, slow start, first 2 rounds, not ideal, but you can see that's just got them amped up to win that 3rd round in such a dominant fashion. And that's also just probably a sigh of relief, too, for Falcons in that moment. It's like, okay, cool, because things were starting a little bit poorly. Things weren't starting that great. We got dominated, especially in that 2nd round. And then to flip that back immediately in the 3rd, win it so convincingly. Much better positioning. Good cover for everyone. They understood that if Raza are going to push in, they're going to push in as that team, so we need numbers in the same vicinity. Everyone felt like they were backed up. You know, for Robbie Archives, he's got players behind him. He's got players metal stairs. Like, this players that can help him out. Player down below with the Nitro. So those positions are all covered by teammates. And Border's a relatively decent-sized map if you want to spread out, play that horizontal defense. There's a lot of the map that you do typically need to hold, which means that you're not always going to be covered. And also, everyone's kind of got involved over the last couple of rounds, too, for Falcons. You know, Robbie's typically the one that you look to as that sort of tip of the iceberg, that he can be that superstar standout as per Montreal. But Dov, Jalad, Guards, Hashem on his day, they're all capable. See the scope boss in play here for the 4th round. Glass Blitz combo, though, for Raza could indicate, especially with that Ying, a bit of a fast hit.
Yeah, I'm sort of wondering what they're going to try and do here, because obviously last time we were on this site, they didn't opt to go back to Armory. They came to this site instead, and they went above, tried to fight the verticality, and then pulled themselves back towards the site itself. Remember, there wasn't really any Falcons players. It seems like Raza remember that just as well. It is bare bones here. Barren, almost. So, why not? Push yourselves in. There's a bit of hard cover above. Seto drives all the way in. He's got the shield on his back, and they've just absolutely rinsed any of this hold. A plant with all 10 players up. Falcons, red like a book. And now the blitz, well, he actually gets knifed, but baiting some of the motion, trying to get the swing. Jalad does find Perez, but it's still a tricky retake. They've got to make sure that they have the coverage on the body. There's one, and another play against it. Deep from the fight on construction. The glass on the window is the potential nightmare. They've just got to try and throw themselves out, but there's cover for that as well. Jalad gets one more here. The pistol, they're waiting for the cover in the swing. 20 seconds, but they've got to be on it. And undeterred at about 10.
Well, there's no more smokes remaining for SDK, so he can only just play this quite naturally. Inside of Telestovs, it's going to get on it right now. They're expecting the run out, and nicely done by Flashtree to play for that. He understood the mission. They were going to throw bodies from all directions. They had everything covered. Really well played as well from SDK on the Glaz, because initially, when they got the plant down, they lose the blitz immediately, Emmy. And then and then they lost another one, and suddenly, despite getting that plant onto the ground, they lost numbers really early, really quickly into that post-plant timer, and it gave away back in for Falcons.
I mean,
you can see what it means for them as well.
Yeah, we had screaming the round before. We have screaming once again. Raza, they're back in. They keep the sort of steps in the pressure. It's not a million miles away that Falcons have a massive resurgence. Border is a game of two halves, as is any is Siege, but Border truer than most. But still, it was decent motions by Falcons to respond. As I said, great read by Raza. This is their hold. Let's just do this. Falcons, they waited. The plant sort of came together, whether they were repositioning, whether they weren't aware. It doesn't really matter. Almost immediately after the kick goes down, within the next 5 seconds, 2 Raza players were dead, including the blitz that went for the plant itself. So there was obviously a reaction coming and cooking from Falcons. Those exchanges, throwing themselves out, that's all you can do.
Yeah, and if you want to go back further, I mean, Falcons probably had to contest the initial plant a little bit better. There was just nothing offered. Smokes go in, blitz goes in, plant goes down. Not a single knife cell, nothing to combat plant. I think they put too much emphasis on the post-plant. We're moving to the 5th round, though. The Falcons were able to respond after the initial 2 rounds that they gave over to Razak, and they find the response after picking up towers. Seto with a nice little drone to just spot them out over towards main hallway. East stairs pressure from both teams. And Robbie yet to get involved, 1 and 4. It's not to necessarily highlight that he's having a bad game, but to sort of highlight such a incredibly influential player for Falcons. Now, he can do a majority of his work in the second half on the attack with the entries. That's when I would anticipate he will be able to get more involved, but still a 1-4 start for one of your, if not your actual top player, isn't helping them right now. They need him to get going to combat what is a Razar team that is full of confidence. They're right now stuck out in the exterior, unable to get anything further than a balcony position. The Falcons are doing well to just disrupt them from getting into the building.
Oh, yeah, 100%. They've made sure that there's a lot of pressure, a lot of space outside. They've got these long-range fights. Dov, obviously, being able to make some magic happen the previous round here. Has the dog, has the ability to just keep himself up and tucked in this corner as long as possible, and even maybe try and heal and dash himself. He really wants an engagement, but they're so ready for it that he couldn't risk sticking down, and he just gets out of there. Then he's escaped with his life. Think how much time has been taken, and Robbie moves into a nearby position here, and he's been droned out, so he's now going to have to leave. But Raza haven't been able to get anywhere. The cost of drones.
Yeah, 2 drones left. Doesn't give them a lot of information now. Of course, it's Armory and Archives. You know exactly where they're going to be posted up, but you cannot ill afford if you run past someone and say still inside of security, which is where Robbie was before. He has now gone over towards Fountain. Perez, though, somehow gets the opening kill. Dolph thought about being able to get that self-revive. Never going to happen, though. Down and now out confirmed 2-player advantage for Razza, almost a third through Flash Tree. Guard somehow able to stay alive, goes for the drop shot, fails that one as well as the kid is now going onto the floor at the hands of Bassetto. And Razza, though, they don't even have enough time to get the plant onto the floor because they just killed everybody. All too easy for Razza Company. Falcons torn to shreds, down 1-4. Not the start that they were hoping for on their map pick.
Surely General Timeout makes an appearance here. There you are. I mean, yes, things are sort of slipping away here. There's an intensity of this game. You can see the stress is sort of weighing on the players at this point. It is falling not apart, but away. The motions of Falcons aren't horrible, aren't terrible. Great baiting and wasting of the time, but then just look how Razza Company respond. So sharp, so aggressive. They're winning out the 2 kills on Armory Door. Shouldn't really be happening in that situation. You can contest the position, right, but you know, he didn't even really have to transfer the crosshair too much to be able to pick up the next. And from those 2 kills, from holding them off for 2 minutes brilliantly, it just gives them that direct route through in towards the site itself. And they're a team that is so capable of exploding their way through. Perez and Live especially getting themselves off to a massive, massive start here.
I mean, I thought their ability to deny entry and have good map control denial, so not allowing Razza to get into these key positions, was great. Falcons were playing well in that round for a large portion of it, and yet they just got decimated. Like, when it came time to enter, Razza just had better gunners, better shooters. And then they also had the extra caveat, as kind of touched on. Bassetto was still getting the plant down.
Yep.
And that would have been successful had they not just killed everyone.
I mean, that's it. They got the kit down twice in 2 of their round wins. They were putting the kit down in the other 2, both on Armory.
You could give them the tick for that round.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, you know, they have been in direct control of the game, both from an objective point of view and a killing point of view.
I will say, though, for Falcons, I do wonder if they could have been a little bit more aggressive. There was a moment when Dov crosses back over from security, gets himself in towards Armory, and then Robbie backfills in towards security, does nothing, and then just goes to Fountain. At that point, with a minute left in the round, do you want a bit more of that forward contact, force the fight towards security, see if Robbie can catch someone off guard? Because they just saw Dov run in towards Armory. They might not have then been anticipating the backfill from Robbie. Instead, he just doesn't do anything, goes Fountain, they give up security, get overwhelmed.
I think that's sort of the swing and the point of it as well, is they obviously lost the bodies on the Armory Door. They'd done so well to hold off security and so well to hold off CC, and then they tried to sort of reposition themselves, but Razza Company was just in the right place. Oh no. They're caught out entirely. The Malusi is going to do their best, but there's somebody else there as well. They still get the kill.
What?
Good effort, guards, but there might be another trade coming through if Perez doesn't know about the player. Tucked in the box, it's a Shom.
This is the thing with the new changes to, like, Blitz, for example, as Hashom up close left gets the kill onto Perez. I feel like Blitz players are still so used to being such a powerful offensive weapon.
Yep.
At that point, communicate with your team. There's someone that's going to kill guards in the next 2 seconds. You don't need to continue to push forward. Hold steady, keep yourself alive. Your teammate will get the kill. You don't need to. Seto could have stayed alive there.
Well, they're able to level things up, but you sort of look at the trade and the cost here. There's still good late utility on the side. Obviously, losing the Legion is a bit of a blow. It's Robbie as well. The Banshees will probably all be out there already. But then you've still got the smokes, the C4 opportunity. Dove can sort of play against the blinds of the Ying as well. They have themselves set up for counters. There's the smokes, which is all just Dove's playing field right now. He's the sort of make or break, and he's been playing the best for Falcons so far. The blinds come across. There's the roll through. There's players underneath. Will this be a C4 put on sandwich window? No, but it's awarded. As I said, you know, he is the perfect player to be in this position. He's a little bit early on his losing of the second. They know exactly where he is. They have to close him down in 2 versus 1 before support starts to show. But you can see them opening up angles underneath. They're trying to watch and stop any of this approach. There's the spray through, and he is surviving for much longer than he should have. But a valiant fight that leaves Live also very injured.
Now, no more gas canisters for Jalad, and Hasham, of course, on the Arun, he's not going to offer too much either. You got 4 smokes available for Razza Company between SDK and Live, along with, of course, the Inox scanner. So information onto Hasham's position. Still got the gridlock stingers too, as well, as Live does get the kill onto Hasham. 3 in the round for him. It's all down to Jalad. Does get the down onto the Jackal, and with that now creates a 1 versus 1 going into the final 20 seconds of the final round of the half. SDK could put a nail, at least one, into the coffin. Gelato hoping that that does not happen as they continue to go back and forth, left and right here through the windows, and the shotgun from Jalad is oh so perfect. Desperately needed that one.
I mean, as narrow as you like, when you have sort of two people about 5 feet apart, trying to get the catch on each other. One's on a door, one's on a window. The window player obviously has a little bit more to work with. Oh, it baits him out on the blitz. I mean, speak your piece. You said it before. It wasn't, you know, brilliant Blaze play, but hey, Guard's going to see if he can sort of back up the words and bring it on the second half here. 4-2. More than possible to bring this one back. Obviously, they have used their timeout as well. So at this point, it's just sort of smooth sailing.
Said something about Blitz. I think there might have been some explicitives as well.
Well, Guards is now on the Blitz. So he might be about to demonstrate how the operator is supposed to be used, I think, is the idea. No, they've changed off, actually. And I was going to say there's the other shield, but both shields have changed off. Robbie, going from the Blackbeard to a Nook, two very different theoretical approaches here. You've got a lot of potential spatial control. You've obviously got the Jockey and the Lion to maybe limit things. There's no catch on the rotations or the chance of somebody coming up behind you, but that is what Robbie is probably going to want to do, right? Get the Nook into a position, maybe bottom east, maybe around waiting area. Hope that you can sort of force them to rotate, pick up a kill, reveal the Nook's existence, and then be that problem. Who needs an air jab when you have Robbie potentially around a corner? Perez might be the first point of pressure here, as was before. CC and security is often an initial lockdown, a lot of damage, a lot of chance to spray, the removal of the barbed wire, so it's a bit easier to approach, but again, will the cost of the drones be as high?
Just some numbers as well. Live 9-3, actually a plus 22 KD, plus 4 entry with 120 EPS throughout the tournament so far. He's actually been one of the best performant players at the tournament, and he's doing so again here in a pretty crucial match against Falcons. As for their opponents, though, Jalad, much better performance in this game. Guards with the opening kill against STK, and a second foul onto Live. Dolph losing his life as we got to watch that one as Perez cleans him up from a distance. Jalad with a big kill as well onto Perez, and it's just back and forth shooting around border. That is this map in a nutshell, Emmy.
Well, there's the Nook activating, finds one on the back, and suddenly it's just Bassetto alone. The calls are coming through. They have the site controls. They could probably go for a plant, but they want to push for the kill. Fair enough. It's a win condition, just as valid, and it's one where you know you have the momentum. Well, there is a very energetic
very amped up
Falcons roster. And it was a really, really great push. So the timing there from Falcons' position, they obviously knew there was a player around break. They wanted to try and force them out. It was the crossfire from the sort of CC doorway, the break doorway, and down long as well. Top of East stairs. I'm not sure what eyes, if any, Raza Company had there. But that was where, I believe Guard was, where he was able to get the double kill, cutting his way across. Now we have the two shields once again. Will they stick it this time? Because that was, I mean, it was sharp from the side of Falcons.
Tell you what, PSG Talon fans that are listening and watching right now, how are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Nervous.
I would be beside myself. Yeah, Falcons 4 rounds away now from sending PSG Talon home. That's the reality of it.
Yeah.
Raza 3 rounds away from giving them hope. A lot of hope. On defense border, I think you mentioned it in the first half or in the pre-show, Emmy, about Falcons on the attack on this map. You know, that's where they're going to be very deadly. It's also where I expect a player like Robbie to really get involved. You know, he's the kind of player that could be 3-5 or 4-6 and then get in the attack of border and end up finishing the game 12-8. You know, that's where he's going to be very impactful. So I'm looking to someone like Live, who's been the by far and away best player for Raza Company throughout our side group stage, to continue to perform. A lot of pressure on him as an individual. I mean, Paris has been great so far in this game. Others need to stand up, and playing some key roles, Flashtree and Passetto on the Warden and the Smoke. These are the kind of rounds that they need to be impactful with their utility. Guards on the blitz. Blackbeard involved. A double shield set up here by Falcons. Lockerbie, Grim, they can certainly pick up the pace here, and I think Falcons will do that. That's what they certainly can be known for at their best, their ability to control their pacing, move at a pretty early point, minute and a half, minute 40. They can start to hit you pretty quickly, and you might not be ready for it.
Where will that first strike come from? As I said before, it was so well timed from the side of Falcons. They knew when to operate, and here it is, making their way directly towards the Oryx, blinding him and dropping him with the pistol as well. They're pushing in towards Fountain, but the crossfire is there too for Raza, though. One is down, live. He's hit the ground, and Dov keeps the pressure on, the finishing, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2. Again, all over the map and all around, there seems to be an absolute rout.
I feel vindicated, though, Emmy. Didn't I say that they can just go at any moment? Well, this time they chose a minute 50. We've still got 90 seconds left in the round, and this is the benefit of going early into these rounds, is that naturally you can slow it down now. 2 versus 2, it's a whole new round. It's a whole new game, new key positions that need to be won, new missions that you need to go on. Nitrocell avoided, that's big. Or is it breaching round, sorry, or, you know, whatever. I thought for a second it was someone down below, but 3 gas babes for 4 Bizzetto. So you still got something here. The Fenrir is still up as well with the F-Naught mines that can be played around. So by no means is this easy for Hashem and Dov, but I like a Blackbeard here in a 2v2. The Blackbeard's going to be very influential as long as they play together.
Now, the later this goes on, obviously, the more sort of power is in the pockets of Raza right now, because when they're planting, someone's going to have their gun down for 7 seconds, and it's a long one. So they're keeping themselves at arm's length. They tuck themselves close in. The Blackbeard just holding the tight angle. Very clever. Now, you've got to try and maybe fight the vertical, but that is what Blackbeard does. The smoke was out of reach. Great, great bit of motion there from the pair, and they had to watch.
What are you looking at? We will teach you how to play fast, and Falcons absolutely are a master team at playing fast. Minute 55 on the clock. They hit above, and they hit it fast. But what is Bizzetto looking at the end? You've got Yellow Ping left side. You know the other's right side. And his crosshairs just in the middle of the hallway, not looking at anything. You need to be inch perfect at this level. I love the pace, though, from Falcons. They back themselves in. That is a wonderful set play for the duo, too, as well, with the Blackbeard in front. As I said, in that 2v2, I saw the Blackbeard, and I liked what I saw, and I felt like Falcons were ahead because of it. That's the power of BB. 4-4. Falcons are looking very strong here. Sorry to say, Toan fans, but it's very much now hold on for dear life and pray that Raza can turn things around. 2 rounds into this half, and 2 rounds that Live has been ineffective on the defense now. He's been your best player for Raza Company. He needs to start getting involved.
I mean, that's it. 3 rounds now in a row, and as you said, Raza played that perfectly. It seemed like, you know, the Oryx trying to get out on towards 90 corner, having to dash through the wall, like it wasn't fully prepared for him. He got a little bit stuck and slowed. Yeah, they traded out immediately, but it was like a couple of these pieces show how important they are, if not entirely prepped up and set up, pulling themselves away. It was a good sort of read and drive from the side of Falcons, but it will only take a second for things to maybe fall away. It's something where they know that they want to try and keep the pressure, get some of the control. It came down to a 2 versus 2. They played it brilliantly, but it could, by 1 smoke canister, being an inch further forward and hitting that mark, be, you know, post-plant, pre-plant, it's all the deciding factors. They're trying to isolate the player inside CCTV and security. They have Robbie on the upside down rappel in case he tries to cross the divide towards Armory. Perez is sort of backed into a corner here. Can they try to find a way to cut him off? SDK is offering some support. Bizzetto does find Dov on the outside, and well, he's looking to see if he's tested inside the office as well. Robbie realizes he can't just sit in a rappel forever. They've got to try and find a new route in, Falcons.
And if Falcons want to play fast, I think the best counter to that for Raza is to play off-angle positions. You know, they're hitting everything pretty directly. Security in towards Fountain, Armory, etc. But what happens if you play something a little bit different, a little bit more off-meta, even if you're just sitting like top waiting or play break room or even passport and then eventually rotating back up these stairs, playing in different areas where they won't expect you, where they won't find you, then you're into these off positions that can catch Falcons when they're out of position. Ashon slowly but surely over towards bot metal, making his way up, getting the free drone, barbed wire in the way. There is one close by though, and does get the kill onto SDK, caught completely unaware of the positioning of Hashem. Perez does get one onto guards. This feels like the moment in which Falcons as a team coordinating their attack, starting to make their pushes, starting to see if they can poke and prod this defense of Raza, but not necessarily that effective. Certainly not the same as the previous round. Robbie towards security. Lovely shot against Flash Street, but traded. Perez was close by. Keeps the advantage for Raza.
At this point, 45 seconds, and Falcons are still trying to keep the pace up. They're still trying to show them how to play fast. They make sure that they're not coying and being shy when things start to filter away, slowly creeping their way up center stairs, spraying through, gives a bit of the position away, but I think you expected it. Again, the pressure of time here, and what do they have to cross the divide? 2 flashes. That is it at this point. So it's Gun trying to get in towards Armory, get the cover, and Perez is the man that they've got to cut out of this, but he's been playing very well. You can see this approach, as I said, on towards this door. This is the only place they could try and get some solid control. There's the flashes, but he pushes in towards the fight. The cover's there from Basetto, and without needing the timeout, they're able to stop the flow of Falcons rounds and retake the lead.
Yeah, better from Razhar Company in terms of just being a little bit more prepared for the faster hit from Falcons. Falcons actually slowed down their own attack that round, probably because if you go fast 2-3 times in a row, you'll become predictable. So Falcons can't necessarily do that every single round. Otherwise, it's just too easy for the defending team to set up. You know, if you're just playing the same way every single time. And so Falcons kind of slow things down a little bit. But they still hit around that minute 10, minute 20 is when they wanted to try and poke and prod at Raza. But Raza were far more prepared for that particular play style. You know, the irony in all of it is Falcons actually kind of gave over some choice words regarding if you want to play fast, we'll teach you how to play fast. And then they slow it down the very next round. When playing fast has worked for them in the opening 2 rounds. They slow it down, things don't work out.
I think they tried to play fast as the first, like, you know, we didn't get the view of how the first kill came together, but we saw Basetto making his way back into office. I'm wondering if they leaned out at the top of these stairs. It was my sort of, not my complaints, but my questions before. It seemed like the position was quite easy to get. It allowed them to get the crossfire, and that was Falcons' first step, right? That was their first way into the building, as it is, to be fair, with a lot of teams getting control. Maybe Basetto sort of stepped in, shook that, and suddenly they've now got to replan, redesign. That's when Robbie gets off the rappel, rotates around, and that's 30 seconds, regardless of where he's going. But can they try and find a similar way to shape the approach? The same way that we can compliment how, you know, Raza were able to read Falcons' defense. There's always the chance for Falcons to do that, but when you're on the successful sort of front, you go, right, well, what do we do here? Well, we've got the Blackbeard back. We've got Hasham in this position. We're still going to try and fight against it. They've got more limitations on the use of utility, with Mozzie doing his best to hold down inside security, keep his own eyes on the control of CC. There's sort of the play and bait and wait, and he knows that Falcons play this info and then close down game of...
Yeah, pretty default setup from Falcons this round. So you bring double hard breach with the Blackbeard. Your pacing can't necessarily be that quick. You're going to be playing off of the Lion and the Dockerby in terms of the information they can provide. So when that utility is used, such as the Logic Bomb, there's your entry point. EE1D, there's your entry point. So you're kind of playing off of those a little bit because you've got these kind of slower operators and slower style. Unless, of course, Razhar Company want to present for you. This could be the kind of round that may have a slower pace to it. You know, minute 40, still 5 versus 5. Basetto is just holding E stairs. He doesn't need to over-contest. He doesn't need to over-swing. You're playing the Legion. Keep yourself alive. Keep those goo mines generating throughout the round and make this a bit more of an impenetrable area of the map. Keep E stairs as control. Deny above. And so far, Razhar doing all of that very well. That's the final Logic Bomb. And no more EE1Ds. So a lot of that entry utility now has been expended just to basically get security control.
Yep. Minute 10 here. All 10 players still standing. Maybe the longest that we've had this in a while. The kit being attempted to be planted as well. And wondering at this point what Falcons' first step in is. That's a good potential one. The C4 does
damage.
Yeah, a bit of damage to Hasham. Not enough to knock him out, but they'll sort of pull the catch, and whoa! Perez turns onto Robbie on a dime, gets the drop onto him, and that is a huge, huge kill, which could be a determining factor in how this round starts to play out. They break their way round. At this point, Falcons desperately trying to grab just a loose Raza player. Here is the potential fight for Jalad to level things up in the final 30 seconds, and he's a scrappy spray back and forth, but he didn't need to take it. SDK does, though. Gets Dove guards. Ringing around to the side of Fountain, but the other players, they learnt the lesson and they've dropped down.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't need to peek that if you're Paceto. You're holding very nicely. 20 seconds left now. Falcons trying to force this one. Otherwise, Raza will find themselves on map point. Hashem still on the Blackbeard, so he's got at least some kind of protection. The drop coming down. Nitrocell, the only one that Live has, the only one that Raza has, opens up the wall, but he can't see him because of the bathroom. Plant goes down successfully. SDK tried to rush it. Live in a better position. Does get the trade, but it's a post plant.
Rotating their way up in the Blackbeard. Drops for the fight. He didn't need to. He had a support of Gillette on the shoulder. And oh, there was a few decisions from both teams throughout that round that have a scratch in our heads, but I mean, Raja Company at least get the benefit of winning it out eventually. And now they sit on map point, on Falcons' map, 6-4. Now, Falcons have been able to thread rounds together before, but they do not have their timeout this time. Their 3 rounds came on the back of it. And they have 2 opportunities, Raza, to set themselves up for the 2-0. The difference is a quick one. If they end up winning this game in the 2-0 and getting top of the group, that guarantees them at least top 12, which is a difference of, I think, $75,000 to about $50,000 for the set underneath them.
It was definitely one of the more scrappy rounds between the two. I think that you can't always associate pace, or fast pace at that, with scrappiness, because a lot of the pace rounds that we've seen from both teams when they've elected to go that way have been pretty clinical. Like, they haven't made a lot of mistakes. They've been very swift and calculated, but that was the kind of round where it really just felt jumbled up from both teams even. Falcons, of course, they lose Robbie, not ideal early on, and then you haven't really cleared enough above because you never really got, you know, proper armory, archives, control, office, for example. You only really got security on your early entry, so you didn't have a lot of that map control. Then you have to just kind of send it in towards bathroom, hope for the best, and then somehow the plant goes down because the Nitrocell doesn't go through the wall, it only blows up the wall, and then he can't get the kill because of the bathroom tiles, but obviously then he can't really go anywhere, and so he can just send a teammate in, get the kill, and that just becomes this kind of one-for-one trade of which Raza have the extra numbers. They can win in that fashion. But like Paceto going back as well, Poppy stairs, you don't have to take that battle. Just keep control of the stairs. Fall back. You're playing Legion, Goo Mines, delay. But I think he just didn't want to allow them to get into office and play the hatch. Yeah. Understand that. So he feels like, I've got to take the fight. Hashon, by the way, has him pinned down on the very east stairs, but Paceto's going to get away.
Well, in this moment, Perez does get Robbie, and Robbie shut down. There's a good response. It's almost 2 gifts again. Not quite looking in the right direction. Obviously, we didn't see how the Robbie fight fell out, but it was early enough to, I assume, be a peek deep from CC and then returned onto break. Okay.
It's only the 4th opening kill that Raza Company have had in this entire game.
Wow. Well, for being able to convert it, now the pressure is onto Falcons.
Converted the other 3, so 100% conversion rate, 4 versus 4.
The smoke gone. Bait on time is going to be something that can be played with more by the Shield, especially. We hear their own deploy. Jalad trying to get himself a bit of a distance here as Perez is holding onto a fight live, sitting, waiting. Not entirely sure what that smoke is covering other than Fiastri's eyes, but there wasn't any movement behind it. Falcons, they've got themselves in towards office. They're trying to get the step on towards Fountain itself. SDK is the fight back, though, and he was ready for it. Guards gone. They lose the Blackbeard now. A 3 versus 4 here for Falcons to try and keep themselves alive on their map.
Yeah, there's a couple of bulletproof cameras as well set up, and losing Robbie early with those Bud drones not being employed, those will stay up for Raza, so they're going to have really good information towards the site. Hashem's in a world of hurt towards Custom. I mean, just completely outnumbered, surrounded, and with that, it seems as if the round, and therefore the map, is falling away from Falcons. Raza on the verge of claiming the opening map of this series, but hey, Dov has other words. Jalad from above, and Live is already down with Fiastri going as well. It's down to Perez in a 1 versus 2. Huge flip of the round for Falcons, heading into the final 30 seconds. Perez with it all to do. With PSG talent in their corner, they will him to win this very round, but he's got 2 players that are holding very strong with much higher health pools, and indeed, Jalad comes in to save the day and keep us alive on border.
I mean, what a play back from the 2 Falcons players there. That should have been bookend closed onto the next map, but refusing to give up and a timeout now. I mean, it's a risk, but it's something the coach wants to tell the team at this point. The same is offered as always here. Was it a 5 against 2? No, it was a 4 against 2. There's the kill and break earlier that just fell apart there, and I mean, a bit tragic of a round for Raza, but fully credit on towards Falcons. And obviously, stuff getting the opener, getting himself towards the close. Was it Jalad as well?
Oh, 6-5, another match point opportunity for Razar Company. A map point, of course, this being a best of 3. Another map after this. Still never got to actually see how Robbie died so early. I don't know if it was a spawn peak or if it was like an accidental spray that just connected with him. It's been a very entertaining match, though, between these two teams. I mean, I don't think there's a lot really between them. I think they're at a pretty similar level. They've both got also very similar qualities, too.
Oh, yeah. Great gunners, very aggressive teams as well. They love to move around the map. They love to...
It's fun to watch. It's not always the most, you know, methodological siege. You're not going to probably get, like, the super highest quality, but what you're going to get is entertaining. It's fast. It's fun.
It's also a little bit do or die, and that's the main thing. Now, if this map is won by
series
Raza,
is do or die.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't end the run for Falcons. Who is currently at the biggest amount of danger is PSG Talon, because if one map goes into the favor of Falcons, that is it. There is still more to potentially
but if one map goes to the Falcons, Razar Company can't finish top.
Exactly.
So it's, you know, it's Razar and PSG Talon, their fates are intertwined with the exact same result required.
So BDS are also sat watching this. And Dark Zero, I think, dropped down from second regardless of what happens.
Yeah,
we were running mini league numbers.
I don't think DC is going to hold on to second.
No, there was like, I don't know, it was very complicated at that point. We asked Jesse.
I also
Jesse
don't think BDS
sweating.
are as intently worried as, say, a PSG Talon. If they finish second, they finish second. But
a difference of 12th place minimum. But this round, what will be the push? It's a traditional one. Guards on the Ossa, trying to get her just inside the door on the plant. A C4 and the smokes will be the perfect cover. So the cover has to come from Jalad and Hasham on those windows. Sandwich at an AC. Now there is potentially Robbie going underneath, but there's the deploy, there's the motion, there's the roll, and well, they held off. Now live, you've got to loose the EMPs. C4s,
Nitro.
They're both stuck, but they're not going to be able to be popped off. They've got to swing and put the pressure on because they rolled the EMPs to perfectly cut the C4s. Falcons, using the utility juggling, have been able to pull it together, but there's still the chance of getting themselves caught out here. The gun barrel reveals the position. You know they're going to be watching the rotate up the stairs itself. There's at least one back for SDK, but it is such a hard retake, especially with all the Ossa shields still in place. Besetto, all that's left, gets one out the window, but no further. Falcons, with the guys of a Thatcher doing their best, are able to pull that one, and we go into OT.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a wonderfully well-executed set play by Falcons. Feels like that one came straight out of the strategy book, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Razar Company just had no direct answers. They only had one Nitrocell anyway, and it was on the mute, and he lost his life. I think it was live, trying to come close by to the Ossa, and the EMP is, of course, going out, but yeah, naturally, that's going to be the thing that's going to help you. Zami smoking below, says Dov. Not sure what that means. I didn't know Azami.
Did you know?
Yeah, okay, but either way, it felt like to me that Raza weren't set up for that particular hit. And clearly Falcons, you know, felt as if that was going to be their win con, which was Ossa in, Archives, get the shield down.
I think I worked out what it means. They were relaxing underneath.
Relaxation time at 6-5.
They weren't quite paying as much attention as I think Falcons think they should have been.
Maybe.
To stop it. I mean, if they were, who knows? But it's also a mind game, right? It's to sort of say, yeah, you specifically, Azami, you messed that up.
The Falcons have double attack here as well, so sorry to say for PSG Talon, but I think you could just about be going home.
If they can get this first one, They'd obviously pull themselves into the lead for the first time this game. They've been on the back foot the whole time, which gives us a different test of Raza as well. Obviously, Falcons, they won their first series on the opening day, had a break, and then couldn't find a series win since then. If it's taken 2 days for them to rebuild, this could be the moment. And, well, in the immortal words said earlier on, if you want to see how to play fast, I'll show you how to play fast. They are ready here. Hashom is going to be the tip of that potentially onto the sandwich window. There's the break. Are they aware of it to his right? Oh, not enough. They do at least get a C4 kill. The down comes out and Hashom gets one. A second C4 does offer some support, but they're still battling. There's still a chance here for them to keep the trades up and keep them leveling. They have grabbed on to some of the control on Armory, but oh, that was almost around for him. He pre-fired the wrong angle, but well, they're a bit slow to react, and now a 4 versus 2. Not impossible. It has been achieved before.
But they don't have a Blackbeard this time. You got a Flores. It's not quite the same. And a ridiculous amount of time and information that's already been gained by Flaustri. That's going to be an easy kill onto Robbie. Knows where the last player is. Everyone now for Raza can start to converge on this location. Yes, he loses his life, but Dolph now makes his way up top metal stairs on very low health. Raza on the verge of once again getting themselves into a match point scenario, at least for the next 2 rounds. 2 opportunities, unless Dolph pulls off one of the more insane clutches. With such a small sliver of health remaining, he needs to take out 3 members of Raza Company, and he's got a minute to do it.
Just trying to find an inroad, and there's almost this moment where we've seen Raza lean into fights they probably shouldn't have taken before. If you're a Raza fan or a PSG fan, you're probably hoping that they just stay together for now. Do not give Dov an opportunity, and they don't. He's very good at taking them. They get their first attack. I'm going to assume that we are now going to go to Vent. It's the site that they're able to win twice on their defense. Falcons, they're pretty locked in down here, 2 for 2. They might try and throw things out because obviously if it becomes an obvious position, but there it is.
Emmy, every single time we cast.
I know. What is this? Because it doesn't happen with me and Hap.
It doesn't happen with me and Guz. He messaged me again this morning.
Oh really?
He's not happy.
Guys, I'm so sorry. Actually, I could make it even worse and just reveal the information that I moved on to all of your and Guz's games.
That's even worse for him.
To sort of, so he would have 100% been on every single game that you've been on. He would have been on. So well, I'm so sorry, guys.
Raza need to finish this off though. They get themselves a bit of a lifeline because that second half comeback from Falcons was quite impeccable. Clearly, their attack on board it much better than their defense. Now, alas, they have to win a defensive round to get yet another opportunity to close this out on attack for Falcons to get the one and only map that they actually need. For Raza, they need the 2-0 if they want to finish top this group. Falcons, they need a map which would secure their spot in Phase 2 and send PSG Talon home. Big round. Could be big rounds, of course, if Falcons can somehow win defensively here. What does Raza have here on the attack? They were taunted by Falcons. Falcons saying, if you want to play fast, we'll show you how to play fast. Well, I wonder if Raza might just up the tempo, but to be completely honest, I don't think the lineup they have this round says they will.
Well, they've gone back to their original lineup for taking this site. They sort of tried it, didn't like it, moved on to the Jackal, the Gridlock, the Blitz, and the Ying. Didn't like that either. That was their attempt at going fast that was mocked, I think is the easiest way of putting it. So, slow it down. They're trying to find these angles, trying to find these opportunities, and maybe hope that Falcons, as we said, similar teams, they're the ones that get a little bit antsy, a little bit active, and potentially a little bit pulled away from this round itself. There's an encircling of the CC position, as we've said and seen many a time. A bit of a read here on towards the verticality. But otherwise, again, none of these engagements being entirely offered as of yet. A long fight and a ping. The C4 going a bit wide, but Dove with the cover from Sandwich. Great movement from Falcons, they saw opportunity. They felt it in the winds. So they threw 3 people to pay attention to it because now they have a 5 versus 4.
Yeah, and still not a lot of map control either. No space gained here for Razak Company on the attack. It's all this balcony, window, doorway, peek-ins. They're hoping Falcons maybe go for an overpeak. Basetto now in towards waiting. He's the only one making his way through break. That's inside of the building. He needs to get others involved as well. Gumine stepped on by Flashtree. Just over a minute left. Basetto losing his life to Hasher, watching from underneath the hatch. It seems as if a 15th round will very much be required as Guards gets the kill onto live. It is Razak Company once again proving failure to find an attacking round where it's utmost needed, as Falcons will send us to all 15 rounds on Border. They are 1 round away from sending PSG Talon home.
Could it be any more tense? It's either...
How's the heart rate, Fabian?
Someone check. I mean, it's either a Korean team going home at this point, Falcons...
After beating BDS as well.
Beating BDS.
What's even worse as well, Emmy, is if they had have won 2-0, there could have been room for a Falcons 1 map in a 2-1 loss.
If they'd have won the max overtime map that they played against Falcons and even lost the whole series.
If, ends, and buts.
We've only got what's ahead of us.
What is it? Could have, should have, would have?
Could have, should have, would have.
Yeah.
Didn't have.
Didn't have. Well,
7-7.
It all comes down to this 1 round. Of course, now, if Razak do win this, Falcons get another opportunity.
They do.
In Lao on the next map. But this would at least be crisis averted. For now, if you're a Talon fan, the Talon, of course, themselves, who I'm sure are watching this and with bated breath as to see how this round is going to finalize. Razak will need to find a defensive round. So far, they've won Bathroom and Tellers twice, Armory Lockers once. Falcons have been so impressive on their attacks. Their pacing has been tremendous.
Falcons have a lineup that is very good at dealing with how Razak likes to play. Said before, the control of the motions that they make. Hashem on the Dockerby just getting that sort of driven intel that they instantly feed towards the gun of Dove especially, but Guards on the Blackbeard very confident to make his way through. Yeah, sure, Robbie, the once upon star player, hasn't quite been as shiny throughout this tournament so far, but if you are a Falcons fan, probably still happy with the performance he's been able to pull together. Now STK might be the forefront. They're trying to drive them in towards a fight elsewhere. The drones are rolling around. We've seen some plays before, and it's the Blackbeard that sort of says hello.
Like Michael Myers just peeking at you through the window, but you can't really do much about it. He's the boogeyman. Oh, that can do something, though. That shuts down the Blackbeard. Huge kill from Basetto and opens up the door, the pathway for Razak to get themselves this very map as Dove falls. Suddenly, Falcons are capitulating in the 15th round, and they are getting slaughtered on Border. PSD Talon and a reprieve. For now, you are still alive as Razak Company take Border 1-0.
Well, we get to stay on the edge of our seats at least 1 map longer. It is not done yet for Falcons or PSG or Razak or BDS or Dark Zero. We have so much that can still be filtered. And this one needed every single round, and I'll tell you what, not just the prediction of you and I, but also these 2 teams, Jake, I have a feeling the next one probably will as well.
Yeah, I mean, nothing changes now heading into Lair. We're just basically doing it all again. Razak still need the map. Falcons still need a map. It's why we said in the pre-show, Emmy, these are basically 2 best of ones. One down, 1 to go.
Well, I don't want to waste any more time. Let's go to a break so we can get back into the next.
Available now.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. We take it back to the realness, feel this. We take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. We take it back to the realness, feel this. We take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
It's about time.
One more song. You choose.
I've got just the one.
And now with 24 seconds left to go, Loira has to make a deep rotation, finding one though on the J, what a shot, and this is why he's the demon. Loira finding three!
Low HP bodies on each respective side. Uno, he's getting aggressive. That suppressor is shown. It might help you out a little bit, but oh my god! Good for one here, and should be onto Boa. Getting that plant down. Allen out to the bottom. To the yellow pig as well! Yay for Allen!
The Psycho Kid as well. They're just pushing for the fight. He's on the back end. But one versus one with the demon!
Excellent patience here from CAG. Shuri holding it down, taking some damage. Blaz sticking the plant, not falling off. He commits, and Shuri gets the down. Go to, so why not? Oh!
And if the overextension comes in from Lender, he might get a chance. Can he hit his shots? Yes! Lands the first, hits the second.
Do not die. Don't give them the 1v1. Oh, what have you done? You've died. C4 goes in. You do at this point. He can converge on his position. He's got to be ready for this. The ace has got a whip. He somehow does. Can finish this. Surely land the C4.
But shut down now by Newers. Wary about these frost mats that could be sitting under the windows as well as this angle below gym wall. Newers now the last man standing. He's good for 4 as well as the ace.
Two people have to come here and nothing to respond from Fatal. But can they get the case back down? Gomez taking a fight. He can hide. The case going back down though. He can run back up on it. Skimsy isn't alive any longer.
get here, hey? Every single round was needed. Every single one felt like it could go either way. That was just the opener of the series, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very fun game as always. We're getting all the banger matchups, Emmy, and this one going all 15 rounds required, yet ending up with the result that Razar needed, that PSG needed, that Falcons didn't need, and yet it came down to one singular round. I mean, that's as entertaining as it's going to get, especially on the final day of group stage. So, look, we're in for a series now. It comes down to this map. This map's going to set it all off. If Falcons do win this map, dare I say, on a personal level, I feel like the third map might be a little bit like dead rubbery. It won't matter too much.
Yeah.
But this map matters a lot. And so that at least, you know, if that third map does become a dead rubber, that's okay because this map matters so much. And so this map of Lair coming up is going to mean a lot for Falcons, for Razar, for BDS, and for PSG Talent. So 4 teams from this group are all affected by this one single map coming up.
And what a map. I mean, yeah, it's like the only people who are sat chilling right now is DZ.
Yeah, because they can't do anything. I'll finish the...
They're just like, what, you know, Que Sera. There is one thing I've heard from Fresh on the news, Fresh on the beat. Fabian is not watching this series because he cannot take it.
He can't take it.
The stress is too high. And to be honest, if you flip PSG's performance, if they opened with the wins and then started to slow down, you'd probably be a little bit more reserved about it.
Yeah.
But Falcons have played out of their skin the past 2 days. They're on the up and up. For it to sort of end in a whimper would be almost regrettable, but at the same time, Falcons, they're sort of the flip side. They started strong, struggled, and as you can see here, bounced back. Dov, huge game. Robbie and Hasham not quite able to fully activate, but same time, you know, you're missing STK. You're not quite having the split there. So, I mean, Perez 18 to 10, 80% cost.
Yeah, absolutely tremendous performance from Perez. 5 opening kills for just the 2 opening deaths gives him a +3 entry. The only one that was close to that was Dov. He went 4-1, so he also was quite impressive when it came to that entry department. It was just the style of the game as well that I really enjoyed. I mean, it's Border. Yeah, Border opens up the map, and it's also where a team like Falcons and I guess Razar love that kind of style. Fast entry, fast pace, you know, on the move. You're never really staying in the same position all that often, whether it be defense or attack. And I'm hoping Lair can provide something similar, although I feel like maybe top floor isn't really going to bode too well with these teams. So maybe other sites on Lair can open up the map and we can get some of that fast-paced style, but it's certainly not going to be anything like Border. Now, the other thing to remember as well is that opening map was the pick of Falcons. It certainly is their kind of map. It's their bread and butter. Lair is the map pick for Razar Company. They will be attacking first up, and Falcons will be on the defense. I don't know really how this game's going to go. Now for Falcons, this is actually an elimination game.
And I think the thing about this map as well is obviously we haven't seen it from either of these 2 teams playing their way through groups, and so far at this point, it has been played a fair bit in the tournament, and it's sort of a bit split, right? You know, the top 2 sites that you'd pick, the top floor and the bottom floor. Well, the first one is very heavily towards defenders, 61%, and then the bottom, well, that's actually currently for attackers, 53%. If you can be sharp on your attack, there's big ways to make big moves and sort of big motions in towards the side itself, and that is something that Falcons do very, very well. They'll sniff out an opportunity. You'll suddenly have 2-3 Falcons players sort of closing down on it, and well, you now have the test of Razar Company. Why are you here? What is your game here at this point? And is it good enough to be prepared for a trade game? Because if it isn't, Falcons are going to isolate you. They're going to execute you.
Yeah, I think that right now, for me, Falcons, it's all about the mindset, their mental. I said in the pre-show, that if this gets to Lair, having lost the first map, you know, this is where Falcons now, round by round, you know, if you lose the first couple of rounds, you're going to be like, oh no, we might actually be getting eliminated here from group stage. And so that's something that's going to be playing on their mind. They have to block that out. They just have to play their game and not be too worried about repercussions, because if you're worried about repercussions, you become naturally hesitant. Then you're not quite as confident. If you're not as confident, then you know Razar Company is going to be the far superior team. But Razar Company, they're one step away from finishing atop the group. And that itself is so much pressure on them as well. Like, don't get it twisted. I know it's opposite ends of the spectrum, Emmy, where one team is essentially fighting for their life and the other one's fighting for the heroics of finishing atop the group. But with that still comes that pressure. They don't want to fail. They don't want to fall short of a very significant achievement.
75% of you believe Razar Company will win this. That means 75% of you believe PSG will live on to get to phase 2, and that Raza Company will be another team confirmed at the top of the board. Falcons, the job is on you now to see if you can keep yours and Mena hopes alive here at 6 Invitational 2025. What performance can you build up, as Xenox put it, about confidence? Confidence is key, and Monty isn't. Removed once again, and to be honest, you know, you've still got Blackbeard up, which was a big use for sort of Falcons there. I think we're going to see a fair amount more of that played on a map that is, for all intents and purposes, exploratory. We don't really know how these teams are going to hold it. We don't really know how you're going to answer questions, but having a man who can sort of walk in with a big metal shield and quickly get to a gun that obviously Falcons are very proficient with, probably going to be very happy to have it. The Grim was a bit of a good point for them as well, and the Kai to juggle against some of these hard walls. Oh, I'm excited for a game here. Let us get in towards a lair. Once again, PSG Talon fans, you're not out of the woods yet. Falcons, they don't even need to win the series. They just need but one map.
One map is all that is required for Falcons, but if they lose this map, they are done. They are out of 6 Invitational. There is no other series that can change that outcome or change that course of action. It's as simple as this. Falcons must win Lair, or they are going home. If they can win Lair, PSG Talon are going home. Regardless, Emmy, this is a straight-up elimination game, and we love those. Those are the most exciting. Those are the most fun. They're tantalizing. This is what everyone wants to sit back and watch and see who is going to be exiting from the 6 Invitational. Is it Falcons, or is it PSG Talon? For Raza, you win this map, you go atop the group, and what a lead you begin with in Phase 2.
I mean, it wouldn't be a you and I cast without it getting to this.
This is going to 15 rounds.
There's something magic in the air.
Let's just skip forward.
Let's just skip forward. No, I want to see every single second, and it'll start here. Can Falcons lock themselves in? As I said before, there's a little bit back and forth in terms of how this map plays out, but this side up sort of top, you're looking at a very solid 61%. You can get decent responses towards the approaches. You can make sure that you have a full surround. A lot of fighting here on the Rocket main stairs that Hashom wants to be the first to step into. Raza, when you're approaching, you have the options of putting pressure over towards potentially green, getting the walkway, maybe getting operations, and then trying to crack your way across. And without a mirror, it's actually a lot easier. Usually you'll have that extension here so you can keep a keen eye, but instead they've got to create it. With Jalad playing the Kiba barricades and buying himself some second as support. Soft underneath means that, well, he's got multiple different angles and floors to keep an awareness on, and he's about to maybe be gifted the first fight. If they don't look up, well, they won't be looking anywhere else this round apart from through cams. I believe it's STK that is underneath there, maybe live. He's currently setting himself up a drone a few paces ahead, but I don't know how aware he is. They get themselves set in. If he steps forward, oh, he might be knocked back out. Surely they heard that. Well, they definitely want the fight.
It does reveal the location and what's being watched as well. I mean, Raza Company coming into Lair, it's their map pick. They should be very much aware of their surroundings, what to look out for, what to be ready for. Is Jalad just trying to keep ops locked down with these Kiba barriers? Of course, he's still playing that vert as well, denying that walkway down below. And the one thing, again, this is going to be a slower-paced game naturally. Lair versus Border goes without saying. I think there will be opportunities for both teams to obviously pick up the pace, but certainly, you know, top floor, you're not going to see it. And I think a lot of the rounds you're going to get this kind of testing and, you know, poking and prodding. Jalad just feels like he has to fall back and talk about the timing as Perez was just bowing down towards his location here on the Maverick. Nitrocell thrown out and shot out. It's just an aggressive entry Maverick here for Perez. Of course, he was so good on Border. Feels like he's up for the task, taking down Jalad on the Azami. 45 seconds, still a 5 versus 5. We had nothing like this on Border.
They scream their way up the walkway stairs and win the first engagement, but they're just going to have to try and throw themselves into sight. So Robbie sets himself on the first door, and, well, can the Azami follow through? Jalad suffers a bit, Robbie does as well, but they've still got the territory, the corners to work with here. The pressure on the breach is slowed and stopped by pretty much everything toxic in this game. The smoke will take a while to dissipate, and in that moment, well, he can't rotate off. He just has to sit and wait and maybe go for the dive. But Jalad sneaking his way around the back stairs. He gets the spray and he's covered by Fiastri. But They can't get the kit down because of Robbie on the watch. Gets knocked down. A 2 versus nobody. Falcons hold the line. I love the siren noise. That's the alert. That means Falcons are here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really good round from Falcons because of the way that Jalad played it. I think a lot of the round he's just delay. Keep ops control, fall back, play sight. Robbie as well gets tagged up, plays behind the desk, but he's able to know full well where that kit's going to come from through the breach. It's a pretty much standardized default push. That's why there's Vulcan canisters. That's why the gas babes are being thrown there. And Robbie knows if he just stays alive, gets that 1 kill, that's going to be enough to change the course of the round. He does that. Really, really well played from Falcons to just fall back, play sight. It's lair. You don't have to run around. You don't have to do anything too ultra creative. And I think that's a really good sign of a team. And we know Falcons have certainly different ways that they can play. It's why they're a top team in the world. That was better. You know, on Border, there was a lot of times there they got sucked into that sort of early and mid-round fighting as Border likes to be, where they probably didn't have to get as aggressive as they were. And that just looked far more controlled. But that is also the best side on Lair when it comes to defending. So now, the next couple of rounds will test them a little bit more.
I mean, you know, having a quick sort of scan through all of the maps, I think it's maybe... Oh, no, okay. 60%, it's far and away the best on this map itself. This one, for example, defense, only 46%. And, you know, you kind of want to hit Bronze Briefing as the most balanced split. Nobody is really playing armory weapon maintenance at this point. So this is a chance for them to, if they get this locked down, certainly statistics actually start to work into their favor. Now, they're both preferring defense as teams go, but then you look at how Border played out, and you never know how teams are going to hit when they get together. Stats can often go out the window because you play the game ahead of you, and both these teams, they're kind of specialists at it. Their whole game, their sort of ethos of how they come into the Rainbow Six sort of matches and scene is, let's see what they're doing. Okay, let's respond. Let's be proactive. The Deimos, the chance at getting a drive-through on the fight. The Buck is doing a lot of damage to Robbie, force him back. Dove suffers as well, as I think Fiastri is taking a fight in the meantime. He's got the watch onto it, Fiastri, but he's not entirely being gifted the end of this. How long will you sit? How long will you wait?
It's like everyone's just like paused.
Take a breather.
Take a breather, yeah. Well, eventually throws out that Boogie Auto Breacher. And 90 seconds again on the clock. 5v5. Blair already showing its pace differential compared to Border. It's Jalad. Opening pick onto Perez. That's a big kill onto the Deimos. Gets rid of the death marks. Less information provided for Raza. And more importantly, a player who was so good on Border.
That's it. You know, that they shut out the star of the roster. They're able to do a bit of this early damage. The Deimos as well over this verticality is a bit of a cost and a play, and it's a big rotate here coming out with a minute left. Sure, the Ram and the Buck, they're getting some work done, but if you're not getting the kills on the back of the verticality, all you'll do is sort of spreading them out on what is a very wide floor. And you can see that Falcons are happy to play that game. They're sort of saying, yeah, you can have all that soft. You've still got to get down here and plant. We've played on retakes before. It hasn't always been successful, but you know it's a strategy that they like to employ live. The Buck suffers next. A bit of a C4, doesn't quite get the full pop out, but it scratches and fights, dances and blinds as they start to move their way in. There's the first. The pressure around the corner, clearing the utility, and the smoke drives them right into Jalad. Watching and waiting. The long fight does get revenge, but 20 seconds here and a 3 versus 3. They still have to cross the divide. Fiastri gets a couple on the back end, though, and SDK sticking the kit, going for the plant. It's a bit of motion. They're trying the retake, but this time it hasn't quite worked. Now, verticality, I said it wasn't really effective before. It is a nightmare to have to clear past live. He knows the engagement. He's keeping himself a little bit coy, a little bit distance from it for the first, but as Hasham goes down, Robbie with the secondary popped it round the corner. We are back level.
Yeah, we were looking at the stats before when it comes to labs, and it's a little bit more favored towards the attack, Emmy, and I think you can clearly see that in the way that round was played. It's a strange one, typically seen as the sort of secondary site. Yeah, bunks and briefing you could, kind of interchange, but yeah, that's the thing about Lair. You kind of got that one site that's really strong defensively, and then the other two are almost in that tertiary level. So, yeah, really good for Raza to get on the board. Yeah, 1-1, and it's more to keep the pressure on Falcons, that mental and scoreboard pressure, right? Like, you don't want to allow them to get 2, then 3, and suddenly they're looking comfortable, and they're then closer to achieving their goal. A really solid round, and you lost Perez too early, and he was so good on border, but it's Flastry that stands up, gets a couple of kills. 1-1, all tied up. And I think it's just the nature of this particular map, it's going to play out like this. Strap yourselves in, back and forth. There's 2 teams, not much separating them. I would not be shocked whatsoever if it ends up being another 8-7 either way.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we predicted it. We knew it was very likely going to happen, and here we are, potentially finding ourselves screaming into it. And I think one of the things that sort of you can take away as a point of progress here for the side of Falcons is it's kind of spread out. They're all finding themselves into these engagements, apart from Hashon, but you know he can have his moments as well. In the meantime, I think that was maybe a 4K from Flastry that round. It took a lot to drive them back into this, so it's not as sort of clear-cut as a round as it was. The plant was...
It was a 4K.
A big deciding factor, and that's it. And Flastry, you know, coming into this, I think they're the second lowest rated player on the roster for them. Still positive KD, but still, you know, it's
not a big gap, though. It's not
a big gap.
Yeah, it's not like some teams, the second worst rated players, like 20 to 25 EPS behind, you know, the rest.
Yeah,
it's pretty equal.
Start making rosters. But at the same time, it's a little bit more weighted. Currently, a 4K is not something you can convincingly build a round-winning strategy around every single time, and Raza will be just as aware of that here. A side that's a bit more 50-50. And now's the chance for Falcons to try and wrest some control back in, get a lockdown here. The first engagement might be a bit of a giveaway. They're able to get it. It felt a bit clean. We didn't truly get the taste of it. I don't even know if it was an outside peek, though. It wasn't the Deimos. It was probably vertical. I mean, he gets this one pretty clean as well. The C4 usage, but...
Close to shooting it.
We've seen it once already. There's a chance we'll see it again. Hashon has the C4 ready to go soon as well. Can they hunt Dove? He really was the tour de force player with Falcons on border. STK finds Hashon. Maybe we won't see a C4 shot out this round, but will they try and push onto Flastry? They're being patient. Not going to fight for the verticality guards, though. He might need a little bit of support. Jalad finds Perez. There goes SDK. Jalad gets a double. The fighter Dove on the doorway as he takes a bit of damage. He's got some support here from Robbie, but they don't need to swing that fight right now. 3 of them are ready for this engagement. And you're almost sort of saying, Falcons, stop.
Well, it feels like Flasher is probably going to need another 4K here if they're going to win this round. I know he's still got Passetto up as well, but 45 seconds. This is looking like a Falcons round for all money. Although Dov, Jalad, both very, very low. So if you can find those players pretty early here into the next 30 seconds, there is a possibility, but there goes Flastry. Passetto does get one onto Jalad, but the numbers prevail for Falcons. They retake the lead on Lair, edge forward, 2-1. Early days, but Falcons look quite settled here defensively on Lair.
2-1. Traded rounds back and forth, and this reopens the best defensive side on the map, Master, so this could very quickly turn into 3-1, and then to feel confident, as we said, that the splits of how these sides play out, they only really need one more from then on, and they can get themselves set up on their attack. Now, the worry is that statistically, in general, Raza have had a very strong defensive tournament. And if it's an unknown quantity, an unknown map, Raza can play into that. Whether it's a style that clashes, as we said, there's similarities between these two teams. It does put a little bit more statistical weight, a thumb on the proverbial scales for Raza here. But, said this round, if they play it the same way they did before, I mean, Falcons, they're good motion. It felt scrappy at the end, but I think Falcons knew the game and had done such a good job of wasting time.
Yeah, Falcons just need to start well here and keep the hope alive, the confidence alive. Nothing would have been worse than seeing Razar get, you know, the first 3 opening rounds on the attack, because that's when just you feel as if it's all going against you. You can still see that team has belief, that confidence is there. They're very passionate when they do win that round. Everyone looks excited, and that's a big deal in what is a single map that's going to determine your life at this event. Sometimes the strategy can only do so much. You need to have those good vibes. We've seen teams at this tournament, Emmy, plenty of teams that haven't had those vibes, and eventually the strategy then falls apart as well.
Oh,
there you go. That's going to be good for the vibes. Perez falls again. And he was someone that had an impact, a very big impact on the first map. Not quite as much here. 2-4 now. Losing his life early, and so far as well, that's going to be 3 rounds running that Falcons have found that early kill on the defensive flare. That just helps you so much. It's a massive, massive map. And if you're down to 4 attackers, it's so difficult to then get map control and bully the defenders. It's the defenders now that are in control for the remainder of this round. Next kill so important for Raza Company.
Twice that it's been Jalad onto Perez as well, and that one definitely was a peek outside. It pre-fired the angle, and he thought, why not double dip, treat myself? Oh, I've killed who was one of their best players. And I mean, you know, as I said before, it was likely this was going to go Falcons' way statistically, and now they have even more confidence. Because if it does get into the same territory of traded kills, traded blows, well, they have an extra body, Falcons. They're more than happy to make use of it. Now, though, it's down to Raza to see if they can isolate a single Falcons player, maybe try and level things up. It's obviously been about a minute since we last lost a player, and they've been able to have, you know, realize some of their approach, but there's concerns about Green, concerns about somebody looping in behind them, and, well, concerns about Falcons just swinging for the fight. Robbie takes a bit of damage, doesn't take a little bit more, slips his way to a different fight. Will he lean in, knowing the player was almost out of bullets? No, but there is a fight not too far away, the bottom of the stairs, and, I mean, we've seen big kills from these sort of plays against the vertical, but as Dove gets Flastery on the far side, a 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2. Sit.
Wow.
Put that one on socials.
Oh, you better win the round now.
Yeah.
You must win this round. You can't lose a 5v2 after saying sit. 35 seconds for Passetto and Live to maybe put some egg on the face of Dove. It's going to take something very, very unlikely. Nitrocell was thrown out, misses. Passetto still alive. Gas Babe plus bullets. Does the job, leaves Live in a 1v4. No time remaining. Robbie puts an end to the round, and it's a 3-1 lead for Falcons. They're just starting to believe that they can find the escape route out of this group that doesn't lead with them heading home. 4 rounds away for Falcons.
The problem is, now they've got to go down to lab again. We're actually going to have a timeout here. Raza, they believe there's stuff to talk about, and to be honest, you know, it is their map. Their win conditions are known but to themselves, and they're testing themselves against a map that hasn't really been tested of Falcons, whether they've sort of played the gamble in. You know, if you see a team play a map at SI, they've prepared the map, right? That is just how things go.
Yeah, if you allow it through.
If they allow, like, nobody's, oops, I'm there. It happens for reasons, and Falcons are proving that reason right now. So Raza, taken by surprise by the game that Falcons have.
I believe that's from the other game.
Well, who's the other game currently? Space Station.
So that makes all of the sense in the world.
100% from the other game. I mean, there's been some vocal shouting from this, but I don't think those are the exact terms being used.
Or the accent.
Sit is a good one, though.
It is, yeah.
Sit.
3-1 lead,
Clean.
back to lab. This feels like a huge round now for Raza.
Yeah. And
Dove on the Scopos is interesting.
I mean, you know, he's playing a game pretty well right now. He was, again, a huge sort of player, a huge presence for Falcons on the first map. He kept on, not even if he was the one getting the kills, he was causing problems. He was getting the route through the team, and then, you know, that translates here on towards this map. That translates here on towards, play Scopos. Because what's it going to force Raza to do? Well, look at how Raza have been approaching. Quite slow, really. They're struggling to get a hold of things. If you suddenly have maybe something hidden away, maybe the chance to draw some attention, draw them away, and then teleport back down to the site and, you know, bait as much time as possible, then that difference of 20 seconds, even if it's that, and then your full strength on the site itself, fantastic for them. And then also it can operate as a bulletproof camera if you've got one buried down. And, you know, there's options here that will definitely stress Raza's approach. They need a bit more pace. The Dockerby might be the call and the chance of that, but Ooh, being surrounded early on. He's about to find multiple Falcons players, and that is what I was talking about at the start of the map. They're so good at that.
I mean, that's just smoke as well. Well played from Gillette. He's having a really good performance here on Lair. You know, to go for that aggression with the SMG-11, you're playing an operator that needs to be alive late in the round. It's a risky play, but it pays off. You know, it's that risk versus reward. Gets rid of SDK. The Docker Beat can be so useful on such a big map to find out information as to where the defenders are with the logic bomb. You lose that now. That's a big piece of utility. It's also another opening kill. 4 consecutive opening kills now for Falcons. They are dominating on the defense here, making it very difficult for Raza to ever find themselves in a position where they can be winning. Like, they haven't been winning these rounds.
Yeah, and they've been just shut out. So consistently. They're
constantly playing from behind.
Yeah, and they can't even get into the playstyle that they love as well. They're not fluid. They're not energetic, and they're struggling, for lack of a better word. And gotta give credit here to Falcons for stressing them so much. This is Raza's map. You wouldn't believe it.
Raza's map, the stress and fear that Falcons would be feeling, knowing if you lose this map, you're out of SI. And it's not showing on their faces or inside of the server. They look confident. They look as if this is just an inevitability that they are going to win this and they're going to secure their place in Phase 2. 60 seconds. Raza hasn't really also shown a lot when they're down a player. I need to see a little bit more confidence as well from Raza that they feel like they can bring these rounds back.
This is the player I talked about with Dov as well. He is happy to sit the top floor of the main stairs as Skopos, and you know, he's just drawing attention. He's drawing focus. There's 40 seconds, and they're not convinced they have full vertical, and it's just, again, too little too late. The vertical was a deciding factor last time. The kit went down pretty late. There's the pop of smoke canisters as the pressure is trying to find its way through, but remember, it was a Flastery 4K, and this time he flashes himself. Jalad does go down, and at some point you assume Dov is going to activate around the back, but suddenly 2 kills have come through, almost 3, but there's Dov. Gets Flastery, gets his presence known, but look at his teammates here. Xenox, both of them are down.
Yeah, I mean, that does mean Dov's technically in a 1 versus 3. 7 seconds, though, time, a good factor in favor of him, but no, full white, he didn't even get to see his attacker. He didn't even get to fight back. It was a wonderful flash. And Raza somehow pulled that round from absolutely nowhere. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I started saying, with what, 15 seconds left, I was writing in my notes, Raza were going to lose the round.
It was 9.
I literally have written here, slow pace Raza has cost them. But no, they get a couple of big kills. The downs work out perfectly. The execution into the site works out perfectly. And they get a crucial second attacking round.
Whew. I mean,
it's happening. It's going to be a banger.
It was.
I'm not allowed to say that word.
No, we got in trouble. If our talent manager is listening, I won't call them bangers anymore. Let's call it mash, because this is everybody throwing themselves in. It was about 9 seconds left. They went for the flash drop there, and yeah, they convinced the round. And you know, it came down to a late push. It came down to last minutes. But even just in the motions they were making, and I'm only saying this specifically about Flastery because he was the one we were watching, pulling back, flashing himself in that second when you've got 20 seconds, 25 seconds left after sort of juggling on a doorway and, you know, pulls out a trade kill afterwards. But it shows the stress on the side of Raza, right? The act of bouncing a flash around a corner is a specific action. The act of things getting quite late and quite loose with a team that usually has been quite succinct with those moments.
Yep.
But they pull around out. It's a precious second attack. Here is the site that was won before pretty handily by Falcons. They could very much set themselves up for the 4-2 setup here. Obviously, Raza's game is just ahead. They've already used the timeout.
The overall nature of this half has been pretty comfortable for Falcons, yet it's a 3-2 scoreline. If this ends up being 3-3, I don't think Falcons have actually fully imagined how much dominance they've actually had in this half. And they will be quite disappointed then with that scoreline going into the second half, where I think Raza will have probably more confidence in themselves to close this map out. This is a very important round. Falcons need that buffer, because attacking here on Lair isn't always going to be the easiest job. And if you can at least get that 2-round buffer, it gives you some room to breathe, figure things out on the attack, have a couple of rounds to just sort of test the waters. How are they playing? What operators? What sites do we need to bring this? If it's 3-3, you won't have that room. You won't have that breadth. Nitrosalt doesn't really do much.
think he's
maybe anticipation of a rush through the breach, but doesn't happen. Oh, headshot from Dove, though. Shuts down Flashtree. As the logic bomb was ringing, puts that phone away, and puts the gun up and finds the headshot. Maybe another one as well.
I mean, he has been, as I said before, the lifeline for Falcons, and he's trying to find more of an engagement. You're the Blackbeard, and we had talks about when to use the shield, when to sort of show him, when to fold him, and here's a moment where Dove's saying, yeah, no, come on, bring you back up. I'm ready for it. I know how you're going to try and approach this. Another call, but remember, this is just to get the verticality on the side, and he finds the Blackbeard. Can he find the third? Yes, he can! What an absolute force he is for Falcons! And now, taking this round on his back, it leaves just Perez and Brisedo. They get one, but without the verticality, they even look at the site, and they're going to be shut out. There's Robbie. And
Got to keep going. Got to pick up this pace. 30 seconds. You don't want to leave this down to the last 10 or so. Dove is low. This is winnable. You've got flashes. They've just got to back themselves in. Play off of each other as they are doing right now in bunk. You've got one more smoke, 2 flashes. Smoke still up, almost dissipating. But as you mentioned before, Emmy, R6 room covered by Jalad. And you've still... Oh! Jalad no more! Perez puts a bullet between his eyes. That can get the plant down inside of bunks. Almost stopped. It will be stopped. Dove on a heater. 4 kills. And it will be 4 rounds for Falcons. A roller coaster of a round.
Dove is not done. What a way for him to rest that round into the favor of Falcons. I mean, you know, getting that opener. What a snappy shot. Then he finds the Blackbeard in the second shot. This, filthy. Then he goes onto the pressure of the Blackbeard. And obviously what we saw there before, the kills were fantastic. But the way he approached the engagement, he knew what was going to be happening. He turned towards approach the Dokkaebi. Then he's able to respond towards the Blackbeard as he felt and heard and knew the push was coming on the back of the call. That's when he went, well, they're not going to expect this move. And then gets the next huge performance. Technically, he didn't get the ace, but I think give it to him anyway.
I think just the ability of him to deny the plant coupled with the 4 kills overall is one of the more perfect kind of rounds that you can have without getting all 5 kills.
Oh, yeah.
That's basically the next best thing. And in such a crucial round where I think that 3-3 half would have had us going into the second half with Razar Company having their noses just in front, that gets denied. Now you got that buffer that I was talking about before. And suddenly you also have that momentum. In this 7th round, you can bring that in and you're on the attack now. You can honestly go for broke in this round and try and get that 5-2 lead, which may then feel for Razar is a little out of reach. But on defense layer, top floor, this would be a steal if Falcons can go 5-2 up, and it puts an absolute immense amount of panic into the PSG Talon fans around the world.
It is a game of 2 halves. And Raza are good on their defense, but remember, they have used their timeout, and if Falcons can get an early grasp onto a round, be it this or the next, and put themselves in that 5-2 or 5-3 situation, that is terrifying to go up against and invigorating for Falcons. They get themselves the quick breach here, attention on towards the site and instantly pick up. There's not a swing because it's covered, but STK does find Hasham, and that was on the long watch on walkway.
And their first opening kill as well since the opening round.
Wow.
It's been a while for Razar Company. That's certainly one aspect of this map that they've been failing in. And fortunately as well, not just the opening kill, they get the next one too. So no Dokkaebi, no Blackbeard, and sets them up nicely here, of course, on one of the better sites when it comes to defending Lair. Where gas wave still for Flashtree. He opts to pull one out and throw it. And I think this is where for Razar, just don't make any mistakes. Don't do anything silly. Don't peek. Force them to push into you. Nitrocell will get shot out. With reflexes from guards. If Falcons can win this round, then whoa, that would be so big.
Oh, I would think the map would be done. But at this point here, obviously they've not got the Blackbeard. They've almost got
Surely
the cover.
that's
But
it.
yeah, Perez has it. But we, again, this is far and away the best site for defenders. And you can sort of see why, how awkward it is to approach, the different crossfires that are just gifted towards the defense based on the setup. It's the only one where you're almost immediately entering and being watched from at least 2 different points, and that's what makes this site so strong. There's not a comfortable, this is our backs to the wall and we've got this position and we can get a crossfire with this position. No. That's not what we do here. You can maybe try and get some stuff up underneath, but it's just...
Well, the half begins now.
Yeah.
Now the half begins. The next couple of rounds is where things are going to be really determining who's going to take this map. You know, suddenly Bunks and Brief, you've got Lab and Support. These are going to be the sites that are going to dictate a lot. Because if Raza can win both of those sites, guess what? Then R6 and Mazda opens back up again. What does that then mean? Likely to win that? Suddenly then it's 6-4. And opportunities to close the map out go the way of Raza. So for Falcons, very much important that they can steal, at least over this next rotation, at least one of these rounds. Get themselves to 5. Then if you can get another one, that's OT secured. So again, that's why I felt like getting that 4-2 advantage was so important, because if they hadn't have got that, right now it would be a 4-3 lead in favor of Raza. It would be a long way back for the attacking team of Falcons. So they, at the very least, did a good job to close out the half. Raza do a great job, a standout job, considering it was flawless, to begin their half on defense. So far, only 2 attacking rounds have been found. And I think that's going to be the similar nature here in the second half. Falcons, of course, are a very good attacking team. We know that. But this map doesn't lend into their style of play as, say, a Border.
Well, Pasetto is hoping somebody drifts by a drone hole shot. But we could be sitting here for days, and I don't think it would happen. So we'll assume they'll give up just as we should. And look elsewhere. See where the approach is coming through here. It's drove across the top, the main stairs. Steady sort of clear, but there's no contest currently for the top 2 floors that we can see so openly. There's 3 C4s, and that's the game that we're going to be playing. Mainly Dove. Probably rolling those boogie drones across. STK is sort of trying to take out as much as possible, but it's a very safe run back down here. They had the cover of Live, making sure that nobody was trying to sneak their way in towards the boat room and cut off that rotate. Pasetto is back at the drone hole. Again, still no gift, but at some point he's going to try and slip his way down these stairs. Again, these rotates, you can see Perez is making sure that the window is covered below. But Raza, they're keeping a keen eye that every escape route is in a good position. He's drawing some attention. He'll probably pop that fire and slip away in about 15 seconds, maybe, because the danger is starting to pile up.
Again, the map just is not going to play in favor of a super fast-hitting attacking Falcons. Maybe on the site. They've just got too much work that they have to do. Oh, this is going to be a repel in. Is Pasetto ready for it? It is going to be guards. Vulcan canister is popped, forces guards back. He doesn't continue to push forward. Light with the opening pick onto Dove, gets rid of the ram. Another drop down. Perez has got to find his kill onto Robbie. Robbie was absolutely out in the open. Nitrocell should get shot. No, he does get the down onto Robbie. Perez will peek and confirm it. No, he doesn't.
It's such a tough way to pick him back up, but it's drawn the Blackbeard away, because now the Blackbeard has to cover Robbie, and now there's only a single fight. He's spraying. He's gone for the hop out. Surely the Blackbeard gets him, and he does. Bit of a risk there, but it's taken the positions that Falcons wanted to set up in and force them. Jalad makes sure that he keeps driving along. There's now the backup and the support, but 30 seconds. X-Kairos take a long time, and the call will come through. They've got to keep the vertical, so it turns into sort of a flat fight inside the site itself. Guards, where will you position? Well, apparently putting bullets through the heart of Pasetto, and Hasham gets one before SDK gets 2 back with the fire on Jalad. Guards!
Can't plant. He has to push forward, Emmy. There's only 7 seconds left, and he's standing still because of the flames. SDK and Live will just know exactly where to aim their guns. He couldn't take one single step forward. We are tied at 4-4. Raza Company are 3 rounds away from sending Falcons home and claiming top position in this group.
Now, we are listening to jazz, and I promise you that is not the calm and soothing environment. This is maybe, I'm just casting this game, And this is maybe the most stressed I've been whilst listening to Jazz. I have no stakes other than having a good time. And boy, let me tell you, I am having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fantastic series. It's what you want when you get to day 5 of SI group stage. You want these kind of matches because no one likes the dead rubbers. Particular groups have already got certain teams that have been eliminated, so then it's really only that battle for first or positioning. The fact that this is one map that affects 4 teams and their fate and in many different ways, whether it's first, whether it's last in the group, is just absolutely fascinating. And it's the way it's playing out. The 8-7 on the opening map. Fact is, Falcons were 1 round away from just winning the 1 map they needed. Now they are 3 rounds away from winning the 1 map they need. But so are Raza. This is what I said at the start of this particular show for this map, and in this match, I should say, is that if it gets to this point, having Falcons lost that opening map, now it's stressful. Now you have to take into account you could be going home in the next 20, 30 minutes if you can't close this map out. So good luck keeping that out of your mind. You have to just force it away, focus on this particular map, and leave everything external behind. As Canadian would say, I can't repeat what Canadian would say,
but
follow his words.
Insert Canadian quote. Yeah, the fact that they made it land on labs as well. I mean, that's sort of the big worry right now. The basement site was the only one that, you know, they could get on their attack. It wasn't defended by Falcons successfully either time. Still, if this one can go into Raz's favor, will we start the crawl to the end? Falcons, whatever team talk they've just been able to have with mad skills, will it be the sweet song they needed to hear in their ear? They're ready to start going for the pressure on the breach. Now, the clash of Flash Streak, how they sort of position themselves, opting for a shield in what has been a heavy gun game, could either be a genius play or a mistake.
It could backfire. Yeah, I agree with you. To be fair, I like Clash on this map. I think there's a lot of good doorways and hallways that you can kind of block the attacking team and just deny a lot of space. You think about the map, it's a really big map, so anytime you can kind of deny space and area and keep map control for the defense is a good thing. Ashton with a cheeky little angle inside of security.
I mean, not a million miles away from the site, and that's sort of like an emergency drop that they use to get themselves back towards the site itself. That's what Hasham's hoping, but as Basetto
another opening kill
gets Robbie.
That's now 3 in a row after it was 5 in a row for Falcons.
Stopped the approach here. They wanted to try and go fast. Remember, that was how Falcons were so sort of in control on their attacks on border, and the play of the Legions, the repelling of the smokes and the clash, it's just been played against by Raza here. Guards. He's up towards the door itself. Hasham's on the back line again, waiting and hoping somebody goes for the hatch drop and they're able to get the freebie, but that's it. They're going to try and make it stick.
Gumine.
Can't. Repelled, and again, what a great play here, Raza. The time is just ticking and ticking and ticking.
Well, there's still 50 seconds. It's not like, you know, there's 10 or 20, but you've still got the clash that can get involved, so there's other obstacles that can come and meet this challenge face on against Falcons. Love the fact they're playing behind the clash as well. Gridlock Stinger's not ideal, and a big kill from Guards, of course, who now wants to go and get this plant inside of Bunks. There is still a gas bait, but there are no nitro cells, and it looks like there's no denial. Oh, there is! Last second denial! Live got the kill! Perez follows up! Suddenly, Raza find themselves winning in this 9th round and look to maybe take the lead of this map. There's DK in Flash Tree versus Hasham. He's got 20 seconds to do something miraculous for Falcons. Otherwise, Raza will be leading.
We said the clash would be a genius play or up in the air, and as it
that
cooks,
is bullying.
Hasham, at this point, there is nothing he can do a Gumine.
Oh, KK in the chat from SDK. They are laughing at that. Raza are laughing at Falcons, bullying them in the server and in the chat, and they lead 5-4, full well knowing they are 2 rounds away from sending their opponents out of 6 Invitational.
I was complimenting it during the play, but it's just lineup decisions. I mean, production, they want to start fights on social media, but the operator selection here from the side of Raza on sites like that where it could be 50-50 are so responsive. Falcons were bringing near identical lineups on border, and the snappiness of the Blackbeard still being able to find a kill as well. Guards under all that pressure, brilliant, getting themselves onto the plant. How close was that plant? I mean, as close as it could possibly get.
I thought
100%.
briefly he got it down.
100%.
And you get that down. I'm not saying it would have been an insta-win.
But then you have a Blackbeard with a shield up on the position, which they've played great before. You have closed down suddenly Hasham's position where he's being patient and waiting. Will net rewards as well. And the response from Raza. Goo mines, smokes, clash, slow down the drone game, obviously, with the mute as well. Everything that they could sort of throw at them to mean that they'd have to step again and again and again just caused problem after problem after problem. Raza back towards an 100% success site for both teams across this showdown map so far. And a heavy defensive preference as well, probably above 60% now that we've had these rounds played out as well.
And this is the hard side.
Yeah.
So good luck. I mean, this could very well be 2 match points on the other side of it for Raza, or it could be a huge redemption for Falcons as they find the opening pick onto Flash Tree, and that's just not any pick. That's the smoke that's off the board, Emmy. So no gas babes, which as we know on Master and R6, very good at stopping that default plant, that push in through the bridge, and a second foul onto STK. Falcons, where has this come from? Just wanting to make this match even more spicier. They find themselves with a 2-player advantage on the hardest site to attack into. Surely this can be their 5th round. And a lifeline.
Well, here's the chance at the break. The Blackbeard is instantly met with grenades, and there's going to be a goo mine, but it's the cover of guards. 5 versus 2. And now, the 2 remaining Raza players, Perez and Basetto, have everything to do. They're knocking on the doors of the site, and they're going for a bit of a rotate around the back because, well, they're so separate. Perez, his strike, if it's unknown, uncontested, could be big, but then where does he go? It's a long route and run back to the site itself. He slips on by the ace. It's going to be the first one he finds, but they hear it, and he still wins it out. Dove gets dropped. He's going to keep pushing on, and Falcon's response. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Up main stairs. Go towards the site. We know they're here, so let's try and shut down the other one, and he's behind 2 fights. Basetto gets one more, and not quite able to get it locked out. All down to Basetto to swing on the closed door. They're going for the plant, but it's won out by Hasham, and Falcons tie us back up 5 apiece. Far from done.
Oh my goodness. 5. Falcons win on Master and R6, which will be repeated now by Raza. They have to. Statistically, the best site for defense, but they just lost it. So for Falcons, it's just about, can we do that again? And if you can, that's OT secured. That's match point secured. And I just had word Fabian, I think, maybe tuning in towards the end of this particular map. I sent him a message. And he is riding along the...
You're cruel.
Fantasy train of what is turning out to be a very, very tantalizing map and series.
Cruel and unusual.
Falcons fans and Talon fans alike right now, heart in mouth, as this map is coming to its conclusion. Round 11. Breakpoint winner of this round has got match point.
I don't want to breathe. I mean, it's just great Siege as well. It's so exciting. The stakes couldn't be higher at the biggest tournament of the year. And it just has to play out at this point. We come back to a site that was an 100% lock-in, and now it isn't. Tubarao is going to be on the field here. I think they're going to try and, you know, keep a little bit more of control on the sort of master wall even, but it's quick entrance underneath. They're going to push up green. They're opting for, oh, they look like they wanted to with guards and the pressure here. Hasham's there. It's again quick control. I don't think they're going to rush the site itself, but depending on where this clash gets to is where the cover will be. There's a shotgun that's tempting a fight round the corner of Hasham, but Hasham is in position now. If anyone tries to rotate round, well, he'll be watching on the right. He sits and he waits and allows the pressure to be open. No cover of the walkway. The Tuberau canisters and the Bandit batteries. This is what I was talking about. A direct response to this. And now that wall is going to stay solid.
It's this moment here towards Green Stairs, though. Flashtree lost his life early in the last round on the smokes. They didn't have those gas babes. They weren't able to deny some of the entries. If Hashem pushes in and gets this kill, really opens up the site once again. Flashtree almost looks very tempted to go for some kind of swing, but he can't be the one to overswing and take the long fight. He needs to hold its close angle. You got a shotgun. You're playing smoke. Don't get tempted in. There's a minute and a half remaining. They need to push into you. That's the way that you are playing this round. It's a default setup. Bunker down onto the site with the clash. Hold your angles. They lose Pasetto, though. And that may tempt Flashtree into a swing. And Hashem's got a new position. Does get a very big tag onto Flashtree, but stays alive. Can get those gas babes out, and he does. Minute 20, but this is good for Falcons. Not only have you got the opening pick, but you're forcing out utility early in the round.
Now they got the wall open, I can assume, by the buck going in. They baited in another bandit trick. It allowed him to look it in. There's the Blackbeard, and he's got the shield up. Goes for the smoke cover, and he's able to get it! Somehow amongst the chaos! Falcons claw a couple of bodies back, but with a shield of SDK stepping into the space to try and just rebuff, slow, stop, 50 seconds. The two Raza players toe-to-toe, seeing if there's a bit of an adventurous Falcons player on the back end. It's a risk, and he turns his back at the worst times, your lad. Punishing Raza. It leaves SDK with maybe a gun. He'd run in a gun game, there's one. But 30 seconds means we sit once again on a map point that will dictate everything for Falcons.
I feel like we need some, this is not the time for jazz music. We need some tense music right here. And I honestly wouldn't even mind a little pause in the action. I see some headphones come off. This could be a tech pause.
Oh, did the ear cup come off?
Yeah, I think there might be an issue with the headphone here for Falcons, but they have secured match point, and OT has been confirmed.
So we have seen them excitedly sort of get up and you know, I don't know how long the headphone cable is, but it falls off now and again. I think the rev's sort of saying, like, you can't just get up and scream. I understand why they did it. You know, I was up and screaming. You were up and screaming. But
we're allowed to.
But the ear cup of his headphones fell off.
I think Fabian's making his way down there asking for a replay of the round.
They're like being held back. Like, let me through.
This is it for Falcons, right? I mean, they are one round away from securing their place in Phase 2 of the 6th Invitational. That's SSG doing something very nice over on the other stream. Quite frankly, right now it does not matter, but this matchup matters a hell of a lot more. Falcons, one more round, and you will be sending PSG Talon home. And you will be playing in Phase 2.
And breathe.
And Raza will not get top spot in this group. So much riding on this one round.
Raza are not trying to repeat what has just happened. Instead, they are changing the site selection down to the basement.
And it seems like Falcons were actually ready for Master and R6 again.
Yep.
And so they've had to attack a repick. They go the Blitz, the Blackbeard, so double shield
shields,
combo. And
Finker,
honestly, they can go very fast.
Lion,
Finker, Lion,
Dockerby.
This could be hard and fast here from Falcons. They've got the buffer. They've got at least overtime secured, Emmy. So if they want, they can go for Falcons. Fast-paced gameplay. It is their style. They said it's their style. They said they would show them how to play fast. This could be the round in which they teach them a very valuable lesson.
How quickly Raza can respond to this. Guards and Dove, shoulder and shoulder, ready to explode into the side, and we are off into it. And the first fight is SDK, but it's back and forth, and it's a double kill from Dove. But he's locked down a 2 versus 2. They're able to hold themselves in, but Flashtree keeps them going, and Hasham has a 1 versus 1 round the corner, but he's going to try and have to isolate one. He doesn't know about the man nearby, and
SDK.
Now he's about to find out. There's the call, but does he think it's the player directly below?
SDK!
He does. SDK can't confirm. Hasham has the chance, the opportunity, the jiggle. It's a very narrow pillar either side, and there's nothing that Flashtree can do to support the fight. So SDK
he runs.
goes the correct decision. He's out of there, gone. And now it's the drop on the hatch fight.
Force him to drop, play off of each other. You don't need to take the 1 versus 1. There's so much time. Really good recognition from STK to know that he was in a bad spot in a 1v1. You're giving Hashem then 2 1v1s to clutch this round. Play together. Play as a duo. Flastery is low. So if you lost your life there as STK, Hashem's in the better position, especially with the time factor. Has to get the kit. Final logic bomb over a minute. There is still lots of time, and if they play too close together, he could get a quick transfer to get the 2 kills. Ultimately, though, Raza, if they play this properly, we should be going to overtime. There's that logic bomb. Best of luck, Hashem. 1 versus 2 to make your mark and make your moment.
The player who helped put Mena on the region with his style of peaks is here to try and keep them fighting in stage 2 and a beyond potentially for SI 2025. The bullets flying their way over the shoulders. 40 seconds, loads of times. And he's hoping with the 6 bullets in his inventory he can catch it. But
Flastery's got the cross, so you don't need to peek if you're STK. He can't push the What a headshot though from Hashem! And suddenly, just suddenly now STK is stuck and waiting for his moment to peek and try and shut down Hashem.
He doesn't have the kit. It has to be an engagement, and he's more than ready for it. It is Hashem!
Oh my god!
Falcons! The series isn't over, but their run is on the up and up. PSG Talon will be eliminated during Phase 1. Falcons, their route to Phase 2 has not been on the straight and narrow, but boy, it ends up where it needs to be. Every single round was on the edge, and this is map 2. How do we go into the next one? I couldn't tell you. But Falcons survive.
I mean, Hashem makes his moment. That's his moment, one that he can cherish forever. And for what he has been able to do single-handedly for his team and for his team supporters, Falcons are going to Phase 2. And unfortunately, despite beating Team BDS today, it means that PSG Talon are eliminated from 6 Invitational.
I speak for everybody. We need a break. Let's go back to 1 before we're back with map 3.
Available now.
Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Let me take it back to the realness, build it. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Let me take it back to the realness, build it. Let me take it back to the realness, build this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
It's about time.
One more song. You choose.
I've got just the one.
and now with 24 seconds left to go, Loira has to make a deep rotation, finding one though on the J. What a shot, and this is why he's the demon. Loira finding 3!
Low HP bodies on each respective side. Uno, he's getting aggressive. That suppressor is shown. It might help you out a little bit, but oh my god! Good for one here, and should be onto Bowen. Getting that plant down. Allen out to the bottom. For the yellow pig as well!
The Psycho Kid as well. They're just pushing for the fight. He's on the back end. But 1 versus 1 with a demon!
Excellent patience here from CAG. Shuri holding it down, taking some damage. Blaz sticking the plant, not falling off. He commits, and Shuri gets the down. Go to, so why not? Oh!
And if the overextension comes in from Lender, he might get a chance. Can he hit his shots? Yes! Lands the first, hits the second.
Do not die. Don't give him the 1v1. Oh, what have you done? You've died. C4 goes in. You do at this point. He can converge on his position. He's got to be ready for this. The ace has got a whip. He somehow does. Can finish this. Surely land the C4.
But shut down now by Newers. Wary about these frost mats that could be sitting under the windows as well as this angle below gym wall. Newers now the last man standing. He's good for 4 as well as the ace.
2 people have to come here and nothing to respond from Fatal. But can they get the case back down? Gomez taking a fight. He can hide. The case going back down though. He can run back up on it. Skimsy isn't alive any longer.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rappeler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble, et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive les rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action, ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer, switch, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
And breathe. We have got to the other side of, well, at least that map and what's decided, but there's still things to decide, but what a map! What a map! What a series! What a way for Falcons to secure themselves on towards phase 2. And I mean, just, I love this game. I love doing this.
PSG don't.
PSG don't.
PSG hate this game right now.
Obviously, commiserations to PSG Talon.
And congratulations to Falcons.
And
I mean, they fought absolutely tooth and nail. And obviously, the series is not over. Need to make that very clear. We got another map.
Yeah, right.
We do have another map. But for Falcons, you know, they lost 8-7 on that, or 7-8 on the first map, right? So they came oh so close. It would have been an absolute heartbreaker if they had have got out of SI by losing this map in another close fashion. And honestly, Raza is going to be kicking themselves a little bit because they've also given up top spot in the group, right? So BDS have also now confirmed top spot. What a play from Hashim. Makes his moment in a 1 versus 2. Now, it's not as if they lost that round, it's not like it was 7-7, for instance, but it would have been OT. And I think Raza was starting to really cook towards the end of that particular map. So they really got the win at the right time for Falcons. They get that map. They now have the head-to-head versus PSG Talon. And with that, it means PSG Talon have been mathematically eliminated from 6 Invitational. EDS, of course, now locked in for first. What this does now mean, Emmy, is they're fighting. I don't know exactly. I haven't actually done the maths, and we never do maths on stream. That's #1 rule as a caster.
Yeah.
There probably may be something worth fighting for on this final map, but by and large, what this means is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in this group is going to be Dark Zero. Well, Dark Zero can't finish 2nd.
No.
So they'll drop to 3rd. And obviously for Falcons and for Razar Company.
So, as far as I know, and I'm sure Jesse is up there going to be like, Emmy's wrong. But as far as I know, and I feel pretty confident in this, if Falcons win this next map, that will put them on from the total. They'll get 3 points. They'll go up to 8. They'll have the head-to-head with Raza, but then it's like a sort of round difference thing, and that becomes a mini league.
Yeah, so the mini league between the 3 teams.
A million ways. You and I cannot calculate that right now because we need so much data.
Yeah.
Jesse J. Chick,
If Raza
please.
win this map, though, it simplifies things a little bit.
Exactly.
Because they'll get 2nd.
Yeah, they will jump over the top. Falcons.
They very well could get 2nd either way.
Yeah,
in the mini league.
Yeah,
we just don't know that. It's very much like a backroom map.
Because everybody has beat everybody.
Exactly.
It's cyclical.
I'm not even going to bother.
Mini leagues.
Either way, you know, I think going into this map, the tension certainly will be relieved for Falcons because they've secured their position in Phase 2.
Yep.
That in itself means they can be a little bit more comfortable. They look pretty chill right now. Look at Robbie.
I mean,
he's relaxed.
They've done technically the hard
Razo will
part.
be disappointed. And this is actually going to be a little bit of a test for Razo now because, like, you can't go into this, like, ult mode.
Yeah.
Give it up first. You're still fighting for 2nd. 2nd would be amazing for Razo. So they have to just make sure, okay, whatever. We lost Lair. Falcons are secured in Phase 2. We don't care. We can still opt to finish 2nd. It's not first, but it's still pretty good.
But yeah, so that's the be all.
That's
and
the gist
end all.
of it.
Yeah. If Raza wins, they're in 2nd. If Falcons win, go to Jesse J. Chick or Spravuni or someone clever's Twitter, and they'll have the answer for you.
I imagine it'll go.
Don't come here.
It'll at some point go on the Wikipedia in the next.
Someone's got to know it. Right, but hey, you and I, we have one more map of
We got a
Siege.
skyscraper.
We got a skyscraper.
It's another best of 3. That goes to 3 maps for us.
But like,
they're working us to the bone here. That's okay. We love this game. We head to Skyscraper between Falcons and Razar, and now the social predictions is quite split for this match. Falcons riding the high of securing Phase 2. Razar Company, of course, riding the low of not being able to secure top spot in the group, but with a win here, of course, can still finish 2nd place. Falcons win, mini league, and all the maths that go behind it. Let's head into it for what's been a very, very fun series between these two teams, and hopefully it does end in a very fun fashion. I really hope we don't get like a 7-1 stomp now, and it's it's a bit of a dampener on the series as a whole. But it's been a tremendous showcase of what high pressure Siege can look like.
Yeah,
a team fighting for elimination, a team fighting for top spot. First map goes the distance. Second map for 7-5. Classic Siege match between these two that does end in a little bit of a dead rubber, but there's still stuff to fight for. So it's not exactly a completely dead map by any means. Clash Band out, Blitz as well, so some shields taken off the board. Kaid Grim to follow. Nothing too surprising with these bands. Falcons defending first as well. On Skyscraper is a good spot for them to start.
Yeah, I mean, let's get into it, right? Obviously, as you said, they get themselves the drive-through on the defense. The bans aren't anything too outrageous. Raza limiting the play of the Clash. The Blitz against from Falcons, but they've played the Blitz now and again. They bring Blackbeard. Blackbeard's still on the board as well. I guess that's down to the options, but we do get Monty. We get a chance now for them to sort of stretch their legs and put some pressure in that shield game, and STK immediately not wasting any time now that they're finally sort of allowed in across this series. Let's see what distance they can kind of go. We almost had a fuse. I'm going to hope that was a fuse shield, but we don't, so I'm not going to get too excited. I'm not entirely sure, actually. I know, obviously, Fresh usually keeps track on what operators have been played and who we're still yet to see. There'll definitely be ones that we haven't seen yet. But I haven't checked the data. I'll do that later.
I think there's been other more important things that we've had to cover.
There's almost this part of, like, obviously, you and I have cast together for this week. I love Half to Bits. But we've had so many bangers, and I don't want...
Mash.
We've had so many mash, so much mash. And I don't want that to disappear. So we'll see what happens. There's a bandit trick here that's stopped by the stun Zafir and Guards gets the opener here on towards Besetto. The Thermite got at least one thing done, but nothing more than that. Now, at this point, with the man advantage, the defenders, I mean, they could probably try and pull themselves back, be a little bit tighter knit. It's a tricky one to clear. You always talk about the Skyscraper because it's so shoebox designed. It's boxes upon corners, upon little sort of set angles that you need to clear, and everything feels like there's 7 90-degree corners on the other side of it. I know that is mathematically impossible, but at the same time, it feels like it, and feelings matter too.
Yeah. And I think you'll probably find Falcons can now let loose a little bit. Skyscraper defense, I think, is at its best when you go for these kind of plays. And Hashem, well, the man of the hour after clutching out on Lair, gets the second kill of this round. Vendetta from Live does get his elimination. I'm going to ping Intel as SDK, pushes forward on the Montang. Yeah, I think Falcons will treat Skyscraper as a bit of a playground on the defense. It's going to make it awfully annoying for Razar Company. That mark goes out onto Dov. Dov, though, finds a kill onto Perez. Doesn't even really mind. The death mark is on his location, and Falcons very, very clinical. Very clinical to begin on Skyscraper defense, as expected.
Nice to see them cheering on to Robbie. But, I mean, we'll see how this continues to grow. I wish I had their energy, to be honest, right now.
I mean, look at the... I mean, like, it's not like Razar... Like, Razar's going to play Phase 2, right? They've had an amazing group stage, but they look depressed right now.
I had a quick look to see what ops hadn't been played as of yet. There's 2 that say maybe missing data, and I'm not sure who that is, but at least Rook, Thunderbird, and Thorn haven't been played yet.
Of those, which one surprises you the most?
None of them. I mean,
maybe the Thorn.
Thorn is like very
niche.
Yeah. I mean, there was a period of time where that Thorn SMG was just an absolute machine, and then it sort of drifted off a little bit. There's better ways to leave Leia and trap. Ella's popped up more nowadays, and she'd spent a time sort of in a similar sort of role where you trade out. It seems like they want the stuns more than it. Nobody really dies in Razor Blooms unless things have gone really wrong. And you know, I think Capcom has got the highest win rates as well in terms of all operators, so there's better traps to sort of leave. Yeah, 62% win rate for Capcom. Picks about 8% of the time. What a guy.
What a guy. What a trap.
All right, Falcons. First round, it's your defense on Skyscraper. Good. Let's see where they can build from it. Obviously, you know, it's been back and forth between these two teams. Very explosive energy over the opening 2 maps. And here is almost a similar conversation to the map before, where you're looking at the 4-2 halves. There's 2 sites where you should be very comfortable defending, and then usually Barbecue Kitchen is where you'd end up going next and struggling a bit. Some loose cannon teams like to enjoy the bedroom, but Hashem, well, his preference is outside, on the balcony, getting some fresh air and putting bullets into Flastry. The Capitao is gone. Those hard breach charges that we're going to be utilizing that position are gone. So now Besetto has a bit more mental maths to do about where he wants to put his Selmas.
Yeah, Perez does get one back, at least onto Robbie. Trying to just play the death mark at the moment is Live, and Guards just having a little standoff up above, but not really in a dangerous position. He's pretty comfortable. I'd like to see Raza try and get a little bit more aggressive here. You know, you're bringing the Montang. It's that slow push approach. I know it's Skyscraper. You got to push through these chokeholds. Understandable. And they've really come into this map quite flat to begin with, and you can't do that on the attack.
They seem tired. They seem frustrated. And yeah, after a long series like this has been, they've given it their all. But so has Falcons. And technically for Raza at this point, you know, there's still obviously stuff to play for. There's the chance at peeling their way further up and confirming themselves second.
Well, this is the thing with long series, though, is Falcons have got that energy boost. It's just naturally ingrained. You've just got yourself booked into phase 2, so you're feeling a little bit more up and about. You're on defense to begin, a bit more comfortable, especially on this map. Battle over towards House Stairs, though. Light has to win this, and he does not. Nothing's going the way at the moment of Raza. Until that point, it's the Montang. Pulls out the pistol, finds the kill onto guards, and with that, it's a 3 versus 3. Hello, Jalad. Can they get the pinch onto the Monty, though, and put SDK under an immense amount of pressure? Perez is there, watching and waiting, keeping Hashom locked in towards Axie, which still has a Nitro cell. Big kill from Dov. They finally deal with that House Stairs push, though. Now down to the Montang and the Ash.
Well, the C4 doesn't quite net the kill. They're trying to find the way through, but it's just a crossfire you've walked into. And yeah, you've got 13 seconds left. He's low. You're checking high. Doesn't even matter because he's also behind you. 2 rounds in a row there for Falcons. It wasn't as convincing as the first.
Nice coordination, guys.
But he's right. Nice coordination, guys.
Yeah.
At the end there, they were able to sort of get themselves locked in. The Monty walking in and, you know, to a crossfire and a fire, and it just seemed like they were awkward.
I'm going to say this now, but there's a lot of teams at this event that I would imagine are not happy with Falcons not being eliminated. Because if you think about, I know PSG Talent just beat BDS, don't get me wrong, and they've had a good run towards the close of the group stage, but alas, fall short.
Yep.
Falcons is a team that has the quality to make main stage. They have the quality to go and have a deep run, and they are a danger team that you don't want to face, whether it's upper bracket, whether it's lower bracket. They've got that pace. A lot of teams can't necessarily deal with it. And I think they can also play a lot better than what they've done in this group stage. I don't think they are a quality of team that should ever be remotely grouped at 6 Invitational. So if they can now, of course, they've gotten out of groups, refocus a lot of their energy towards phase 2 and not having that stress of a bit of a slow starting group stage and having to worry about getting out of groups, let alone topping their group, I think they can be a real dangerous team. It's like that pressure is just completely evaporated now.
I mean, I think... Yeah, they have that position, as you said. I mean, they've proven it recently at the Montreal Major. Falcons have that capabilities to do these.
Even SI last year. Like, I mean, this is a roster that has also a lot of experience, and that experience has clearly helped them in this particular scenario. This is also a good tester as well for Razar Company, if you want to kind of turn it back over to storylining for them, because this is a real taste of what Siege is going to be like in phase 2. You've got that taste nice and early in the group stage. Not all of your games in the group stage are as intense as this, with as much on the line. So you've at least gained a lot of that experience in a pretty quick, short span of time.
Balls start to come out. There's the pressure trying to make its way across. And as I said, this site is going to be the decider. But to be honest, the current energy, or lack thereof, Falcons are in a good position to get themselves 3-0 up. There is a lot of time left. And there's always still the possibility of showing themselves in, but they're playing like a team that has just won, and they kind of have. They've won the battle that they wanted, most importantly, as close and intense as it was. With some of the control here, some attention paid towards the top of the black stairs. They're going to see if they can try and formulate around Shrine, up their way, across the terrace area, and across the drum. But remember, it's the verticality they're trying to get control of. 1:20, and they've still not really been able to get anyone.
I mean, the one thing as well that might make PSG sleep a little bit better at night is if Falcons win this map, because then the 2-0 against BDS still wouldn't have been enough.
Yeah.
Oh, guards. Opening pick again for Falcons. I mean, they're just all over Razor Company at the moment. And even Flash Tree there on the rappel, just getting tagged up by Jalad towards Geisha. Where's the Geisha pressure? I mean, Razor have got players out on the balcony. Finally, Dov will go down. The first time you're on this map, 5-1. Guards very, very low. If not mine, just blocks his vision. Forces him back outside, but that's not really where you want to be. At least a bit more of a scrap, and Razar really forcing the fight here in the 3rd round, which is much better than, say, the opening 2, as Flash Tree does get a little peek in towards the site. Doesn't spot anything initially. And unfortunately for Razar Company, they still don't have enough top floor control. You've still got Jalad inside of Geisha. Yes, Perez over towards the mezzanine will go to contest. But Peseto's very, very low with the kit. He has to get that plant down. Jalad does spot one outside on the balcony. Nicely done, though, from Perez and Peseto to deal with that vertical pressure. And that vertical hold has now been eliminated. Falcons only with 2 on the 1st floor.
Well, that goes to 1, and he probably has just as much health here. Guards. We knew this one would be tricky, but with 10 seconds... It just takes one moment, one kill, and one diffuser to be out of reach for this to be in their favor. In fact, now as they go for the plant, they're on the left side. He's going to pop up for the cover. It's hot pinged, and well, he can't win that fight out. They had a good idea there, Raza, of where he was, and that brings us 2-1. It's not the most outlandish position, but it's a bit late. There were some of the moments of the push. Obviously, it got quite chaotic. Around Geisha, you were sort of calling for the presence, wondering where it was, and when they got that first kill, they sort of stepped themselves in right into a Fenrir mine to a player just in the corner of Geisha, around the double window that was able to start spraying through. They were lucky to escape with their life.
Yep.
But it sort of shows that there's still these pockets of intel that Raza's company are struggling to get a proper read onto back. To no surprise, Karaoke and Tea Room.
Very stock standard, isn't it, when it comes to Skyscraper being able to win out on the tertiary site, barbecue and kitchen.
I think we've only had one Skyscraper play throughout the entire group stage so far. Just had a quick look. Did you and I do that? I think we did. So I
believe so.
We talked about it.
We did.
We said
I brought it up at the time that it was the first time seeing it. Is this only the second time?
I mean, I'm having a quick... I'll double check this. It says on our stat thing that Dez creates and leads for us.
It's actually not even working for me right now.
Well,
might have to go contact the boss.
Oh yeah, maybe I won't trust this data. I'll double check. This could be the second time only, but either way, you know, it's really fallen out of favor. There was a period of time where Skyscraper was a very popular sort of, at least tiebreaker map, and it's probably likely shown up multiple times as a potential tiebreaker, just we didn't get there in series. But otherwise, its rarity has made it a little bit of a statistical anomaly. Sometimes the preference on towards sites, we're just going to pull from regional data and see what the translation is. The first here is attempted control. Now remember last time, it was an early take on towards the opening player, and I mean, guards, unstressed, chilled, moisturized in his lane and destroying hard breach charges. Whilst they're trying to step some control here, the Monties bring some focus onto Minibar. They want to swing out with a C4, but it's shot out. A split second before they're blown out of the site. They're covering the retreat, and Guards does well to escape with his life. Now, there isn't the entire team that's got out of there. And if Hasham isn't found, although actually I say that, he moves via Shrine and he gets out of there. So now the entire team is gone. They've been able to pull a decent bit of utility in about a minute 20 out of the approach here. So they attempted to flirt with the bottom of the stairs. It is watched by Dokkaebi, but it doesn't matter. What a take from Jalad. Knew about SDK. And even though his role was, this is my post, I will defend my post. Oh no. I may as well have posted them bullets for how that went. Robbie gets another 5 versus 3. The Monty is trying to make their way towards the door of Geisha, but look at that setup on Drum. They're just sort of forcing a position that is in no way under their control. Raza, they're hoping for a miracle more than trying to make one right now.
So far, the primary sites haven't been all comfortable, unfortunately, for Raza, but Perez getting rid of Dol at least opened things up a little bit, and Paceto finds himself in the middle of Tea Room. With that, he gets a little bit of information and maybe even the opportunity to find the plant, of which he goes for now. Nitrocell, though, will get him well and truly off of that plant, forces him out into the hallway where he is very much susceptible to these defenders. Very, very well played from Falcons. They are controlling these primary sites on Skyscraper oh so efficiently. And with that, they take themselves a 3-1 lead here on Skyscraper, putting themselves closer to setting up this little mini-league between themselves, Raza, and Dark Zero.
If you're a fan of math, get excited. Mini leagues. I mean, it's they beat them, beat them, beat them, a circle, round difference, yada yada. I said it before. I'll say it again. Don't you dare come knocking at our door for that. We'll cast the game. And I had a quick look and confirmed that there's only been 10 rounds of Skyscraper played before this point. It was potentially 6 times it was going to make its way through. Which is actually, Nighthaven Labs is, it's the least picked, or the least through. Nighthaven Labs is 8, but it's usually been a lot earlier in the setup. 88 rounds for comparison of the chances played. So, the data, although it comes into this as a 50-50 attack win-loss sort of setup, kind of a little bit of a short data pool. Falcons, they can get themselves at least another one here. They'll feel at least content. The 4-2 is a pretty standard setup at this point, and they've gone with a pretty similar hold. The extensions over the other side, it's kind of the pressure on Raza. See if they can break through the Ying, the chance at maybe Candelaing. They haven't always gone quick. They've attempted it a couple of times on border, but on the bigger, wider map, they tend to spend some time cooking first. And, well, I mean, right, another one for Falcons.
Yeah, five opening kills for Falcons is really setting the tone on this defensive half. I mean, you're playing Skyscraper, and again, the similarities to Lair, if I want to bring that one back, is that in the first half, it was 5 opening kills for Falcons, which really set them up on their defensive side. The same is happening here as well on Skyscraper. It's showing the inability of Raza on the attack to break down defenders on these more defensive areas of these maps, and that is going to be something they have to work on moving into phase 2. You cannot be in a position whatsoever where you're constantly giving up these opening kills when you are attacking. Still, with a 1-player advantage, be Falcons. A bit more fighting happening earlier in this round, and Robbie will regain the 2-player advantage that they certainly got earlier. It's just scrappy siege here in the 5th round. Gelato with the shotgun shuts down Flashtree, who just can't get involved as he has in better portions of this series. Down to Pasetto. The hard breach up, finds himself in a 1 versus 3 with little chance. Hey, prone. Gelato, despite the elbow sticking out, he finds the head of his opponent on a very tight angle, and it's a 4-1 lead for Falcons.
That last engagement is almost sort of the translation of how this entire game is feeling between these two teams, right? Falcons, even though they were technically seen... And we're going to take a timeout. Have some jazz.
Always time for jazz.
There's still stuff that's coming up in the all chat that is very funny. Falcons, I've got to give credit to them. Their trash talking is very creative. I think you said Pasetto, you named yourself after a song, question mark? And they're all having good times. But the jazz break, and the point I was sort of making is, although there was the elbow, although there was the opportunity, if we'd have had that in the last map, maybe in the map before, it feels like Raza would have been able to take it. The ability to respond and react to these things, but it just feels a bit more exhausted to play. Here, I mean, Dov's been brilliant all day. There's no denying the impact he has had on this series, and yeah, Pasetto just split second too late. 4-1, Falcons. At this rate, maybe it'll be 5-1. The timeout has been called. Raza knows that they need to sort of give themselves at least a second attack, and this was decent towards the end. It slowed down a bit in the middle. They struggled with direct eyes on towards Geisha, and they've actually changed the Geisha hold here. No more Fenrir, who I think is actually maybe one of the common picks. Most successful operators. Just got pages of data open now. And
data, you're like the new Jesse.
I wish. I'm not smart. He has like an economics and math degree. I did film. Really?
So in film you can just pretend to be good
at... I'm,
economics?
I'm great at lying.
Exactly.
But 4-1, and I think Falcons just want to sort of keep this aggressive. The Solace maybe try and play against the plant. I think they realized how late and how much they struggled with the vertical control here. And I mean, come on. Yeah. Where was the checking on it? Where was the second player? Where was the...
6 opening kills in a row for Falcons on defense, Sky, and it's going to set them up nicely here, even on the tertiary side. This is exactly what you want when you're playing Barbecue Kitchen. Get that early pick, fall back, play top floor. Now you've got less attackers that have to be dealt with as they're trying to, of course, clear essentially 2 floor levels. Flashtree not even winning in the peak battle on the rappel. He actually took some damage. Hands of Dov, and I think Raza, this thing has definitely gone out of this series, and I don't know why, because you win this map, you still get second. And they've just looked far and away like the kind of team that feels as if this series doesn't matter anymore. And maybe there is a world which they know full well, something that we don't regarding the mini league. Maybe they get second anyway. I have no idea. But
there's always the potential.
You can guarantee it by winning this.
It's always worth noting as well, obviously, the sort of the setup of how teams go. Obviously, if you're first, you get the bye. Second, you get to pick someone who was third. You're still in the upper bracket. And fourth, you are underneath as well. And I don't know if they're at a risk of being fourth, and maybe that's the sort of thing. But it is also an experience, right? It's been a very long, very intense series, and Raza Company are the only roster coming into this tournament where every single player had never played in an SI before. It's a different environment, and there's 2 kills that have picked up a good response and a bite back in, but now it's a 2 versus 4, but not for very long. And as I was saying, GDN was the only one previously who'd had experience at an SI, and it's a long week as well.
Yeah.
Right? A long week of games. They'll have a day off, then they're in on phase 2. And it's just been exhausting. And Falcons on the other side, still also a generally new and untested roster in SI. You've obviously had Jalad and Hasham have been here before. Eden as well, the analyst of the team. But Guards, Doverkin, Robbie and Mad Skills, their first sort of time, I believe, at SI. And it is a different monster invitational.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, you've seen that, I think, in this series alone, the stress that comes with it.
I'm stressed. All the time.
I'm not stressed anymore.
No,
The last round was very stressful, though, and we don't even have skin in the game. We're just kind of sitting along for the ride. We got the front row view, but yeah, 5-1 half. I mean, to be completely honest, it's Skyscraper. Skyscraper defense is very, very strong, and if you're not in the right frame of mind to attack into it, it's just going to look like this. It was a very much nothing half from Razak Company.
Yeah.
The only round they got was Barbecue Kitchen. And even in that round, it was still another opening kill for Falcons. This could have easily been a 6-0 half. Kind of what I said as well at the conclusion of play. I really didn't want this to be like a burnout map where we have this super high intense opening map on border, followed by a super high intense lair, and then it's like...
Unfortunately, as proven by your title as the Timeout General, you have been gifted the gift of foresight, and you have correctly predicted that this has turned into a little bit of a...
Well, it can. Raza go on defense now. So Raza go defense, Skyscraper. There's every world in which they replicate what Falcons did. Seen this plenty of times. Skyscraper is that map. You don't get too dissuaded by that scoreboard as a viewer and say, oh, it's 5-1, this is over. It's not. Raza can very well bring this back on defense.
For me, it has to come from them, though, right? These rounds haven't been anywhere near as competitive as what they're capable of. They feel like they're sitting back in their seats, and you want them to step up. You want them to find it, and,
Well, they finally got an opening kill.
Yeah.
First time.
Exactly. Well, that's the stat that sort of backs it up, and maybe not just moving on to the defense, but the fact that, we're on our defense now, we have that working for us, can help. They're about to come up behind Basetto and in front of him. There needs to be a bit of cover and support. There's the blind and the call on the player. The smoke canisters will buy him some time. He's actually going to operate within it, and they're watching for support as well. Jalad's position underneath with the Deimos, but it's a lot of utility gone. Ooh, Flustry, do you want the smoke? Dove does, gets live, gets the Monty though, and didn't quite have the right angle to prevent that.
This is aggressive from Basetto. Taking on the battle against Jalad, and does get the kill. Pretty significant advantage right now for Raza. Dov a little bit too late to come back and get the trade, although maybe not too late at all because Basetto's still close by. This shotgun should down here, but that's a wonderful, wonderful reposition from Basetto to not play on the close angle for the swing. Swings out wide, gets the kill, and Raza get their first on defense.
All right, a couple of smiles. Something we haven't really had from the roster so far. That they're starting to come alive, and Falcons, to be honest, they could still get this done very quickly. It needs to happen here. I think if we get to 5-3 and suddenly you're eyeing up... Thanks, Ashen, I believe that was. If we start eyeing up the chance of 5-3, Raza, we're coming alive, we might find ourselves hurtling towards another OT. And there's a part of you that wants it because you want Raza to sort of get a bit of belief in themselves. As I said, they feel a bit dejected, a bit despondent. with losing that previous map, with how intense it went. It came down to they were in a 2 versus 1 just to get themselves into OT.
Yeah, I mean, they've still got something to fight for. I would hope it would be very easy for them to find the will and the desire to fight back here on this map. And again, I don't think it's going to be overly difficult. Skyscraper defense, very sort of default chokehold power setups, not much the attacks can do. You don't have to be as mechanically gifted on this map. You don't have to do anything too crazy or extraordinary. So I think that they can be very well set up. It's going to come down to the tertiary sites, right? Because you lost 5-1 in the first half, Barbecue Kitchen is going to be what can determine this map. It could end up being a 7-4, 7-5 win for Falcons based on Barbecue Kitchen alone. That's when I'm going to start to believe. Right now, formalities. You win Tier and Karaoke, you'll probably win Office and Exhibition. Then we really get to see if Razza can bring this back. Live, looking for the peak, but forced off it by Robbie, which, by the way, I wanted to touch on him last round, but 14-28 in this entire series, and 1-4 in the entry leaves him at a 71 EPS. He is deep in the red. Fortunately, everyone else on the team is 100+ EPS, but Robbie, he's had one to forget in this series.
In the tournament, unfortunately for him, whatever system changed between now and Montreal is obviously one where Robbie is in a different role. He's not playing the entry, he's not the sort of drive, and maybe that's just between who the coach is behind the team. Now, obviously, they're sprayed back and forth. SDK takes a lot.
I think the re-addition of Mad Skills has affected Robbie.
Well, I think obviously you go into a player who's had a long history with these players, and I'll get into this point in a second, as Dov is able to find one huge pressure onto SDK, but he's able to win it out against
Robbie,
the aforementioned player. There's a Monty with a bit of shoulder cover as Flastry is the next to suffer, and Falcons, what they're doing is trying to isolate that Geisha player, and there's a support that's attempting to come, but it can't quite get to him. So SDK, he's doing his best to hold off with Stan. Flastry is trying to move back into Shrine position. Basetto is there as well. Think about where they're stacking up and where the site is. Dov finally finds the end of SDK, and now they can sort of turn their back to this half, but they still have to cross a big divide of the map itself. And look at this, just the drop, the rotate. We lost our man, unfortunately, but we know where the site is.
Falcons with the extra player. They've still got that Montang as well available. Guards last time lost his life due to that cheeky vert angle towards Black Stairs. They'll be a little bit more careful and apprehensive this time into the final minute of the 8th round. And this would be a crucial round win for Falcons if they can find it on Office and Exhibition.
Forty seconds. A slow repositioning. Hasham getting himself underneath, getting himself angled and removing a C4. The intel game from Falcons has been very well read on how Raza likes to sort of set themselves up. They're always aware of the next potential ploy and play, and as they juggle outside the minibar side, the pressure still has to come here from Falcons, and what a swing! There's a big, big potential taken.
No way.
Basetto backed off, but buried. A player with Flastry getting guards, and just the amount of time wasted on the other side to the hold setup here cost the Falcons a bit too much. Hasham, well, he won a heroic 1 versus 2 at the end of the previous map. This one, not quite able to make it stick.
Drop the Monty. It's not working.
Yep.
It's not working. It hasn't worked for the last 2 rounds. I think that's also slowing them down a little bit, and they're putting too much false hope in the Montang. But that is some incredible shooting from Razza Company. Where was that on Lair? They could have maybe won this series 2-0 if they were hitting shots like that on Lair, because they certainly weren't. But yeah, they get themselves the primary site for the 2nd round in a row, makes it 5-3. Now the real test will be Barbecue and Kitchen, as I said it before. But that is a round that should not have finished in that fashion. That's disappointing from Falcons, but they have locked in the Montang once again. I just don't feel like it's really been giving them enough benefit to warrant its selection. It's slowing them down. They're not playing off it properly. They're not gaining anything. The only thing where it would be really useful here on Barbecue and Kitchen is if it's the difference between you getting the actual diffuser on the ground or not. That's where I can understand the selection. But if you're not going to be able to use it in that fashion, of which honestly you could probably just bring the Blackbeard anyway to do something similar but better, then I think you should, at this point, switch off it, and it looks like they will.
Anyway, the point I was making once upon a time about Mad Skills is obviously he's taken a different, a more sort of active role behind the team. Regardless of the reasonings, we can never really truly know. But remember that he is historically, you know, he was a player for Falcons once upon a time, alongside a lot of this roster, and coaches will try new things, have new ideas, and who's going to know what the players are more capable of, and somebody who has played alongside them, maybe he wanted to sort of wrest a bit of control of that and change things up. And, you know, you're also the sole sort of, you know, import towards the MENA region and the roster and how it's played out here. It's a lot of stress to be somebody playing in an environment that is fresh and new, and that's it. They're just trying to find a way to get Robbie to fit in. He sort of found a lot of solo runs and moments here, but he said not quite had the same connection that he did with whatever the system was in Montreal. A minute pretty much gone. Early doors and early work here. This is that tertiary site, that place where suddenly this can all start to flip away. The first time here was won out by the attackers when it was Raz's chance. Then it came with a response. So this is Falcons well aware that they could try and push themselves in, because that added pressure of we are 6-3 up gives themselves so much to work with. Quick smoke play, and there's the charge. The Blackbeard is able to execute on the stairs. The big bit of map control is in their favor, because this is the connection, right?
Yeah, that's what you want. You want that Black Stairs control. Allows you to play both first floor, second floor. Good little rotate option. What Dolph does is he's live. I was a little bit surprised as well. Double hard breach in this round. They lose the Maverick. We've still got the ace on the board, though no Selmas, so never mind. At 20, despite Hasham getting Blackstairs control, they haven't really been able to do anything else so far, Falcons, in this round. You know, no smoke that they have to deal with, so gas babes aren't stalling them out. Really just angles that are being held right now by Razar Company, and they're proving to be enough of a deterrence for Falcons to push forward. Everyone's just kind of standing around, and again, it's like this has been somewhat of an issue from both teams here on Skyscraper. It's very stalled out attacks. Like both of these two teams desperately want to get back to the border where they can just run around a little bit more. But that's going to be an issue in the longer portion of this tournament.
Yep.
When you go up against these top teams, if you're going to attack like this on Skyscraper, you know, against like a FaZe, for instance, they will absolutely demolish you. Lovely cheeky little angle here from Flashtree. I don't think this is going to get checked, and he knows, oh well, someone just went on the drone. Robbie is having an all-time shocker in this series, but fortunately his teammates have usually been standing up, but not in this case. Not in this case, unless Hasham.
He gets one.
Does it again? Can he do it?
I mean, they're going for the plant. They did lose somebody else above, and they're not quite responding to the verticality, I say, as the C4 wins it out, and that is 3 in a row for Raza, and they are shouting.
But, like, why is Robbie going on drone there at, like, 50 seconds left in the round outside? Oh, there's questions here as to both teams attacking on this. It's been a little bit of an intriguing watch, considering the first two maps I felt was very high quality, but Skyscraper attacks here have just been largely poor. We've only had one successful attacking round win. That was on Barbecue Kitchen by Razar Company. And it might prove to be enough here. 5-4 now, tactical timeout called. Rightfully so by Falcons, because they've got to figure things out. I mean, their attacks also haven't been that great. Perez, by the way, just said in chat that Robbie is washed, and he referenced the 2-8.
And then Robbie said, indeed.
And Robbie also agrees he's washed.
There was also something that was said to Hasham in Portuguese that I'm not even going to try and say, because A, I don't understand it, and B, I don't want to butcher the language. But then Hasham didn't understand it either, and he just wrote, translate. But it's all upbeat, and I think we said it at the very start that the all chat has been very active in the showdown, but there is still a lot of respect between these two teams. There you go. There's a little brief taste of it, and you know, I think at this point, 5-4, Raza, it shows that they're coming alive. As I said, they just didn't feel like there was any energy left in the tank, and suddenly maybe they've hit a bit of a second wind here as they start to potentially push this further and further, a bit deeper in towards this matchup. Obviously, they pull this at a site that has been 100% successful throughout this showdown so far, and then the game is even. In fact, coming into this, the split that we had on the previous play was that Exhibition Work Office was a 75% defensive success. AKT was 50%, but again, that is data from one game, so it comes with a lot of asterisks and weight on the scales. 5-4. And now, as the pulse comes out, there is a lot of chance at catching loose ends. Dockerby, Deimos, and Lion is 3/5 of a nightmare to suffer.
Yeah, I mean, typically, but right now, Skyscraper attacking hasn't been much of a nightmare for the defenders that's been pretty smooth sailing. I think Razar Company now actually in a pretty solid position. It's also why at 5-1, like you're not seeing me say this one's over and Falcons blah blah blah. It's like I've watched enough Skyscraper in my time. I know what these scorelines can look like on defense. Skyscraper is just that kind of map. The Falcons have had opportunities because they went first on defense. You've got that beautiful buffer, 5-1, pressure on the other team, but their attacks too have been slow. Stalled out, the inability to find picks, the inability to clear out positions and then get map control. Like, nothing's working. Credit Razar Company for that because they're not really making mistakes either. They're not going for silly runouts. They're not giving opportunities to Falcons. They're playing very concise siege, and it's certainly far more clinical from them compared to their first half on their attack. At the very least, though, they did get one round on Barbecue Kitchen. Robbie, with the Logic Bomb, needs to get involved, needs to start hitting some shots, he needs to find some form by the back end of this match so that he can at least take a little bit of form into phase 2. For those that have only maybe just tuned in for this map, a little reminder in terms of what's kind of taken place. Falcons have secured their place in phase 2. Razar can't get top 1. That's now BDS, and PSG Talent are on their way to the airport.
It's the vibes of
also, you could just go back and watch it.
The vibes. Go back and watch it.
Oh, good shot from Flash Street. Jalad goes for the peak. I mean, at some point on the attack, with a minute left, someone probably has to go for some kind of peak, but there was no utility to try and push that position or put pressure on it. It's just a dry peak, gets punished. Razor again, looking cruisy.
Well, there's stress onto Perez's position, and he almost got gifted the fight, but think of how much is being dedicated here, and how it hasn't netted anything. Another body gone. Now the flash comes and the Deimos tracked. It's just a little bit mistimed. The C4 bait, the play against it, pops a bit early, but the Deimos is thirsting for kills. Unfortunately, Live is there to protect a flawless. And, you know, I think Falcons tried to force a play there. Obviously, you said a lot of time had gone. It didn't seem like they had answers for the hold that they expected at that point. They were stuck against the mirror window, stuck against the bodies inside Geisha. They were just sat waiting, and something does need to happen, sure, but that something wasn't the right thing. Hopping in against the position, you know, it's a rough round. It's a rough round, and it brings us back level.
I need a Kit Kat after this. I need a break. I need something.
Just sugar.
Just sugar and adrenaline.
Yeah. I mean, again, I know you highlighted, we'll go back and watch it. Please do go back. Even though the result is sort of dictated, how we got there, I said at the time.
It was a journey. A journey you had to be there to be on and enjoy and go for that ride. Certainly the first map, 8-7, came down to one round. And then, of course, it was won by Razar. And, I mean, Lair in itself was a movie. It was absolute cinema.
Still there. Still there, man. I'm still there.
Skyscraper is just the most.
It's like
you know what this map is like. It's day 2 of the EUL League or something. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just a Skyscraper 5-1. No one can attack, and everyone's just defending.
It's a 5-5, but I just I'm on a different planet, baby. I'm you know, we're so good to get here, and it's not that this is, you know, it's a different pace.
Well, Razar finished this off, you guarantee second. So again, they've got a little bit more to fight for. Falcons not so much, because I don't think there's any world in which they get surely above 4th. I don't see them doing well in that mini league.
Jump maybe one person. I don't know. Yes, Sprabuni, help.
Look, it would certainly be better for Falcons to at least just win it and put themselves in that conversation than not at all. So it's not as if these guys aren't fighting for anything, but the stakes have well and truly gone down from the first 2 maps, right? So it's a completely different tone, completely different vibe, and you can see that in the server. I mean, you think back to the first 2 maps, Emmy, and like after every round win, just screaming, everyone's like nuts. The vibes were well and truly being matched because of the intensity of what was up on grabs.
Yep.
That hasn't been the case here. Razar barely said anything and barely looked excited, and Falcons have already kind of done their job. They've secured safety. And it's just a classic Skyscraper. We're just along for the ride. You got to take the good with the bad, and we had a lot of good for those first 2 maps.
Immediately after this as well, game, we obviously have CAG versus Secret, which is a straight shootout.
Bang,
pretty much.
Straight back onto the roller coaster.
Straight back onto the roller coaster, which I'm sure Ace and Dez are going to give.
They will ride that one beautifully
performance. And then you and I do face
CHE only need one map, right? So similar situation to Falcons.
Very similar, and I'm so excited again for that again. And then after that, it's FaZe and Furia. B stream, best stream, never before has seen. There's C4 that does get the catch. Can they get the trade? It's live, getting Robbie, but it's a trade back and forth with Hisham on the Blackbeard, ensuring that they at least keep it even. A second shield is still in play. Hey, you're right, the Monty hasn't worked. The Blackbeard has been...
Monty's been awful. I mean, it's not guards specifically, but the Montang itself as an operator has no success at the moment on Skyscraper. Either it's just dying too early in rounds, it's having no impact, or no one's playing behind him properly. It's pick your poison, really. And with 40 seconds left again, the time becomes a factor for Falcons. It's stark contrast to the more open map of Border, where they're hitting site at around a minute and a half, whereas here there's 30 seconds left and you've still got so much work to do to hit in towards Office and Exhibition, double stack over towards Dragon. That's not going to work. It's too easy. Raza will be able to just drain their sites on one location, and you've even got the flank potential with SDK coming in from behind. He'll get the easy kill. Round is basically done, you would hope. Surely, Hashim did find one, and now watching the flank, again, time is a huge factor here.
Yeah, 10 seconds. They realize they're going to go for the 2 versus 1, but the C4 is the door they meet, and now they meet themselves here on map, and for the first time in what feels like days, series point 6-5. It has been 5 rounds in a row here from the side of Raza, but if any side is going to fall away, if any position, it'll be the tertiary, whether we go back to barbecue. I assume so, because it was a success before. What can be changed here, potentially, from the side of Falcons? They are but 1 away from overtime. And then we find ourselves back in the mix, back in the meat. But for now, Raza, I mean, they have looked... You said it at the half, right? And it was very apt and very true, and always is. It's a game of 2 halves. Raza will have the defense. But for me and my money, the fact that they are looking excited about these engagements, they're looking active as well. The movements that they're making, yes, it's attack first defense, but look at how willing they are to step into firefights rather than just sort of
you know this is going to overtime, Emmy, right?
Yeah.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm there.
I'm telling you right now, I'm the 4 site, 4 Tallow, and barbecue kitchen, tertiary site. Falcons haven't looked remotely close to winning an attacking round.
No.
They will win this convincingly. Just watch.
What I might do after this game is concluded, if it ever does.
You're going to shake me and ask for a wish? Like one of those magic 8 balls?
Yeah, I'm going to be like, can we do it? Can we just have another game? Like, we might even later. We get the rematch of last year's grand final.
I can't wait.
But I'm curious to see how many rounds of Siege all of us have individually sort
we
of
are
cast.
number 1.
I would put a decent swing in for number 1 as well. But anyway, we might. Who knows? Falcons. They have the ability to get themselves back in. They've gone for a bit of a not gonna say confusing lineup, but you know, playing the Thatcher alongside the sort of setup here, and you're thinking, okay, well, what are they going to try and do it? They had a great play on Border with Thatcher where they stopped things being thrown in, and they went for the sneaky plant. Maybe they can do that against the smoke canisters and get a charge in, but then who does the charge? Because you're playing with the Maverick, right? You're playing with any removal on the hard breach wall as well, and no pocket hard breach, so I'm curious how Jalad is going to be deployed. There's the push, the roll, and the pressure on, and ooh, Jalad! Well, he gets a great take on, but then he's knocked right back off. There was a bit of a slowdown onto Flastry, but I don't really think he's the man that an EMP will affect too much. SDK fishing for an answer, but it's Dove that get knocked down. The reveal of the player behind the sushi bar as Flastry gets 2, but Hisham inside the site levels things back up.
Yeah, but they don't have the kit right now. So even though you got the site control, you still got to find a way to hold it, and you haven't really held above. When the diffuser is easily grabbable, and of course then it's already in the site, so you can try and get it and plant it. But you got a minute, so clear above, because it could be very well being watched, hence why the initial death happened in the first place. So right now for Falcons, it's like, you've got site. We need to clear above. Above is more important than the site right now.
Well, they have a good lead on at least somebody. And
but they have one
right back. SDK.
Hello, guys, you can't just be in the site if they haven't cleared above.
I mean, the kit seems a million miles away right now. Perez is watching up. The Candela's behind to get the motion, and Perez Hello,
Chris.
Nate. You were looking the wrong way, buddy, but it puts us into a 2 versus 2. Look at guards. He's trying to make his way underneath as well. He's trying to draw the fight and the double angle as they just sort of spray, but they still haven't gone for the kit. The kit is behind them in the kitchen, and they have the vertical control right now. But they're trying to push the fight instead of going for the plant. And
Go for it now.
I think they've said, Robbie said, look, I've got the cover. Go for it. Get in the smoke. Be covered. Now, there's 3 smokes still in pocket from Paceto. And he almost gets caught out by the run, but they don't stop the diffuser all the way around. They're up and they're off, and that could be the point of the fight. Robbie,
Roby's
all
got to kill them
that's
both.
left.
Oh, he drops. He had to kill them both. Forget the kit. There's 6 seconds. You can't get the plant. He needed to go for both kills. Instead, he's just done about nothing. Perez celebrating in the chat, and Razar Gaming Company will secure 2nd place in this group. It means for Falcons, while they do go phase 2, it will be in 4th.
That's rough. That is so rough. That is, if you don't know, instant lower bracket, and you will be fighting for your life every single game. But to be fair, if Falcons play it the same way they played these 2 opening maps, well, it is going to be something I am tuned in for. A great showdown between these 2 teams, proving their
Fantastic
worth.
series. Absolutely fantastic series. I mean, it was a pleasure to cast this one with you. I think these 2 teams, especially in the first 2 maps, put on an absolute show. One where you can really look at the storylines, the results that come with it. You're unfortunately sad for PSG Talent. You're happy for Falcons, right? And obviously for BDS, they're ecstatic. They had topped this group.
Well, we'll go to a break before we're back to break down the series, and then probably go get a lot to eat.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disent que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche droite esquive les rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
It's about time.
One more song. You choose.
I've got just the one.
And now with 24 seconds left to go, Loira has to make a deep rotation, finding one though on the J, what a shot, and this is why he's the demon. Loira finding 3!
Low HP bodies on each respective side. Uno, he's getting aggressive. That's the pressers, Dome. It might help you out a little bit, but oh my god! Good for one here, and should be onto Bullock. Getting that plant down. Alan out to the bottom. For the yellow pig as well! Yay for Alan!
The Psycho kill as well. They're just pushing for the fight. He's on the back end. But 1 versus 1 with a
Excellent patience here from CAG. Shuri holding it down, taking some damage. Blaz sticking the plant, not falling off. He commits, and Shuri gets the down. Go to, so why not? Oh! And if the overextension comes in from Lender, he might get a chance. Can he hit his shots? Yes! Lands the first, hits the second.
Do not die. Don't give him the 1v1. Oh, what have you done? You've died. C4 goes in. You do at this point. He can converge on his position. He's got to be ready for this. The ace has got a whip. He somehow does. Can finish this. Surely land the C4.
But shut down now by Newers. Wary about these frost mats that could be sitting under the windows as well as this angle below gym wall. Newers now the last man standing. He's good for 4 as well as the ace.
So 2 people have to come here and nothing to respond from Fatal. But can they get the case back down? Gomez taking a fight. He can hide. The case going back down though. He can run back up on it. Skimsy isn't alive any longer.
Welcome back here in what is, again, a sort of breaking down of kind of the whole week, really. It culminated and built and built and built for these two teams, and where it ended was an absolute roller coaster. On this last map, again, although it was a different energy in the room, Jake, Falcons got up to a 5-1, and then Raza just came back on the other side for an entirely flawless defense.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to turn out to be a pretty long day, isn't it? We had BDS and PSG, of course, go the distance, all 3 maps, followed immediately by Falcons and Raza going to all 3 maps and going the distance with an 8-7 there in there as well, 7-5. But in the end, I think well and truly deserved for Raza Company this second place finish. They have been a tremendous watch and certainly a team that has probably surprised many so far. Six Invitational for them to finish second is still a really, really good feat. But of course, they'll be kicking themselves a bit that they couldn't close out Lair, that they couldn't get the win and get the 2-0, which would have put them first. They end up tied on points with BDS. BDS have the tiebreaker. That's the way that is kind of finalized. That does mean, of course, Dark Zero has dropped to third. The Dark Zero won't be too happy with the way things have finished in this particular group. And of course, Falcons winning out on Lair means that they finish in 4th. And not just 4th, but like quite literally, every facet is tied with PSG Talent. They're both 4-6 on maps. They're both -2 round differential then, of course. And they're both 58-65 on round differential, which is -7 each, both on 6 points. The only difference, and the mainly key one, is Falcons did beat PSG Talent.
And you know what that came down to? 1 round to be that separation in their showdown where the second map went to max OT. It just never stops.
I think I might be wrong because I only just read it somewhere. I can't remember where or how or what it was, but like I think there was like a stat that like no one has ever been eliminated from groups. What is it, 5 or above?
5 or more points. No one had ever been eliminated from groups before.
Talon eliminated on 6, which I would imagine then that is the first time. But there's also an opportunity because our next game is CAG versus Secret that they too could get eliminated on 5 points. So imagine you're going from it never happening to it happening twice on the same day.
I mean, it's been a record-breaking sort of moment, a record-breaking event, and depending on who you support, sometimes you're happy about that. I don't think fans of Korean or Japanese Siege...
I think it shows how competitive 6 Invitational 25 has been so far. Like, even teams from APAC have been doing a really good job to close out group stage. I think you could argue outside of CAG, a lot of them were quite slow to begin with. You know, PSG Talon, though, came home with a bang. It's too little too late. And then now they're going home.
Well, we're going to take a break, but please do not go anywhere because after we have maybe the last elimination game. Can CAG keep themselves going, or, well, are we going to have a series just like that? I kind of hope so. See you after this break.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns to, answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Handy. Nade.
Oh! Shuts down his brother!
Into red time we go. Where's the response? The tap was through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Des.
It is, and look at the cover chain. I know it's not a back room, it's killed 4!
This is it. You look at both sides and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up, get slippy, finds himself a second, Des. Making a third. It's a 3K.
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Fire was the best console that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target!
This can be made successfully.
Information from the bees! It goes deep, Shotgun! And he swings on to Dodes! Vintage Breeders showing up, running out of time.
Round in the corner, bees, information. Shaiko pushing for it, Nafe is there!
This team has talent, experience, style, and a fish.
Creeps in the 1v1. Relocating towards Raptor. Creeps, what a swing and a quad. Disgusting quad.
Ian rhymes with Buck. They will get the plant down. Leader again taking another 1v1. He knows the plant is close and he gets the headshot kill.
When he'll move in, and it doesn't matter because never mind. Time, right? He's got to push forward. Reaps might be able to hop up before he gets there. Or sprinting up, he doesn't know. The 1v2.
Não sei nem dizer assim, porque é realmente a realização de um sonho. Porque quando eu entrei nesse lugar, eu vi a magnitude do que é isso daqui. E de lembrar desde o início, tudo que o Rainbow trouxe pra gente foi assim, incrível. Na hora que a orquestra começou a tocar o primeiro som do jogo, eu fiquei da mesma forma. Não aguentei, foi muito bom. E uma das coisas que a gente mais falou foi: aqui a gente vai ter muita história para contar.
Meu nome é Lorena Miller, eu tenho 31 anos, sou de Manacapuru, que é o interior do Amazonas, mas eu moro em Manaus já há bastante tempo. Bom, aqui em Manaus a gente tem bastante coisa, mesmo limitado, né? A gente sabe que aqui na região norte é um pouco difícil, algumas situações que nem tudo chega para cá, o acesso é muito difícil. Mas assim, né, é o pulmão do mundo. Então é uma parte muito importante, não só de Manaus, do Amazonas, mas da região norte e do Brasil inteiro, né? Tem a Zona Franca, que fica aqui, então muita coisa é produzida aqui, mas realmente a parte cultural, a parte turística, realmente é um dos maiores focos. Eu sou professora de Educação Física da rede pública, né, a rede municipal. Meus alunos sabem que eu gosto muito de videogame, principalmente de Rainbow, né, porque sempre quando tem alguma transmissão que tá mais ou menos no horário de trabalho, às vezes eu deixo eles fazendo alguma atividade. Tem TVs em algumas salas, eu deixo lá para eles assistirem junto comigo enquanto eu escrevo alguma coisa no quadro. Bom, quando eu mostro o jogo para os meninos, né, quando eu mostro o Rainbow, eu sempre falo para eles essa questão de cooperar, que a comunicação, como você fala, se posicionar faz muita diferença. Na área da educação física, a gente tem a questão do tempo e espaço, nós temos a questão da lateralidade. No jogo, a gente se posicionar de uma forma correta. Então, a gente fala, vira para a esquerda, vira para a direita, olha tal canto. Então, tudo isso faz parte também do ensino da educação física. Então, sempre eu tento trazer algo que eles possam entender que isso eles podem levar para a vida inteira.
E aí, Vico, o que tu acha que vai rolar nesse Invi aí? Como é que vai ser?
Ai, eu espero que pelo menos tenha brasileiro na final, né? A expectativa pelo menos é essa.
Do jeito que tá todo mundo jogando, eu acredito que vai ser né? Eu torço muito pelos brasileiros, mas assim, os times gringos são muito fortes. Eu tenho muito medo. Canadian lá, um cara que joga muito, morro de medo. Sabe, poder ver tudo isso de perto, sabe que acompanhar esse pessoal, o cenário desse jeito, põe todo mundo ali na tua frente, pra mim...
Vai ser muito louco. Cara, a gente estava assistindo o Invi de 2023 e aí quando apareceu o anúncio, tava todo mundo em pare, ouvindo, conversando, e quando aconteceu o anúncio, era gritaria, era eu me tremendo, e era a gente chorando, e a gente foi à loucura. Então, desde o dia do anúncio, a gente falou que iria. Eu não consigo nem explicar porque eu sei que vai ser uma experiência única. Eu espero que seja algo muito incrível, que eu vá ver os meus amigos, conhecê-los finalmente.
It's been a quick day, especially for us NA fans, unfortunately, but we have to keep you waiting a little bit for what might be the best match of the day, maybe the only three-mapper. He's looking out the window, FaZe playing patiently. 3 seconds to go, they know they don't even need to make a move. 7-3 for FaZe Clan.
Olha o Vita, olha o Vita, olha o Vita. Consegue fazer o punch, o Vita King. Vai se proteger. Tem cobertura da FaZe, muda completamente o jogo. Poxa, consegue eliminação, mas o Vita atrás. No escudo. De um lado pro outro, chama o Vita King pra dançar. Ele se protege, 20 segundos no relógio. Vita King não vacila, vai dançando de um lado pro outro. Colocado no pulso, a Virtus Pro, mais calma. Tem jogo ainda. 10, 9, 8, 7. Chama pra sambar, chama pra bailar. O Brasil está na final do Six Invitational.
Não sei nem dizer assim, porque é realmente a realização de um sonho. Porque quando eu entrei nesse lugar, eu vi a magnitude do que é isso daqui. E de lembrar desde o início, tudo que o Rainbow trouxe pra gente foi assim, incrível. Na hora que a orquestra começou a tocar o primeiro som do jogo, eu fiquei da mesma forma. Não aguentei, foi muito bom. E uma das coisas que a gente mais falou foi: aqui a gente vai ter muita história para contar.
O Rainbow Six foi o que uniu a gente, né? A nossa primeira conversa que a gente teve foi relacionada a falar sobre o Rainbow Six, sobre os times.
Bom, foi no aplicativo de relacionamento, né? Que eu fui lá, fui olhar o perfil e lá estava descrito. Eu gosto de filme, gosto de música, gosto muito de videogame e o meu jogo preferido é o Rainbow Six Siege. Não teve outra, eu dei match na hora.
E o nosso sonho sempre foi ver um Invitational. E agora, nessa oportunidade, eu quero muito sabe, fazer ela feliz. Então, hoje eu quero pedir a minha namorada em casamento.
E eu tô aqui no meio da torcida com o Cláudio e a Lorena. Vocês vão torcer pra quem? Face W7M? Como que tem sido a experiência de vocês? Como que tá o coração pra essa grande final de hoje?
W7M, como sempre, pra mim vai ser a campeã, certeza.
Vocês estão solteiros, ó, tem que chorar, filho. Aqui é casalzão do Rainbow Six. Tá curtindo o Six Invitational?
Eu tô curtindo muito, é uma experiência assim que nunca na vida que eu achava que eu iria ter. Sei lá, meu rosto já deve estar muito inchado de tanto que eu já chorei.
Lorena, e se eu te falar que você já chorou muito e você vai chorar muito mais?
Ai, eu imagino que eu vou chorar, porque só de estar aqui, né, é uma emoção muito grande.
Mas você não vai chorar pelo jogo não, né, Cláudio?
Com certeza. Lorena, você aceita casar comigo?
Cara, o Rainbow simplesmente ele mudou a minha vida porque ele trouxe pessoas muito especiais e que estão comigo até hoje. Trouxe as minhas amizades, trouxe meu relacionamento, então não tem como falar que o Rainbow não é importante para mim. Ele tá comigo até hoje.
But they're a good attacking team too, as was highlighted by our analysts, so don't forget about that. We move to the second half. Will be plenty of games still to play, even if this first half doesn't go the way of OXG. Could be an admin side clear from Space Station. Not really much being contested by Oxygen. Of course, with the bomb site being Piano, it's hard to extend this far across the top floor.
You know, I'm a huge fan of Extreme Home Makeover.
Yeah?
And Forrest seems to be trying out right now upstairs. Sledging away, breaking his hammers per minute record. All of these teams vying for the hammer here in Boston. That's what's at stake. One of the most instantly recognizable trophies in all of esports, if I do say so myself. There are a lot of good trophies out there in all ecosystems, but I got a soft spot for ours. Gomez taking down J90 Oxygen, using this bomb site to full effectiveness. Hat taking an awful lot of damage from Fultz, but still surviving. Fultz will find the remainder of Hat. In go those flashes, caught by Magnets. Ashen slaying Newers as he presses on up. Slow crawl of the Banshee will prevent Benja from taking the space he needs. Gomez finds a second for his troubles, and now it's Forrest to join the party. Over towards Vending, Yog in on the action. Gomez finds yet another kill. Ashen dies at the hands of none other than Gomez. What a magnificent round from Gomez and Oxygen across the board. I believe that was a 4K, but we will need to wait to see the stats when we get back in because one of them might have been a down again that he collapsed upon. And no, it is a genuine 4K for Gomez.
And statistically speaking, Gomez kind of needs that 4K. He has not had the greatest of statistics ever since kind of taking over as the IGL and team captain of this squad. His stats have kind of lagged behind a little bit. I know he didn't have the best numbers in Stage 2 of the North American League either, but do not forget how good he was as a mechanical player back when this team was a little bit different with some different players on it. He has always been a player to step up when the pressure's been the highest, and Gomez is extremely talented in his role. To be popping off like this as the in-game leader is certainly something to keep an eye out for. We see a lot of IGLs actually fragging out in the current meta. Liquifact probably the most obvious example, the most famous fragging IGL that we have in the game right now, but there's quite a few out there. I would also even put Fault somewhat in that category as an IGL who is not usually the lowest ranked on his team in terms of kill, who's not playing those super traditional hard support roles all the time, but he is on the Thermite this round.
An operator that for a long period of time had the nickname of being the Fragmite. It's not abnormal to see a Thermite getting kills, though obviously that operator doesn't have the same prominence that it used to at that point in time. That was also when he was one hard breacher and then became one of 2 hard breachers when they added Hibana, and for a long period of time, this game just had the 2. Hell, even when Maverick was added, a lot of teams didn't consider him to be a genuine hard breacher. They saw him as more of an accessory to hard breach.
And he still sometimes plays that way. It really depends on the specific wall and the way the team wants to use him.
I would go so far as to say he's a hard breacher for hatches.
Yeah, he can get walls too, though.
He can get walls, absolutely, but he relies on somebody else, right? You cut down that metal sheet, and then it needs to be opened up. You cannot do the job yourself. But every single hard breacher in this game has some kind of weak spot. Ace, it's hatches. Hibana, it's smaller holes. Thermite, it's that you have to get up close. All of these operators have some kind of drawback. That's why they're balanced the way that they are.
Top floor is obviously going to be the goal. I think it's going to be an admin side clear, but they've really taken their time on getting in and around admin. The defuse kit still is over there, but pressure in towards bathroom and spiral too. Balcony wall opened up cinematically in front of your eyes. What is Newer's going to be able to do? He was droned out many minutes ago, and now he's kind of in a spot where he wants to fall back. I'm not sure SSG know exactly what style of push they want to commit to still, Parker.
No, I'm a little worried about the next steps for Space Station. They're now rotating around as it seems like they'll go for a split take here. They've sent Benjamaster upstairs in admin all on his own, and he'll confront quite a lot of barricades that, well, they're going to know where he's coming from. Goyo canisters maybe a bit early, but will still at least slow down the advance of Space Station as they wait for those fires to clear, and Oxygen seems to be getting a bit antsy. Finally, SSG learns how to use Rotero drones. Nitro Cell will get Ashen and almost Fultz as well. He's been down 2. An excellent start from Oxygen as now Benjamaster falters. 2 that remain for Space Station as Fultz might be irretrievable. J90 dies. Forrest right next to Fultz, but he's got to worry about what lays in wait behind him. Fultz crawling to safety. Toxic Babe goes out. Nobody swinging on Forrest. They will allow him to pick up Fultz. Hat does the job with the SMG-11, and Fultz will wait for one of the 5 players to show themselves. Gomez will be the first and also the last. 2-0 for OXG.
I honestly think that Nitro Cell from DS was probably the main thing that won Oxygen that round, as well as the fact that SSG's push was a little all over the place. They started with some pressure over by admin. They eventually moved Diffuse Kit to Spiral, where they had 2 players, and at the same time, 2 other players were pushing over towards Yellow. But then Diaz launched that C4, and that got 2 kills, including the downed player.
That was kind of just, that was on me. I just didn't really have we didn't really have a gap in like their D right there to like explode.
I'm glad he said that, because it didn't look like they had much of a plan. It felt like they couldn't find that gap, as Fultz was saying, and they were hunting for it the whole round. Sometimes as the IGL, you know, you got to stand up, take responsibility, say, I didn't really find a gap, and, well, that's exactly what happened for SSG. You got to appreciate that from the veteran.
Also, that's a big credit to Oxygen.
Yes.
I mean, it's not just SSG taking responsibility, Jesse, but it's also commendation to Oxygen for how airtight that setup was.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, that setup was really strong. They showed a lot of strong force over towards admin. A big part of that was Newers on the Azami, who wasn't getting into direct gunfights, but showed enough of a presence, put up enough Kiva barriers that SSG thought, yeah, an admin push is not really going to work out. So then they kind of, you know, they opened up the balcony, they had some pressure over towards Yellow, over towards Spiral, and never really found an opening. And that is really good work from Oxygen on the defense. 2-0 now on the most defender side of map in the pool.
Doing what we expect from teams that know how to play this map. SSG will have opportunities, at least on their half as defenders, but you cannot allow OXG to run up the score on you in the interim. You got to get to that point first, and that's still 4 rounds away, technically 3 if you count this round that we're in right now. Be intriguing to see the actual rotation that teams go through here on Consulate, because I don't necessarily believe both of these teams will stick to the same 3 sites. All 4 bomb sites on this map get played. They all have varying levels of success. Server Tellers has been played 12 times. It sits at 50-50. So that's the one bomb site that I would kind of, not necessarily raise an eyebrow at, but I'd be a bit concerned with. You saw the flank upstairs of the Fenrir of Yaga. He's got their attention. All the while, the rest of the space station seems quite eager to get into the bomb site. And that's exactly what Forrest has done. Nitro Cell goes off, but it's already been shot away and had another kill for OXG. SSG on the board. Fultz trying his best to keep his teammates alive. And all hell will break loose as 7 players still remain in the server and the diffuser goes down, shortening the time for this to end. OXG being picked apart, in part by Forrest, who as the Monty isn't necessarily getting kills, but this time around, he'll do just that. Diaz wandering, trying to find the other 2 players of SSG who are nowhere near the kill. Why not? Let Forrest sit on the diffuser. You've got to tackle him on the Monty at some point. Attempt to defuse planned, and Fultz walks in to get the kill. Forrest didn't need to do anything other than just be a human obstacle, and boy, oh boy, did he do a good job of that.
Parker, if I was still an analyst, I'd be sprinting to my replay operator to get that round as a replay for top down, because that was beautiful. The way that they used the Sens wall to go for a direct plant on the pillar with the Monty, just excellently done by SSG. The Tuberau even starting to pull down some of those Sens walls. Really unique interactions. We saw one Sens wall that went in through the drone hole. The other one, I think, was thrown from the yellow door. They blocked so much sightlines, and of course there was a Warden back in sight, but it doesn't matter because Warden, after the new update, cannot see through those Sens walls, and there was absolutely nothing they could do to stop that monster from getting the defuse, get down inside a pillar. The air jabs were set up on yellow stairs to provide protection from any kind of flank that came out from Oxygen. That was just a really well set up SSG, and I'm glad that we saw that after their push in round number 2 really fell flat and couldn't find anything to get going. They immediately answer with a well-constructed push from start to finish that all looked brilliant.
A masterclass over 2 rounds. First, it was OXG's defense in round number 2, and then Space Station's execute in round number 3. It's almost like you're doing Foxay's job on the telestrator for him.
Wow, he's the one who's got to break it down, not me. He does a great job on those, by the way.
Leo also doing a lot of the telestrator work. Jack, yes. I think, has done some from time to time.
Yes.
I deliberately left out Laxing, thinking he would get mad. He's not stormed into the control room just yet, so I fear he's either not listening to me, or maybe he simply ignores me.
As a former analyst, I can say, when you're talking, the stream does tend to get muted.
Ah, of course. I appreciate you telling me these things right now when we are sharing a mic with each other.
Unfortunately, a blast that I was not allowed to mute you when we wwere co-casters.
It is a challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose.
You can always take your headset off and just leave the mic in front of your mouth. I guess you can hear me in real life, I suppose.
Yeah, you're still standing right next to me.
I'm sorry this is such a difficult situation for you to be in, but I would also like to note that you willingly joined me as a co-caster after Nick said that he couldn't any longer.
Okay, well, you know.
Come to think of it, why did Nick want to leave? Well, that's gonna fester.
We've got a lot of control from Auction still on that top floor. 4 of their 5 players remain above the bomb site. SSG have not really tried to clear them out. Instead, they're existing over towards our tellers, over towards kind of the front door, the main lobby. They've got this Sens once again, but that won't protect you from a plant denial up above. They've got to find some other way to stop these vertical players from stopping their plants. Bravo drone to hack a cam, that'll be nice, but it won't stop any denials. They don't have any, they have 2 traditional smokes, I should say, in the pocket of J90, and actually 2 more from Forrest. Here comes the Utsu.
They're loving this sense, and I mean, why not? It's working. Yaga had aerial coverage, and he manages to cut down Benjamaster. The Dane still searching for a kill. J90 falters, and Newers capitalizes off of that. Oxygen with 2 opening picks. While there are 5 OXG players still upright, they've got to be concerned with this clock. How good is the one?
If you aren't absolutely exhausted already by today's action, well, buckle up because there's even more underway. Group B's drama comes to a close, Tim, but there is plenty more to go throughout this tournament.
This game's
This game is another one of those. CAG versus Secret coming up. Before we get into it, though, Tim, let's take a look at the standings to help frame how this game is going to go down. I'm Des. This is Tim. You've seen us a few times by now. This is what this group looks like. And what we're focusing on here is those two games down at the bottom. Secret are currently set to go home. They have to get 4 points, which requires a 2-0 to jump over Cyclops and send the Japanese team back in. They lose a single map, and Cyclops hold on to that spot. They know what's on the line, and I was saying to you on the way down here, Tim, I don't know which team I want to back. Because CAG are kind of the underdog. Secret, I got a lot of love for. I love some of the players on this team. They're a European team. I'm really torn.
I mean, the way things have gone so far today on the B stream, there we go, thank you very much, 2-1, 2-1. It would be reasonable to suggest that we maybe see a 2-1. That would see Team Secret going home, of course, because Cyclops just need that one map. But who knows? With these two teams, Team Secret, I feel like they've maybe underperformed a little bit at the tournament compared to expectation. Cyclops have overperformed a little bit probably compared to expectation. We know they're a very good team, but you come in here thinking, looking at the group, you probably wouldn't have picked it to go this way around.
No, definitely wouldn't have. No, I thought Secret would have come in far stronger. I know this group is a very tough group anyway, but we would have expected the inverse, for CAG to be the ones fighting for their lives. But no, it is Team Secret. And in case you don't know who's on this team, here you go, just as a reminder for you. Been a bit of a mixed performance overall throughout the week. Tim definitely not hitting the highs that we know that they're capable of. Doom had a brilliant show yesterday. Prior to that, it had a pretty weak start to the competition. But firing on all cylinders, this team is definitely not right now. And I really hope they start to step it up in this series, this last one. When you've all got warmed in, you've had 5 days of playing, or 4 days of playing across a 5-day window. They should now be at their best. There's no more time for excuses.
Yeah, Savage is one to watch out for as well. Been playing very well overall in terms of the Invitational. He's probably the highest rate. I think he's the highest rate player on Secret at the minute, so definitely one to watch. We switch over, of course, to their opponents. We need people on both sides of that server. It's going to be Cyclops. Some of the oldest names in competitive Siege. We've seen them plenty of times before. You've got Chibisu, Sharif Anaton, Blackray, and Sereniko, and they're going to be coming looking to spoil Secret's party.
We've had a lot of fun with these guys as well over in the Japan League throughout the year. We know that they're a lot of fun as a personality type as well. Anaton's always talking the most ridiculous amount of smack that you can imagine in all chat at the best of times. You don't really see it too much in the game, but they are very fun to watch play. Tim, though, our map veto is ready, so let's put it up and see where the showdown is going to head to. We're going to start things off on Consulate for Team Secret.
Yeah, I think that'll be a good start for them. We know that they're capable there, and it's, I think, it's still reasonably linear in terms of, some of the map design. It's a little bit narrower than some others, and it's going to allow them a good opportunity to maybe increase that team play a little bit and impact each other's deaths and things like that.
Secret did lose it to FaZe yesterday, but hopefully we can see them step up. We're then going to Labs for map number 2. Secret actually got a pretty good record on this. They did lose it to FaZe yesterday as well as part of their series, but a bit of a gamble being taken here by Cyclops. However, they themselves are 4-0 on it. Last won it about 3 months ago against CL Pharrell, so not a bad map for them at all. And then we'll fast forward through to our final map and see where things are going to go. We've got Shelly being banned out here, Bank being banned out, and Skyscraper being our decider. One of CAG's favourite maps, actually. Haven't played it in quite a while, though. But I look at that and just think, you know what? That could be a real good final showdown between these two.
And we haven't had it yet. So it would be nice to mix it up for our final group stage match. To bring in Skyscraper.
Pretty chill. Not feeling too threatened. Knows that a single thing. All they need to get is a point on one of these maps. It's all they need, Tim. And they've done the job.
Yep, one map, as a reminder, is enough for Cyclops. Only 2-0 will do the Secret. A 2-1 win.
It'd be so funny if he stuck down there.
Enough.
I swear to God. I'm not sure he was trying to find a way up and he's just a bit stuck or what. But, nah. Let's forgive a coffee while laying back. No complaints too much.
Just going to get everybody into the lobby and we will be off in a matter. I tell you what's absolute madness today, Des. The fact that we're on, 20-6. We started at 10 a.m. and we're just going into game 3.
8 hours to get through 2 series, yeah. This is always the risk, though, with these long series, and it's what someone was moaning about the scheduling last week and saying, why don't they reduce the schedule for the best of 3 from like 3 hours down to 2 or 2.5? And I was like, well, because a full-length best of 3, if you play it all out and the breaks in between it, so on and so forth, can take up to 4.5 hours. You have to plan for what the kind of mid-ground is there. Today is demonstrating the fact that it's taken 4 hours per best of 3 so far. Goes to show you need that time sometimes.
You do. And talking about time, Des, it's time that we got on into... Oh, look at that. Cyclops and Team Secret social predictions 50-50. There is a very even feel about this matchup as a whole. Like I say, Secret underperforming a little bit. I feel like Cyclops performing pretty well for themselves at the minute. I feel like it brings them to kind of a nice middle ground here where we can expect a really close matchup between these two.
What's really interesting is both of these two teams hover just near the 50% defensive win rate mark, amongst the worst in the whole competition. In fact, the teams that have got worse are the ones that are going home. Team Joel, Oxygen, and Scars all sitting below 50%. CAG currently sit at 49.4%. Secret at 51%. I imagine whoever finds themselves heading further down that number will be the ones going home come the end of this series. Now, Cyclops, blue side, defense means our bans are flipped as usual. So Secret have banned away Deimos. A fair few targets coming in there, I'd imagine, against the other side. There's a couple of players at CAG that love that operator. And their defender ban is going to be the Clash. So not banning away a shield. The Monty is available. Could yet see Anaton have a lot of fun with that operator. Otherwise, the Blackbeard was taken away by Cyclops at the very start.
Final ban will come through. We'll see who it is. I would make a guess at somebody like Azame, Valkyrie, Mira. One of those. We will see who Secret go for. Otherwise, looking fairly... Yeah, we go. Azame going to be the one. Azame, I think, without looking at the stats, I would say off the top of my head is almost certainly the most banned operator, probably along with Monty. Monty's seen an awful lot of bans as well, but Azame just so regular in there. The keeper barricades particularly powerful. Here on console, you're looking at areas like vending machine, long dash. You can use them inside a meeting. You're looking at downstairs in the basement. You can hold pillar really well with them. There's all sorts of places that utility becomes really useful.
The bans make a lot of sense when you see the, as I was mentioning, the kind of target bans that came out. The Clash definitely going in towards Anaton. Believe it or not, Tim is top 3 most played operator. Plays a lot of Kaid and Bandit otherwise. And then the Deimos coming in against, I believe it was Shureneko I saw earlier on. In fact, on Malara, it was Shurip that one is targeted against. And his army, although it's kind of a self-inflicted blow, is a ban against Shureneko. So everyone's taking a bit of pain in this ban phase, but it still means that we've got ourselves an exciting game coming up. So let's get into things. Cyclops on the defense to kick things off. We're up on this top floor, and Secret have got to try their best to break this Japanese team down.
Gone for the full reinforce towards admin, so that's telling us that they're expecting potential pressure coming from that side from Team Secret. They're going to look to try and hold them out of there, make sure that they can't get that beachhead, they can't get that ground and work through comfortably into copy, because that's what Secret would look to do if they got themselves into admin. You can use that wall potentially to push on through.
A lot of smokes in back pocket as well. 4 to be precise, plus 2 that you got the smoke bolts coming out of Virtue. No Glaz on side. Normally you see that paired up in this kind of lineup. But clearly it's more about the execute. In fact, we see this one so many times over, just without a Grim on side that you commonly see for a window take and an execute just inside of it. They make it a little bit harder, forcing you to make sure you've got that pressure in below at the same time. For now, focusing on getting Cubby opened up. Kind of step one of any attack onto this site, doesn't it, Tim? Because it's that pressure that it invites. It just reminds the defenders, we can just step inside the site if we want to and start putting pressure on you. So you're going to have to respect that that's always a thing. Be very conscious of the angles that are exposed to it.
Quick work of the touch drone from Adrian there, just getting in, removing that Vulcan canister and the mute jammer as well, just freeing up that CEO window for them to go in and plant should they choose to do so. They need some pressure from connector, bathroom, elsewhere to allow them to do that, but that's going to be the next job. However, Shuriq manages to pick up Savage, and that's a big loss. The Ying is gone.
It's got to be remembered, with every kill, with every round that slips away from Secret, it's another dent in their chances at being able to make it to stay in Phase 2 of the 6th Invitational. Else CAG hold on to that spot. If you are following along, keep an eye on CAG's score. All they've got to do is get one map, and it is theirs for the taking. I'll stash up on the windows without the Ying on side, as you say, Tim. Feels like a bit painful. You need that for this execute, so they're going to have to come up with a new plan here. I don't think you can easily go for a standard hit. Like, sure, you've got the smoke bolts, you've got fire, you can make something work, but it is certainly not going to be anywhere near as effective as usual.
It is still possible. If you fire off the half wall so that they can't swing from there, you've got the Book of Doom underneath to open up desk, for example, clear out the center of sight. It is possible to still go in. The Vulcan canister is gone. You can get in there and get that diffuser down. Adrian with a big kill onto Sireneko, and this is possible now. Get in there, Virtue fire off the half wall, Grubby on the cover, make sure they can't swing from half wall, and you could get that diffuser down.
A great smoke angle they've lined up there as well to do so from range in relatively safe position at the same time. In comes that step that I spoke about, though. With this hole being opened up, there's always potential threat coming on through, and that's exactly what they've found into a 2 versus 2. They're trying to hold on to the very best here, but Doom has taken no more of that nonsense. Marches on forward and finds one. Groovy gets his second. The Secrets take round 1.
Really good from them. No panic in them, despite losing that man early. Still went in. The plan was there. Slight adaptation. Got the job done. And it is a big loss having that Ying taken away from you. So really well done from Team Secret to overcome that and to move forward. I think we're going to see Cyclops move away from that top floor. They're not going to double down and go there again. Going to be down to the basement this time, where they will try and get their first successful defense. This is, of course, as we said, Team Secret's map pick, so we expect them to come out strong here. Team Secret have to have a 2-0. So they've got to win these first 2 maps, otherwise they will be exiting the tournament before the end of the day.
Savage has long been a Shield player, Tim. I think even before changes to them recently, and even prior to them becoming as powerful as they were. And guess what he's looking towards this round? A blitz currently being hovered over. Now, Cyclops is a team from the Japan region. If you haven't watched too much of the Japan League, there's only one thing you should know, is that I think it was last year we had a 32% ban rate against Monty. And this is before Shields were as oppressive as they were. And there was one reason why the ban rate was that high.
Aniton!
And it was because of Aniton. If anyone knows how to play against Shields and all the different tech that you can do to unsettle someone and kill off a Shield player, it's most likely going to be Cyclops. So I don't think they'll be too phased by this. They should at least have a read on what Secret are going to do. Should be expecting Shields, given they've done their homework into Savage and the rest of Team Secret. Hopefully with those 2 C4 stashed in back pocket, along with the smokes, the Legion, and the goo mines, they've got enough here to deal with it.
Bringing along the blitz opens up the possibility of pushing from the rear side. Definitely, you can get that hatch open, drop down, and use the blitz to close the ground and bully the defenders back in towards the breached area that you've just made there. We'll see whether that's their choice or not, but the breach has been opened very, very quickly there. So this is good work from Team Secret. There was no denial to prevent them doing that. No electricity, no mute, anything like that. So they've taken that opportunity. But look at Savage up above. They're using him for roam clearance at the minute, just to make sure Piano's clear. But did you see him just descend then? He's coming down to Archives and he's going to move through on that rear side of push that I suggested they might go for.
Like I stated, they should know how to deal with this, and so far dealing pretty damn well. Might get a couple of kills, but the back of that rush in as a team where they've now taken control of the site. Shireneko's nowhere to be seen. To the other side of the map. Well, the rest of his team's getting absolutely smashed to pieces. He's wondering what the hell's going on. And sure enough, has been finished off. Shurip's got it all to do by himself. User's going down, and this one, Tim, it's cooked.
I think at this point, deal is already done. Manages to get one onto the blitz. Tries to survive outside while he hits the reload, but Adrian is there to mop it up. And that's going to be round 2 going to Secret. That was a really good attack from Secret. So they took the choice to get that breach open really quickly because it makes Cyclops look towards that direction. You think, are they going to pour in through there? Are they going to pour in through yellow? Where is the push going to come from? But instead, you've got the blitz coming down into Archives and then just comes through, bullies Pillar into yellow stairs, clears it all out. Great stuff from Team Secret. Those first 2 rounds, Des, they've looked really, really good. Better than I've probably seen so far. Absolutely in command of this one, and you can see how much Cyclops, they're feeling the pressure, ripping the time out immediately, practically.
Yeah, this is not a good start to the map for them, and I always appreciate an earlier timeout. I think it's a good thing to be able to rip out when you need it. Most teams will stall it out and wait till things start to look a little bit too dangerous and then pull it. When you've maybe got like a round or 2 to work with, it's already too late at that point, Tim, because all it takes is a rush from the other side to try and disrupt whatever it is that you spoke about during that timeout, and everything falls apart, the map's over, and you've lost. So I actually quite appreciate the fact that they've called this in so early on. I said, cool. Let's have a conversation about this, what we need to correct, and we go again.
Look, if things aren't working after 2 rounds, they're not going to magically work after 6 rounds.
No.
So, yeah, absolutely right. If you can see a problem there, get involved, try and make sure that it doesn't become a bigger issue. And that's what Cyclops have done. But it does add a little bit of pressure to that tactical timeout. If they come out and lose the next couple of rounds again, you don't have that option anymore. It's been taken away from you. So what do you do then? Really important, therefore, that Cyclops look at getting themselves a win now. And interestingly, they've taken the split site. Archives and Tellers, not an easy one to hold on to this because Secret have got a number of options. They can get into admin, try to work vertically, get a plant in Tellers. They can come in through garage, work laterally across, try and take that ground and get a plant inside of Archives. A combination of the 2 attack from above and below. Very, very difficult at times to hold on to.
I think for Cyclops, the one thing I clocked back in the first round was June was playing underneath. Sorry, not June, sorry. Groovy was playing by himself underneath. Picked out the 1v1, then just sat and held yellow, giving nowhere for Kag to be able to rotate down if required, to play for C4s and things like that. while Doom tore them up in the site itself. So there's more than just a we've been rushed in round 2 issue there, I think, to discuss. Actually, much more down to the fact that one player in 2 separate parts of the map has walked through, found a couple of kills, and won the round for the team. So whether or not it's the Cyclops aren't communicating properly, whether the confidence is at a low, I don't know. Hopefully that's been somewhat addressed by our attack time out. A little bit more pack style coming in here with some C4s coming out towards the external parts of the building. I think quite naturally the Japan League, we're used to seeing a lot of aggression early in the round. And I'm glad that Kag at least showing that rather than sitting back and letting Secret be the ones to aggress onto them.
They have lost Shurip already, which means they've lost control of those FNAT devices as well. Whichever are activated, and whichever aren't will stay. So for the rest of the round, now then we're going to have a lot of utility dumped around that hatch. The drop comes in. Doom hits his shots. Beautiful stuff. Black Ray is there for the trade, but once again the Blitz is getting in amongst them, forcing them around. Virtue finds the kill. This is great. Savage just shepherding people into the lines of fire of his teammates. He's throwing the diffuser down as well. 4v2. Chibisu and Shiraneko need to get something going soon.
A huge attention soak, isn't he? And this is why shields can be so powerful. It's not just about their lethality. It's about the fact that they draw eyes to them. You just know that if they drop the shield for half a second, they can kill you, so you've got no choice but to keep a close eye on them. Very cozy round, and Groovy with a 3K. And argue if nothing else, Tim, that round was even worse for Cyclops. Team Secret really on a roll now.
Yeah, they've certainly got the end goal in mind, haven't they, Team Secret here? They know how important it is that they get off to a good start, they get this first map, but it's also about the fashion in which they take that map. They need a 2-0, so they can't let Cyclops feel like it was close. They don't want overtime, they don't want 7-5, and Cyclops going onto their own map feeling like they're kind of in this one. They want to absolutely batter them here, steamroller through it, get that first map, and then you can get onto the second one with maybe the mental broken a little bit on the other side, so that you've got that opportunity on Night Haven Labs to rescue your situation here in the 6 Invitational 2025.
Yeah, that second map is going to be the real big one to build into, I think, for Cyclops, knowing it's theirs. Again, they just need just one. Just the one, guys. It's not like we're asking a whole lot here. But the Secret have gone away and had a word with themselves and realised how poorly they've started the tournament so far, and have come back a bit of a different beast. It is going to be difficult to upheave them. Let's see how things go for our second quarter of the map, though. We speak about this quite a lot. Quarters, generally, you play the same 3-site rotation. I think we are changing things up a little bit here for round 4. You have the anticipation that you're going to see the same 3 sites again, and it's a case of learning from the last round, but also as the victor of that round, changing around what you're doing, so it's not super countable and predictable. All the onus really comes onto Secret to keep things fresh here and keep Kag on the back foot.
Jones will head straight into garage. Make sure that there's not going to be any sort of challenge onto them from Yellow Stairs. Just hovering there around the little closet window at the side of Piano. I can't see them sending the blitz in just yet. Savage will hold his position. Needs to be careful here, actually. The Nitro is primed and ready to go over the top. I spoke about it yesterday, I love the pre-rip on a Nitro. If you know you're going to use it somewhere, get it ripped early, and then they don't hear it coming. But for the time being, Team Secret are looking for that top floor control. A lot of damage done to the blitz. Nitro goes out, but it is not going to find its mark as June manages to take down Anaton. Black Ray is there, however, for the trade. They haven't dealt with the blitz yet, though, and they've got Black Ray down as well. There goes the Nitro. 3 versus 3. Still looking good for Secret.
They've really got to push aggressively here as well. Oh, and then they get both. The nade comes down onto 1. Black Ray's going to fall at the same time. Chibisu gone, 2 removed. And it looks like they might have enough here, Tim. In fact, no, 2 are on deck. Groovy's all alone. Will he be able to get his teammate up? Yes, he has. A 2v1. And Shuri, Tim, we've seen him go nuclear on international events before. Now's the time to do it.
Maybe just over-aggressing here, Team Secret. Giving the opportunity to Shuri to find that kill. Not really spread out enough. It's winnable for him to hit both of those shots. Now he finds him in a 1v1 and he cuts down Groovy. Another fine angle. Takes him out and Cyclops get their first round. I feel like that 3v1 then was really, it's always going to be winnable for a team, but it should have been won by Team Secret. They just haven't really done anything. Sure, it gets the first one, fair enough, but then when you've got Groovy and Virtue left at the end, they kind of just stick together there. You know, Grubby doesn't maybe come round to lounge. Virtue keep himself on Yellow Stairs, give Grubby time to relocate, get himself round to lounge, and then they push in from opposite directions. And all of a sudden, Sharip's situation becomes a lot worse. But they've both pushed from the same direction. They've both given him the opportunity to take them down.
Must be the question mark around Virtue's plan there as well in terms of lying down, going prone and stepping forwards. If it wasn't being watched, then yeah, fair enough. You probably get the advantage in a 1v1. But given the angle is being watched by Shureep, 9 times out of 10, he is winning that one. He's always going to see you first as you shuffle your way forwards. Good news is, though, Tim, for CAG and the rest of the Japan League fans out there, they've got a round on the board. They're now underway. The chase begins. They're now 2 rounds behind Secret, though, so there's still a bit of work to be done. But hopefully they can carry on in the second quarter and bag a couple more.
We've got a similar lineup to the one that we had in the first round from Secret, but the Ying is not present. Savage this time is going to be bringing the Twitch rather than the Ying. We've got the Grim, no Lion, so they've mixed it up a little bit in the repick phase there. See where they're going to go with this. We've got the Capitao. It's still definitely possible for a yellow-sided take. Get yourself in there, clear off CEO, get some sort of plan down using bathroom window for cover, open closet. We'll see whether that's what they go for, or maybe they'll pay a little bit of attention over to admin side as the round progresses.
Yeah, it's the usual kind of start for the round, right? Homework being done, early control being taken by Secret, scrap over Cubby now being established. We already spoke before about the threat that this Cubby gives. We saw Adrian step into it towards the end of last round, or the last time we attacked this site, sorry, and started proving a little bit of bother for CAG to deal with. So it's a similar story.
Yeah.
It's there, it's open. It is a reminder that they can come in at any time, but otherwise there's a lot of utility to chew through on this default plant spot. Already getting the Vulcan canisters gone. There's a bulletproof to remove too. No doubt some more stuff to chew through before they can even think about the execute.
Yeah, I'm just kind of... Shureep has tried to push, Siren Echo it was, who's underneath. I think Shureep was down there with him at a point. He's back up on the top floor now, but Siren Echo is going to find himself down. They're definitely looking for this window plant. Virtue's going to rappel in now. They've got the Twitch drone there. The reason that he's sitting on the Twitch drone is he wants to watch for any nitros thrown, and the plan is to shoot them out with the Twitch drone. It's not an easy one to do. I don't think he's going to need to.
Beautiful.
The cover is there from Savage. That's really well worked from Secret. 3-man plant. One goes in and puts the diffuser down, one covers the half-wall swing, and one is sat on the Twitch drone ready to shoot out any nitro that comes in. You've got the book underneath, and it's a perfect round, really, from Team Secret. Jibasu manages to find Doom. That's likely to be all that he'll get.
It's a nice shot, but when you've got this exposed to the window like this, you've really got to be doing far more. You've got to be throwing players out the building at that point, Tim. When you're the last one left alive, well, that simply is not going to happen.
That was really nice from Secret.
It was really good and
who
really
was
clean.
it? It was Rin, wasn't it, that we saw shoot out an nitro with a Twitch drone?
Yes.
Successfully.
And we were just like, nah.
That's what they were
you're
looking
kidding.
to do. That's why the Twitch was repelled on the window. Savage was there, and he just sat himself on the Twitch drone until the plant had gone down so that he could impact on any, utility that came forward like that. But it wasn't necessary in the end, and then he came off and just got a few kills.
Just being the planter in that situation, you've got so much faith in your teammates. It's an important thing at the top level as well.
I die regularly in that position.
You don't. Do you still trust your teammates?
No. No, I've been tracking stats about successful and failed cover for that reason. I'm coming with receipts.
Oh, Jackers and Fresh not in for a good time then by the sounds of it.
Fresh's cover's fine.
Jackers is not. I love how we're exposing stat members now, boys. It's not good. But if nothing else, I think this is why we're on this side of the desk, Tim, and why the players are over there. They have got that trust in each other. We've seen events historically where individual team members have clearly lost trust in their teammates and are doing things that, despite having yellow pins coming through or communication coming out, they're ignoring it and doing their own thing, and it comes back to bite you. In that situation there, for example, you get scared and come off the defuse because you think you might get pushed. Well, what's the point? You're going to lose to the team, so it is really important that faith is there, and clearly it was, and they are rewarded. Last round of the half now, and Secret in with a good chance of getting a 5-1 over Cyclops to start things out. It is Secret's map pick. You would expect them to look good on the attack here. Have yet got to defend, and Tim, as I always say, 2 halves to a game of Siege. You could see a very different and very disappointing Secret on the defensive side, and a very emboldened CAG when they go on to attack.
I honestly think we're going to get a quick map on Consulate here. I think Secret are going to win this out comfortably. I'm kind of expecting a 5-1 half now, get this done, and then I can't see them being any less positive on the defense, to be honest. Like you say, it can change, the momentum can swing, but I think that they're going to be fairly comfortable. They really seem to have the task at hand in mind, and They are pushing hard to make sure that they get that 2-map win that they need. Attacking onto basement once again. We saw this last time. So it was clear above with the blitz and then down into archives whilst a little bit of attention paid to the front side as well. But Adrian is going to be taken down. I'm interested to see... Ooh, Sharik manages to find Grubby as well. I'm interested to see whether the breach has been opened or not. Because if it hasn't, that could be a big problem for Secret. They're going to be forced into using yellow stairs and the archives side.
Vertical control established for Secret. It's not looking too bad for them at all. I know that they're down a man here, but they've got the control they need. Now about the gathering together of these Cyclops members. No one else on the roam, I think. I think everyone is now playing on the downstairs. So there's at least that little bit of safety and security to play with. As long as they can isolate out some gunfights here, make it work as a team, there's probably every chance they can catch out these CAG members.
Virtue's low health as well. You can see that Cyclops are happy to drop back here. The hatch has been open, but there's no threat coming from the breach itself, so they don't really need to worry about that side too much. As long as they can see yellow door and have an impact on that, they should be pretty fine here. They just need to wait and see what Secret do. Don't move around too much. Sharik gives himself away there to the bottom of Spiral.
It's okay because he was the most isolated of the 4 players here, out in the room towards the east, looking in towards server side. The others are all stacked more in towards site. So whether or not it's a bit of a bad position from Shurip or not, I'm not sure. But regardless, it's given things equalized for Secret. Still with 45 seconds to play. Still with a shield at the helm. But there are 2 C4s to challenge them.
Nitro in hand, pre-ripped, ready to roll. Just waiting to see whether Secret are pushing forward or not. But instead, Doom is going to look to pressure in behind the blitz. Smoke canister goes out. Virtue's working from the opposite side. Beautiful kill from Virtue. That might just be goal time. It is. Doom finds Anaton and put Virtue down. Doom's left all alone. The blitz has been taken out. It's him versus Chibisu. A little ring around the roses here to see who sees who first. Chibisu takes some damage. Takes a lot more as Doom steps around. I didn't know who was going to swing first there. But Doom, he wins it out. A very solid half to start things off for Secret. This is more the Team Secret that we've been expecting to see at this tournament. Des coming in. They're definitely delivering, at least to begin with.
Yeah, Doom being the big one there. I was just like, oh, he missed those first couple of shots. And I thought, oh, no, he's letting it away with it. We're going to find a headshot coming back the other way. The Cyclops are going to take the round. But well composed. It was the thing I was speaking about. I know they were down a player, and normally they'll be looking at it saying, oh, it's 4v3. This is simple now. But Shurip, as we clocked, was so isolated that I thought he'll get punished here. As long as Team Secret know where he is, there's no way that he gets out of this one alive. And they played the rest of it out incredibly well. Virtue, I would say unlucky, but more, I suppose, in the bad position to walk into one of those FNAT mines and leave himself blinded for what could have been a 2K for him. Still gets the one that's required, and Secret get the half done. 5-1. Very good. Now we get to see how they fare on their defense. It can be a very different story. Because the team's done well on the attack, it doesn't mean they're going to succeed on the defense, but we do back Secret, given how impressive they looked in that first half.
Yeah, 2 smart kills from Team Secret there. They've kind of let Cyclops do the hard work for them. The first one came from bottom Spiral onto Shurip, as you say, who was a little bit isolated and trying to return. But then Virtue, again, good positioning at the bottom of yellow, just holds that line through to Cafeteria, and Cyclops present him with the opportunity. So they've allowed their enemies to do the work for them. It's one of those, isn't it? Don't interrupt your enemy whilst they're making mistakes.
Exactly.
And they just allowed them to move around, picked up the kills as they did. Good stuff, Team Secret. 5-1, they move on to the defense, and they will see if it continues, but they look solid so far.
They did. No one gone down as of yet, but no need to at this point. I'm going to go too aggressive onto Cyclops. Again, we know that they like playing the more aggressive style. Doom actually trying to match their energy by the looks of it. Don't think I'll get rid of Anaton here, who is now long gone. If you tried to go for it, well, you've got yourself very exposed on the outside. No one trying to rat around the front door side. No nasty surprises to start things off for CAG. We get about 50 seconds into the round so far.
Continuing to open up those admin windows. Nobody really established inside of the map yet for Cyclops. Ruby's going to get that Nitro out. He's ready to hard challenge onto admin here should they come in. Cyclops, just take a little bit of a breather, send in the drones, see exactly what's going on. Will they drone far enough to know that Grubby is there waiting, poised, with Nitro in hand? That's going to be the big question. He's actually, I was going to say he's pocketed it. Out it goes. It's too soon. They're not inside yet, Grubby. But he's still in a position to try and hold them at bay. 1 minute 30. Cyclops not in the map yet.
So for that, we have the outlines, of course. No, he hasn't pushed forward, but you assume with the Grim Bees coming in and not tagging you up that they must be pushing in at that time. Assuming that it'll be open, it'll be clear, sorry, here inside a break, but nope, tucked in. and a mistime C4 short might cost them a little bit. They're starting the march forward, Tim. Kaga now getting some control inside of admin. It's going to be a real scrap over here.
Grubby's playing his life here. He's got the bandit battery on top of the hatch as well, so that they can't do anything about the hatch from underneath with a Hibana or anything. I know they don't have it, but he's not to know that coming into the round. But he's definitely locked himself in here. And Cyclops don't have an answer. They're dying around him whilst they try to get him cleared out. They're eventually going to get the kill as Shiraneko steps in and manages to find him. But the damage might be done, Des. We're down to 45 seconds and it's 4v3.
Good,
Shuri down as well.
I'd say make it a 4v2 while he's down on his backside, yeah. Not sure how that happened, but Virtue's going to finish him off. Looking very comfortable for Secret at this point. Anton going to try and do what he can here. Gets in deep, tries to tuck, but sadly hasn't got control of short. Goes down to that. Shiraneko picking up the kill. What's left to say? 2 and 6. He's got 3 players to come up against. There are 2 smokes in back pocket for Adrian. This round is done.
Almost certainly. They know where he's coming from now. Just going to wait for him to make that final push. They know it's going to be one of 2 directions. Even if he doesn't come through to meet indoor, it's unlikely with 15 seconds that he's going to leave admin and try to push anywhere else. He just needs to move forward, try and get the kills, but utility's just raining on out now. It doesn't really matter what Team Secret do. Doom does manage to pick up the challenge, but Toxic Babe canister and the Vulcan canister both detonated. Absolutely nothing that could be done. 6-1. Team Secret are speedrunning Consulate.
Yeah, extremely comfortably as well. Did not look threatened at all on that first defense, and I expect the same will carry on into our next site. We spoke about the numbers behind this the other day, actually. Cafeteria and garage down in the basement. Now, it's actually the worst site to defend. It's got the best attacking success for attackers. The best defensive one is actually on the first floor inside of Expo and Trophy. So, Expo and Piano, sorry. So, looking at it, if you're going to have any chance here, CAG, it has to be on this site, but it's got to be very put together. The 5-round deficit, for me at least, there's one way this map goes.
Yeah.
And it's not to Cyclops.
No, I don't think there's personally, not just going off the score. Yeah, it's easy at 6-1 to say, it's unlikely Cyclops bring this back. Of course they're not going to bring it back, or very unlikely, it's very rare. I'm looking more at the way that they're playing as well. In terms of the way they're playing, if Cyclops show me anything that makes me think they can turn this around without considerably improving their play, and the answer is no, they haven't. They haven't, in that last round, been able to establish themselves inside of the map. It took them the longest time to deal with Grubby. They didn't have any answer for that. It punished them. They wasted way more than half of the round in getting that kill. They lost a couple of bodies along the way, and it was just too big a problem for them to solve. So, yeah, I think ultimately, whether it's this round, the next, the one after, Secret will get this locked up and go 1-0.
Cyclops have a grand total of 18 kills across those first 7 rounds. Doom and Grubby together have 20. Just to help illustrate that picture a bit deeper for you, they are not firing on all cylinders on this first map. Sure, there's been a moment or two. Sharif's clutch, for example, the one that won them the round, is one of them, but that's really about all that's been going for them. Everything else has been a very slow and torrid start for the Japanese team. My worry is if this carries on to the second map, well, you're giving away your chance to make phase 2. It's a massive accomplishment for a team to get to that stage and start battling to be in our live finals next weekend. That's how things are starting to shake up for the Japanese side. I am worried for them. Here comes that first call coming out of CAG to try and start their march on forward.
Bronze will continue to race through just ahead of the shield of Anatan. Try and get him any information that they can, make sure that his path is clear. He is there to clear roamers at this point. They're not finding anybody for the time being. The mute jammer is going to slow them down as well. Still plenty of work for Cyclops to do here. What they're doing is good so far. Get that control. Then Black Ray can start working in Piano and Expo, getting that floor ripped up. But Doom is still up above. Going to take a lot of damage there. Drops back down, actually. Says that's enough. Savage is at the top of Spiral at the minute, though, and could be in a position to challenge them. Cyclops need to make sure that they've picked him up as well.
There's other work going on above. Well, getting busy. I was going to say big. C4s are going to start heading skyward. There were 4 of them coming into the round. And yep, it's gone away. Still got the book on side, so can do a lot of the soft work, but getting that hatch opened up, that's not going to be so easy for you. This time around, Tim, they're going to have to do things the old-fashioned way. Either hold these angles and then push down yellow, or potentially try and go in through the main breach. But even that is not going to be so easy without the hard breacher on side. And that means that mirror that's on that wall as well stays fully closed up. It was there to be able to respond and counter and destroy off a thermite charge, for example. But that's not even going to be an option. So very quickly, Cyclops are running out of options.
Yeah, it was. You don't get to pick. When you're going for a nitro like that, you don't get to pick, but Secret couldn't have landed it better, really. Removing Sireneko just removed so many options for Cyclops. Let's see what they choose to do. Doom has got himself back to site. Low health, needs to just be careful which engagements he takes. Cyclops are really committing to this top floor presence. They're going to send the blitz in. Chibisu does manage to find one, takes down Grubby. That's the mute gone. So, can the blitz get anything going from them? We've just hit another little bit of a pause here for Cyclops. And with 20 seconds, they don't really have that much time. Here comes the swing, gone to security, but no, Adrian is there, he's ready. It looks like he might be heading upstairs to try and retake. 15 seconds left to go, 3v3.
Really not a lot of time to work with here, Tim. And one's down as well. It's all down to Anderton to try and get this done. Diffuse is going down, but he pulls off Tim. Oh no! May have had a chance to get away with it. Steps forward to go for a one-tap headshot. Doesn't find it. And Secret, very cozy and pedestrian first map.
Yep, lock it out in quick fashion, 7-1. They look good for it as well, to be honest with you. They were in control of the map at all times. They were hitting their shots, finding their kills. There was that one round where I was critical of them and would remain, so I don't think they played that fantastically. Cyclops picked that one up, but other than that, you know, I'm just looking for problems at that stage, to be honest. Secret have had all the answers. Good start from them. They win Consulate.
What more can be said, really? It was we were talking about how long the games have been so far. Literally 25 minutes ago, Tim, we were stood here saying, tell you what, it could be a long day if this carries on. And I think Secret heard us.
Secret must have just been thinking, you know, poor Ace and Des. You know, they've had a long day here. Let's try and wrap things up a bit quicker for them.
Well, I imagine it'll be a very, very quick break in the same way it was a very, very quick game. But we'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
Serei dizer assim, porque realmente é a realização de um sonho. Porque quando eu entrei nesse lugar, eu vi a magnitude do que é isso daqui. E de lembrar desde o início, tudo que o Rainbow trouxe pra gente foi assim, incrível. Na hora que a orquestra começou a tocar o primeiro som do jogo, eu fiquei da mesma forma. Não aguentei, foi muito bom. E uma das coisas que a gente mais falou foi: aqui a gente vai ter muita história para contar.
Meu nome é Lorena Miller. Eu tenho 31 anos, sou de Manacapuru, que é o interior do Amazonas, mas eu moro em Manaus já há bastante tempo. Bom, aqui em Manaus a gente tem bastante coisa, mesmo limitado, né? A gente sabe que aqui na região norte é um pouco difícil, algumas situações que nem tudo chega para cá, o acesso é muito difícil. Mas assim, né, é o pulmão do mundo. Então é uma parte muito importante, não só de Manaus, do Amazonas, mas da região norte e do Brasil inteiro, né? Tem a Zona Franca, que fica aqui, então muita coisa é produzida aqui, mas realmente a parte cultural, a parte turística, realmente é um dos maiores focos. Eu sou professora de Educação Física da rede pública, né, a rede municipal. Meus alunos sabem que eu gosto muito de videogame, principalmente de Rainbow, né, porque sempre quando tem alguma transmissão que tá mais ou menos no horário de trabalho, às vezes eu deixo eles fazendo alguma atividade. Tem TVs em algumas salas, eu deixo lá para eles assistirem junto comigo enquanto eu escrevo alguma coisa no quadro. Bom, quando eu mostro o jogo para os meninos, né, quando eu mostro o Rainbow, eu sempre falo para eles essa questão de cooperar, que a comunicação, como você fala, se posicionar faz muita diferença. Na área da educação física, a gente tem a questão do tempo e espaço, nós temos a questão da lateralidade. No jogo, a gente se posicionar de uma forma correta. Então, a gente fala, vira para a esquerda, vira para a direita, olha tal canto. Então, tudo isso faz parte também do ensino da educação física. Então, sempre eu tento trazer algo que eles possam entender que isso eles podem levar para a vida inteira.
E aí, Vico, o que tu acha que vai rolar nesse Invi aí? Como é que vai ser?
Ai, eu espero que pelo menos tenha brasileiro na final, né? A expectativa pelo menos é essa.
Do jeito que tá todo mundo jogando, eu acredito que vai ser. Né? Eu torço muito pelos brasileiros, mas assim, os times gringos são muito fortes. Eu tenho muito medo. O Canadian lá é um cara que joga muito, morro de medo. Sabe, poder ver tudo isso de perto, sabe, que acompanhar esse pessoal, o cenário desse jeito, põe todo mundo ali na tua frente, pra mim...
Vai ser muito louco.
Welcome back to the B stream here at the 6th Invitational 2025, where we're just about to get underway with Cyclops. Hang on, it's already started. Oh, the first map's over. Never mind. Map 2's coming up, Nighthaven Labs. It was a bit of a quick one back on Consulate. Secret with a 7-1 victory. Blink and you'd miss it, Tim. Don't shake your head at me disapprovingly.
Game started, guys.
It started for
classic.
Secret, but not for Cyclops. There's some work to be done, and that's probably all that's best said about that map, I think.
Yeah, I think Cyclops
They didn't have a lot of fight.
They were just a bit slow to get into it, in all honesty. They gave too many opportunities to Secret with, you know, rotations that Secret had already cut off. They were maybe a little bit slow on the problem solving. Secret just won a lot of gunfights as well when it came to those 50-50s. They were very, very good. So, yeah, Secret absolutely charging away with things. Just to remind everybody of the potential stakes at the moment. These two teams are fighting over 4th spot. So, if Secret get a 2-0 win, they will overtake Cyclops. They will go through to the next phase, and Cyclops will go out at the group stage. If Cyclops manage to get this next map, and it becomes a 2-1 for either team, even if Cyclops lose 2-1, they will still be the team that goes through.
Telling when the entirety of Cyclops' team got 20 kills between them.
Yep.
You see players hitting those kind of numbers by themselves in a single
from
map.
Doom and Grubby.
Exactly, and even Doom himself towards 12, you know, is on the way towards their total count as a team.
Yep.
That's just how difficult it was, so there is work to be done for the side of Cyclops. This is going into their map pick. You'd hope to see them feeling a little bit more comfortable. Dare I say it looks a bit pedestrian on the team at the moment. Not quite locked in the way you'd hope to see for a team that is now facing going home if they don't get this one done.
The whole tournament rides on this one, guys.
Yeah. Dig in, lock in, focus. We good? Not entirely, apparently.
No. Going to be moving on to Nighthaven Labs as map 2. If that continues, we're going to be done in about 15 minutes and we're not going to see Skyscraper because that was an absolute speed run coming out of Team Secret, and I'm sure they're going to be keen to continue that because, let's be honest, that's what puts them through to the next phase. They will still go through to the lower bracket. They can't get themselves any further up than 4th, I don't believe. I'm saying that. I will bring the thing up and check. I'm 99% sure in what I'm saying. So many different groups to look at and remember today, and so many teams changing place. But yeah, the best they can do is get on to 5 points, which will tie them up with Cyclops, but they will win the tiebreaker, which will send them above. So the best they can do is get into that 4th spot. It does also mean, I believe, again, we'll get full confirmation of this, but I believe it locks Shopify Rebellion into 3rd place now because Cyclops, by losing a map, can't get enough points to go ahead of Shopify Rebellion. Right. So the best that Cyclops can do with a win would be to stay in 4th. So Shopify get themselves away from that lower bracket, they get the extra life, and they go through into the top half of the draw.
I like what someone actually said in chat, Void94. This feels similar to that monumental choke to Team 1 all the way back in Mexico. CAG are getting CAG, sadly.
I remember
if you
that.
recall, they had to get a 7-2 on
Very
Consulate,
specifically a 7-2.
and it landed that way to get a tie break, which they did.
The only score that would see the match replayed, and I think that's the only time in Tier 1 Siege that we've had a match replayed.
Yeah, because the tie break, all the conditions were met for it to be a deadlock.
And we had to start at 2 a.m. in the morning in the UK covering it.
And that game, that next map of Chalet wasn't even that close. It was a pretty dominant affair coming out by Team 1. I was just like, oh man. Which is a shame because on that exact map we had some beautiful Monty drop shots from Anton, if you remember as well. It was terrifying.
The combination of the two maps were a hell of a game, a bit of a classic, really. Yeah, it was good.
Map bans are normal, so Secret, this is their ban, taking away the Buck. Now, that is an interesting ban coming into Nighthaven. What I do think actually plays into Secret's hands here, Tim, is KAG are 4-0 on this map over the last few months. They've played a lot of Nighthaven, and Secret, therefore, have got loads of tape to go and review how they want to play it and how they can respond to what's being brought along. So that Buck is very deliberately going in towards them. The Deimos, the reverse coming in from KAG as well, a target ban against Secret. The two quite interesting attacker bans so far.
See if we get any mixing up done on the defender bans. Tubarão, not a completely unheard of ban, but not a regular ban either. Kind of smart, I guess, for Nighthaven Labs. There's some strong uses for Tubarão. You've got hatchers, particularly, I'm thinking Tubarão when you're down in the basement especially, but then again on top floor as well, keeping IT wall closed, preventing that from being opened, preventing warehouse hatch being opened on a basement defense, preventing the wall from being opened, the double wall being opened on warehouse defense. Lots that can be done with the Tubarão in this map, so that's going to be banned away, and the clash will finish things out before we get on into it. Looks like Secret on the defense are going to be going up to the top floor to kick things off.
You also want to, I know there's been a bit of confusion because the word mini-league has been used a lot. And the reason why you hear mini-league now rather than having head-to-head or mini-league is head-to-head is just a mini-league between two teams. Yeah. So it's a lot easier to simplify down the rule stack where the tiebreakers sometimes were 6 or 7 items long to now being, I think it's 4 in total, where mini-league is just mentioned. So someone in chat was like, actually, if KAG 7-0 is twice, they can knock Shopify down. No, they can't, because in the head-to-head against Shopify Rebellion, which is all that counts in that situation, where you're tied on points, Shopify Rebellion 2-0 KAG. They will always have a round advantage over them, and therefore, if things are tied, KAG will fall lower than them. So yes, they can recover this and land on the same points as Shopify Rebellion, but I don't believe they can go any higher. Just to settle that one. So mini-league, whenever you hear it, can refer to 2 teams, it can be 3 teams, it can be 4. It could even be all 5. It's probably a mathematical impossibility, but it can happen.
It just looks at the matchups between those teams, not
correct. Those that are tie-broken, yes.
Yeah. So if you've got 3 in there, it just looks at the results between those 3 teams rather than the ones external. So here we go. Let's get things underway and see if Cyclops can apply the brakes at all, because so far it's been an absolute steamroller of a performance from Team Secret. 7-1, they kick things off on Consulate. Blink and you would have missed it. So let's see, Cyclops, can you do any better? Straight away looking to breach that IT wall. Just working underneath as well to make sure there's no tricking, but how about that?
Oh dear.
Zoom straight out of warehouse wall, takes down Shiraneko, and that's really smart. He's been waiting for that, because once that Zofia charge gets played to the underneath of IT wall, you know exactly where Zofia is, because they pretty much have to be stood outside of that window. So it's always a risk if you're going to clear out the bandit tricking. You've got to be careful for that run out, and Zoom has just punished them.
I mean, it's not the end of the world getting rid of a Zofia, but it does mean any shields would otherwise be established or things that you need to destroy away can't be done. Looking across the lineup, Tim, isn't really an awful lot of that. But of course, use it for below if there's any tricking coming in onto the IT wall. Things like the bandit on side help with that. Then sure, a Zofia is good for that. It's kind of an alternative to that Buck being taken away from them, but I think it's going to matter all that much as it has been taken offline. Anaton on trusty old Blackbeard here, making his way in towards Electric, and a nade going over the top. Back to the old-fashioned ways of doing things. Tim, chuck a nade in to get rid of any gadgets and players and then get them all open. Love it.
Love to see it. Goes in, gets the job done. We hear that wall continue to be opened. Savage is just going to be holding the tight angle with the shotgun there onto Electrical door. Needs to be careful of his backside. Needs somebody covering that, which looks like it's Virtue's job on the bandit. He's just repositioning himself in behind the pillar to allow him to be able to do that. They're kind of moving in between both sides at the minute so that he can watch Catwalk as well, which potentially going to be a little bit of pressure there. Adrian is out there, more of a hard position. Just moves himself back inside of sight for the time being. But Secret, I like what they're doing here. They're adjusting based on the pressure that's mounting in front of them. They're making sure they've got all their angles covered. 45 seconds and looking pretty good at the minute.
And I also like how they got the entry and then just like, right, back off, play defensive. No more craziness coming out of it as well. We haven't got to go too nuts on this. Just taking challenges when they make sense to do so. And like that, Tim, well, KAG are falling like a stack of dominoes right now. It's looking pretty miserable for them. Just one left standing. This map carrying on exactly how the previous one, I suppose, started and ended in very, very quick fashion. Absolute Secret dominance. 2 kills coming back for Anaton. 3 more to find feels like a bit too much of a tall order.
Stop swinging him now. There's absolutely no need. Make Anaton win the round.
There's always need, Tim.
There is never a need when Anaton's on a shield, Des. Manages to find 2, but that will be all. Grubby finishes it off, and that's going to be Team Secret taking the first round. A good, solid defense from them, like I say. I was particularly impressed with the way that they were moving around dependent on what was happening in front of them. It was good adaptability. Right, that breach has been opened, so now we need somebody positioned there to watch that. They're also going to support Adrian, who's now moving inside. It was just very good, very reactive defending, and I like to see it. They made life very, very difficult for Cyclops to really get anything going there. So heading into round 2, Secret continue the run of rounds that they have won in a row. If we have a look at Consulate, they won the last 4, so that now puts them at 5 rounds in a row. 5 rounds since Cyclops were able to secure 1.
I think we can forgive the one, Tim, and just say that they've won 8 in a row, if you like.
You can say whatever you'd like, Tim, it doesn't make it true.
The one that they won, like, I'd love to come around and say, oh, it's when Cag showed some promise and they would look great as a team. It was Shurik winning a 1v3 with a very questionable drop to the floor by Virtue to try and snake his way into that 1v1 that was never going to go in his favour. A bit of a slip up by Secret, admittedly, rather than Cag going on to directly win that round. That's just how dominant things have been so far. It's not looking pretty.
It's not. We're going to head down to basement this time around. Secret, once again, I think partly the answer for Secret here is get yourself out in the map and cause problems for Cyclops. That's what they've done. They've got one up above in storage. Cyclops are coming for the wall. They've got a Maverick, so there's not much point trying to do anything about this. Be careful! Just managing to run away there, Adrian. Almost got caught out. He's going to reapply a Bandit Battery, but in all honesty, the Maverick's going to clear him out really, really easily.
Missed.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. So, surely not. Surely not.
Oh, God. I mean, they didn't place it, which is the blessing, but they've really stuffed this up.
Maverick. You've got a Maverick. Please don't get bandit tricks.
Those two, are we guessing art now? Those 2 eyebrows that we're drawing on the wall, guys? Like, is it going to be a thing?
They're being careful because they don't want to expose Black Ray's feet. But instead of exposing Black Ray's feet, they're going to give an avenue for a Nitro to come out instead, which they weren't watching for. Anaton goes down. That's the loss of the Maverick. So there's going to be no more, at least, hard breaching where there's electrification. It doesn't matter because they've got both walls open now. They've got the Animus wall as well. So they kind of set up okay here as Cyclops. But the problem that they've got now is the 4v5 and Secret are out all over the map. So they're going to have to go and try and clear them. And they're going to lose more bodies. Doom takes down Chibisu. This is another good defense coming out of Team Secret.
Well, 4 players were stacked up on that main breach. A bit of a trade deal was offered. You give us the Maverick, we give you the wall. And I won't quite say Cag accepted it willingly. They were forced into it. Lost the life for it and a lot of time to boot. At least that main breach has opened up. But Tim, as we've seen so many times over, it's all good having the main breach. You now need the vertical control inside of storage. You ain't got that. They're going to gat you down as soon as you step in through that breach itself. So, a lot of work still to be done for Cyclops here. And quite finding what he needed there. I think he was hoping to just get the little one tap in, nothing to be discovered. His army on the other side of the castle barricade will happily sit there now and hold on. I feel that Cag are leaving themselves a bit too much to do here, Tim, with only 60 seconds left to go.
Yeah, Savage 100% should have been dead there. There's no 2 ways about that. For some reason, Black Ray felt the need to throw a flash at him. Wasn't going to do the job. I think, like you say, maybe just not finishing his kill, just thinking that he was already dead. Sharif's going to be taken down, and more importantly, the diffuser's going to be put down cold on the ground. June manages to find Black Ray 5 versus 1, and they are staring down the barrel of a flawless round here as Cyclops going against them. They're trying to get something. Cyreneco's just trying to find somebody challenged. He does at least prevent that, picking up the kill onto June, but with 28 seconds left to go and the diffuser down cold outside of the wall, very unlikely that he gets anything using the intel that he's got. But even with the opportunity, Des, even with the knowledge that the player was there, he still can't find Virtue, who hits his shots up through the reverse angle on the vertical, and Secret go 2-0, and it is looking like a very bad day at the office for Cyclops.
The silver lining, though, Tim, is Cyclops are at least consistent. Consistent in keeping their kills per round below 2. They've got 3 kills.
Consistently bad at the minute.
Your words, not mine, Tim. I didn't say that. That's not. You've really got to check your toxicity, man. There's a problem here. God, you're always like this.
Said you to me. Goodness me.
Hang on a minute.
Good heavens. Good heavens.
Calling me toxic feels like a stretch.
Look, it's the reality.
I'm just stating facts, Tim.
Cyclops have been good over the last few days. They've been good through the group stages so far.
I really wanted you to go then. Cyclops have been good, pause, over the last few days.
They have. They've been good over the last few days. They've got a map off phase, got a good win against Furia. It's tailed off. And the honest answer is they are not playing at that same level today. That's the reality of it. So, unfortunately, yeah, they've been kind of bad today. Secret, 2-0, and they're getting the job done. Like I say, you play what's in front of you, and they're doing a good job of that. They're making life very difficult for Cyclops. Every single gunfight, they are winning. Cyclops are missing shots. Like, Virtue should never have got that kill up through the floor then, in reality.
No.
Shironeko had the information of where he was. He opens the ceiling above him, takes the first shots. He just didn't land them, is the reality of it. And, yeah, it's a tough pill for Cyclops to swallow. You know, I'm sure it's a hard watch for the fans, but at the minute, Secret are just well on top of this.
Yeah, it's hard to see how they get slowed down either. We get to this third round win on their side. Attack time up for CAG surely comes in. There's something they can do. What bothers me more than anything, though, Tim, is like, you know that you've got to win a single map to get it done. You've played really well all week. You've brought down a map away from FaZe. You've got to win against Fury, the reigning world champions. It's like, wow, you're really on something special. That should be motivation to carry you through the last day of getting even a map. But it just feels like they're kind of whimpering out here with so much to fight. It's sad to see.
I always say it, every team has a bad day at a tournament. It's just about getting it on the right day. Cyclops, unfortunately, seem to have that bad day on the very wrong day. This is when they needed to be able to turn up. Like I said, every team is going to turn up at some point. It is so rare that a team goes through an entire tournament just winning every single game and doesn't have a wobble at any point. You just hope that it doesn't come on semi-final day or on group stage decision day. It's just how it is, but unfortunately it is at the minute. But 5 versus 4 as Secret have managed to pick up another entry, and most importantly it's the Thermite that has gone, so they're limited to the breaching of the ace. They might have wanted more. Here we go. Cyclops are starting to find a bit of joy. Shurik manages to find 2. Anaton in on the action as well. 4 versus 2 now. They're in a position to potentially come through and get around, stop the rot, prevent that back-to-back-to-back wins that Secret have been getting in these rounds.
Troops on the F2, Tim. Been a while. Not so used to seeing the DMR these days because of things like the keeper barriers being played, but who cares? Shreep is absolutely fried out there. 2 kills from himself, both headshots as well in a good spot. Now they know the push is coming on through. Will he take any more victims with him? No! Virtue's going to find his man. Surely, Tim, we don't bottle a 4v2, right?
Right! Cyclops have got to win this round from here. Anaton manages to pick up Virtue. It's all up to Savage. Top rated so far coming into the day for Secret. Nitro goes out just a little bit slow on pulling the trigger. Doesn't quite find his man. He's up against 3. Just needs to try and find these one at a time. Does manage to land some shots onto Anaton, but the diffuser's going down and will be confirmed just to up the difficulty level for Savage. If he needed it at all. Looking to go in with the shot. They're above, they're in front, they're at distance. There's no way that Savage wins this, I don't think.
There's no way he gets through the door, I don't think, at this point, Tim. It is a good crossfire they've got held on here as well. Not a lot to give to the other side. Shironeko taking a lick of damage from something on the way through there as well, but the angles are being held. There's only, 15 seconds to go. Better from CAG off the back of Shurip's early 2K.
Yep, no way that Savage gets that one done. Cyclops getting themselves around. Can that be a foundation? Can they start building from there? Secret fans, of course, are going to be hoping that that is not the case, but they need something. They need a spark to fire them up into this one, and surely that could be it. We do have Cyclops timeout as well. That might not be a bad shout. We've got the round. We've stopped the rot. What was working? How do we continue and carry that forward?
I've heard this tap timeout got called actually quite early on in the last round as well. Knew they were going to have it for after round 3, so it wasn't so much dependent on the outcome of that round just now. They've managed to get over the line. The way they played the end of the round, I think, goes to show that skill and capability is there. We know that they can play like this. It's just taken a lot of time for it to come out and start showing itself when it may already start becoming a little bit too late. It is only that first quarter. They've already lost the whole map, though. There's a lot of comeback work to do here on Nighthaven Labs.
The thing is with Nighthaven as well, Cyclops have yet to defend on Nighthaven, and I know Secret are doing pretty well with defending so far on this map, but it's not always, at least to my mind, for, you know, when I think about all the rounds and rounds and rounds I've watched on Nighthaven, it's not always the easiest map to defend. I've spoken about top floor already and how it can be difficult because you don't really have much of a presence in the map to use to stretch the attackers. They get plenty of opportunity to get in towards it quickly. It's the same with the storage site as well. You can get in through the window, plant in behind the pillar. You don't necessarily need to control an awful lot of the map. So it can be difficult from the defender's point of view because trying to, you know, set problems for the attackers and waste time is not always the easiest thing to do on Nighthaven. So Cyclops need a good half here because it might not be plain sailing even when they get onto the defense of their own map.
That's the problem. You never know what kind of like Secret's got prepped. They'll have seen the defenses you've rolled out across those 4 times. They've got the work ready. It could all go very, very sour. Let's see how things go after attack timeout, Tim. A little bit of positivity for the boys. They've had that time again to have a conversation and get some things ironed out. Anaton is back on the Monty. He's old faithful. When things start going south, generally you can always rely on him to work a little bit of magic. They've got the Glaz in tow with 6 smokes being brought along in this lineup. If that don't indicate a Monty plan while the Glaz pops everyone off behind those 6 smokes, and I don't know what the hell does.
We've already got connector wall opened by the Thermite of Sharif, so that's going to give a little bit of access there. We saw an absolutely beautiful hold of connector from BDS earlier. Pull the trigger! Unfortunately, of course, they don't get to see through the barricades like we do. They will never know sometimes how close they came. Just does see the head there, takes a couple of shots, can't quite land them. It was interesting that time that Doki cast with us back in Manchester because he was quite excited by the silhouettes and watching the game like that, wasn't he?
He was,
He was like, I've no idea how you're always this close to each other.
To be fair, it would have been far more suggestive if he was familiar. Like, oh yeah, I've seen this sort of thing before.
It'd been worrying.
You got lines on Doki, what's going on there?
No, so he was very surprised by it. He was watching, he was like, I'd never realised how close like we often come to each other without realising it. And without having any idea. 3 kills come in for Team Secret then, getting them a huge advantage. They've taken the Monty down, they've taken the Glaz down. This is another round that is looking like it's probably going to pass Cyclops by. Black Ray manages to get something going, but takes an awful lot of damage along the way doing so. That leaves him in a difficult position now. 1 bullet is likely going to be the end of his round. So 2 versus 4 as Team Secret start to dig in.
Yeah, a lot needs to go right here for Black Crate and Shiraneko to walk away with the round win. It's looking more and more unlikely that every second that passes by, that clock becomes the 6th man for the defenders. Because you get forced to make a bunch of errors. You can't drone everything a million times over. You can't take your time to make sure there's a perfect crossfire being set up. Sometimes you've just got to go. And there is a minute left, so a lot of time until we get to that point. But it will disappear before CAG know it.
Just trying to work from lower warehouse here is Shiraneko. He will join Black Ray up at the top of the catwalk, but they're not going to be given anything easily as Doom is watching that angle. Black Ray dips away and says, you know what, I don't want any part of that on my low health. He's going to rotate himself around. I don't know whether he's maybe going to head for Aqua Stairs. I think it's just have another chat. Yeah, I think at this point he knows he's not going to win the round in the 1v4, so we'll just have a little chat. They've already had the tactical timeout. I don't really know what much more is going to be said that's going to massively change things up here for Cyclops. You know, do you want the honest answer?
Hey, Tim, look, it's you.
It is. If you want the honest answer is start winning some gunfights.
That and so much more, Tim.
I don't think strategically,
that and so much more.
I don't think strategically they're necessarily doing a lot wrong. Like, they're opening connector wall. They didn't, well, to be fair, actually, maybe they are. They opened connector wall. They didn't really apply much pressure from there, but they did lose a couple of bodies over that side, I think. But they didn't push catwalk at the same time. Maybe they weren't quite in sync enough. But they're attacking from multiple angles a lot of the time. They are trying to clear the problems in front of them, but they're just losing almost every gunfight. Secret have just been quicker on the draw. Simple as that.
Yeah. And it's kind of a shame because, as we said earlier on today, like, all the games on the B stream are so hyped today. Those first 2 were all about battling for does PSG make it or not, and they won in the first one. They narrowly missed out because of how the result of the second one went. This one was a battle for who stays and who goes home, with Kago needing a single map, and then that rematch from the grand finals of SI last year as our last game on the B stream here. It was all laid out to be an amazing day of Siege.
And it has been.
And I feel it has been, yeah. But I feel like Cyclops are now letting us down a little bit in the middle.
But look at
they're giving us a welcome reprieve.
You've got a feel for the region as well. You know, and by that I mean we've had PSG Talon from Korea earlier. We've got Cyclops from Japan now. And just look at the reality of their situation and how competitive this SI. I think, as a slight aside, I think this is the most competitive SI we've ever had.
Agreed.
When you look at the teams that could win it and the sheer volume. There's at least probably 10 teams coming in that you could look at and say are potential winners. But look at the reality of this. PSG Talon have beaten Dark Zero and BDS in their group, and it's not enough.
Yeah.
They've gone home. Cyclops have beaten Furia and took a map off FaZe, and it's not enough. It looks like they might go home. It's not over yet. They could turn it around. They only need this map to go through. But by the end of the day, there could be a situation where those two things are a reality. And that is super harsh for, you know, for all that to come from the same, from the APAC region as well. Like, that's hard. That is harsh.
It's been a very tight group for PSG. Talon is the real battle, and it's led to some debate naturally about the point systems as well. But I think no point system is perfect. There is always winners and losers in any given situation. God forbid Brazil get wrong by a point system at some point, Tim. I remember the events of a couple of years ago. I'll talk about it. I ain't scared, Tim. Well, that was all over Twitter for a good while as well, so why not have a conversation about it at the same time? However, it does mean that those that are awarded that can get a lot of 2-0s are the ones that make it through, and those that can't are the ones that end up missing out.
Is the reality.
It is. And I remember speaking to a bunch of teams before, and they all came in saying, like, it feels like the most even, one, meta, because a lot of play styles work, and two, team-wise, it's really hard to call who walks away the winner. The usual names like EDS and FaZe were the most common, of course, but with how those two teams have played so far, is it a bygone conclusion that they will win the event? Absolutely not.
Well, that's what it screams to me. If you're able to beat Furia, take a map off FaZe, but there's every team around you is still collecting more points in that group, it's just super competitive because those teams are obviously taking points off you, off those other big names, you know, and everybody is competing with everybody. So many of these groups have been so close. We're just going to have a little bit of a reprieve for Cyclops at the minute as they manage to get themselves 5 versus 3. 50 seconds left to go. Need to make sure that they don't run out of time. We can see the blitz of Anaton all the way down underneath us, just trying to have a little walk in. Doom's going to have a bit of a tough job from here. He's trying to defend across two, I was going to say across 2 floors. He gets the kill 1 floor below him. 4 versus 2. Diffuser's going to go down. I don't think there's really very much Secret can stop this plan.
No, at the minute there's not without getting a kill onto the Maverick, who's just peeking his head through those holes in the main breach. I love it. But yes, Virtue got a lot to achieve here by himself. Almost gets rid of Anaton, but with the worst gun in the game, there's only so much damage you can do to them little feet of his. The CAG are going to get themselves a second round. It's 2-3. So still not quite the... Are you happy with 2 attacking rounds on Nighthaven?
I don't think 2's the... check the numbers, Des. I would say I don't think 2's the end of the world. I would much prefer 3 to give me a little bit of wiggle room on the defence.
Just tell me the sky's blue, Tim.
Well, I'd prefer 6. 2's not bad. I'd prefer 6. No, like, genuinely, a lot of the time in maps we will say 2-4's your minimum. It's fine. For me, I feel like the stats may or may not back me. We'll find out now as you're having a look. I think 3-3 is the minimum for attack on Nighthaven.
You've got like little groups of the maps, to be fair. You've got our top 3 defensive maps, all 60% or higher. Consulate, Cafe, and Bank. Seeing Bank there somewhat surprised me. In the middle, you've then got Club, Lair, Skyscraper, and Nighthaven, all sitting between 53 and 55% defender win rate.
Yeah.
Chalet at 50%, and then Border, as you'd expect, is down there at 47% defender win rate.
There we go.
It's in the middle of the pack.
At that, you're kind of saying defenders are going to win more often than not, probably the 4 rounds. So if you can get 3 as an attacker, you then get your 4 on defense, and you win in regulation. So, you know, realistically, 2 is acceptable. 3, I would say, is a good aim.
If they get 3 here, Tim, then you actually start to feel a bit nervous for Secret.
And it's doable. Absolutely doable.
I think it's pretty fair to say the first 3 or 4 rounds have been literally a bit like, oh, Kag have barely played up here, but the fact they've now got 2, and that last round, the last round most critically, Tim, wasn't down to a magical 1v3 clutch. Nor was it down to a massive mess up on Secret side. It was really off the back of Cyclops, which is what I'm excited about. If they can keep on building on this, suddenly we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to open up Warehouse to kick things off. The Maverick will then be working on IT Wall. And this is, I like to see this. Good bit of teamwork. Black Ray just peeking just peeking underneath there to make sure that they weren't going to be challenged on IT Wall immediately. See if he can pick up a little freebie, a little cheap shot onto somebody. Didn't manage, but it just shows, again, good attention to detail. We are going to have that wall opened up. We'll burn a quick access point in, and this is good. IT Wall, double wall dealt with. You start opening up access to that plant spot behind the pillar, because now it's very difficult for Team Secret to defend that from above or below.
I was going to say that circle with the Maverick was far cleaner than when I get asked with a piece of paper to draw a circle. And it ends up looking like an egg or something like that. Nice and clean and quick. gives them entry in towards the building. Half the round now gone by, and no one has gone down too early on from CAG, which for me is the key part of this. First call coming out from the Dokkaebi, and Anderson starts his march on forward under the cover of those phone calls, helping him hunt down these targets. There are 2 or 3 here scattered across this ground floor they're going to have to deal with. Most importantly, though, Tim, there are 2 upstairs that need to be dealt with. So I'm kind of surprised Anderson hasn't started out up there to help his team get the vertical control they need before they can even think about getting that diffuser down.
Just holding the vertical line above IT there on the upside down rappel, just again preventing anybody from getting on in and making a nuisance of themselves for when it comes towards planting time.
Okay.
Not sure
what on earth?
I don't know what's
happened to that IT wall.
Not really sure what's gone on there.
I don't think you can get through it, but there's a nice little slice in it, look. Interesting. It'll be where the metals at the bottom hasn't been burned away, so it's not going to get destroyed or anything. They haven't fully... That's just weird.
It was an exothermic charge that went on it.
Maybe it's a visual bug for observer side, I don't know.
He does seem to be... No, I don't know. Anaton manages to get one with the shield, starting things off on the blitz. Virtue is there for a nitro onto Black Ray. 28 seconds. Cyclops have spent a lot of time not doing too much. That's the problem. Virtue manages to drop Anaton, and more importantly, the case. This is going to be difficult for Cyclops to recover here. 2 versus 3 effectively. Shuri manages a little backstab. 1 versus 3. Here comes Groovy.
And because the plant's going down, they've got a bit of time to get his teammate up. Groovy and Savage together. Now to face off with no time to go, but the chance for a 2v1 is over. Back into a 2v2, and they're outside the map, Tim. This is going to be tough for Secret.
If Cyclops are smart here, they could actually drop down and hold this from underneath. Secret have got on the diffuser, but it's too easy to swing across. Manages to pick it up. As I said, there was an option potentially to get underneath, and because they'd already opened the double wall, so they could have gone in and held it from below, but they didn't need to ultimately. Cyclops managed to level it up. They get the 3 attacks that I was talking about. That gives them a real opportunity here. This one hangs in the balance. Team Secret fans, they were sat comfortably at home, Des. They were watching this. They were enjoying it. I think they're going to be sweating a little bit now, because as we've said, the defender win rate for Nighthaven sits at about 55%. So coming in here, there's a real possibility, following those stats, following those trends, that Cyclops could pick up the 4 rounds they need to get this map, take us to 3, and Secret would be going home.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of G2 versus Joel the other day, when G2 started to get a little bit too complacent, were having a bit too much fun, and they started bleeding rounds away. Thing is, G2 did eventually get it back on track and get the job done. For Secret, I'm a little bit concerned here that you've had 4 rounds that have felt very easy, a little bit slow. You haven't really had to work hard for it. And then CAG have suddenly turned it on. Those last 2 attacking rounds have got themselves 3 in total. And now Secret have actually got their work cut out for them. What looked to be, at least based on map 1, a very easy 2-0 for Secret to get themselves into phase 2, might be starting to slip away here. So keep a very close eye on how these first couple of rounds go. We could be seeing a very despairing Secret on our screens in just a few rounds' time.
Yeah, we could be. It's, I think, important that Secret start picking some attacks up quite quickly. We don't want to leave this too late. It could be serious trouble if they do. Straight up to the rooftop they go, attacking onto top floor. Let's see where they approach. Connector wall is going to be open. I want to see them leaving somebody over there. Not quite getting the line aside there. Not an easy one to watch. You're talking about single pixels changing colour there, but Black Ray is going to take a bit of damage, so needs to be a bit more cautious for the rest of the round. But yes, I'd like to see Secret leave somebody over on this connector side.
Oh no, he nearly did.
Too late. Adrian catches out Anaton on the bandit. Go in for the late trick, and that gives Secret those multiple access points now. They can watch through IT. Nobody can play inside of there. Catwalk needs to be more careful. Connector is open. Pressure is mounting inside of sight for these defenders.
Anaton hadn't been so greedy in trying to keep the IT wall locked up.
Hero play, innit?
It literally is.
If he gets it done, then we sat here saying, yeah, you know, great risk.
But you know, and it's through experience, like 99% of the time, you are not getting away with the double bandit trick. No, so I'm not quite sure what he was aiming for there. Like maybe he was hoping Secret had backed away, and therefore it's worth the gamble, but they were there to punish. That's the most important part. It's 5 versus 4 though. Should then lean towards Secret. In comes an easy step, and like they've just vaulted straight into him. Black Ray had no idea that one was coming. Doom's inside of sight, Tim, and I don't think CAG entirely realise what's going on. They've lost more. Plants going down. 2 left standing.
See him.
And it could all be collapsing here as well. A bit too late on the smoke, I'm afraid. It doesn't matter if Groovy starts inhaling some smoke because that diffuser is getting stuck. And it's an easy first round for Secret.
Yeah, that's a concern for Cyclops there. We said how they'd got better over the last few attacks, and they definitely were. They were looking more like the team that had been playing over the rest of the week, but then that was pretty weak on defense. Secret, again, a good attack, got connector open quickly, got IT open quickly, applied pressure from both points, straight in, took the opportunity to get into sight. Once they've claimed that, you're going to plant on pillar. Very decisive, very, very focused on what they wanted to achieve, and very good at getting site control. So Secret, they put themselves ahead again, 4-3.
That's a concern for me, Tim, is that was a very good attack. CAG really offering nothing. And just as we were getting a bit excited about the potential of them fighting back, they give us a round like that. Hopefully it's a one-off. We see them bounce back better here in round 8. Down in the basement we go. One of those sites that normally command that there is at least a bit of roaming. Even if around vending itself, that can be enough. Just pick away a few drones. Keep the attackers busy. Slow them down. You give them full agency to take control of that first floor, they will, Tim, and those verticals will just start working against you far too early in the round for you to be able to do anything about it. Savage once again flipping back over to playing on the Blitz as well. Why not? Spoke about him and Anaton, the 2 IGLs for these teams. Love playing on these shield operators.
Just going to be dropping down to get that wall open immediately by the looks of things. Virtue on the Thermite. Oh, an interesting mirror here. Just going to give them a little bit of intel towards when they come in to try and breach that wall. Looks like they've gone for Animus first potentially, but
it's a great read because there's no Maverick on side. The only hard breach they've brought along is the Thermite here. You put that on the wall, you shoot out the mirror window, it destroys the exothermic. So, not a bad shout. It will force them to go deep and go past. If you shoot the mirror window out then, they can't get away in time, Tim, is the thing. So it's quite a smart placement for it. Whether or not that's how CAG intend to use it, I don't know. Okay, maybe not. Just shoot it out nice and early. Not quite sure why that'd be done so soon, but as you say, Tim, Animus was the starting point for them. That has now been opened up. And Secret, let us go in hell for Lennerton. They've gone straight in. Savages fell down nice and early. Trade back at least one way or the other. Pokeball onto Savage, actually. And CAG have now got the numbers advantage, Tim. They've staved off the Secret aggression for now. But the problem is, Tim, they're inside of sight and not in a bad position to keep on capitalising.
Yeah, Virtue could possibly plant here. I think he's looking to transfer across. June gets taken down, Virtue at the same time. And yeah, it's not really worked out for Secret, hasn't that one?
He C4'd the wall there and it killed him, by the way, I'm pretty sure. Just came down the bottom of Cargo, chucked it on the wall, blew the player up. Job's a good one. Ruby left all by himself. And sure enough, CAG hold on pretty well from what could have been a pretty scary rush coming out from Team Secret.
Yeah, it's just not really panned out for them. If a couple of kills go the other way, they would have had full control of Pillar, for example. They could have planted just outside of Animus Door. They'd have had a number of options, but it's just not how it's played out for them. I'd like to have seen Secret maybe, even with that mirror window, you can take the opportunity to have a dash past that, get the wall open, and sort of see what happens. As soon as that wall starts opening, they're not going to be too keen to challenge it, and I think you probably get away with a bit of safety there. But a good defense from Cyclops nonetheless. They've read into it, they've known exactly what was coming, they've shut it down. That's all that you can really ask of them, and they've won their gunfights. That's more important for Cyclops, is the number of gunfights that they're winning at the minute. And if anything, getting to this point, and we're probably going to go 4-4 now, it's really the perfect point as, you know, neutral spectators for this one to level up, because this is the map that matters. This is the map where it's all decided now. Either Secret go through or Cyclops go through. Whoever wins this map, it's theirs. So, you know, for this to be the point where it gets close is the most exciting, really.
Lots of good people in chat are a little bit confused still about the win conditions here for either team. Secret, they win this map, they make it, they stay. If CAG win, they stay, and Secret goes home. Literally, it's basically it's the best of one playing out before you, in which both teams are at 4 apiece. Both teams 3 rounds away from keeping themselves a spot here and going into phase 2 and sending the other team home. It really is that close.
The vibes are up still for Cyclops, despite having been beaten up a little bit so far today, particularly on that first map. Much more competitive here on Nighthaven Labs. It's the old classic Siege story of teams just locking down their own maps and looking towards that third. But Cyclops have still got some work to do before they can confirm that. We're going to move into round 9. Going to be up onto the top floor again that Cyclops try to hold on.
If they can, then it'll be a way to another step towards it. As I said, 3, it's Imagine 3 little bright pips on your screen. That's all they've got to fill in here, and they've made it. All it comes down to, unless, of course, we get to 6-6, and then we're overtime abound. Feels like, given the stakes of the game, overtime is what it deserves, Tim, but based on how it's played out so far, you'd imagine Secret would be able to just push on and get this one done, but I ain't so convinced given Kag managed to get those 3 attacking rounds back in the first half. That came seemingly out of nowhere.
As I said, Cyclops, I'm sure both of these teams would love to spoil the other's party. The Ying is picked away. Virtue was originally... Oh, no, Adrian's going to bring it along instead. Virtue was originally on the Ying. They're just going to switch that around so they can put Savage on the Monty. Virtue's going to bring the Thermite. That's likely going to be used to open the connector wall, I would have thought. Potentially IT as well. We do have the hard breach on Monty, so either or could be done by the shield. They just want to get something going on for both of those walls to prevent Cyclops being able to hold any of those areas too securely.
I've got the EMPs on side along with the Thermite, of course, so it should be no bother getting these walls opened up. You are against the Kaid. His gadget deploys pretty damn slowly. So both looking in towards connector, but also, of course, onto IT. Both should get opened up with no bother at all. All eyes fall onto Savage then on the Monty. Not on the Blitz this time, but Monty... Oh, clearly, by the way, that his name means mountain is designed to be quite difficult to bring down to. Whereas the Bandit, you can shoot at his feet. Same sort of story with the Blackbeard. The thing in marching forward here will be what they try and get the planting behind. Very much the tip of the spear for this attack.
Yep, they get that connector wall open, so that's going to give them an opportunity now to potentially push in and take a little bit of ground. IT wall done as well, so Secret have got themselves off to a good start. They've opened those 2 up. Last time they were able to kind of just walk on into sight and put the diffuser down. I don't think Cyclops are going to allow them to get away with that again. That mounted from connector last time. That was where their point of ingress was, but... this time, just all a little bit slower. Blackbeard is playing a little bit more aggressively up into electrical here. That's going to prevent them taking aggressive possession over connector, and we can see Secret haven't gone in there yet. It seems to be shaping up more towards IT. I think a bit of movement out towards maybe Aqua and Warehouse. Maybe get into Catwalk, try and push from there. That's where the Monty's coming up. They're going to try and bullet Sharif out of position.
They definitely can't push on towards the window here that looks down towards, or looks out towards Aqua. Not with the Monty in his face. Hadrian finding Shibisu. Unfortunately, June's gone down elsewhere, so not the end of the world losing the Flores. A lot of the work has been done by those Roteros already, but it has brought things, Tim, into a 3 versus 3. Shiranek on his backside, but is recoverable, given he's tucked in.
The big problem here at the minute is Savage is kind of alone on the Monty, trying to get something going on the warehouse. You've got this bouncing about with the shield up and down, but Anaton and Shurip have gone big. They've found one apiece. Savage can finish off onto Shiraneko, but a 1 versus 3 on a Monty. That's going to be a big ask. Anaton manages to find a Nitro, and Cyclops is screaming again. Cyclops are celebrating because they've got themselves ahead, and they are just 2 rounds away nowadays from pushing themselves on to the next phase of Six Invitational 2025. And despite having the run of this game so far, Team Secret have to take that tactical timeout because right now their tournament hangs in the balance.
I'm just absolutely here for Shurip's energy, by the way. He's going absolutely bonkers at the end there, grabbing Anaton.
Imagine
honestly,
if they win.
I mean, Anaton's the kind of guy I'd imagine the one be going more bonkers than anyone else, but Shurip's really injecting some energy in there between these rounds and keeping the team on the bounce. Secret, very understandably here, aware they are just 2 rounds away from being knocked out, from being sent packing. Crazy to think when some people had these guys being one of their top 3 teams come the end of the competition. Might be falling a little bit shy of expectations, not just for themselves, but for what many others held over them as well. Round 10, we're heading onto that first floor. Control and Storage is going to be the site we play into. I hope to God Secret have got something up their sleeve here, Tim, because it's starting to look a bit worrying for the EU side.
Just a couple more rounds. We'll see Cyclops progress. You can see what it means. Look, they know how close they are. They can feel it now. They'll know that they've turned up and not really played their best siege. But I'm sure they came in probably focused on this map particularly. If that's the one they've chosen, that's the one. That's their battleground. That's where they know that they're looking to lock it down, needing only one map. Anaton just going to take a few pot shots out of the warehouse wall. I don't think it'll benefit them too much. You usually do that so you can hear what's going on the other side better. You can hear when explosives like the exothermic are being placed on there, that sort of thing. But they're not really going to be playing for the trick on there, so they're not really going to do much from it, I don't think. Probably more out of habit than anything.
That's the gear for KAG. If they make this, of course, it'll be the only APAC team making it through
exactly
to our next phase.
representing a region as well. That's sometimes, you know, that can be a bit of added pressure on your back as well.
Given Scars completely bottled it. And PSG Talon fell out in, I suppose, real unfortunate circumstances earlier. Falcons denying that spot away from them by getting a map in their series against Raza Company. Wouldn't be a bad spot for Japan to be in that next phase. Take a lot of APAC hopes with them.
I said that earlier, but Anaton is stood on that warehouse wall and he is tricking. He's not going to give him anything easily. He's stood there just taking the electrical on and off there. We're going to get the wall breached underneath. It's going to be much the same as we saw previously. That should deal with it, given that it's an electrical that they're working against. So that's going to be the warehouse wall open. They've got the wall open underneath as well. So they're starting again to soften up that plant spot at the backside of Pillar. You get IT wall, you get double wall underneath, you get warehouse wall, and then you can start thinking about a potential plant.
Been quite frugal by Doom, having used one EMP on each wall. Normally you double stack them in case someone is trying to trick them, but here have largely not bothered, and there we go. There's the next one coming out. Not going to be able to keep this one, I imagine. No. In fact, have got away with it. Did it go for like a brief second there? What happened?
I know the wall didn't open.
Yeah, I didn't quite see how. I just know that it's not open.
It was a trick. It was a trick.
It must have been like a very fine
I think
margin.
the electrical has just activated in time and taken the exothermic off, but one way or another, that's really good for Cyclops, because that's going to give them the vertical above Pillar, and that is where Secret would want to go in and plant. Sireneko manages to get Adrian, and Team Secret seem to be crumbling. Anaton with a nitro onto Savage. Cyclops are doing it for APAC, Des, and they're doing it for themselves here. 5 versus 3 they find themselves now, and this is the round that will push them forward on to a match point. Ruby, he goes in, tries to take a bit of ground. That at least gives them the knowledge there's nobody inside of IT, but with only 3 on side, it's going to be very difficult for Secret to go in and confidently plant behind the Pillar.
I really love how they've approached this round as well, KAG, because IT couldn't be opened up, and I guess they assumed that might be the case. They've kept it locked up tight. They've played it like they're defending top floor. 3 players up there for most of the round, playing the verticals, denying it away from Secret. And Secret have failed to break this top floor hold. And they're going to have to gamble everything on an execute here? There's no one inside of IT. They've got what they need because Virtue's around that position. They might actually be able to get away with this, Tim, unless someone comes below. Black Ray's on his way, but is he too late?
I think he is going to be. That is confirmed. He gets in there and starts spraying, but
room
cannot find his man. He takes him out on the way out, though. Anaton finds the kill, and it's all up to Doom to hold on. Somebody who's had some big moments. He knows that they're on. The Kiva Barricade has won the round for Cyclops, and they move on to match point.
Oh, Shurif absolutely loves it. I love seeing him get so excited about it. We're not there yet, boys. One more round. And KAG breaks Secret Hearts.
This is going to go off if they win this round. They know what it means. They know that it sends them through to phase 2, albeit into the lower bracket. It means they go to those knockout games and, you know, represent themselves. They've had some good results, like we said, against Furia, a map off phase.
What's Shurif here?
They are desperate to get through.
He just makes eye contact with Anaton. He's like, headsets off. I'm in. Excellent stuff. Well, whatever happened to him after those first 4 rounds where it looked like KAG were barely up to bat, they have absolutely flown across the second half of this map, and Secret, head in hands, are probably now wondering where the hell did it all go wrong. It was actually around this point when we were at a Secret advantage that Cyclops then went on to win 2 rounds to bring us to a 3-3 half. Secret now need to undo the same to their Japanese rivals if they want to send this to overtime. And even then, that's still not enough. They've got to go and do it in overtime, Tim, if they still want a chance of being here come Sunday's games.
I don't know if Secret have got the resilience here, Des. They've been battered over the last couple of rounds, for want of a better word, by Cyclops. They're well on top of it, and Secret know that their tournament is about to be over if they don't win these next 2. That is tough to take. They've had a really rough few days, not able to get wins that I'm sure they will have felt that they could. And right now, it all comes down to this. Chibisu, he's thinking about the peak. He takes a little look. Him and Adrian just exchange a few bullets, but no damage. However, Savage does manage to take down Black Ray, and maybe that is the start of Secret just holding on for one more round, Des.
This is what Secret have got to do, though, is just play really tight. Don't play so loose where you're running around trying to collect 1v1s. The way they played upstairs then with the IQ of Doom and Savage pushing in together on the blitz was great because they managed to get that pinch onto Blackray. They punished him for being out there all by himself. They've still got the phone call available as well from the Dokkaebi. They'll have a second online in about 10 seconds. They've got the tools to get it done, but they've got to play with so much discipline for these next 2 rounds.
Sharik's just going to be holding this very common position that we see. We see Palu in that position quite a lot, just on the stairs, playing sort of half up, half down, ready to challenge if anybody pushes in that direction. Anaton, Nitro in hand. We've already seen him be deadly with it so far. Sharik manages to find the first of 5 that will send Cyclops into phase 2, taking down Grubby. 4 versus 4 now. They're on the cams. Savage is coming. Can they stop him? He's looking to get aggressive on the blitz, but something just holds him up. He doesn't push forward. June manages to find Sharif, and this is great. They're just pushing them around into each other's lines of sight. Great teamwork from Secret.
Exactly that. Again, they've punished as a team and have capitalized by taking down. And remember, both Blackray and Sharif fell in very similar fashion. It's good from Secret. It's coordinated. They've now got about 60 seconds left to make this work. Can Kags bring another surprise? And then there's a C4 in back pocket. A couple of impacts if they'll help deal with Savage. The verticals, for now, are still in Adrian's control. No one trying to flank onto him. They've got this. You can see the yellow pings coming out as well, Tim. They know where most of these players are. I don't think if they know about Chibishu, though. He could do a lot of damage. In fact, no. They knew that he was there. Adrian's not going to find his man. He's now in a spot to play spoiler, Tim.
Adrian really needs to be winning that fight. That is a tough break for Team Secret, like you say, with Chibisu up above. Doom can maybe do something about that. The problem is Team Secret don't have all the time in the world, Des. They've got 20 seconds, and Chibisu is looking to move across and play spoiler. He takes him down. Doom manages to drop, but it's not going to matter. They can't pick him up at this point. Anaton manages to find Savage. It's all up to Virtue. He's got 10 seconds. He's nowhere near sight. He doesn't have the diffuser. Surely this is the moment that Cyclops will confirm themselves for phase 2. There's one more map to play, Des, but they know what that one means.
They have made it by taking enough away from Secret to secure their spot and send Secret home. How did that round slip away from Secret? I don't really know, Tim. They were in a 5v3. They played the first 2 minutes so well. But you make one mistake. You let Chibisu slip the net, and he absolutely deletes them in the back line. Wonderful stuff, and yet the series is still going to play out, Tim. But Kag have broken Secret hearts.
Massive result for Cyclops there. They've earned it with the way they dug deep. They got pushed around 7-1 on that first map. It looked like Nighthaven was going in the same direction, but Cyclops, they dug deep, they managed to find something, and they came back at them and got what they needed. Secret, we've seen it so many times, not from them, but from everybody. You get to that point, that breaking point, and they just couldn't find the answer.
Well, Secret have got to pick themselves up out of the puddle here. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, map 3 awaits.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up. to the realness. Feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
It's about time.
One more song. You choose.
I've got just the one.
And now with 24 seconds left to go, Loira has to make a deep rotation, finding one though on the J. What a shot, and this is why he's the demon. Loira finding three!
Low HP bodies on each respective side. Uno, he's getting aggressive. That's the presser show. It might help you out a little bit, but oh my god! Good for one here, and should be onto Bullet. Getting that plant down. Alan out to the bottom. To the yellow pig as well! It's for Alan!
The Psycho Kid as well. They're just pushing for the fight. He's on the back end. But one versus one with a
Excellent patience here from CAG. Shuri holding it down, taking some damage. Blaz sticking the plant, not falling off. He commits, and Shuri gets the down. Go to, so why not? Oh!
And if the overextension comes in from Lender, he might get a chance. Can he hit his shots? Yes! Lands the first, hits the second.
Do not die. Don't give him the 1v1. Oh, what have you done? You've died. C4 goes in. You do at this point. He can converge on his position. He's got to be ready for this. The ace has got a whip. He somehow does. Can finish this. Surely land the C4.
But shut down now by Newers. Wary about these frost mats that could be sitting under the windows as well as this angle below Jim.
Might have been concerned coming out of Consulate, but it was all a ruse. Cyclops coming out in fine fashion after the first 4 very slow rounds of Labs. Passed them by, they turned on the accelerator, and they breezed their way past Secret to secure their spot in the next stage of SI 25. And the Secret team, commiserations, they are going home, but there's one more map still to play.
There is one more map to play, and we'll see, whether maybe Secret can at least give their fans a parting gift and come out with a nice win and send a message back to Cyclops, I guess. But ultimately, Cyclops have got what they wanted. And at the end of the day, it's not, I can't say that it's not nice to have some APAC representation going through into Phase 2 as well. We're going to see APAC there in those knockout stages. Cyclops will be the ones representing them, and it's been a real turnaround against Team Secret today. Like I said, it hasn't all gone swimmingly. Team Secret won the first map convincingly and then even started Nighthaven really well. And Cyclops just didn't seem to switch on. They looked way out of their depth. But then out of nowhere, there was a tag timeout at 2-1 and they just turned it around.
He did, and a big show from Anderton especially, 14-5. The sort of performance we're used to from seeing from him. Black Ray maybe a little bit less so. It's one of the stronger entries on that team. You expect to see him normally right up there. He was dealt with by Secret for most of that second half of the game, but clearly not well enough as the team have pushed their way through. The Secret team, I think we could talk about their performance all we like as well, but it's clear to say that a lot of things have fell by the wayside there. I think they started to show some really good teamwork towards the back end of Labs, but it was a bit too late when you're already only winning 3 defenses back in that first half. That's really what came back to cost them.
It is exactly that. Like we said, usually you defend a win rate on Labs. We discussed it at the time. I said, 3 attacks is perfect for Cyclops, really. That's got to be the target because normally we would expect defenders to be getting that 4-2 half, and they were able to do that. So we move on to Skyscraper. That will be our final map between these two. Means we get to cast it, Des. We haven't seen a Skyscraper yet.
That's true. I'm not quite sure on the quality of this Skyscraper, but it does tick the box.
Interestingly, Fresh has 1 site required left for his bingo card for us to have seen every single site at SI.
Bedroom, bathroom.
It's always bedroom, bathroom on Skyscraper that is the last one to go. But given the fact that, who knows, maybe it gets thrown in. We'll see.
Woo. All right. It is still kind of important for CAG to win this, by the way. I'm pretty sure
they're going to potentially go into a mini league with 1 or 2 teams. They could go on to 8 points alongside Shopify. If Furia lose 2-0, they'll stay on 8 points. So there could be 3 teams in there on 8 points. So round difference and things like that could well come into play.
Yes.
So yes, Cyclops really do need to be winning as well as they can do here.
They do, and if Furia lose that 2-0, there's other like tiebreakers that come in later.
Although, sorry, that being said, it won't make a difference because this is against Team Secret, who will be outside of the mini league.
That's a good point.
So it will.
It's the round difference side, isn't it?
It will only be the matches against Shopify and Furia. I think we'll get confirmation on that.
We will.
We don't make the rules. We don't calculate.
We
the
just follow
tables.
them.
We
Talk about them.
We just like to talk about them and try and figure them out as we go. But we will get confirmation.
Quite heartbreaking seeing Secret on the cams, to be fair. You can see that they look real beat up about this. Like, being forced to play a map when every time I spoke to a player when they've been knocked out, I've been like, oh, you know, commiserations. Are you hanging around to see the rest of the tournament? And very regularly I hear is, I can't imagine anything worse than staying around to watch teams play where I should be playing. Yeah. They hate it. It's horrible. They'd rather get on the next flight home and be gone. And I can't imagine how bad it feels to now be made to sit here, to have to sit here and play a game as part of this best of 3 when you just want to kind of be like, we just go back to our room and get ready to go home. Like, you don't want to stick around for it.
It's a part of the job. It comes with the territory.
It does.
Ultimately, like you say, Team Secret, I think in terms of a tournament as a whole, you know, it's probably fair to say of anybody, or at least most teams who exit a tournament at the first stage. But I think for Team Secret, they're going to feel like this is, you know, below expectations for them. Coming into this, you know, the performances that they've shown us over the last few months, they will have been looking to do more than this.
You know what I think would know? It's Brabuni. He'd know. But I'm pretty sure he's asleep. I believe he's over in EU, so obviously now it's getting quite late. 12:15. I'd say quite late. Those are gamer hours, Tim.
Yeah.
Not for you.
It's quite late for us to be trying to do the mental maths on stream. So
it is.
I
have asked the question.
We'll let somebody.
I've asked the question so it can be figured out, and then we'll go from there. Thermite ban. Interesting.
Like we say, at this stage, it's still going to be a what if anyway, because it's going to depend on that Furia result as well.
Yes. Still a lot, of course, for CAG to fight for, as you said. It pulls their map difference up, which does make a difference too. When you get into the round, I think the order is round difference, then map difference, then it goes into a couple of other things, and a rematch if it really demands it at the end. But I'd be very surprised if a rematch is required at all. I would quite like to have a rest tomorrow, Tim. It has been 5 days of non-stop siege. It's been great fun. But I think our voices very sorely are going to need a rest before everything kicks off again on Sunday.
We'll be grateful of a day off, I think.
We will. And if you are wondering what the schedule is, of course, for Sunday as well, you can go to the R6 Esports website. You'll have a full schedule on there. I don't think all the matchups, of course, will be determined yet because we need to go through a phase where the teams pick out who plays who, but that requires all the games we finish first. Teams that finish in second place in their group get to pick a third place team from the other 3 groups. They can't pick a team they're in a group with already. And they then get to face off against them in the next round. The team in 4th place starts in the lower bracket, and the team in 1st, well, they get to skip that whole picking phase that I was speaking about a second ago and get a bye through to the next round of the upper bracket. So, quite a lot on the line still. We'll see how things shake up here. We're going to start things off on a classic Karaoke and T defense. It's Secret on the defense and CAG on the attack.
Let's get into it then. Round 1 underway. Secret here to spoil the party if they can. Make life as difficult as possible for Cyclops. As we say, it won't have too much of any impact over the grand scheme of things, but it might just make them feel a little bit better if they can come out and get the win overall at least. But I don't know what would be worse, actually. Lose the map overall and go home, or win the map overall and go home.
Yeah.
But either way, that is going to be one of the 2 outcomes. Now then, we can see, just having a little look outside, Secret getting a little bit cheeky, see if they can see anybody early on. Cyclops are not going to give them anything that easily. Oh, they do spot the Malusi of Adrian underneath, though. They know that he's playing down in-house, so they could well go in here and just try to get a quick challenge onto him, take him down. He's going to move through to the closet window, but we've got to feel that Cyclops should be ready.
Should be. And Anaton, at least, is always ready, Tim. He's always ready and spring-loaded to go and fire off. Gets rid of Adrian, who has definitely had a rough series overall. A rough tournament, to be fair. When he first joined his team, Adrian was a real shining light. I know Fresh especially was backing him an awful lot. Maybe not quite had the performance here in Boston that many would have expected from him.
2 go down then. Grubby taken out as well. That's going to be the warden off the board. 5 versus 3 now as Cyclops go back to drone in. See exactly what setup they've got facing ahead of them. Twitch drone goes in, taking out some utility as well, pinging out those frost mats, just building this clear picture for them of exactly what they are going to be going into. So it is now time to start thinking about getting on inside of the map. Cyclops were at the halfway mark and they haven't done so as of yet. All working from the outside. Going to be a little bit of a rotation by the looks of things. And maybe a bit of pressure directly towards meeting or maybe bottom black stairs.
Sure, probably to head up black stairs, I'd expect.
Yeah.
It's either that or you take the balcony to get up there, right? In this case, you want someone to work their way up through black stairs, and Anderson is wasting no time. Straight in, charging forward. There's a track coming in as well from the Deimos. As your numbers start to thin, this operator's gadget only gets more and more potent. Aren't too many players or too many teammates that can support you, and the Deimos comes hunting. 2 stats up on black stairs here. Black Ray on the other side. 3-man push coming in here for the top of black. Underneath, it's Virtue trying to worm his way through the map.
Yeah, Cyclops have got some good control here, but if they're not aware of that Frost coming underneath, then Virtue's really going to spoil the party, but they were. Chibisu hears him coming, takes him down, and that is the round almost certainly one for Cyclops you would expect at this point. We're able to push in, start finding some kills. Diffuser was going down. It's going to be a flawless round, and they celebrate in style with a nice opener on Skyscraper. It's 1-0.
As you probably come to expect. Secret probably not quite up to the races for this one, knowing that this doesn't change anything for them, whereas for CAG, they know that this does make a difference. That's a lot of fed-up faces, Tim. A lot of fed-up faces.
It is indeed, and understandably so. You know, these players, they don't just... It's not just a couple of months' work towards this tournament. It's the entire year.
It is.
It's the entire year that goes in.
Every scrim, every league game, every holiday you have to sacrifice with family, things like that.
Late night, you know, everything that comes with it is all about this tournament, and it's all about going as far as you can. And you know, at the end of the day, there's 19 teams that are going to walk away from this tournament without winning it. There's only one that's going to stand there and lift the hammer, and that's part of the beauty of it. But I think, like I say, for Secret, there's got to be an element that they believe in themselves that they could have gone further. I'm sure they believe they could win it. I'm sure they believe that they could win it. But even in the cold light of day, you would look at it and say, we should have gone further. We should have got, you know, if we go out, if we lose in the semi-finals, we can take that. But losing at this stage, that's going to feel a little bit different.
Just drawing up some of the numbers here so I can maybe do my own little check until we hear back. I'm curious to know exactly how it sits. At least going by Wikipedia, CAG can't jump above the other two. But I just want to be totally sure before we say anything of that kind. I'll let you know.
You let me know. You keep working on it. Doom is going to get himself into a position just hiding underneath the karaoke screen there. And we'll see whether Cyclops pick up on that. They should do. Ones that should be going through. They're going to be attacking onto the opposite side of the map, so it could be a good position for Doom, realistically. We're going to open up the VIP wall as well. The standard stuff so far from Cyclops get themselves the points of entry that they need. And it looks like Anderson on that shield is going to be looking to get up black stairs and work across from the house side, and that's where it's going to be particularly important. Keep an eye on Doom's player card. Down at the bottom, 2F Karaoke. He is still in Karaoke. If they're not aware of his position, he is going to have a field day from here.
I've done the check and I'll tell you all about it in a minute. Tim.
I
can see how things have been calculated, and I'll tell you it is heartbreaking for CAG. I'll tell you about it in a minute though. We'll see how this round closes out first and foremost. One already falling down. Groovy taken out by Black Ray. Oh, the dream start. Very intel heavy denial coming out, but it's still not stopping a shield charging on through. Anderson's in, but has got the assist coming out from Black Ray. Raven's tip of the spear. 3 kills flying through in the round already. Savage getting one back onto the other side, but Black Ray has got another. A 3K for himself. And Adrian with it all to do. The Boss G in hand, as well as, of course, the secondary. But I think he'll find absolutely nothing here.
No, taking a lot of
damage.
damage.
That was accidental as well, I think.
It was. It was spraying through the barricade. I think that's just the way Secret's day is going at the minute. Like, Cyclops spray through a barricade and hit one of them. It's just how it is. Shibisu manages to get that final kill. That's 2-0 for Cyclops and a perfect start for them. I like to see from Cyclops there, they were bang on top of that. They knew June was hiding in Karaoke. They've gone in and dealt with him. They've not had any surprises sprung on them. They are really laser focused now. They've got that win.
Right, so you ready for the maths,
I'm
Tim?
ready for the maths. Hit me with the maths. Quick maths, quick maths, quick maths.
It is a Golden Castle rule not to do maths live on air, but I don't like following rules, Tim, therefore we're going to do it.
We'll put a caveat on it that everything Des says could be wrong, but it's probably, it's probably right.
It's all right. So, CAG played against Furia and won the first map 8-7, the second one 7-2. That gives them a round difference of +6.
Yep.
We then had Shopify Rebellion play against CAG, where they won 7-5 and 7-2. So the 2 round difference on the first map and a 5 in the second, giving them a round difference of +7.
Yep.
Furia then beat Shopify Rebellion. They won 8-7 and then 7-0, giving them a round difference of 8. So if my numbers stack up right, and at least it matches to what Wikipedia is saying in terms of their assumed standings of this group, then Furia are in place number 2 because they've got +8. Shopify Rebellion are in third because of +7, and CAG starting the lower bracket in 4th place because of +6.
But I'm maybe going to correct you a little bit here because I don't think you've taken account of Furia versus Shopify Rebellion, for example. You've got Shopify at +7, but they took a -7 off Furia.
Where are you looking here? Oh, you're about when you actually wrap everything in?
Yeah, you've got to get their total round. So Furia, Shopify Rebellion have took a big round deficit there. They've got a -7 against. You've only...
I'm back in the workshop, Tim. I'll come back to you in a minute.
Back in the workshop. I said he might be wrong, didn't I? Right, in we
Shut
go.
up, man.
Round 3. And it is Cyclops continuing forward here on the attack. 30 seconds in. Still a bit of droning going on. We can see Chibisu, Shuri, and Anaton all on the drones. We've got the Glass coming along as well this time. And they're going to be, again, looking to play in behind those smokes, behind those shields. They've got Sireneko on the Capite. They're not going to make anything easy for Team Secret here. It's going to be very, very tricky. They bring in all the operators they can to make life as hard work as possible. Interestingly, Fresh will be sat there watching this with real interest because gone to Kitchen Barbecue this time of Secret. Maybe they choose to just rotate around every site. Who knows? Savage manages to pick up Sireneko with a Nitro, so that gets something going for Secret at least. Getting aggressive towards top black stairs as well, trying to keep a hold of that vertical control for the time being. Monty is going to push in and just keep on marching down, looking to get the Glass supporting him, but this is a smart play. There's auto canister coming out as well. You have to stand in it for it to have an effect. It's not necessarily going to affect the Glass coming in terms of the thermal scope, I don't think, but it is going to affect his movement at least.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tim. CAG -1, Shopify Rebellion -1, Furia +2. So Furia are out of the conversation now. It's all about CAG and Shopify Rebellion. I'll go and check the next tiebreaker, and I'll let you know.
If they all end up on 8 points.
I'll let you know.
That's the only time. If it comes down to just Shopify and Cyclops, then yeah, I think obviously Shopify got the win, so they will have the better round over Cyclops. If there's just the two of them, it's just it gets more complicated when Furia gets involved. If
Map
Furia
diff
get
and
involved.
then rounds 1 it becomes. And to be fair, Shopify Rebellion are way ahead in round wins, and I don't believe CAG can catch them because they only got the 1 round back on Consulate. They can gain. So they start on 37. Shopify Rebellion have won 60. That's a 23 difference. They will not be able to get 23 out of this series, Tim.
Okay.
The check is complete. CAG are 4th.
Right, okay.
Regardless of what happens here.
But at least you feel that you know why now, Des.
Yeah. I've got deep in the sauce there, Tim. My brain is not braining.
There we go. Secret managed to get themselves a defense, and they're going to go back up to karaoke and tea. So we.
What was that little karaoke and tea?
I was thinking about bedroom at the same time. So
you just really want to see that site
We're not going to
played.
get bedroom and bathroom. Well, we've had every single site in the game. We just need bedroom and bathroom. We're not going to see it yet. We will see whether they are going to grace us with that. Ooh, look at this. Looking for Savage on a Nitro. Don't think anybody's going to come that way. Are they? Are they? No, they are not. He sends it out, not going to catch anybody. So that does not get Secret the opener that they were looking for. It looks to me like Cyclops are going to mount up for a push across from the VIP side. Try and get control of Dragon and Terrace. Work through Shrine and pressure from there. Last time it was top back stairs. They do have Anaton on the Monte and Chibisu on the Glass. So they could kind of do that again. We'll see where they stack up. It's particularly important where Anaton is more than anything.
Right idea, slightly off on the timing there. Not even landing a single bullet. Onto Black Rays, he planted down those claymores. It means there's no nasty jump outs that CAG are going to have to deal with. I'm sure very experienced to those because of the scrims no doubt taking place in their region and the kind of madness that teams like to pull out. But now, every single player still left alive, though no one in CAG has been pinged out by Secret, and equally, CAG have not managed to punish anyone in Secret if they are split out around the map. It's Anaton once again marching around on this Monty. Will come face to face with Adrian, waiting right in front of him. Can't do much about it for now. Drop his shield and it's a massive risk, but he can at least keep Adrian at bay.
Ruby's going to get himself out there. Ooh, I was just going to say that he's moving into Geisha. Adrian manages to take down Chibisu in the meantime, though. So Secret are looking pretty good here. They've still got a hold of Geisha. They are suffering maybe a little bit to top black stairs now that Anaton's managed to get himself into position. Black Ray manages to take down Adrian, so they need to be cautious of that. Very aware of potential Shrine jump out coming through, but Savage is going to decide that that's really not the move for him at the minute. The wall has been opened up into karaoke, so that gives an opportunity for the big shieldy boy of Anaton to walk his way in and think about getting this diffuser down.
Did check as well to Rooney the GOAT confirm that everything is all well and good. CAG at this point, they're playing for the fun, Tim. And fun they are having. Up 3-1 here in Secret. As you might expect, you're not hearing much in the way of comms. You're not seeing too much going on their side of the field. And Cyclops are off and flying.
Yeah, they're playing with plenty of passion now, plenty of excitement, happy to just go in and take the gunfights. As I say, it really is a match of two halves, this one. It's always one of the harder parts of the tournament, of course, is seeing the teams as they go home, and hard work comes to nothing, and so much emotion and passion on the side of the teams, even when they do go out, of course, just as hard to take as it is. You know, the celebrations are just as hard on the other side when they win. But it's always a tough side of it, and it really drives home the emotion and what it means to everybody. But we continue on. Cyclops into round 5. They're looking to get this one closed out, and then they can go and celebrate properly, I would imagine.
Yeah.
With a little day off tomorrow, which will be now chocked full of scrims ready for phase 2. Something for them to look forward to.
I wouldn't be wholly surprised if teams actually end up having a lot of media to do tomorrow, because of course,
potentially,
at some point we have to get all of our content filmed, and it tends to be on those days where there's breaks in between the action. I'm sure there's a bit of time for scrims in the midst of it all as well, but I remember actually it was Rogue who said this back then. Of course, that's what they were called. Changed to being Koi for a while and all kind of stuff that went on there, and became Fnatic. Back when they were Rogue, I remember saying at the event where they went on to win, it was like, we don't scrim while we're at this event.
Didn't scrim at the event.
And it was always a big question mark, well, why? And it was like, well, we play so much Siege already. All you're talking and thinking about is Siege, 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 Siege. Having some downtime and focusing on that like mental health, being able to have that break from the game and focus on your own self so you come in ready and like primed to play is really important. So you might find actually a good few teams that are still here just don't scrim tomorrow.
This is it, you know, it's certainly a decision to be made. There's all different ways of doing things. Successful bandit trick from Virtue onto the VIP wall. Very nicely done. That's going to prevent that being opened up. They might need to be careful. They don't want to keep wasting Selma charges. In fact, Black Ray's been taken down. There's going to be no more Selma charges. So they're going to have to rely on Shirin Echo at this point. So likely having to be selective now as to which walls will get opened up, if at all, by the Maverick.
That's a huge concern for them, I suppose. Already having 3 rounds on the attacker Skyscraper feels like a massive accomplishment in itself. Oh, from Adrian. Showing no fear and going out and finding his second victim of the round. Shurip taken offline on the Twitch. Still got the shield of Anaton to go charging on forward, and Chibasu's feeling himself. He's hunting something down, but he can't hit his shots. Through with the shotgun straight to the chest is enough. Shirin Echo falls. Anaton with it all to do. Secret may well find themselves a flawless round, just denied away at the last second by Anaton. It's like a shooting gallery at the carnival here, Tim. Nothing else to be said. Tune to close it down. Secret will get another round.
If I would ever back anybody to hit a 1v5 on a shield, it would be Anaton.
Yeah,
but
totally.
Still, I think he would need lots of chances before it came to fruition. It wasn't going to be that time. Cyclops then 3-2 in the lead as Secret managed to grab another round. We're going to be going downstairs for that final defense to Barbecue and Kitchen. And Cyclops, they're going to be looking to get themselves an advantage. I think if they get the advantage at 4-2 going into the half and switching onto the defense, I would strongly favour them at that point to close this out. I think Cyclops on the defense of Skyscraper are going to make it an actual nightmare to attack. I think they're going to see them get very aggressive and the typical sort of Cyclops players that we've come to expect.
Sure. Some madness still to follow in that second half, no doubt. Now we're going to get ourselves through and done on this one. Doom locking himself in tight downstairs inside the pantry. Normally see players try and push through the double door off towards the right-hand side and in through that single door in towards pantry. I think the cap cans are going to help in that sense if anyone tries to rush their way through. And given what you've seen so far, a lot of shield play. I won't be too surprised if we find CAG coming off on the worst end of one of those explosives going off as they try and push their way through. Barbecue and Kitchen just demand that you have that vertical control going your way. There is no Buck on side, for example, to help out with that. Not really much else, truthfully, to help get that job done, Tim. Leaning towards the DMR, mainly coming out of the Dokkaebi to help out with that if they want the verticals or potentially the super short secondary. Good gridlock.
We haven't really seen too much impact from the Glaz so far. I love a nice Glaz play, so I'd like to see Chibisu get in there. And
it's another one of those operators that you've got like a real high fantasy of, but very rarely get to see it realised.
Yeah, you don't really see too much. We've got
Wait,
Zero
have we
on
seen Zero yet this event?
Yes, we have, I think, seen Zero. The remaining ones were Thunderbird, Thorn, and one other, but I can't think who the other one was.
Okay.
But Zero is very, very good as an operator. If you don't use him at home in your ranked games, give him a whirl. Very, very versatile. Got all those cams to go at that can drill through surfaces as well. Got the hard breach gadget. Got a decent gun. Can do an awful lot by himself, can Zero. Very, very self-sufficient. And as we know, Intel reigns supreme in Siege.
Apparently he's been picked 7 times. I ain't seen him once.
No, we haven't seen him, but I was pretty sure. I said there's Thorn, Thunderbird, and one other. I'll check out who else is missing. But yeah, Zero, very, very good. Sureneko going to bring him along, and they're just going to gain a ton of intel from that.
Thunderbird and Thorn apparently it is. Rook we've also seen, so just those 2 operators to go, and then we're all good. So look at kills have started flying through the round, mind you. Sure, it's been taken down at least partway through. In exchange for Adrian on the other. Chibisu also not too far off losing his life. Has got a single smoke to play behind. And no more smoke bolts in Anderton's back pocket either. So not as effective now as maybe you'd like to see the Glass be. Still a chance to get this one done over the line. Say that as Virtue absolutely skins Black Ray there on the rappel. And down goes the Dokkaebi.
Not looking good for Cyclops here to get the advantage. It looks like it's probably going to be a 3-3 here. A Secret fighting back. Ruby and Virtue have taken a little bit of damage along the way, but that so is also true even more for Chibisu, who's just trying to get something going with that glass. They say don't peek into a glass, and Secret see absolutely no reason not to, as June manages to find that kill. Sureneko takes down Virtue 3 versus 2, as Secret just continue to win this war of attrition.
They do. I think they get the 3-3 half, they'll feel... I didn't want to say happy, because after Labs getting a 3-3 half for them felt like an absolute disaster, and they almost paid the price for it. Sureneko on the spray, finds one for himself, still 2 to bring down. Right idea. I think, is he aware? They're not aware that he's here. Gets himself a freebie into the 1v1, could yet net a 4K. It's just June left standing, but the clock is not on Sureneko's side. I'm afraid Tim might be able to recover the diffuser. It's looking miserable, and I was going to say, I said they might walk into one at some point in this round, and that could have been that moment.
That's not maybe the spot. I think he's going to get the angle down onto him there. Yep, if he'd have got behind the counter, he'd have probably got that down. Ultimately, it is...
You tell him, Tim.
Just go behind the counter.
You tell him.
Don't leave yourself with a view on the hatch. I don't think Cyclops are worried about it too much, if I'm honest. So Secret managed to get that. They close it out. It's 3-3 now. So an even split on the half. Cyclops move on to the defence. I think things might get a little trickier for Secret to be picking up rounds here, given that Cyclops should be a little bit more comfortable now. They're heading into Karaoke and T to kick things off.
They're really just having a sign if they send this through to overtime, by the way.
They're just piling the hours on us at that point. They've decided that they just want to shut us up, so they'll make us cast as much as possible and hope that our voices give out.
Yeah. It wasn't far off during our series earlier on today. That was some intense Siege. It was great.
It was excellent stuff. That's the sort of games that, as casters, we get up for in the morning. Absolutely brilliant stuff. We love the storylines. We love the results when they're unexpected. It was an awful lot of fun. Ultimately, had no shaping whatsoever on the group. BDS still finished top.
Yep.
Falcons and Shopify still went through, as did Dark Zero. I think there might have been a place like switched around here and there, but ultimately the same 4 teams still went through. BDS still got a top. It was, you know,
nothing has changed.
Nothing really changed.
Yeah, because Raza Company needed a 2-0 if they wanted to jump over BDS and take first spot in that group, but that's okay.
Oh, a bit of a rush coming here from Secret.
Yeah.
They're just going to run straight up Black Stairs, get that top door open,
the juice
try
is in.
And pressure. Anaton's going to need to be careful here. He is careful. Manages to take down Virtue with a Nitro. June takes out Chibisu 1-for-1 as the push continues. Secret rolling over him, actually. 4 versus 3 now. Adrian finding Black Ray. They're going to open up this wall. Should be straight in and planting here. It's going to be up to Gruby on the Monty. Doom is at the top of Drum Stairs as well, just preventing the push back across. Gets one, can't find the second. Cyclops is standing tall at the minute. The diffuser is not going down. It's 2v2.
And there's 1v1s breaking out here as the shield was pushing down onto Shroop, I believe, and Anderson at range trying to do something else. How far do you really want to chase him here? You've got a lot of time to do it with. Is it a good time to play tag around Skyscraper? Probably not.
Just having absolutely nothing to do with that fight. No, I'm not going to challenge the Monty. The diffuser is going down. Gruby's going to be able to plant successfully. So you don't have a choice, Cyclops, anymore. There will be no more running. You need to go in and get these kills. Grubby's going to be killed, actually, by Anaton, I would say. He was actually standing just on top of the diffuser. He was going to try and really go for the hard hold with the shield in front of him. Nade goes out. Anaton, you're going to have to run. You got to run.
It was Shuri, but he starts the way, and Anaton will claim the credit for the disable. I think Shuri realised a little bit late that there was a nade at his feet there and had to leg it.
Cyclops do manage to get the job done on the retake. Good effort from Secret. A nice little rush attempt. They got in there. They got their kills. There was opportunity to put the diffuser down, but they just couldn't get it done in the end.
Ooh. All right. What do we try now? Another rush? Some of the kind of cheese? When you're in a spot where you know you're going home, it's a good time to pull out all the wacky stuff that you'd love to play, but don't really get a chance to in the pro scene because you've got to take things that are lower risk. Namaro through the hatch, maybe Timmer. Sends execute over an exhibition and office. Could be a nice way to start to round things out. Nice they throw in the kitchen sink here at Kags. And the Ying coming along. I thought the Blitz was going to stick, but that's now been swapped away instead for the Striker. Now over to the Ash. It's a little bit of dancing around, but nothing too crazy. More on Kag to try and deal with crazy when it comes to hitting them in the face.
Exactly that. Exactly that, as we move across to the opposite side of the top floor, office and exhibition. And what have we got on the side of Secret?
I want to see the Amaru just fly
We've
up the
got
hatch.
a Sense, we've got a Ying. I wonder what's going to happen here then.
Brought in the Thatcher last minute as well.
Yeah, definitely going to, I think, almost certainly going to look to go underneath and try and get up that hatch with the shotgun and see what they can get going. Interestingly, it's Adrian who's got diffuser in hand, so it's not going to be June going for the plant. So that plan could still be flexible. We might not see them going underneath, but I would kind of expect so at the minute. They just need to get a little bit of breaching done. Well, you know
They're
what?
not going underneath now, Tim.
Scratch that, because Anaton has just ruined everybody's fun by taking out the Amaru with a Nitro.
How dare he? At best now they can make something happen with the Ying and with the Zens, but that really is about it, I'm afraid. And the main breach opened up. Took a few smokes in there. Go crazy with the Zens light walls. Why not? Sure, it can all work out just fine from there. No more C4s in the back pocket for Kag as well. They got away with the first one, but no second asks or attempts, I'm afraid, trying to get rid of another player with them. Impact maybe to play behind if so desired, but that is about it. And Tim, you just know that there's the goo mines around and the cat can traps, as well as the frost mats. There's a lot of things that can upset Secret here when they go for their push in.
Absolutely, they've gone for it. They're going to try and put the diffuser down, and they're not going to put the diffuser down. Shuri steps out, manages to get the kill onto Adrian. Savage finds one of his own, holding that angle across, but the bigger problem here for Team Secret is that the diffuser is down cold inside of sight. Savage doesn't have any more utility on the Sense to be able to use to protect them to get in and collect that, so they're going to have to find kills. No more option. Cyclops are just going to sit and hold their angles here, I think. 4 versus 3. They've got the man advantage. They know that there's not really much they need to do. Virtue doesn't have any Candelas left. There's no EMPs. There's basically no utility, really, for them to play in behind. 2 nades. That's all they've got.
Well, not a lot of chance to get this round over the line. I told you at some point, Tim, they'd run into one of those gadgets. Just didn't quite expect it to be a Frostmat over in Geisha, given what site we're trying to push into, but that'll leave Savage limping around for a while. Not the most ideal spot to be in. A kill trade coming out here in the middle. Well, not really a kill trade. 4 different players involved, but kill trade between the two teams. It's nice and tight here. Groov's going to be careful. A tiny little step out, and he is dead to rights. He's anticipating it. The patience being shown by the other. Giving him nothing.
Just triggering the Banshee as he moves across there. It's going to tell them Virtue's calling for the medic. We've got a broken leg. Just moving across, the Banshee's going to tell Cyclops that somebody is just outside of that breach. Savage holding his position on the window for the time being. Doesn't want to get caught in another Frostmat and will not, but very difficult to get anything going. 20 seconds left to go. Unlikely that Secret are able to turn anything out here. A lot of damage coming into Grubby, who gets taken down. It's Chibisu who finds him. Savage is going up on it at the minute.
But he certainly can't chase people down, Tim. He's got a gammy leg.
He's got 20 HP. Can he? I was going to say, is he going to walk through the triple cap can to end it? But no, he doesn't. He takes them out, but can't find the players he needs. And Cyclops go into the lead, 5-3.
As anticipated. Come on, boys. Pick that site just for the bingo card. That's all we need.
Barbecue Kitchen, Des.
Really?
Barbecue Kitchen.
Really?
I don't think, I could be wrong in saying this, but I don't think they care about the bingo card. I know that's probably going to come as a surprise to many.
What's that, sorry?
I said it might come as a surprise, but I don't think they care about the bingo card.
No, I can't imagine CAG do. They've got bigger things on their mind now, like, phase 2 of SI.
Big things to worry about. Secret are going to take a tactical timeout.
It's just time for a little chat.
Yeah.
How you guys feeling? We've been
Not great.
bruised and battered for the last half an hour. Yeah. Like, you guys okay? We have something fun?
Well, at the end of the day, they've suffered a big loss today, but you can see there's still some laughs, there's still some smiles, and it speaks to, the outfit as a team probably, and the way that they obviously function. It's you're being supportive of each other. You're all in it together. You've all taken the loss. You're all unhappy, but at least there's a couple of laughs and smiles about the place. We've got to remember at the end of the day, that's a big part of why we're here as well.
That was too hippie for me, Tim.
Sorry. It's true, though.
Please never say that again.
It's true. You start playing Siege to have fun. I'm not saying that's, what it's all about at this level. Of course, it gets serious when you're a pro gamer and you're playing at big tournaments like this. But, having that camaraderie with your team and being able to laugh during the bad times, it's certainly not a bad thing.
I remember explicitly what it was that put me off Siege. You started playing it back in the beta. Occasionally get called a hacker for having the fire skin, whatever. We played in a Go 4. Me and my mates played not a lot of Siege, but we signed up for one. And we came up against the sweatiest stack of players I think I've ever... even more so than even today. They were super tryhard. Bearing in mind it was in beta, it had just come out. These guys, we got 2 kills all map. It was that level of miserable. I can't shoot straight anyway. I think one of our 2 kills came from the C4. It was that kind of level of dire. And I thought to myself, I was like, I don't enjoy it at this level. It was on console. It was old console. I absolutely despised it. And then didn't pick up the game again for a few years until I think it was start of 2018. Started playing it again. And then here we are now.
Unstoppable. Not a day goes by that I don't miss old console. I like the new one as well, as it happens, but I do miss the old one. Shiran Echo going to take down Groovy. That's a nice opener for Cyclops. They feel like they might just be on the downhill a little bit here. I suggested that might happen when they got onto the defence, and they're certainly looking pretty comfortable so far. Virtue, he's just going for a little waddle. A little waddle on the knock. See if he can get himself into a tricky position, maybe find a couple of kills. The mirror window here just feeding all sorts of information in as well, watching that rappel going up and down, But ultimately, he's going to get taken out.
I wonder how many people are still perfect on their predictions, by the way, for the tournament.
Not many, I wouldn't have thought.
Well, you say that. You look
I think
at the
secret elimination will have been a big one to...
Maybe, yeah.
To throw people off. I can't see many people would have predicted secret going out.
I think other groups are relatively predictable, though. Relatively.
Fairly. I think, yeah, fairly predictable.
I don't think many had W7M being down in 4th place in their group, to be fair.
I think that one will have thrown off. I think a lot of people will have had W7M at the top of that group. I think people won't have predicted Secret to drop out of this one. So, yeah, I think it will have been a tough round in the predictions.
W7M probably jump into 2nd place if they beat Scars.
Yeah, they have got a game on.
In their...
if they beat Scars.
Is that game on now on the A stream, actually? I think it is.
Anyway, we've got a game that's going on here as well. Secret have managed to get a couple of kills, 4 versus 3. Cyclops looking to... close this one out. 1 minute left to go. There's the challenge onto the window. Got a blitz in. It's a little bit like having a wasp in the room when you've got blitz in there with you. It can be a great distraction, but Savage is going to try and get something going. Doom is low health as well. Oh. Savage manages to get Anaton there. Who better to get with a shield kill than Anaton himself? 2 versus 3 then, it's all up to Sharif. He does have health on his side, I'll give him that. Savage not opting to put the diffuser down just yet. That's 1 for Sharif. It's him versus a blitz. Run away! Run away, Sharif!
He's gone. Will Savage just go for it here? Yes, he will. He's going to have to pull off at some point. The problem is the closer you get in here, you know exactly what's going to happen. Oh, hit me! No, run away! Run away! He's gone. Okay, back again. For God's sake. Very good. Very good.
I'm pretty sure it's quite a specific thing, really, because you wouldn't see it very often. I think I'm right in saying Sharif was on the Azami then. And when you get the melee kill, obviously it's the knife logo on the kill feed.
Yeah.
But it comes up with the kunai logo if it's Azami. Very nice.
There you go.
Yeah, very nice. It's obviously just one of the things that you don't see very often because only Azami gets a melee kill. Yeah. I could be wrong, but we might have it on the replays here, I'm not sure. But
no, I did see it, you are right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm right.
You are right, mate. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's a nice little touch. It's like when you if you punch somebody with a Rooney, it comes up with a fist logo. Yeah, there you go. Little kunai logo.
Would have been far cooler if you threw a kunai at him to kill him.
Yeah, well, yeah, that would have been. I don't think it would have done the job though. I think it's not that game mode. I can't remember what the game mode was called. It was played on Skyscraper, where you'd get like the super powered ones, and you could run around and just like one-shot people with them. It's not normally like that. You wouldn't do that much damage. But here we go then into what could be the series winning round for Cyclops. They are looking to close this one out. We're going to be in Karaoke Tea. And they're going to try to get this done. Will Team Secret play spoiler?
I don't think we should show that conversation.
Maybe not.
Anderton does say some really mad stuff in the all chat when we're getting into a game. Many of those made it onto the timeline as well, so there's plenty that you can go and look up. Poor Doom. Poor Doom. No more part to play in this round, and potentially not even in this SI. That might be him done.
Yeah, certainly could be. And the knock here is just going to go absolutely sprinting in Virtue. See if he can find anybody. Groupie does manage to pick up Anaton, so that levels things up at 4 versus 4. Knock looking to move his way up house stairs. See the flashbang go out ahead. How about that from Sharik? Beautiful stuff. Knew that the player was on the other side inside a barbecue. Opens up the wall, finds the headshot. Beautiful stuff. Sharik manages to find another onto Savage, and it looks like it could be all over for Team Secret. 3 versus 1 as Chibisu manages to take down Virtue. It's all up to Adrian if they want to rescue something, but the likelihood is that Cyclops are going to get their big moment to celebrate. Don't get me wrong, they celebrated plenty after map 2 as well, but I think there's going to be a bit more coming from them. They know that they're going on to phase 2. They know that they've had a great performance so far this week in the group stages.
Oh, I bet he really wanted another drone to come through so he could just run at Adrian whilst he was sat on the drone, but no such joy. But I am with you, Tim. Lights out. Party's over. The Team Secret, we wave goodbye to them. It's one of our last teams going home from phase 1. Of course, more will come.
He's not Drum. Don't look there.
Let him win. Just let him win.
He's not in Drum. I don't know why you're looking in Drum. Adrian swings around from Drum, manages to get the kill onto Blattery. Is there any more for him? Yes, there is. Downs him 1v3, effectively becomes a 1v1. Can he find the last onto Chibisu? He is quite literally 1 HP and a dream. Chibisu needs to land 1 bullet. Peeks around the corner and finds him. He had the intel from his teammates, knew exactly where they were coming from. Cyclops closed it out and will be our APAC representative in phase 2 at the 6th Invitational 2025.
It's always good to see CAG make it out as well, because through history, Tim, they've always fell short in groups, if you recall. We've not seen them make it out and go on to press. Now, of course, that doesn't mean they make it to a main stage where the audience will get to watch them.
Hey, who knows?
Normally, group stage, we say, is a phase 1, phase 2 thing, and then live stage quarterfinals is where audiences then roll up. But work to be done. Who knows? Maybe we do see them press on here, Tim, and we will be speaking about them next weekend.
You get into a world of knockout games nowadays where kind of anything can happen. We saw that today. You know, teams will beat and will have unexpected results, so who knows? All that Cyclops can do is get themselves through to those matches, and then we see what happens, and they've done the first bit of that.
Well, enjoy some replays while we go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have a little more of a chat about this series to close things up.
Available now.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les. 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 Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Je les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disent que la place du premier. Je fais monter la côte. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au
La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive le rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire, fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire, fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché, accroché.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns to answers back, but Nade! Excuse me!
Handy. Nade. Oh, shuts down his brother. Into red time we go. Where's the response? The double through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit the stage, people generally know.
Second! And the counter disabled to win the round and has done very little since. Oh my goodness, Benjamaster with 2.
This is gonna stick for SSG, Des.
It is, and look at the cover. J9 is there. Back room. It's killed 4.
This is it. You look at both sides and you think there's somebody who's gonna step up, get slippy, finds himself a second, making a third. It's a 3K.
The king without a crown. BDS have conquered a continent.
Empire was the best console that we've seen. Oh my, always is a target.
This can be made successfully.
As I said earlier, Tim, the lights are out, the party over. It's time to go home for Team Secret. But for Cyclops, the party just begins. They press on to stage 2. We'll be seeing them carry on Sunday.
Yeah, and as I've said, look, anything can happen in phase 2. You're into knockout games. Honestly, I wouldn't want to play against Cyclops. They're a team that do unpredictable things. They have a lot of experience on board, and you know, they might be a bit more tricky, a bit more of a potential slip-up than people might think.
It may well be. You never know. Cyclops a little bit energized. Will probably find themselves able to.
They beat Furia. They can beat anybody.
They've taken maps off phase. You know, the big teams that you think of, they've managed to do the business over. They've sent an EU team home. All things are going well for them. Secret, like I say, some things to go and pick up this week just really didn't click for them. They've had a few teams this week that have struggled to get through the week, and some turned it on later in the tournament. For Secret, I don't really feel like it ever properly turned on for them, sadly.
No, unfortunately. The thing is, I think once Secret were really challenged, they kind of crumbled a bit. When it was going their way, no problem.
Once they met the makers in CAG,
yeah,
that was it. The challenge was too much.
It was going their way. It was 7-1. Everything was good. They kept rolling. As soon as CAG had that time out at 2-1 down on that Haven and started coming back at them, started activating a bit, I feel like Secret's heads dropped a little bit, and I thought, there's no way back into this for them. They beat themselves, kind of thing.
It was a really strange one because it did look like CAG were done after about 4 rounds of that second map, and I thought, wow, Secret are going to cakewalk this.
Yeah,
and
I did. I thought the same.
Momentum just completely flipped from that point forward, and there was no coming back. It's unfortunate,
Siege.
but that's the way the cookie crumbles. It is just Siege. I'm sure we've been there a million times before, seen it at many an event, and I'm sure it will happen for many more into the future. Now we get one more game coming up on the stream. It's worth stressing. We'll get our schedule up for you in a second as well, so you can see what that looks like and also what the standings of our group look like as well. So it's worth stressing. It is a big game next. A very exciting one. It's a repeat of last year's SI Grand Final, Furia versus FaZe. What a game that's set to be. It's a great way to end the B group. I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the schedule, of course, from today. We've had all 2-1s. It has been a long old
So what
day.
did that tell you about the last one, Tim?
It's been a long old day here on the B stream. I'm going to get myself into bed and watch FaZe versus Furia. It's going to be, I think it's Em and Xenox that are casting that one for you.
It is. Bless their souls. They'll be here nice and late. I'll be having a beer down in the bar watching. Can't wait.
Like you say, the trend for today would suggest that it's going to be another tight matchup. We will see whether that continues, but it is going to be just as good, I'm sure, as the rest of the Siege through the day.
It is, and that's what we got to look forward to. Of course, I think the A stream is also just wrapping up. It's been a pretty tight series over there so far. W7M against Scars. They won the first map in overtime, Tim. It's far from a cakewalk.
Scars have improved as the tournament has gone on.
They have, but the real problem is when you've only got 4 games, you've got to be good for the first half as well, right? You can't just turn it on the last day and expect things to be okay. That's just not how it works.
No, PSG Talon found that out today as well, unfortunately. You know, a great second half. Just didn't do enough in the first half.
That's it. What first half? We doing that again? First half. This guy, man, is a right wind-up, isn't he? But that's me and Tim done. That's us done with our casting. Of course, there's still one more series to go, and there's still action over on the A stream. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, that next series awaits you. See you soon.
There is a fine line between ambition and greatness. The only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
Nice shot by Nade. Army crawling his way. Turns to answers back, but Nade! Excuse me! Handy. Nade. Oh, shuts down his brother! Into red time we go. Where's the response? The gap was through.
Have you ever noticed that nobody ever asks, when does Ashen play? That's because when SSG hit
3 series, one last chance to do it. They look pretty close on Nighthaven Labs, but now they got their work cut out for them on W7M's map.
I just want chaos, you know? This is a map that screams chaos. Scars are a team that can create chaos. I want to see it, James, because if they are going to go out, well, okay, they are going to go out, sadly, but if this is going to be their last or second last map, make it a show. Show us the Scars that we know and love, that can do the crazy stuff and make an entertaining game of Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, and we saw them make a pretty significant comeback and claim map point on the first map. So we know they're capable, and we already know it's been a great day to be a Japanese fan in Rainbow Six Siege, with Cyclops already making it through to the playoffs with their huge win over Secret earlier today on the B stream. So Scars got their work cut out for them. W7M, on the other hand, very much a different kind of situation. As the guys on the analyst segment had said, this is not what we expect out of Major Champs. This is not what we expect out of a team of W7M's caliber. They need to go into the playoffs flying. They've already made their way to the upper bracket by winning one map, but still a chance to lock in second seed, which has a pretty significant seeding advantage in the seeding process for the bracket itself. So W7M, time to fire up and get this done in 2.
Love the target ban on the operators. No demos being respected by W7M. Blackbeard banned up by Scars, saying, you know, we saw what happened at Nighthaven Labs. These are operators that you played well and that we played well. Let's get rid of them and go again and see what we can get up here. Valkyrie, is Rex singing?
It looked like it for a
It
sec.
sounded,
No.
it looked like it. Okay, no, he's quiet. Okay, I'm sorry for calling you out, Rick. My bad. I heard someone sing.
Well, are you sure that wasn't just us before we went live?
We were
Because
singing before we went live.
We were jamming out.
We
I
were
was having
jamming.
a great time. It's funny because the analysts, the people at home won't know this, but the analysts are actually in the same room as us.
Very near, like,
about 2 meters away.
almost reached them, yeah.
And there's a few times where we've been like laughing before we went live, and we're getting stared at by Anne, and she's like, you know, stop making noise. I'm pretty confident that our singing wouldn't have gone through to the mainstream. But if you did hear some 2 like knuckleheads singing in the background of that analyst segment, that may or may not have been us.
We were dancing too.
We were actually. The cameras weren't on, thankfully.
Oh boy. So, 15 seconds time. Doors will open. The first round starts. Scars are on the attack. Got the Dokkaebi. They got the finger. They got the lion. I'm liking where this is heading. I'm not gonna lie to you. And Border, like Fox said, it is a map we can kind of rush into direct takes on pretty much every single bomb site. So I feel like this is like the map where attackers, if they are willing to go for it, can try and control the pace, take control. If they want to go fast, the defenders, they have to match or fall apart.
That's exactly right. Scars have elected to start on this attacking side. I want to see some pace to go with it. New jammers are going to slow down the drone work. Not sure what Tayo was looking for, perhaps an Elamine. I didn't personally see it. Nades is poising the position to potentially run up from below. That was Washoy.
Closed.
Loban's in A bit of a dangerous spot, peeking all these doors and windows. Scars are yet to punish him. Wreck from down below. He's tempted, and I know exactly what's coming up here. Washoy, the adrenal surge. Both of them found by Volps. There's nothing for it here for Scars. One by one, the rush is thwarted. They drop like flies. Tayo and Nina now desperately looking for something. It's all up to Nina, the newest addition to this roster. And my, does he have his work cut out for them. Time to make this nice and quick for W7M. Nina's just gonna bait. Volps around that corner. Ooh. He will be found by Nina. 4 more to find. Angle almost spotted. All the way over in CCTV. They know exactly where he is. Come on, Nina, give us a few more of those. Nice little wallbang there from Dodas. Whether that was deliberate or not, Nina has now vacated the vicinity, dropped downstairs, and I think they finally clued in. He's gonna make his way back up the main stairs. 2 of his teammates already died in this position. Could it be a 3rd Japanese player falling? Indeed it is. Main stairs, the death of Scars. And W7M starting strong.
Yeah, and Volps actually waking up the 90 entries, finding some kills, and very early on getting in the driver's seat. Volps, back when he was on Liquid, which didn't go very well for him.
No, it did, unfortunately.
But the way that Volps worked back then is if he could get started like the 1st or 2nd round, he would be fine. But if he went like 0-2, he would never make a comeback mentally from that, just struggle. Seeing him join back on the lowest roster that became the W7M roster has been such an upgrade for both him and Liquid. You know, they both actually benefited from those changes. They could get Maya instead, Volps goes back to his old bars, things go better, great 2K for the round there. And I will say, as great as Dokkaebi and Lion they can be as operators, there is one massive downside that I don't think it's considered enough. It's such a big tell on when you're gonna push, because you're not gonna use the Lion charge and the Dokkaebi call without acting upon it.
That's me watching a Scars rush right there. Little sus. Sussy. You are right.
Because, I mean, it was obvious something was going to happen, right?
Yeah, that's right. And we saw that by Volps immediately just checking out. I wonder if they're coming up the main stairs. They already cleared out barbed wire, and now there's a Dokkaebi call and a line scan. Surely there's something happening. And there you go, the kill confirmed. 2 in fact. So Scars, 2nd round is going to be a rush again. Is going to be an explosive push. If it is, the Lion and Dokkaebi will not be a part of it.
You know, I still miss the time that Bach had frag grenades. I miss the time when Svet had SMG-11. I miss the time when we had T-Hunt in the game. That's my final top 3 right there. That's, yeah.
I miss the time when Lion had full wall hacks.
Okay, let's don't. No,
I miss the time.
I will solo get your
Wind Blitz.
I'm solo cast the rest of this.
I'm gonna get hit if I keep this up. I miss the time where Ella had the best everything in the game.
That was
the best gun in the game. Impact
Kid was the
grenades.
best player in the world when that happened, dude. He was nasty on the Ella.
Yeah, you got carried.
Oh, that's a nasty injury from Rek, though. Confirm the kill maker, question mark.
Oh, there we go. Hello. Up from behind, Loben comes for a big flank. Oh, there was a drone on that position as well. That is rough. Surely not a kill here. There you go. Loben eventually does go down. Washoy, you're gonna have to use a nade to try and confirm that one. Meanwhile, okay. Loben's clearly got his steel pants on today. Perhaps looking to bait.
Oh my god.
There you go. Dots almost found Washoy coming in to try and finish off this kill. But out of it all, funnily enough, Scars end up in an advantage thanks to baiting that last kill.
Washoy's a mastermind. He missed the nade on purpose, made it look like an accident, baited the other players to help the injured member on defense to get another kill confirmed. But the thing is, it's back to a 2-on-2 with over a minute to go. Limited drones from the attackers, limited intel from the defenders. Again, comes down to crossfire and discipline. Alpha showed us on the Tillustrator how good Scars can be in a 2v1 and a 3v1. But how good can they be when the numbers are even in a 2v2 instead, and there is so much map to work with, plus Scars on the attack this time, not on defense.
The danger play here for W7M is Dota's still holding onto that top floor with the DMR. He can open up avenues to look vertically down, and they're gonna hunt him. 2 players going up, and they will find him.
Oh no!
What is going on, Tayo? There was no reason to kill Washoy there. 1v1. Time to finish it off, Tayo. He does redeem himself. It was a 2v2, but Tayo says, nah, it's a 1v3. I'm going to take them all down with me. You have to laugh at that.
Sometimes you want to be the main character, man.
Can we get a replay of him doing that eyebrow thing again?
We have it in the system. You just play it.
We still have that in the system. Every time we have a Tayo moment, he just has to, we have to see that.
Let's see, so the flank cap being past the drone, gets one, runs away, gets injured. But this bait here was great for Mashoy. And it just, you know, doesn't risk anything.
Yeah.
Confirms it.
I want to believe you. I reckon it was deliberately masterminded. Let's see this from Tayo's POV. Okay.
Oh, I blame Mashoy for that. He walked back into the line of sight.
Yeah, Tayo also like backed up and like looked into him. Rek is like begging. Me when I team kill but still clutch up. Oh, dude.
It was funny because a team kill in pro play we call it Corey back in Europe.
Yeah.
Even internationally. And then for the longest time, it hasn't really been mentioned because Corey like retired, no longer played. Then he comes back and he's coaching the former Bleed, the Joel roster at this event. And
Maybe he gave
Corey.
Yeah. Well, maybe he gave them the sickness and it was like an IRL team kill.
And that would be a Corey.
That would be a bit of a Corey.
He took out the whole roster, said, if I can't play, nobody can play. You see an Amaru?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Is there info? Surely there's a pre-play stroke for this.
I hope so for his sake, because otherwise this is not a 50-50. It's like
just YOLO it, dude. Like,
yeah, just send it.
Just send it.
All right,
there is a guy in
army
right
get in the building right now.
Loban's gonna hear this 110%. Rekka's talking
What did you say, James? When do I go in?
Oh.
Now? Oh. Oh?
3, 2, 1.
0.5.
0.25. 0! In he goes! The Candela's supporting him. However, he doesn't get flashed. The Warden eventually does go down. Rek has somewhat managed to make it on that. But guess who else is jumping up things? It's Dots who's come up that hatch. Almost the shot there from Volps. Dots will fall to Rek, who was watching off that position, carves him up. And W7M are forced back. Scars in a numbers advantage. Dash almost falls. Spray through the wall, but Volps finds him.
This is chaotic.
Yeah,
this is what I wanted, James.
It is.
Back to a 2-2. We've seen this one before. Tayo is dead. Means no team kill, but no clutch. What happens now, James? Who's going to take this one?
Someone else is going to take matters into their own hands. Who's going to do it? As a Dokabee's logic bomb continues.
I don't think they heard him.
They must have heard him.
He's right next to him. Like he's right
down,
behind Nina.
Watching from the hallway. I mean, the bomb site is downstairs. They have that diffuser. Rek can just fall on down. Fortunately for him, there's no way in from Workshop, so he is going to have to cross his line of sight where Dats is watching. Nina does a lot of damage. Rek's also low. Volps to support vertically. All up to Rek now. He could go back upstairs through one of those hatches using the Gyro hook. But otherwise, he's got to deal with this crossfire. 2 players from W7M versus a low HP Rek. He's just waiting.
He's got 2 flashbangs. Oh, he sees dash.
Shoulder peek.
Doesn't connect the shots, though.
It's a nice job to make that 1v1, but the crossfire is there from Volps. And W7M looking solid.
Some close rounds right now. The first one, very one-sided. The last 2, again, comes down to that 2 versus 2. But a lot of map to play on border. This time, defenders come out on top. No clutch happens for Scars. It's still early days of border right now. Oh, this is a run out. Oh, okay. It's always fun to see how Ying can work sometimes, right? Because Rek and Scars, they have to execute. He flies in with the Amaru, gets team blinded, and then Warden kills someone else because of it, sadly.
Yeah, ironically, the Ying there, the only player that actually affected was the Warden, who obviously does not get affected by the Ying. And the one who was going up with the Gyro hook also got flagged. Dots is now trying to hide the Kai, so that Scars won't be aware of the wall's electrification. He'll come and help out as well. We've also got a mirror brought to the table.
I like that.
Yeah, Mira Castle
Another utility here, Wamai.
Yeah.
No, we don't see much of at this event, Maestro. I'm gonna keep saying it.
Yeah.
I've seen
surprising.
a total of like 2 rounds of Maestro, I think, so far. It is not enough.
He's deadly these days.
He is.
3 Evil Eyes.
LMG.
Yeah, that thing's nasty.
Yeah.
Brava does make it a little bit harder to play
Brava
Maestro, though.
sucks when you're playing Maestro.
Yeah. But there's nothing more fun than playing Brava and you hack like 3 Maestro turrets.
Oh god.
The Yokai drones.
Oh god.
Bulletproof cameras.
Oh. That's too much, man. Too much value in one operator right there.
Is this an Archives execute with Osa?
Yeah, they got the Osa, yeah, so they can EMP spam for...
Where's my glass?
Where's my glass?
Where's my
this
glass?
Might work. I mean, there's dodges by the bombs up with a C4 and pocket on the kite, but other than that, nothing right now can really stop the plan. So if you just EMP spam and catch the C4 midair with the timing, nothing can stop... Oh, well, okay, if the castle barricades gets opened, then nothing can stop them.
Well, we can't see the previs.
Okay, they get it.
Tayo can. This one should get it.
It should be free.
There are still nitro cells available. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an exchange. Hello! How has Washjoy gone and done that? He snuck behind enemy lines and he's found one pick. Almost another one, but traded by Volps. And now the plant going down from Tayo. He stops it, he fakes it. A C4 going to be sent on over. And that should crash one of those shields from the Osa. He does have one remaining here, which is set up on the balcony. But
oh my god.
No C4s remaining.
I flinched when that drone flew into my face, I'm not gonna lie to you. The plan is still possible though. If Rek can cover, which right now he very much is. Oh, the issue is Volps is all the way inside of Archives actually. Okay, this is tricky. The map is split in 2. And WCM are playing on both sides of it, so they can't cover both situations. So Tayo rotates over, but now Volps swings out the kill instead.
All up to Tayo, 1 kill. 2 kills.
Oh, but that's easy.
3 kills! Look at him go!
T-Hunt is back!
Play that replay again. I want to see the eyebrows. This guy is a god all of a sudden. He's teaching us to count to 3 in Japanese. I don't think they can understand you, bro.
They're taunting them.
Bro. I love that. I'm here for it. I'm living for this.
When you don't speak English, so you trash talk in Japanese, but your enemies are Portuguese. I mean, this was clean though. Bim, bop. And you wanted to call this before it happened too, Poop. Yeah, you saw it play out that way. I heard you.
There's only one way that pans out for Tayo. Man's cold.
Straight to
Take
hydration.
a big sip. And come on, do we get... I could just watch the player reactions the whole time.
Rick didn't even do anything. He was like the most excited of them all. Love that. So a bit of a tilter there for WCM obviously, because how did you lose that round? Lack of discipline. And funny enough, that's one of the things where Scars, they are, by every measurement and expectation, the worst team in this matchup. But in 2v1s and 3v1s, they are by far one of the best teams that I've seen actually at this event. They do not give up anything for those kind of clutches to slip away from them. They would never swing that. They would have a 3-man crossfire, play off contact, and just kill the last player that was Tayu. Snipe here. See a yellow ping. Entry. These nades on the doors keep happening as well. No grenade cookie, by the way, in case you guys are getting scared there. That got removed recently-ish, so can't cook grenades. Hold on as long as you want. Volps finds Rek though. Dodos with a second as well. And WCM, they're heating up. They're just falling apart right now. Dodos with a second. Washjoy gets the third for his team, but Scars, they're barely inside the building. And they're mostly all dead. Nina 1 HP. Somebody help this man, but no help can be found. Washjoy, it's your time, buddy. 1v4, no, can't find a single one. Lopen confirms the round, and just like that, WCM, they can throw a 3v1. But they win the 5v5. It's very quiet on the Japanese side.
Wowie.
Wowie?
Yeah. What to say? After firing up like that, Scars, they're close to making this look competitive.
Cuidado com coisa pro PC, guys, porque eles fizeram playosa, tá? Na passada. Eles não são muito de repetir play, não.
I wish you spoke more languages.
Yeah,
that's what I'm
dude,
learning when I go to
Invitational
international tournaments.
I like that early aggression, though, from W7M that round.
I mean, they're just swinging everything, winning every gunfight. So, it's funny because earlier today when James and I were casting the, wait, was it earlier today? I don't even know at this point. It was earlier today, we're casting a match. And we go to the bathroom. And if there's like, if the matchup is like an English-speaking team and like a Portuguese team, the English-speaking team can't talk strats in the bathroom as they're, you know, peeing or whatever. But the Brazilian team totally can because of the language barrier. And this happened to me in the SI 2019 Grand Finals against Empire, where they would just speak Russian next to us, and we were like, what are they saying? And we couldn't speak English because they speak English.
It's particularly hilarious because, like, between maps, like, we're often going and, like, getting some water or going to the bathroom break, like, and they're all just speaking. You're walking around, people speaking all kinds of different languages, and yeah, being able to be a non-English speaking team actually gives you an advantage.
It does. And it's because when we were in there, when Shopify, during the break, they didn't say a word, but the Brazilians are just yapping the entire time. It's like, they can't.
Yeah. So, actually, where we stand at the moment with this round, every single round counts for W7M for impacting the seeding coming into playoffs. That's right. So, currently, how it stands, W7M, if they win 2-0, they will be the second seed in this group, right? And the second seed teams get to pick the first seed. Nice early pick from Washoy. But as it stands, if W7M do not lose another round from here on out, they will be the tied best second seed team in the tournament across all the groups. Tied with M80 in their group. Okay. And what that means is, of all the second seed teams from all the different groups, they get ranked and how good they are in the tournament. And then the best one gets to pick first.
Yes.
So if W7M doesn't lose any more rounds, they will be tied best with M80. This is aggressive from Lopen, almost walks over the Claymore. But has survived. Tayo as well. Tempted to go for a run out here, Volps. Nice shots! On the fish like, the face full of buckshot, Tayo trades him on back. W7M are on track to continue contesting M80 for the best second seed team at SI and keep that seed advantage moving into playoffs.
I like the early aggression here, but I mean, you got the 4v3 with both Dawson Dash, low on health. You could maybe there for Volps fall back, just play the numbers game. There's 60 seconds. All these Arcus cams from Zero on the board as well. So much information for ones on the side of Scars. Verticality in the buck. Soft destruction floors. They have tools to work with right now. Just gotta ascend up those staircases and start working the bomb set itself, because the thing is, all of W7M have picked a corner each. Open from off his hatch gets a kill. Drops down and re-aggressive.
He's gonna die. Good trade from Rek. Advantage for Scars in terms of the health. But positionally, W7M are still looking very comfortable on site. Good info, though, from the Sam cams, from Rek, the Zero. As he makes his way forward, 20 seconds to play, W7M trying to hold on, trying to retain that advantage. Rek, keen here, watching with the MP7, and the C4 from Dots as he goes below. He finds the planter, meanwhile on site, locked down by W7M. And they are still on track to be the best second seed team here at SI if they keep up this form.
You know, I'm curious if they know that. Because they might not necessarily know it.
It took like half an hour for the production to explain it to me while you were casting one of the previous rounds.
Is that why you were quiet?
It was why I was quiet for about a minute and a half as our producer was explaining the details of the format. And I had to ask him to explain it again because I didn't get it.
Okay.
But yeah, to clarify, W7M are currently the tie. If they win from here, without dropping any more rounds, they will be tied the best second seed team at the tournament with M80, and it means that they'll get the seed advantage. moving into the playoffs. Of course, how the playoffs upper bracket works is the second seed teams from groups pick which third seed teams from groups they want to play. So
you can hand pick your opponent going to the first round.
Exactly. And I love that for multiple reasons, partly because of the BM.
Yeah.
Like, you just
We
like,
think you suck.
We think you suck the most. We want to play you guys. So W7M are in the hot seat right now. I'm not sure who would be better out of them and M80 because they would be tied. So that would be determined some way by the admins.
Okay.
But yes, definitely W7M want that advantage. There are a couple of teams that you'd likely want to target after how you've looked at so far, how the groups have panned out. So for Scars, they're looking to play spoils. Any rounds they get here make things harder for W7M come playoffs.
Okay. Side swap, by the way, the 4-2 half. And now, I wouldn't say things get more difficult. Border attack tends to be favored, but it comes down to, of course, as I always say, execution. We saw Scars go for a very similar attack, right? The Osa going Aka's balcony with that Talon shield, try and get down that diffuser. And Scars didn't actually end up going for that. It was more like a backstep. They were baiting it out, got a couple of kills, then it fell apart. Now W7M gonna try something similar, but they got something else going for them. They got a Capitale, the fire and the smoke. They got Dukabi calls, but look at this. Nina in the corner, gone unnoticed so far. If he doesn't get spotted, he can easily get one kill, maybe a second.
Oh,
the Nate
no.
Force movement. There's with the Bob at the door. I don't think that was intended for him, but it works out all the same. There's nobody currently from W7M on the balcony of Archive, so Dots is very alone.
There is a drone in Armory for W7M. They have information on where these players are. And now the AC balcony occupied there by Volps. A good flash. C4 out. C4 is baited successfully. W7M looking pretty safe as Rex got his C4 pre-aligned. He's waiting for the right moment. It's tossed on out. It does kill the planter, at least briefly. The plant stops. But amidst the chaos, W7M have recomposed and found the numbers advantage. Now it's up to Dodes to try and re-attempt to plant, but meanwhile, Nina's found he is traded back again by Dodes, who locks down the fort. He doesn't need to plant a damn thing. He just fires up with his rifle. Massive round from Dodes. W7M continuing their reign of terror on border.
Ridiculous shot the second guy that was flying off the shelf. I mean, how do you even read into that? So sharp in the server. The strat almost worked. They were spamming EMPs, fire, flashbangs, the whole shebang. But the triple C4 from Scars, it did work out to start with. But then the entries off W7M, they entered that bomb site and won the individual engagements. And with that, a tactical timeout has been called by Scars to try and navigate these future rounds.
Well, what to say now in your tactical timeout? It's been a couple of rounds now. They have struggled to get into it. 3 in a row, W7M have won. Reprisal of aggressive defenses. Now into a solid first attack round. We know it's much easier to attack than defend on border.
Yeah.
This current meta, that's why Scars picked to start on it, but a 2-4 half is not good enough. Now W7M, the 5-2 lead, are just 2 away from closing this series, rocketing to the top.
The thing about this map is that you can kind of cheese every bomb site with a rush, a direct attack, etc. So Scars' best bet might, oh nice shot there, might even be to go back to the same bomb site more often than not and just try and, you know, force W7 to attack in a different way. Because if you go to ventilation, to tellers, and bathroom, they might have a similar take for that bomb site with like a glass or a blitz or an Oster or something like that. You just lose these rounds most frustrating of ways. Scars have chosen Aka's Tellers though, or Aka's Tellers, Tellers bathroom, and they got a pretty, I don't know, I don't like this upper lineup right now. I feel like they can't do anything amazingly well. You know, the Legion and the Oryx right now, they don't provide a whole lot of value unless a Monty's on the board all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And Mirror's open, you know, you have options to work with, you have information ops, like you still have the Pulse and Echo and Maestro. So it just feels like this is like, we're gonna fight you with our guns. But do you really know?
It's a loosey-goosey kind of setup, right? Like you can lock down and change some of the map with Castle and then play around it using your Legion and your Fenrir to try and add some traps, give yourself an advantage in these fights. But Nina's just going to be roaming. Like, most of these players don't have active util they can use. For example, like the Legion and the Castle, the Fenrir, they don't even have anything actively they can bring out, like a C4 or impact grenades.
Yeah.
It's just Fishlike who's got that. And I think we're going to see Scars suffer when this Blitz comes into play, as they have a lack of Blitz counters. Whoa! Fishlike really should have won that fight. I don't know how he didn't shoot Dash, who peeked him with his gadget out. A C4 is about to be wasted. And Fishlike's life almost about to be wasted. He's doing a little bit of a pseudo James Bond impression. Yet to find a kill, 7 deaths. Spray down from the pistol of dots. And here's the catch from Volts, who's in the bloody bomb site. When did he steal his way into there? Quick revive though for Tayu onto Washoy, about to be flanked by dots above the hatch. Here's the blitz. He finds one. Meanwhile, Lopen takes down Tayu. Scars, all of their anchors picked to pieces as Rectice make his way back inside. He takes a tail end of damage, looks to recontest it instead of going for the player on the site. The plan's still not confirmed, it's all up to Nina. He has been spotted, and he loses his first fight. W7M, untouchable here, 4 rounds in a row. One more to lock in the map and the series.
It does feel like they might know about that round count, because ever since they hit 4-2 scoreline, they have been on fire, been so precise. And I want to go back to my previous point. I do think Scars, again, going for the same bomb site twice instead of trying new ones might benefit them, because they play a different bomb site, and guess what? They got completely caught off guard by the attack of W7M because they don't know what to expect from them. You can counter-argue me and say, oh yeah, but Bingo, if they got a new bomb site, W7M won't know how they're defending it. But Scars aren't doing these really tricky, high-level, super complicated over-engineered setups. They're playing what we call basic border, standard border. That's not a bad thing, but it's very predicted what you're gonna do, where you're gonna be playing at, because you're not playing anything out of the norm. And WCM, they have enough experience to know what that looks like and how to break it apart. Scars don't agree with me. That's completely okay. They're going for the third bomb site option of ventilation. It's a great site. You can play it vertically, extend around, play top 4. They got the mirror. This is great. Start. But now we're seeing WCM's train of thought. They showed the blitz. Okay, onto Ibana. They're playing Monty now. A very slow-paced round. And they're going to go for a third different iteration of attack and operators to deal with this bomb site.
Just goes to show how deep W7M's strat book is, though. Scars trying 3 different bomb sites. Let's see if they have any more luck on Vents Tellers. The castle makes a reappearance. I like the mirror pick, but my concern is the lack of direct counters to that Montaigne. Volps is so good on it. Dash is also in very early. Look at this, sneaking forward. Nina goes down. You can bring all the traps in the world. It doesn't stop W7M from sneaking in.
Oh, this is so risky, though. He sticks around as well, holds the angle. Camera is dead, though. Don't worry about it. But they're going to swing him. The second one goes down. Is that a third? No, the trade is there.
But still, the damage might be done. W7M are in the building with a massive numbers advantage. Volt's making his way forward. It's all up to Washnoy. He does not stand. The major champs have had quite a resurgence here. They do not let Scars get a look in. It's another 2-0. The first that W7M have had in this tournament so far. It's been a hard-pressed SI group stage. But they lock in second seed in their group, and with that, one of the best second seed teams in the tournament, gunning to be in a good look going into playoffs.
I know we're all very harsh on WCM on their first map of Knife and Labs because they should be doing better. We know they can do better, and how Border played out is much more to their standards. If they had started on the attacking side for WCM, I could easily see a 5-1-6-0 half because they had such a good read on the weaknesses of Scars, finding those gaps, creating space, just getting those open engagements. I mean, they were just walking the building and the bomb side the final 3 rounds in a row. It was Dash, it was Volps, it was Dots, different players every single time. It was very impressive.
So last year at SI 2024, it ended with a FaZe versus kind of Furia, this roster at least.
Yeah.
This time, FaZe won across both streams, and it's exactly the same way. You're still here?
I'm still here.
Never left?
Yeah, no Nick. I actually asked him. He was over on the A stream. I was like, Nick, do you want to come join me for this one? He's like, no.
He laughed
Not
at
again.
us.
Not again.
He laughed at us. He spat at us. He's dangerous behind the scenes. But these teams, they're dangerous on the scenes. Here's how things have cooked on the B stream. B for best today. PSG Talon beat BDS. Huge. Wow. Maybe they'll survive. Falcons got their one map. Nope. PSG Talon, they have gone home. But Raza moves up to second place. CAG, they live. They took the whole series. And then FaZe versus Furia. Whoever wins this, well, the stake is they get first place.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, coming into this particular matchup tonight, I was a little bit like, oh, how, like we've sent so many teams home. All of the groups have been decided in terms of last place, but the at least very last game in itself is quite tantalizing because it's the SI Grand Final rematch, first and foremost, and then you've also got the fact that they're fighting for first. Now, obviously, we've been talking a little bit today at various times about like the importance of first place, for example, but it really does give you a shortcut path getting closer towards that main stage, getting towards Phase 3. So winning this game right now does have quite big ramifications for both FaZe Clan and for Furia, and also just the added benefit of the rivalry between these two respective rosters, what it means for both of these two rosters as well, to also end the group stage on a high note. That's exactly what you would want. Now, I'm pretty certain that I think the loser of this should still finish second.
Yeah, there is no way either of them can be overtaken.
Yeah.
It is purely a battle for first or second place, first being the bye, as you said.
And it's not even like a 2-0 either way or anything like that.
No.
It's just whoever wins. It
Whoever
doesn't matter if
wins.
it's a 2-1. Furia is such an intriguing roster for me in terms of this event. You think back to day one, lost to CAG.
I know.
And it was like, at that point, you're thinking, oh my goodness. A lot of people started to panic a little bit for Furia. They go and beat Secret. That's great. And then they go and beat Shopify Rebellion. And then they find themselves in this position now where they can go atop the group. Because I recall back over towards day one, and like a lot of people were like, oh my God, could you imagine if Furia get grouped? Now Furia have got themselves into a position where, of course, they can go atop the group. Now, the maps that we've got, I was praying that we would get Nighthaven Labs. I'm going to spoil it. We don't. Clubhouse to begin with. Well, everyone knows why I would want to see Nighthaven Labs between these two teams, but alas, we don't quite get it. Clubhouse first up, Furia selecting that one. FaZe then selecting Skyscraper, which I think we've done all the skyscrapers.
Yeah, we've been on a trip.
There's been like 3 skyscrapers like for the entire group stage, and we've done like all 3 of them. And Furia are actually the ones to ban out Nighthaven Labs, which again, I think when you take into account the historical nature of the SI Grand Final last year and what that particular map meant in this matchup, maybe they were just like, nah, we fluked it once. We're not going to go back there again. It's bank as the decider, which I imagine we will get. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, because the B stream all day today has been 2-1s. So I'm really hoping that we get another 2-1.
Yeah, I mean...
In your mind, you're like, actually, I'm quite tired. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. No, it's been a long week. And I think that's the thing about this game that's going to be a little bit interesting. Is the endurance.
Yep.
Entirely that, because they haven't had the easiest route. Yes, FaZe, technically undefeated, and one of the only teams to not have dropped the series, but they have...
Well, they are undefeated. I don't know why you threw in technically.
Because they have dropped maps.
Well, they have dropped maps, but that's fine, as long as you win the series. And
yeah,
the fascinating aspect of these two teams is they, of course, both dropped maps respectively to CAG, and that's how the whole CAG thing got off to a start. And of course, for those that missed it earlier, Cyclops ended up going and beating out Team Secret, which was a very fascinating series.
Sorry, what that says. So there is some anti-static tape, I believe that is on. It's to make it's all for the players' comfort, right? So the headsets, you might be wondering why some have tape on and some don't. A lot of that is to create for the players' comfort. That was a lot of tape. We'll see it again in a moment, but first, let us get in.
I can't wait for all the tech pauses because the static's like coming off on the static tape, or
Don't jinx it.
Look at the social
Please.
predictions, though. I mean, 50-50 between these two absolute juggernauts. So much history between these two rosters. I am eager to get into this one to close out not just the B stream for today, but to close out the entirety of the group stage for 6 Invitational 25. And what a group stage it has been. A very competitive one, high quality, and I'm so eager to see how Phase 2 is going to continue. But before we get to Phase 2, let's close it off.
We got to finish.
With FaZe Clan versus Furia, the El Clasico.
I mean, it's what a way to finish, right?
Yeah.
Whoever the script writer who put together the...
He's a sick individual, as Guz would say.
Is that your Guz line? Is that your Guz impression? It's like he's here in the room with us. There was good luck, have fun, ha-has in chat. But yeah, the scriptwriter who ever put these games together was like, we got to put this in here. I don't think they built this B stream final day with the expectation it was going to be as...
No. Well, yeah, we walked
But you
past...
never know.
We walked past the on our way over, and we saw half the production team's gone home. We are literally on the graveyard shift for day 5.
You and I have done the most amount of rounds.
We have. You tallied it up. We're like 300 plus now.
Without even including this game. So this series is going to add an additional at least 14 if it's 2 7-0s, which it's not going to be. Up to a potential...
It's going to be 45 round.
45. Chat off, says JV92. I was going to talk about how the two teams have hit, because you mentioned Furia came in and they lost to CAG. Then they went on their day off, and since then, 7-2, 7-5, 8-7, 7-0. Statistically, their players have been much sharper than FaZe's in the second half in these bigger games. FaZe, they found themselves drawn to sort of 3 mappers against Shopify Rebellion, against CAG. You know, they're flying high. JV92 coming into this series, 2nd highest rated player. KZ, 4th highest rated player. Philippox, 8th highest rated player. Then there's a bit of a jump, 64 to 93, but the highest is Handy for FaZe at only 18. It's sort of a really good run for Furia that's almost hidden under the fact that they had an opening loss against CAG.
Which you can kind of almost... I mean, probably shouldn't be losing to CAG 2-0, but after the performances we've seen from CAG thus far at this tournament, you've just spilt your coffee all over yourself and all over the table. I am outing you to everyone. What has just happened? Are you okay?
No, I'm delirious. At this point, no, I choked a little bit. I did also see.
I've already lost one Coca, so I don't need to lose another one.
No, I'll try. I'm sorry. I'm entirely serious, but there is something so comical about.
Don't look at them. Don't look at the headset. Come on,
I think
we got a game to do.
boxes.
FaZe on defense, Clubhouse to begin.
Yeah.
Furia's map pick, though, and we get underway with the El Clasico between these two teams to see who can finish first in the group. You've got to keep yourself together, otherwise I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to replace you.
Yeah. At this point, obviously, they're getting themselves the IQ. They're teched in. All the clarity. Over. Well, pretty quick hatch, action here. For a second, like he was trying to throw himself immediately down, but instead gets it open, gets the clear on the Valkyrie cam, and gets the job done. They have themselves the awareness and the option. They haven't fully opened blue hatch stock. They've just done enough so it's an angle. Oh, no, they did. It wasn't when we went past, and then in that downtime they did open it. But still, it's the angle, it's the pressure. Now, kitchen hatch is the next one to clear, get the soft work done, so you can start trying to stop them juggling against it. It doesn't seem like there's an immediate threat onto it, and there's no impact to try and catch against it, but a C4 might feel itself a little bit lucky. FaZe, they are calling and clearing all of Furia's approach and sort of waiting for the wave to hit.
The wave might come in the form of a light screen from the ROU of Philippox on the Sands. I'm going to be curious to see where he elects to send those in, whether it's through kitchen and then followed up by the drop. Could use them over towards the hallway side to allow a little bit more facilitation of movement in basement. Hertz is going to go down. KZ though with the The nade able to get one back. Hello, contact. KDS gets rid of KZ. One more here towards Lounge. Lovely shot from JV92. Keeps us all tied up into the final 30 seconds of the opening round. You've still got the ROUs available, and some of those light screens have been activated and also deactivated. And hello to the F-Not mine as well. Down to 20 seconds. Time for Fury to make their move towards the site.
3 versus 3, and they see the barrel of a gun, but it's little delicate trades either side of Blue. Handy and Cyber able to pick bodies apart, and Philippe Box has to just sit and wait outside until he breaks his way in, gets one, but 4 seconds without the kills. He's not going to get the round, and it's locked out for FaZe. A little bit too long to try and get themselves cooked and ready to sort of clear through. Instead, an opening round here for the defenders.
Yeah, good start for FaZe defensively. Didn't have to do too much, a rather default kind of setup. Fury, I don't think ever really got that ROU to have much of an influence within the round. Yeah, Fury also taking quite a lot of time too. 34 seconds when you get that kill. As you don't really give yourself enough time to be able to hit the site in a pretty well-organized fashion. Yeah, Kit never really ever looked like it was going to be placed onto the floor. It is Basement Clubhouse though. Good start for FaZe. We head upstairs towards Gym Bedroom for the second round. The beauty of these two teams as well, I mean, FaZe could quite literally have a, I don't know, 6-1 lead.
And Fury please don't say that. Please just don't entertain that idea. I want a good game of Siege. I think everybody does. I want a good series. And to be honest, for me and my money, you know, sure, okay, I'm going to put in the mark that the comeback from that position was one of the greatest series of Siege ever played at the last final. But at this point in Phase 1, you kind of want traded body blows. You don't really want the big sweeps. It almost feels a bit wasted for the energy of this moment. Instead, give me the back and forths. Give me the, here's this, and I'll sort of hit you with one of these, and those sort of early, you know, like a duel.
What are you saying?
Painting an analogy. Do they have those in Australia?
No.
Oh.
We just have crocodiles and spiders and snakes.
And the Wiggles.
Wiggles.
And Bluey.
And Bluey.
People love Bluey.
And Jake and Gus.
Well, technically.
Well, just Jake.
Yeah. Deimos on the track of Handy. He's able to slip his way back without actually being entirely pressured. He'll be calling this, obviously. Herds on the back end who's looking for the rest of the fight. And no, that's just what their ability is.
Oh.
Deimos, if you don't know, you can see someone and also they can see you. They'll be reading it to each other. And usually in a well-coordinated team, you can get the pinch on the back, but clever player won't throw themselves into the opportunity, so just sort of sat, still calling, still tracking somebody who has left. Again, it works both ways. Herds, he's baiting them in. He's sort of saying, oh, you just want to find me? I'm here.
Yeah, I think that Philippox has got a lot on his plate this round because you've got double hard breach with the Thatcher. So a lot of the members of Fury are very much so, well, hello, Herds. That's a nice free kill. He's not opening up any walls. He's just opening up the round. But the kill onto KDS, it does get rid of the Warden. Good pressure from Cyber. And that is a very aggressive run out. And he doesn't find the kill. Probably should have got rewarded. He was so close to being able to get that kill back for FaZe, but Furia maintained the player advantage. Philippox still being a nuisance around that lobby side. Handy, for some reason, over towards Paul. And Philippox is trying to hunt him down with the Vendetta. Misses those shots. 1-for-1 trade up above into the final 60 seconds. And again, another kind of scrappy round to begin here on Clubhouse.
Looking for a delicate fight, they thread. Cyber removed from the bathroom, and it's a 2 versus 4. So Handy, this first person trying to draw attention, was actually just a bit of a distraction for his own team's chances. Handy does find Herds underneath, but JV92 lost in an important fight against Vidaking. Now, Handy on the rotate round, 30 seconds, and well, they seem to know where he is, but he gets the first, gets the second down! A 1 versus 1, and it's all being pinged on a bulletproof. What do you do here, Nade? He slipped his way further away, and he's just trying to get himself the drop on the bulletproof. Handy! Massive end to what was a big start. They said, we're going to track you, we're going to catch you, and he went, I don't think so.
Well, there's a reason why Handy is probably one of my favorite players in Siege, if not maybe the favorite player. He's just the kind of player who is that jack of all trades. You can trust him in the clutch. He can be an entry. He is so flexible, so versatile as a player. He's the player that every single team would love to have on their roster because he's going to help you in any facet of the game. You know, he's the kind of player that you can trust in these late round scenarios. 6-1 start. And, you know, he's down. It's a 1v3. They just run at him, though. It's all too easy for Handy. This needed to be a little bit cleaner. And in the end, well, it's his brother that he takes down at the end of the round to confirm it. Yeah, again, I don't understand Portuguese, but it looks like they're having fun.
Oh, it looks like they're having such a good time. 2-0. FaZe. They get themselves off to a decent start, but remember how that round probably should have gone, and suddenly you're at the 1 versus 1 trade round situation. And is that something that they're really wanting this early on in the series, regardless of my wishes? Furia. This is their map, and this isn't the half that they'd opt to start themselves on. In fact, to be honest, between the pair of them, they've generally had a much better time on their defense. 70% for FaZe, 66% for Furia, whereas it's only 40% attack for FaZe, 45% for Furia. So probably want to try and make up maybe a bit of the distance here. One more goes away from them. They might have a timeout, they might have a conversation, but with how much of a grudge match this could be, maybe something where they just want to go, look, let him loose.
It's definitely It's definitely a missed opportunity for Furia. They really should have got that round win, and getting an early attacking round on Clubhouse would have been incredibly beneficial for them. You don't need too many, 2 to 3, and you're absolutely golden. So to lose that one is certainly going to hurt. We head over to Cash and CCTV now for the 3rd round, and if FaZe can pull this one back out, then you got a 3-0 start. You go back around the world, do the tour, and it'll be a very comfortable start for FaZe on Furious map pick. Of course, that is the benefit of beginning on defense for Clubhouse. Good information from these bulletproof cameras. JB92 just wall tricking here over towards CCTV. Nade on the rappel.
Sort of slow and steady work. You can see JV scratching his head there, and you know, as I said, he comes into this sort of showdown, the 2nd best rated player in the tournament so far. He's always been around the top 5, regardless of what he's playing in, and maybe there's something about playing against FaZe. It's like the sort of old Wolves versus BDS, but it doesn't really matter who you're up against. Blind, chance at an air jab. KDS isn't followed through and finally found.
Yeah. I mean, it was Nade, though. I don't think KDS was ready for that, and Nade certainly was, and Handy's just absolutely destroyed him. Furia, though, because of Herd, still maintained that very slight advantage. But yeah, I don't think KDS was ready for the player on the breach rappel. He tried to set the air jab off and then get back into position on rafters, but ultimately lost his life, gives up garage control over towards Furia. They can play through that if they want. Right now, no real map control, but Philippox makes his way in. Bulletproof camera dealt with. 40 seconds with main breach opened up. It's cooking well enough for Furia. They're in a very good position this round, but all it takes is a kill from, say, Cypher. Double stack towards rafters. If he gets 1 or 2, that will be the round, and Philippox does have the diffuser.
But smoked out for now. 2 more in pocket. They can cover the default plant spot for as long as they want, and even double down with a bit of crossover here. So Herds maybe has to try and make the great distance, the divide, and cut their way across. But a Bulletproof is pinging all of this towards them now. Vidaking stepping in. KZ gets another, leaving just Vidaking alone. There's a hold outside. The first take didn't quite make it land. Herds grabbed that round, drove it back in, and 2-1. Furia, they're able to pull the 3rd round into their favor, but it could just as easily be 2-1 the other way. So Church and Arsenal, love to see what Furia start to cook as their response for what was easily the round that got away from them. This point, still early doors, still smiles, still
early doors.
Early doors, yeah.
Early days.
Early doors and early days.
Okay.
I mean, I think
it's a better round, at least from Furia. I mean, they understood that KDS was pretty much by himself in rafters, no real support, no real help, and because they got main breach opened up early on, they could get pressure from both sides. It was well executed, and also just hit some really good shots elsewhere. Otherwise, you know, it wasn't really anything too special. Pretty default round from both teams. And Cash and CCTV, certainly one of the sites that attacking teams will typically have a bit more success on. As you said, Church Arsenal now, and then after that, Gym Bedroom are going to be the sites that Fury really need to get at least one from. I mean, in theory, you could just get the 2 on cash both times. Means you're going to have to be a bit more perfect, though, in your second half on defense. No room for error. Blackbeard in play by KZ this time around.
Now, obviously, I'm still sort of eyeing up the potential of pace more than anything. Obviously, the Blackbeard had sort of might be a bit of a chance for KZ, but it was getting the hard breaches open, getting themselves set up and formulated towards the approach of Church that seemed to pull them apart. They've not really got anything directly to sort of track and hunt down players.
Well, it's a roam game, yeah. I mean, and so you're right. If they aren't prepared for this, it could spell disaster for Furia. You know, you've got to clear out rafters. There's also pressure towards top red stairs, but this is where the Blackbeard's going to be really good for it. Never mind, it's dead. KZ opted for the fight. And I was going to say that with the shield, you can kind of go around corners and such a little bit more safely. He opts to take the fight first. Nade does get the response. KDS was never going to get away from rafters. Ooh. Everyone else should try and get back downstairs, but Cyber couldn't make it back.
Oh,
and
JV
almost got another.
Missed both moments there. They're happy to try and double in, but JV doesn't need to stress this fight right now. Vidaking wants it, because if he can get this player in oil, which he does, then it levels things up. If JV had sort of sat there,
well, yeah, he probably felt pressure, didn't he? And that's why he had to swing out. But you're right. If he had sat there, waited for reinforcements, the pressure from Secret, and get them off the generator, he maybe could have survived and got out of oil pit.
That's what they've lost now, though. Obviously, don't have the Maverick. Try and get through the electrified hatches. Cade, you assuming Kitchen's going to be locked at least for a period. You can try and trick it with the exothermic around the side if you know, you're able to get that formulated, but it's much easier for them to counter. That was clawed.
You can play Moto. You got one exothermic.
But what do you do with it? You might need it for Pipes Wall. You might need it for the approach down underneath. At this point, when you're on a body disadvantage even further now.
Yeah, it's going to make it very difficult now for Leapox and Nade to kind of sort through this, because you've probably still got Vulcan canisters downstairs that you have to eventually get through too. That's going to be even more time denial. 45 seconds. Leapox just opting for a blue side push. Don't even know where Nade ended up dying, but he's completely dead. And Leapox now in a 1v3, pushing into one of the tougher sites on this map. Yeah, can't hit the initial shot. One left side, one right side. Does eventually get one onto Handy, but obviously the numbers will prevail for FaZe Clan as they take out Basement once again.
Was it as convincing? In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. The fact that they didn't they seemed prepared for the roam game. They seemed to have the awareness. The Blackbeard went for the fight, but obviously they didn't quite have the maybe the operators that would have been a bit sharper with it. It got very traded back and forth. Did they slip away from them more than they could have? Yes. That pickup was great. This pickup, great. Sort of moments there where Fury had tried to punish. FaZe were gifted a bit more of the play space and the operator utility. And towards Jim now, they could themselves set up for the 4-2 half on this. Remember, it came down to a 1 versus 1, and a huge amount of that was Handy surviving.
Well, it was a 1v3.
Yeah.
And he created that 1 versus 1 by getting the first 2. So, I mean, yeah, FaZe are looking pretty good right now. Handy, especially in the first couple of rounds, he is on a 247 EPS, which is quite staggering. He's a 7-2, 1-0 in the entry, 2.3 KPR. Sensational start from him. So far, these attacks from Furia, though, haven't really left me feeling as if this is the best version of this roster that I've ever seen. It's, to be fair, if you want to give them leeway, it's Clubhouse. You know, you can only do so much on this map at this point in the era of Siege. That's going to surprise people or, you know, change things up too much. And also, putting perspective on this match, yes, they're both battling for first place in the group, but you're going to finish second either way. You're not really going to go too deep into the strat book at this point when we're so close to some more important matches to come, phase 2, phase 3, etc. So
there's obviously so much story behind this based on last year, based on being the two sort of top dog teams from the region, based on being the ones that are kind of fated, based on familial relationships. But they've probably played each other more than anybody else. There's that sort of seated familiarity. As I said, it's like Wolves and BDS. Sometimes you get against an opponent and you play different because you're against this opponent, and maybe that's something where Furia start to shut down a little
Look at this
bit.
from Handy. Little lurk in towards Kitchen. So these are the little things that you certainly can do on a map like Clubhouse. If you don't get droned out or spotted out, you know, Furia at some point may want to get main stairs control. Handy then can flank him behind. Or even if they don't go for main stairs, of course, they're coming in through Jacuzzi. So that's top main stairs. So you offer that point of difference. I don't know where Nade was going. The front door was certainly not open for the taking. Hurts in on the Amaru. Repels in. Don't forget about Handy, though, of course, pushing up main stairs. Hello, there's the flank. It is successful. Nicely done from Handy. They do lose Fitterking and Souls immediately. Nice little trade from Philippe Pox and KZ. Does give Furia the advantage in this fast-paced attack. But Jim Bedroom so far is proving to be quite beneficial. But some key areas being held still by the remaining duo of FaZe. Bathroom for Cypher. Handy was top main, but he's been taken out by KZ. And on this side, again, it's a 1v3, but a different end to this round. One that goes in favor of Furia, and a change-up of pace works perfectly.
3-2. Now they have the choice of where they're going to go and theoretically why. It's that sort of moment here, that conversation where it could be 3-2 the other way. How much of this is falling away from FaZe, and that will be revealed on the second half. It's closer than close. And it's just such an effective shutdown here. The sort of positional drive of Furia after the conversations about those rounds looking down a bit worse for wear on their attacks, a little bit disjointed. They then pull out moves like that, and you're like, oh no, they still have this. It's just Church and Arsenal seems to escape them a bit. And thankfully for them, they don't have to try and attack it again. We are rotating continually off towards CC, and you know, even this one, there could have been a moment where things slipped away. Obviously, a lot of utility on towards the Rafters player. Still some smokes that were trying to get themselves sorted, if not for great play from KZ.
It's a stall-out setup from FaZe. So the tuber out, castle barricade. You've got the gas canisters from the smoke. Hayid, of course, electric claw. So you know, you're basically saying to Furia, you're going to have to deal with those. Bring the Maverick or bring a Thatcher. In this case, it's the Maverick. Yeah, so for FaZe, it's maybe a question of if we can get this round down to the last 30 seconds and then Furia have to scramble. Yeah, Cash and CCTV is certainly a site where scrambling is not always going to be a very good option because you've still got a clear state down below. Lounge, you've got Nitro options too, Handy and KDS. At some point, they'll probably want to eventually rotate down to Lounge, play off of those Nitros. The Furia then have to respect that, get first floor control and top floor control. And you can't do a lot of that with, 30, 40 seconds left. So the goal here for FaZe is to just deny as much time as possible. And he does have his Nitro early. And sometimes does get thrown to try and get the kill onto the Maverick or do a lot of damage, be a nuisance. You have those Zoto canisters again as well. They're not going to stop the Maverick, but you can also stop positions from being moved into with those. If you're pushing up rafter stairs, you can just throw some Zotos down there, stall them out, hard to push. He's actually over towards garage at the moment.
Taking a while to get the wall open here and trying to find the last anchor point, and he doesn't seem to quite know where it's connected, so there we go, clean drive across the top, and they finally find the end of it in the Ash breach.
It's taken too long.
Yeah, that's a minute 30 for the Maverick and the Ash to get that wall open. Remember, they still got to try and force KDS out of this position as well. You've maybe got the gridlock trick stingers to get yourself some back towards it, but at this point you're thinking, okay, well, there needs to maybe be a plan B push here. Otherwise, you're just going to be charging.
I don't know what the plan is for Fury as well with this lineup. I mean, this is a strange one. I'm going to be very curious to see if they can pull this one out. I like the setup for FaZe. I think FaZe are actually in a really good position in this round.
Spent more time this round watching Mavericks.
We're just watching a Maverick blowtorch through the map, and that's about it. There's 60 seconds left. They haven't even contested garage yet.
Mavericks. I mean, the plan involves a lot of mavericking, but the first engagement goes away from them. KDS is able to get a take.
This round's over.
Oh, what the heck?
Wow, KDS.
Unbelievable. I was about to say, what is he doing? That is death. And then he pulls 2 kills out like that. Hip firing. The TCSG.
Fury's half asleep there. I mean, this is an awful attacking round from Furia. From the lineup to the slow build-up to the poor map tricking. I mean, there's nothing that's worked for them in this round. It's a GG, go next kind of situation. They've been absolutely torn to shreds here by FaZe. We had a really good game plan, really good setup. And in the end, I think KDS just got bored. KDS is sitting in rafters and he's just wondering, are you guys going to push? Are you going to push me out of here? And he's like, I'll do it myself. I'll just jump over and kill you all. Round is done. Half is done. 4-2 to FaZe.
I mean, the confidence of being like, yeah, obviously, we see all the operators. We know the utility. Maybe there's a moment where he's like, oh, they'll probably like start pushing with Capitao or push with the pressure or push with Ying or push with whatever. You can see the frustration on JV92 there. But at the same time, the decision to just like hop over the side and just spray. Look at this. The first one. Look at that as the second kill. The first was like...
But what is that plan though, Emmy? Double push in towards bot garage through a Mav hole with the kit. Where are you going?
I think that is a bad plan.
Where are you going exactly? Yeah, I mean, it's a strange round for Furia. They never even looked likely, which is strange because they actually won Cash and CCTV before. And they had a, honestly, much better lineup for it. They brought the Ying that particular time, the Zofia, the Nomad, and it felt more like a constructed plan. And then they switched it up. They brought then the Habana, the Flores, and the IQ. And it's just like they ended up changing out the operators that worked for them for operators that did nothing in that round. So yeah, that's one for the trash heap when it comes to Furia attacking onto that round. That's one game plan that you can throw into the bin. As we head into the second half now, 4-2 half. Again, it's kind of that par for the course. When it comes to Clubhouse, slight advantage for FaZe. Final series of the day. Final series, the 6 Invitational group stage. Winner of this, in any fashion, will finish first in their group and get a little head start in Phase 2.
I mean, it's huge, right? Obviously, if you get in first, the minimum you can finish is 12th, because there'll be all the teams eliminated from groups. That takes us down to 16, and then the 4 that start in the lower bracket or the 4 that drop from the game before. So you're guaranteed to outplace at least 8 other people, and the prize pool difference for that jumps for the winner of this game is a guarantee jumps from, I think, $50,000 to $75,000. So it's a big, big game as well. Just for winning this, from then on they could lose every other game, and still they set themselves the guarantee. These two teams probably aren't.
No, they're in a different bracket where they're thinking far more than just, you know, minimum of 12. It would be a failure for both of them.
It would be a ludicrous tale.
I think this should be the grand final again.
All right. I mean,
FaZe strikes back.
Who knows? It would be a great story, but at this point, with how some of these games have gone, all my predictions on who is going to be in the final or not are just thrown to the side. And as is thrown to the side here, the pressure on. The Monty wants to find a fight with Herds over the cash money, but there's a position on top red that's sort of forcing them out. It's quite aggressive, Furious hold here, but it's all protective. And if one of these positions falls, suddenly the whole thing might start to unravel. There's KZ under pressure, and he's not even sure where from. Ghost with guns are affecting him. Herds tries to slip out, but Cyber's gone down. Philippos has been able to find Cyber, and that is actually the support for the approach here. So Vidiking is now sort of disco dancing either side, needs the buck to start putting pressure in of Souls. KDS does find Philippos, and a second. That was the swing up the bottom of the stairs, and now KZ tries to drift out. Nade gets KDS, gets some cover. Vidiking goes down as well into the fight of 2 versus 2. Everybody died in Garage and Cash, and we have 40 seconds now to attack the basement site.
Yeah, I mean, I hope people weren't confused. This is Church Arsenal, and yes, we were very much playing around Cash and Top Red and Garage. Handy also quite low. So is KZ. I mean, this is a pretty equal 2 versus 2 into the final 20 seconds. Diffuser in hand for Handy. Oh, Kumai, not ideal at this point as he's pushing in through Oil Pit, and I think this is pressure that Furia could collapse upon. Flashbang, not ideal either. One more still available for Handy. Vulcan canister pop. They are aware of JV92's position. Good kill for Souls onto KZ. JV pops out one, but then traded by Handy, and FaZe take the round. Huge round for FaZe to take out the basement site on the attack, and definitely now gives them a solid buffer. 5-2 lead.
5-2. And no opt, as far as I can see, for a timeout or a conversation at this point. Furia, they think they can sort of play their way back into this. It's been 2 rounds either side of the half at this point, but one more goes away, and suddenly you're staring down map point every single time. Map point on your point, and you've, well, got every side open to you, but there's always going to be a tertiary. There's always going to be a risk on a secondary. But if they can sort of reset themselves, set themselves up to do what they haven't so far in this series and tie multiple rounds together, again, you know, you're looking at 5-2. You can't argue with a 5-2, but you can point out that it very easily could have been closer. Could have been a 4-3 if that 1 versus 3 didn't happen.
Yeah, the 1v3, even that 2v2 right there. I mean, the rounds themselves have been categorically close.
Yeah.
Despite the scoreline having a 3-round advantage. But that, I think, just highlights the quality that FaZe are playing with at this tournament so far is, you know, if Furia aren't on their game in these situations, which they weren't in the 3v1, they absolutely trolled that. And FaZe are good enough, all 5 members, that they can, of course, then punish that extensively. And I think that's what's been happening here. There is that 5 to 10% gap between these two teams right now in the way they're playing. Fury have had too many moments in these rounds where you kind of question them. So far, I have not found myself questioning FaZe.
No. I mean, FaZe, although they've played a long tournament with a lot of 3 mappers, they've played a good tournament. They haven't lost a series. They've made sure that they keep themselves competitive across all of it, and they're always seemingly in control of the pace as well, and that's something that a lot of teams have struggled with across every single group, across pretty much every single showdown. More Mavericking. We get Jacuzzi opened up. They're getting all of their sort of base work done. It's one of the compliments that, you know, we've paid to FaZe whilst watching them, is they're very good at making sure that all the fundamental jobs are often done, and yeah, they've sort of hoped someone would gift on the back of it, but the E1D doesn't get a response. We hear a Fenrir.
I like this, though. So KDS on the Nook can go towards main stairs, slowly make their way up. So typically, Jacuzzi gets opened up. You can get main stairs pressure. The clash has been brought over to Logistic. Good shot from KZ. Cyber does also go down, and with that, Furia have got themselves a decent lead. The only world in which FaZe are going to win this round is if Nate doesn't spot the Nook on main stairs, but he has good movement on the clash. Didn't just get sidetracked and push over towards Jacuzzi, leaving the side vulnerable. He checks it properly. Now he has the information. And in a 5-on-3 where you know exactly where one is, and another one outside on Jacuzzi, you've got a lot of information here on the trio of FaZe. This is a round Furia absolutely cannot lose from here. I'm not saying they can't, they just shouldn't, and they probably won't now with that kill from JV on Davidic. Now creates almost impossible situation. Poor old KDS, he had one job, he couldn't really do anything because everyone else just died. He does get a stat pad though, there's one for good measure. Furia though, always in control that round. Really, really solid teamwork.
5-3, and they get themselves sort of stepped up and, you know, building back into it. It's round by round, it's step by step, as I said before, but they haven't been able to tie 2 rounds together. And that's still the point of a conversation, actually, that they're going to have. This is now when Furia call their timeout. This is where they want to build on the back of success. It's a tried and true method. To be fair, it's maybe the conversation of, look, we've just won Gym, but we lost Church. So do we want to go back to Church? Do we want to see if we can try and make that land again? Because remember how that round played out. Spoiler alert. Not really in Church. It all went on with Furia refusing to give up ground around CCTV and Cash. But then there's also the option of, well, maybe we go to our tertiary. We've got to probably win it anyway. We've got to make something happen here.
Yeah, I mean, it's what, 5-3, you're on defense club, Furia taking the timeout, probably not because of that previous round, but as you said, more so looking towards the future, where do we go? And if we do go to, say, a Cash and CCTV, how do we want to play this? It's so quiet in there when there's not...
It's so... Okay.
SSG and Oxygen on the other side screaming at each other like we had in the earlier series. There's obviously the case, for those unaware, you usually have 4 different teams all playing at the same time. The A stream, the B stream, but because this is the only game remaining...
It is.
It is really dead quiet in there.
It's also because obviously there's a lot of people behind the scenes.
Yeah, less production people
run
around
these
shows.
shows.
It's like it's a graveyard in there right now.
Truly down to a skeleton crew.
And us.
The best?
The best crew.
The best crew.
On the best stream, which is the B stream.
Obviously,
the best game.
There's no desk for B stream as well. There hasn't been during phase 1. So all the desk talent, the hosts, loud
We are
voice.
literally the only ones in the building right now.
We could do anything. This
We
is
could do
like
anything.
This is like Home Alone. Or like Home Alone 2. Or
Home Alone 3.
No, it's nothing like that. 5-3. FaZe versus Furia. Let's see what the timeout nets them.
That's the big thing, is what if they actually discussed with that timeout. Now that it's concluded, we get back underway. 9th round. Furia opting to go cash and CCTV. Big round coming up from them. You look at the lineup that they've got. So Philippox on the Mozzie, the anticipation here is going to be lounge control and keeping that first floor very much defended and protected for Furia. Bandit and Kaid, self-explanatory. You're going to have to bring that Maverick. Maverick's going to have to do a lot of work. Other than that, pretty simple lineup. But yeah, Philippox holding kitchen at the moment. I think he has been droned out. If he had, well, wait, did he get droned? I think it might have been a misdrone initially, and now KDS is aware. Yeah, now he's aware. Okay, so it was a misdrone initially. KDS then spots him out, and then now, obviously, for Philippox, he has to rotate away, heads towards bot main. And I like that because it says to FaZe, hey, you're going to have to hunt me down. You're going to have to find me. And you've still got KZ towards Lounge. So a large amount of map control right now for Furia because of the way that KZ and Philippox are playing. But it's a big part of the win condition that they don't die and that they are effective.
Well, that's it. Philippox has drifted himself not too far away from main stairs. He can slip back if he needs to. But look in the distance, KZ's actually rotated up. Gone to reinforce the players on the top. And, you know, that means Handy is going to see if he can try and get this isolated engagement here. He's going for the swing.
Oh, no.
And he doesn't get it! Handy! Sat, waited, and then didn't really do what he needed to do there. Philippox, he has absolutely stolen that kill, and that makes things even worse.
Yeah, that makes it a lot harder now for FaZe in this round. You've lost Handy, sure, but it's the fact that Philippox is still alive with a Nitrocell Emmy. And the reason why that's important is he's in Lounge. He can now play Vert down below. They need to deal with him again, but there's only 35 seconds left, and look at where all the members of FaZe are currently located. They have no first floor pressure. So if Philippox stays around there, that Nitrocell could be huge. And there's a second one too on the hands of Herd. So 20 seconds left. Even though it's a 4v5, surely Furia can close this round out. And yeah, they're just waiting, bunkered down for that push from FaZe. It's about to be 5-4 on the scoreboard, and it's flawless. Flawless Furia.
Whatever they talked about worked. Flawless hold. And I mean, yeah, sure, that engagement could have gone the other way, but at the same time, what did they sort of do from there? You know, it's the player down underneath. You've got to put the pressure onto the site. You've still got this heavy backline, and their plan was to throw themselves through it. There wasn't a massive amount of time left, and just a little bit of a failed adaptation. I mean, this was rough.
I mean, really good positioning. I know it's like a very small little detail, but Philippox's micro movement there is absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
Your average player, myself, would have just panicked and stood still and tried to shoot back, but he moves a little bit just to the left, which breaks that line of sight, makes it harder for Handy to hit all of those shots. Stays alive, swings back, headshot, dead. So, I mean, just little micro plays, and this is why these are the best players in the world.
It's the headset, apparently.
Oh, okay.
The headset buff, I'm being told.
The
That's
headset
obviously
buff.
not true, but I've been able to. I can look at it now. I think it was.
You can look at it now?
Yeah. There's something about silly hats I find very enjoyable, and it reminds me of that. But it's all the players' comfort, you know. It's how they wanted it. It's not for any reason other than that, and that's the most important thing. 5-4. Now, FaZe, will they find themselves suddenly tied level? It's the weird sort of statement to make is that, well, the site to make this happen is Church Arsenal, right? And how this sort of opened was massively explosive on the top floor. Everybody was dead here in a roam game. There was a bit more of a sort of tentative grasp on a roam game in the last round. As we saw, there was 2 players that were a little bit loose. One of them rotated back up to the site, and the other one, Felipox, went underneath and
It's
and
the
got a
risk
kill.
that you take when you play that. And sometimes it works. I've seen plenty of times where the roam defensive game for Church Arsenal does work. You go up, you get 1 or 2 kills, you go back down. But it just ended up being too much of a brawl. Like, it was just a proper brawl. Too many trades. No one on either side could get out of it until it was completed. Everyone had basically died that was in that battle. And then, 2v2 was remaining. Clearly, Furia's lineup here is bunker down on site, delay as long as possible, and then good luck.
Well, you can see they're sort of communicating and working out the timing there. KZ was looking over to his teammate's monitor to line up his C4, so they have the camera. Felipox, I believe, is the one that has this sort of set up so they can time this perfectly. There it is. And between that teamwork...
Yeah, cam spotted, though, so the cam alone kind of gives away that that's just going to be a Nitrocell location. Good drone work from FaZe. Do lose that. 5 remaining. Getting some decent information, and you can see immediately Souls is ready. But by no means is this going to be... Well, they haven't actually dealt with the Vault cam. But they're aware of it, and that's really more than anything that matters. Finally, the cam does get shot out. KC's still going to stick around here. No longer really has the visual confirmation.
Yep.
But he can still play off auditory information. Oh. And Souls was trying to bait it. You could see the little tiptoe dancing of Souls. Floorboard, then back in, then floorboard, bam, Nitrocell. And you could see he did get a little bit spooked when that one exploded. Another advantage for Furia to kickstart a round.
And you lose the buff as well, so the control over the sort of corridor around the hatch itself and kitchen is gone. They're trying to push on the back of this so they can put the threat high onto Blue, onto Moto. The smoke stopped the push on the back of the Candelas. Whether another gets thrown out, but they're dropping into each other's fire line, blinded by their teammates' push, and here it's just spraying and hoping. Cyber is able to get one at least back onto them, but Vidiking massively hurt. A close swing round on the player on the pipes wall. Cyber gets his second, though. It's actually a rotate around the long route onto the back of Moto, but they don't know, and Vidiking gets one, but there is the Moto player. But look at the timer here, Jay. 5 seconds. Got to try and stick the kit, but Vidiking doesn't have it, so the fight is Nade! The last line of defense is the most powerful as he tears through the approach on Blue. And a timeout from FaZe at 5-5.
Well, I mean, yeah, some absolutely crucial shooting from Nade with 4 seconds. I think it was 4 seconds left on the clock. They get the kill onto the player who has the diffuser. It goes on the ground, but I think at that point it was still a 1v2. Nade was low. He just goes for the shots, hits them all, and it's all this kind of split-second decision-making that these pros have to make.
Yep.
It's very easy in that moment to say, just hide. You know, that's typically the first call of instinct, just hide, but you're never quite sure. Does someone have an angle? 4 seconds, easy for someone to run at me and then kill me. So he backs himself in, hits some incredible shots, forces a FaZe timeout, and Furia tie it up 5-5.
The decisions you make are so you have a chance. And if that chance is best decided by, leaning into the fight, if that chance is best decided by hiding or going for the plant, that is how things are cooked. And he believed his best chance was to lean into the fight. And I mean, Furia crawled at first, but then clawed and then ran to where they are now. 5 apiece from 5-2. We said it at the time after they lost their first defending round that they haven't taken the time out. They think they might be able to get one, and then, the 5-3 gap isn't a million miles away. And they have proven that. This is obviously their map. We might find ourselves stretching along.
I did say, 8-7, 8-7, 8-7 for this series. We're going the distance, 45 rounds.
We haven't had a 45-round game at all from anybody.
It's happening right here.
If it would happen to anybody, it's happening to us.
Well, honestly, at this point, I really hope we do get a proper finale for the group stage for 6 Invitational 25, because it has been so high quality. It would be very fitting that this match is the best one to close it on. And so far, these two, again, just absolutely neck and neck. It was that 5-2 lead for FaZe, but Furia have brought it back over the last 3 rounds. Tie us all up, and being on defense, they can very well close this out. Gym bedroom. And then over to Cash and CCTV, where they looked quite strong earlier. We've already had so many moments from multiple players. KDS, the Vault.
Yep.
Handy at the very beginning as well. Now, obviously, Nade. KZ's had some big moments as well. I mean, this is what these players are capable of at this level. These are the absolute stars.
We've had moments that have, you know, it sort of shows, obviously, how deep, how long this first week is. It's a lot of Siege. You're playing back-to-back, high intensity all the time. And it started a little bit scrappy, but it shows how quickly these teams get in to each other and get against each other and get themselves stacked back up.
You just find that energy, especially in a matchup such as this, you know, inter-regional rivalry that these two have had, and whether it be in the Brazilian League or whether it be at these major events, like they always seem to find each other. KZ thinking about maybe a peek of the gym window, but he has got pressure. Jacuzzi Breach has been opened up. 3 stack out there for FaZe. Been a slow-paced round. 60 seconds remaining here for Gym Bedroom. Of course, main objective has been opened up in terms of that breach. And KDS, I think, will eventually make his way up main stairs. On the Deimos, still has 3 death marks. So he makes the push. Vidaking wants to try and get in on the Blackbeard with the shield up. KZ, though, still in an awkward position. Does manage to get himself out of it. The F-Not Might being a nuisance. But it's Cyber that finds the kill onto KZ. Eventually deals with Fenrir. And now position in towards Gym.
Traded back and forth, but they're in Gym and in the bathroom and putting the pressure back, knocking them out of their own sight at 4 versus 2. Pulls onto the Deimos, just downs him, and elsewhere, KDS. Vidaking's going to see if he can stick it. It is just JV92.
Look at their health as well. I mean, this is certainly winnable for JV92. Up onto the rappel goes Cyber. Still inside of Gym is Vidaking on that Blackbeard. Shield is certainly going to remain up. Cyber, can he make his way over towards the balcony? That might be the best course of action. Still on the roof, still low. JV, though, now also finds himself very, very low. The kid does not drop. He has to long arm it. We look on up towards that window, of which Cyber does now drop onto the subroof. Does JV have the patience to hold this angle, or maybe even go for the jump out? 13 seconds, and he finds the kill! Oh, JV 92! And Hertz also kills KDS from the grave for some comedic value on a very stressful round. Furia have got map point.
There's a part of me that wished it ended with the hatch being shot out. That would be, I think, the first time I've seen and casted that mechanic, especially at a big tournament. For those who don't know, that also stops the diffuser. And, I mean, it was maybe an inch from being on the right place on the hatch itself, but still, that fight, you could see he knew he needed to go out the window. The fight needed to leave the building. It wasn't being offered to him.
Well, you know what's interesting, Emmy? It's 2 rounds in a row that Fury have pulled off essentially a 1 versus 2 clutch late in the round where, you know, the time is dwindling and it's very, very low. Nade previously in basement, 4 seconds on the clock. He gets a double kill. They win the round. Then it's JV92, 1 versus 2. In a post-plant situation with a Blackbeard involved as well. So there's a lot of difficulty here that you've got to traverse for JV92 in that moment, in that round. OT secured for Furia. Cash and CCTV, the next location, the next site. Must win for FaZe if they want to extend this very map.
FaZe, will they pull us into OT here? They started so strong, but it's been a long time since they've tasted success on their attack.
It was 5-2. Now it's 5-6.
Never count them out. World-class teams, that's the problem with them. Never count them out. Here, the extension over towards stock itself. Obviously, we complimented the loose play, the roam play, and I had a couple of questions on the approach.
Is Furia the team that throughout 2024, certainly dropped off a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
But are they peaking at the right time? Imagine they top this group Many will start to believe they could go for back-to-back hammers.
Like G2 fans.
Long way to go. Long way to go. But they are starting to play some of their better Siege at the right time. And that cannot be debated.
Well, trying to catch the drone, stop them getting the insight. I mean, look how much denial there is. Purely refusing to let them have routes through until the wall gets opened up. But even then,
4 drones left, by the way. 2 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, look at the mute jammers, the Mozzie combinations. They truly were like, no, you will see nothing this round. And with the extension into stock, that might be why it's a bit dangerous. You have the hatch to drop down and get out of there.
Well, it's also a site of which is a little bit more multi-layered. First floor battle, super important. If you don't have the drone information, it's going to favor the defense. They need more